The Philosophy of Symbolic Forms. Volume 3 Phenomenology of Cognition. The third volume of the Philosophy of Symbolic Forms returns to the investigations with which I began my work in systematic philosophy more than 2 decades ago. Its central concern is again the problem of cognition, the construction and organization of the theoretical worldview. The question of the basic form of cognition is, however, now posited in a broader and more general sense. The investigations of my book Substance and Function started out from the assumption that the basic constitution of cognition and its constitutive law can most clearly and sharply be demonstrated where cognition has reached its highest level of its necessity and universality. This law was, therefore, sought in the domain of mathematics and the mathematical sciences of nature, in the grounding of mathematical physical objectivity. Accordingly, the form of cognition as determined there coincided essentially with the form of exact science. In its content as well as in a methodological sense, the philosophy of symbolic forms has, however, gone beyond this initial framing of the problem. It has expanded the basic concept of theory by striving to show that there are real theoretical elements and motives of form that prevail not only in the configuration of the scientific worldview but already in the configuration of the natural worldview, in the configuration of the worldview of perception and intuition. And finally, the philosophy of symbolic forms has, in the end, driven further beyond this boundary of the natural worldview, the worldview of experience and observation, in that it disclosed an interconnection in the mythical world that, though not reducible to the laws of empirical thinking, was by no means without its laws but that exhibited a structural form with a distinctive and independent imprint. The third volume of this work now seeks to draw the systematic consequence from the results obtained in volumes and what it strives to make visible is the newly acquired concept of theory in its whole scope and in the wealth of possible configurations that are harbored in it. It strives to show how those other spiritual strata that the analysis of language and myth has uncovered spread underbratet, and support, unterbouw, the stratum of conceptual, discursive cognition, and in the constant view to and review of this substructure, unterbouw, we shall attempt to determine the particular nature, organization, and architectonics of the superstructure of science. Thus, the philosophy of symbolic forms draws once again the worldview of exact cognition into its problem sphere. However, it now approaches it in a diarrhea way and accordingly sees it in a modified perspective. Instead of considering its consistent existence, bestand, the philosophy of symbolic forms now seeks to apprehend it in its necessary intellectual mediations. Starting from the relative end that thought has achieved here, the philosophy of symbolic forms inquires back into the middle and the beginnings, to understand the end for what it is and what it signifies. I have discussed the general perspectives in which the framing of the problem stands in some detail in the introduction. Here it remains for me to give a brief explanation and justification of the title I have chosen for the investigations of this volume. When I speak of a phenomenology of cognition, I do so not in its contemporary usage but am going back to the basic significance of phenomenology as it was established and systematically grounded and justified by Hegel. For Hegel, phenomenology was the basic prerequisite of philosophical cognition because he insisted that philosophical cognition must encompass the totality of spiritual forms and because according to him this totality can be made visible only in the transitions from one form to another. The truth, Wahrheit, is the whole. This whole, however, cannot be given all at once but instead must be unfolded progressively by thought in its own independent movement and rhythm. This unfolding constitutes the being and the essence of science. The element of thought, in which sciences and lives, thus receives its fulfillment and transparency only through the movement of its becoming. Science on its part requires that self-consciousness being, Selbstbewusstsein, should have raised itself into this ether in order to be able to live, and, actually, to live, with science and in science. Conversely, the individual has the right to demand that science should at least provide him with the ladder to this standpoint, should show him this standpoint within himself. His right is based on his absolute independence, which he is conscious of possessing in every shape, Gestalt, of his knowledge for in each one, whether recognized by science, Wissenschaft, or not, and whatever the content may be, the individual is the absolute form, i.e. he is the immediate certainty, Gewissheit, of himself and, if this expression be preferred, he is therefore unconditioned being. It would be impossible to state more sharply that the end, the telos of spirit, cannot be apprehended and expressed if it is taken as something existing for itself, für sich, as something detached and separated from its beginning and middle. Philosophical reflection does not in this way set the end against the middle and the beginning but takes all three as integral moments in a unitary whole movement. In this basic principle of contemplation, the philosophy of symbolic forms agrees with the Hegelian approach, however much it must follow another approach in its grounding, Begründung, and its implementation. It also aspires to provide the individual with the ladder that will lead the individual from the primary configurations as they are found in the world of immediate consciousness to the world of pure cognition. Subspecie of philosophical contemplation, every single rung of the ladder is indispensable, every single one can and must be considered, assessed, known if we wish to understand cognition not so much in terms of its result, its mere product, but in terms of its pure process character, in the mode and form of the procedure itself. As for the specific details of the implementation of the theme, the third section of this volume, which deals with the construction of the world of mathematical physical objects, begins from the findings of earlier analyses. I have adhered throughout to the principle that guided and determined these analyses, the idea of the epistemo-critical primacy of the concept of law over the concept of thing. However, it is now necessary to establish, clarify, and prove this idea, to measure it by the vast intellectual development that mathematics and the exact natural sciences have undergone in the last 2 decades. It needs to be shown how, through all the radical transformations that the content, Gehalt, and shape of exact science have undergone, in a purely contextual, inhalage, respect, the purely methodological continuity has not been interrupted or abandoned, rather, precisely these contextual, inhalage, reconfigurations have reconfirmed and shed a bright light on its continuity. Whereas in the exposition of these facts, I was able to reach back to earlier investigations and draw from them. The first 2 sections of this volume begin with a more difficult task. Here we could not proceed within the framework, Rahmen, previously designated and marked O, but had to acquire and delimit the domain treated in these first 2 sections. Admittedly, these sections, which are concerned essentially with the basic forms of expressive perception, Ausdruckswahrnehmung, and thing perception, Dingwahrnehmung, have to do with well-known problems that have always been posed by psychology as well by a critique of cognition, by phenomenology as well as by metaphysics. All these questions acquire, however, a new shaped and an altered significance as soon as we see them in the context they receive from their relation to the basic systematic question of the philosophy of symbolic forms. For these questions, their own manner of synopsis, Zusammenschau, by which their whole intellectual orientation is altered here. So that this spiritual synopsis could emerge more clearly, the attempt had to be undertaken to survey the material presented by phenomenology, psychology, and finally the pathology of perception, in all its diversity and concrete fullness, while at the same time making visible in this material a new problematic. It was evident to me that this attempt could signify no more than a first beginning and starting point if I undertook it. It was in the hope that my work would be taken up and carried further by philosophical research as well as individual research. As in my earlier works, I have not only attempted to avoid any cleavage between systematic and historical considerations but have striven for a close fusion between the two. Only in such a reciprocal relation of this sort can the two promote and throw light on each other. Nevertheless, without exceeding the framework, Rahmen, of this book, I could not strive for anything resembling completeness in the purely historical, historisch, discussions. I have taken up the threads of this discussion and again dropped them accordingly where it seemed necessary to the factual, sachlich, clarification and elucidation of certain basic systematic problems. I have proceeded in the same way with regard to modern philosophy. Although I have not avoided critical debates, Auseinandersetzungen, with modern philosophy where this seemed fitting to clarify and deepen my own framing of the problem, such debates, Auseinandersetzungen, have not been allowed to become an end in themselves. In the original plan of this book, a final section was envisaged in which the relationship between the basic ideas of the philosophy of symbolic forms and the total labor, Gesamtarbeit, of contemporary philosophy would have been established and justified. If in the end I had to forego this section, it was only to avoid making the present volume even longer than it is and to avoid burdening it with discussions that, in the final analysis, lie outside the ambit prescribed by its substantive, sachlich, problem. Nevertheless, I do not mean to renounce this discussion as such, since the custom, which has once more become popular, of throwing one's own thoughts out into empty space as it were, without inquiring as to their relation and connection to the total labor, Gesamtarbeit, of systematic philosophy, has never appeared to me to be beneficial or fruitful. Thus, the critical part that should have concluded this volume will be reserved for a future publication that I hope soon to bring out under the title Life and Spirit - toward a Critique of Contemporary Philosophy. With regard to the philosophical and scientific literature referred to by this presentation, the manuscript of this volume had already been completed at the end of the publication was delayed only because at that time I still planned to include the final, critical chapter. Consequently, I have been able to take into account only a few of the works published in the last 2 years. Hamburg, July Ernst Cassirer. The matter, materie, and form of cognition. When we designate language, myth, and art as symbolic forms, there seems to lie in this expression the presupposition that they all, as determinate spiritual modes of configuration, go back to an ultimate, originary stratum of the actual that is beheld in them only as through a foreign medium. Reality does not seem to be comprehensible for us in any other way than in the particular nature of these forms. However, it implies, at the same time, that reality is veiled by them as much as it is revealed by them. The same basic functions that give the world of spirit its determinacy, its imprint, its character, appear on the other hand to be only so many refractions that an intrinsically unitary and unique being undergoes as soon as it is grasped and appropriated, by a subject. Seen from this point of view, the philosophy of symbolic forms is nothing other than an attempt to assign to each one, as it were, its own specific and distinctive index of refraction. It aspires to know the particular nature of the various refracting media, to understand each one according to its constitution and the laws of its structure. However, although it consciously proceeds into this intermediary realm, into this realm of mere immediacy, philosophy as a whole, as a doctrine of the totality of being, seems unable to remain in it. Rather, the basic drive of knowledge repeatedly makes itself felt here, the drive to unveil the veiled image of say and to see the naked, unclad truth. Before the philosophical gaze, which wants to apprehend the world as an absolute unity, every manifold in general, particularly the manifold of symbols, must ultimately be dissolved. Ultimate reality, the reality of being in itself, should become visible. The metaphysics of every age has stood before this basic problem. It posits being as uniform and simple, because and insofar as truth can be thought of only as unitary and simple. In this sense, the T.S.F. wisdom as one thing, of Heraclitus became the maxim of philosophy. It was like a reminder and wake-up call to seek the one, unbroken light of pure cognition behind the colorful splendor of the senses, behind the manifold and diversity of thought forms. As Spinoza said, it belongs to the nature, Wesen, of light that it illuminates itself in the darkness. Thus, it must at some point give an immediate self-attestation of truth and reality. For thought and reality must not merely correspond to each other in some way but rather permeate each other. The function of thinking should not be to express being, i.e. to apprehend and designate subspecie its own sense-bestowing categories. Rather, thinking feels itself equal to reality. It bears within itself the conviction and belief that it is able to exhaust its content, Gehalt. There can be no final unsublatable barrier here, because thinking and the object toward which it is directed are one. Parmenides was the first to articulate this principle, Zotz, in classical pregnance and sharpness, and so became the founder of all philosophical rationalism. The claim made here, however, is by no means limited to the circle of rationalism. The identity of the subject and the object, the merging of the one into the other, was still regarded as the actual goal of cognition, even after the view of the means by which this goal was to be attained had completely changed. Although the basic view of the means had indeed changed, it had in no way undergone a fundamental transformation if it was now the force of sensible perception, rather than pure thinking, that was entrusted and credited with the task of laying a bridge from one realm to the other. The focal point now seemed to have shifted from one specific theoretical point of view to another. It had moved over from the side of the concept to that of perception. However, for perception, the same methodological presupposition and requirement remained in force. The concept as such, it now seemed, could never break through to reality by means of its own force. It remains entangled in its own formations and creations, its own denominations and significations. Sensation is, however, not merely significative or symbolic, it is no mere sign of being. Rather, it gives and contains reality in its immediate fullness. For, if cognition is not to be confined forever within its own circle, at some point, Stelle, a direct contact must occur between knowledge and reality. Thus, for Berkeley, Parmenides' principle of the identity of thinking and being is replaced by a fundamental epistemological and metaphysical equation, SE equals percipi. With this, although the contextual sense of the equation is, it would seem, inverted into its opposite, its pure form remained purely as such, unaltered and untouched. For here, the requirement to lay bare an originary stratum of reality, in which reality may become apprehensible as free from all symbolic interpretation and signification, remains valid. If we succeed in freeing ourselves from all these interpretations, if, above all, we succeed in removing the shroud of words, which veils the true essential being of things, then we are all of a sudden face to face with the originary perceptions that contain the certainties of cognition. In this sphere, there is no place for the opposition between truth and error, reality and semblance. For the simple existence of sense impressions remains free from all possible deception. A sensible impression may exist or not exist, it can be given or not given, however, it cannot be true or false. We enter into the domain of this opposition only when another, mediated, relationship is interpolated into the immediate presence of the impression, when a representative determination is attributed to the presentation, to the direct having of a sensation. Where a content of consciousness stands not only for itself but for another content, where it attempts to represent, vertreten, a content that is not immediately presenting itself, gegenwärtigen, there and only there do we find that reciprocal relationship between the parts, Glied, of the whole of consciousness that by its further mediated consequences can cause one part, Glied, to be mistakenly taken for the other and confused with this other. This phenomenon does not, therefore, belong to the circle of mere sensation but to that of judgment. And of course, judgment, even in the simplest form in which it seems to content itself with merely affirming and reinforcing a sensible given, distinguishes itself from sensation precisely by the fact that it no longer moves in the realm of simple existence but in the realm of signs. The moment, Augenblick, that we entrust ourselves to it, we are back under the spell of that abstract thinking that operates with the symbols that stand in for things rather than with things themselves. The further the science of nature progresses, the more it loses itself in the maze of these symbols. Thus, according to Berkeley, the basic task of all true philosophical self-reflection, Selbstbesinnung, is to dispel this illusion. Philosophy achieves what mere science, inseparably bound up as it is with the medium of language and the vehicle of linguistic concepts, can never achieve. It places before us the world of pure experience in its immediate existence, Dasein, and its being a certain way, Sein, free from all blending with foreign components and from all darkening and blurring by any arbitrary significative ingredients. On this point, then, the whole history of philosophy, regardless of all the internal systematic oppositions and undeterred by all the disputes between schools, seems to go in the same direction. Philosophy first constituted itself in this act of self-affirmation, in the confidence that it takes itself as the proper organ for the cognition of reality. The assertion of the adequatio rei et intellectus, correspondence of a thing to the intellect, remains in this sense its natural point of departure. On the other hand, this basic act contains within itself, of course, its own dialectical opposite. The more sharply philosophy seeks to determine its object, the more the object, through this determination, becomes a problem for it. When philosophy sets up its own goal and consciously formulates it, there likewise arises within philosophy itself, through the imminent necessity of its own method, the question of its own attainability, of its inner possibility. Thus, the positive answer given by rationalism as well as sensationalism to the problem of the cognition of reality is followed by skepticism as its shadow. The identity, Identität, asserted between knowledge as such and its subjective content is abandoned, and in its place emerges instead a Differenz, that becomes progressively sharper, that is intensified into a polar tension. Even the equating, Gleichung, of cognition, regardless of whether it is comprehended in a rationalist or sensationalist sense, does not sublate this difference. An equation, Gleichheit, is, according to a definition introduced by Bolzano into the logic of mathematics, nothing other than a special case of dissimilarity, Verschiedenheit. The connection, the synthesis, that is asserted and expressed by the equal sign, does not make the Unterschied, of the members, Glieder, standing on either side of it disappear but rather confirms this Unterschied. In this respect, the approach of the equating, Gleichung, of cognition already contains within it a germ of destruction that skepticism need only unfold and bring to fruition. The more the self-consciousness of cognition is strengthened, the more clearly it can see through itself and the more clearly it knows its form, the more its own form appears as the necessary boundary that it is never able to exceed, Überschreiten. The absolute object that cognition initially believed it was able to capture and assimilate in this form recedes more and more into an unattainable distance. Instead of apprehending the object, it seems that cognition is permitted to consider only itself, in all its contingency and relativity, as if beheld in a mirror. It was the revolution in the way of thinking that takes place in Kant's framing of the question that first promised a way out of this dilemma. Leery of the dogmatism that teaches us nothing and of the skepticism that promises us nothing, Kant raised the following basic critical question: is metaphysics at all possible? Cognition was now saved from the danger of skeptical disintegration. However, this salvation and liberation proved to be possible only through a shift in the aim of cognition. Instead of a static relationship between cognition and the object, as it can be designated by the geometrical expression of a congruence, the coincidence between the two, a dynamic relationship between both was now to be sought and established. No longer does cognition, whether as a whole or as a determinate part of itself, reach over into the transcendent world of objects, nor is the transcendent world of objects able to migrate into cognition. All these spatial images are now recognized as images. Knowledge is described neither as a part of being nor as its picturing, Abbildung. On the other hand, the relation to this being is by no means taken away from it but rather grounded in a new viewpoint, Gesichtspunkt. For it is now the function of knowledge that is to construct and constitute the object, not as an absolute object but as the object conditioned by this function, as the object in appearance. What we call objective being, what we call the object of experience, is possible only under the precondition of the understanding and its a priori functions of unity. Thereupon we say we cognize the object when we have effectuated a synthetic unity in the manifold of intuition. To understand this performance as a whole and in its detailed conditions now becomes the basic task of the analytic of the understanding. It seeks to show how the various basic forms of cognition, sense-sensation, and pure intuition, the categories of the pure understanding and the ideas of pure reason, intermesh, and how by their reciprocal relation and determination they determine the theoretical shape, Gestalt, of reality. This determination is not taken over from the object but involves an active spontaneity of the understanding itself. It is a specific mode and tendency of forming, Formung, that leads to the worldview of theoretical cognition. Consequently, this does not appear in its basic features as given, as a finished product, that is imposed on us by the nature of things, but as a result of a free-forming, Bilden, which, nevertheless, is never arbitrary but always thoroughly lawful. How it is possible to reconcile freedom and necessity, the purely immanent self-determination of thinking with objective validity? This question forms the problem of the entire Kantian critique of reason. From this comprehensive framing of the question, we single out that element that directly touches on the basic question that the philosophy of symbolic forms sets for itself. Whereas pre-critical metaphysics believed it had found an ultimate answer, Kant discovered a new and perhaps the most difficult task for all philosophical cognition. For him, what was at stake was not only to carry out theoretical sense-bestowing, as it exhibits itself in science and in philosophy, but also to comprehend, begreifen, it for what it is. As long as we consider this sense-bestowing simply in terms of its output, as long as we conflate it with its result, it seems in a certain sense to keep vanishing with this result. Therefore, instead of concentrating on the result of theoretical cognition, we should look back to its function and its distinctive lawfulness. It is alone the key that can unlock, Aufschließen, the truth of things. From now on, contemplation is directed no longer exclusively toward what is disclosed, Erschlossen, but now also toward the act, the mode and manner, of the disclosing, Erschließen. The key that is intended to open the gates of cognition should, at the same time, be understood in terms of its structure, Bau. Theoretical cognition should be understood in terms of its structure of signification. There is no longer a road that leads back to that relationship of immediate coincidence, Deckung, and correspondence between cognition and its object that was assumed by dogmatism. Rather, the critical justification and grounding of cognition now stems from its knowing itself to be a mediated and mediating spiritual organ, which has its specific place, Stelle, within the construction of the whole world of spirit and carries out its specific performance, Leistung. Such a turning back of cognition onto itself certainly seems to be possible only once it has traversed its whole course and has arrived at its highest point. Only transcendental philosophy is capable of such a turning back. Umkehr, it alone is concerned not so much with objects as with our mode of cognizing objects in general, insofar as such cognition is held to be possible a priori. It alone strives to be not so much a knowledge of certain objects, Objekte, but rather a knowledge of knowledge, Wissen von Wissen. These claims immediately explain why Kant, while he raises his central problem to the heights of transcendental contemplation, strives constantly to stay within it. Where he inquiries into the form of theoretical cognition, he believes that he can adequately apprehend it and set it before us in a clear and sharp outline only by keeping in view the actual telos of cognition, its end and fulfillment. Only toward this end can the logical structure of knowledge as such emerge in its necessity and purity, unmingled with contingent determinations. It must appear as a degeneration of this arduously achieved level of the philosophical framing of the question, whenever the distinctive sense of the theoretical logos is sought in a place, Stelle, other than where it emerges in its characteristic perfection, in its proper determinacy and exactitude. Such exactitude, such pure and complete self-realization of the theoretical form, however, is according to Kant reserved for mathematics and the mathematical sciences of nature. The question must therefore be directed primarily to them, and it must always remain oriented by reference to them. Thus, no empirical datum can partake of the form of cognition unless it has already passed through the medium of mathematical concept formation, unless it has been determined by the pure intuitions of space and time and by the concepts of number and of extensive or intensive magnitude. Unless it has passed through this medium, it remains simply matter, mere matter, materie. The problem of whether this matter of sense sensation should perhaps not as such be designated only relatively, whether it does not reveal a certain configuration in itself and conceal its own more concrete formings, Formungen, is not posited, at least not at the beginning of Kant's critical investigation. Sensation appears here as the absolutely given. The only question is, how does this given fit into the a priori forms of sensibility and the understanding, without which these forms in their significance and validity arise from it and are based on it? If we inquire into the origin of sensation itself, at first, we receive an enigmatic answer. For this origin, so it would appear, can be comprehended in no other way than by thrusting it back into the realm of the unrecognizable, to explain it as an action of the mind by things in themselves. The insoluble dialectical difficulties in which this explanation entangles us soon came to light in the history of Kantian philosophy and its further development by his successors. These difficulties become comprehensible when we recall that at this point Kant was concerned not so much with solving a problem as with doing away with it. From a purely historical point of view, this doing away with seems understandable, even necessary, for only in this way could the road be cleared for Kant's most positive achievement. Once this road had been fought for, however, theoretical self-reflection must of course return to its starting point and turn its attention to the problem inherent in the dualistic opposition of mere matter, and pure form. It is by no means just in the post-Kantian systems that this progression of thought can be shown and pursued. Rather, in large measure, it already determined the inner development of Kant's own theory. We do not have to advance to the appearance of the Critique of Judgment to become aware of this distinctive movement of Kant's thinking. We can sense how this thinking keeps circling round the dualism of matter and form set forth in its beginnings and how it gradually alters and deepens the sense of this opposition. For the critical theory of cognition, the matter, materie, of sensation seems at first to signify nothing more than something absolutely present, schlechthin vorhanden, a solid substrate that the formative forces of spirit attack but whose essential being cannot be altered or penetrated. It remains the unpenetrated and impenetrable residue of cognition. The analytic of the pure understanding, however, already goes one step further. For it takes up not only the problem of the objective deduction of the categories but also the problem of their subjective deduction, and the two directions of the question complement and reciprocally require each other. If the objective deduction is directed essentially toward the form of cognition of objects as it exists in the mathematical sciences of nature, if it is aimed at those principles through which the mere rhapsody of perceptions becomes a tightly enclosed unity, a system of experiential cognition, then the subjective deduction, on the other hand, immerses itself in the conditions and particular nature of conscious perception. And it comes to the conclusion that what we commonly call the world of perception, far from being a mere formless mass of impressions, already includes within itself certain basic and originary forms of synthesis. Without this, without the synthesis of apprehension, reproduction, and recognition, we should have neither a perceiving nor a thinking eye, there would be an object neither of pure thought nor of empirical perception. At the beginning of the Critique of Pure Reason, sensibility and understanding are distinguished as the two stems of human cognition that may have sprung from a common root that is unknown to us. Thus, the opposition between the two, and their eventual communion, seemingly continued to be understood here in a realistic sense. Sensibility and understanding belong to different strata of existence, although both may be rooted together in a more originary stratum of all being that precedes all empirical separation but that we cannot grasp or determine more closely. The analytic of the pure understanding, however, grasps the relationship from an entirely different point of view, shifting the point of the union as well as the separation of sensibility and understanding to a wholly other place. For the unity between the two is no longer sought in an unknown ground of things, rather, it is, as it were, sought in the heart of cognition itself. If this unity is at all discoverable, it must be grounded not so much in the nature, Wesen, of absolute being as in an originary function of theoretical knowing, and it is through this function that it must be intelligible. Kant designated this originary function as the function of the synthetic unity of apperception. It became the supreme point to which every use of the understanding, even all logic and with it transcendental philosophy, must relate. And this supreme point, this focus of spiritual activity, is one and the same for all the faculties of spirit. Hence, it is the same for the understanding as it is for sensibility. The I think, the expression of pure apperception, must be able to accompany all my representations, otherwise something would be represented in me which could not be thought at all, which is as much as to say that the representation would either be impossible or at least would be nothing for me. Thus, a general condition is set up here that is valid equally to sensible representations as to purely intellectual ones. In the transcendental apperception is found a radical faculty of all our cognition to which both can equally be related and in which they are indissolubly linked. With this, it follows that there cannot be anything like an isolated, merely sensible consciousness, that is to say, a consciousness that remains outside of any determination by the theoretical functions of signification and that precedes them as an independent datum. The transcendental unity of apperception is by no means related exclusively to the logic of scientific thinking and limited to it. It is not only the condition for this thinking and for the positing and determination of its object but also the condition of every possible perception. If perception itself is to signify something at all, if it is to be perception for an eye and the perception of something, then it must share in certain theoretical characteristics of validity. And from now on, it appears to be one of the specific tasks of the critique of cognition to uncover and demonstrate those characteristics that make up the form of conscious perception as such. The schematic opposition between a judgment of perception and a judgment of experience, as retained in the Prolegomena, albeit more for the sake of presentation than for the sake of systematics, has thus in principle been overcome. For the unification, Vereinigung, of sensible perceptions or representations in one consciousness and their relation to one object are never a matter of mere sensible receptivity but are always based on an active spontaneity. And it now becomes evident that just as there is a spontaneity of the pure understanding, of logical scientific thinking and constructing, so too is there a spontaneity of the pure imagination. The imagination is also by no means solely reproductive but also originally productive. Now an uninterrupted path leads from the mere action of the senses, with which the critique of reason begins, to the forms of pure intuition, and from these in turn to the productive imagination and the unity of action expressed in the judgment of the pure understanding. Sensibility, intuition, and understanding in no way form merely successive phases of cognition to be grasped in their simple succession but rather show themselves to be a tight interpenetration, to be its constitutive elements. And only now is the relationship between the matter, materie, and the form of cognition brought to expression that corresponds to Kant's new basic insight, to his Copernican revolution. For both are now no longer absolute potencies of being but serve rather for the designation of certain diarences of signification and for the structures of signification. The matter, sto, of sensation, as it was grasped by Kant in the beginning, could still be interpreted as a kind of epistemological counterpart to the Aristotelian p?t, primal matter. Like this prima materia, it was taken as the absolute indeterminate before all determination. Like it, Kant's matter, sto, had to await all determination by form that is joined to it and imprinted on it. On the other hand, the situation changed entirely after Kant had fully developed the idea of his transcendental topics and after, within this topic, he had fully defined the opposition between matter, sto, and form. For both of them have now ceased to be originary determinations of being, ontological essential beings, and have become pure concepts of reflection, which in the section on the amphiboly of the concepts of reflection are treated along the same lines as are agreement and opposition, one and the sameness, Einerleichheit, and dissimilarity, Verschiedenheit. They are no longer two poles of being that confront each other in an unsublatable real opposition. They are, rather, parts, glieder, of a methodological opposition that is likewise a methodological correlation. As a result, it is now no longer contradictory but actually necessary that what from one point of view may be designated as the matter, materie, of cognition is in another respect recognized as something formed, or at very least form-containing. The consequence of the methodological relativization of the opposition is that the significance of both opposing parts, Gegenglieder, changes according to the underlying spiritual system of reference, Bezugssystem. Applied to the problem of perception, this means that where we are concerned with distinguishing the world in which pre-scientific consciousness limits itself, sich halten, from the constructive determinations of scientific cognition, we may look on perception as something relatively simple and immediate. In reference to these constructive determinations, it may appear as a simple datum, as something pre-given, Vorgeben. This, however, by no means deprives us of the possibility, or relieves us of the obligation, of recognizing it in another problem context as something thoroughly mediated and conditioned. This only proves that the analysis of the theoretical form of cognition cannot persist in a single stratum of cognition and commit itself, as it were, to this stratum but instead must always consider the totality of the elements from which cognition is constructed. For not only the region of scientific, abstract concepts but even that of common experience is penetrated with theoretical interpretations and significations. and when the transcendental critique seeks to uncover the structure, Struktur, of cognition of objects, it may not limit itself to the intellectual sublimation of experience, to the superstructure, Oberbau, of theoretical science, but rather, it must also learn to understand the substructure, Unterbau, the world of sensible perceptions, as a specifically determined and organized framework, Gefüge, as a spiritual cosmos sui generis. In the critique of pure reason, as we have seen, this requirement is in no way closed. However, this work did not explore in all directions the complex of problems that it had so clearly designated based on its own presuppositions. For its basic methodological task pointed it in another direction from the start. The subjective deduction is here subordinated to the objective deduction. The analysis of conscious perception serves only as a preparation and at the same time as a counterpart and corollary to the following truly decisive question: the presuppositions and principles on which experience as science is based. Experience as science is possible only through a necessary connection of perceptions. The problem must therefore be primarily directed toward this necessary connection and its possibility. The structure of sense, without which perception cannot be thought, is therefore thought essentially as a lawful structure. It implies that the individual perceptions are not isolated, that they may not form a mere aggregate, but that they must be gathered together into an intellectual framework, Gefüge, a context of experience. That which is interconnected with the material conditions of experience, of sensation, so Kant formulates the second of the postulates of empirical thinking in general, is actual. This interconnection, however, is created and its particular nature and its formal character are determined by the general laws of the understanding, of which all particular laws of nature are merely specifications. Accordingly, one and the same purely intellectual synthesis conditions and renders possible. According to Kant, the object, Gegenstand, of empirical intuition as well as the object, Objekte, of the mathematical science of nature. And it is precisely this one and the sameness, Einerleiheit, that provides for the first time a solution to the basic epistemo-critical question as to the applicability of pure mathematical concepts to sensible appearances. The same action, which gives unity to the various representations in a logical judgment, also gives unity to the mere synthesis of various representations in an intuition, which is, generally expressed, called the pure concept of the understanding. The categories on which the system of mathematical and physical cognition is founded are accordingly the same as those on which our natural world concept rests. It would thus seem that no difference, let alone a fundamental cleavage, may be recognized here in this case. The entire demonstration on which the transcendental deduction of the categories is based would appear to be uprooted. It would no longer be possible to answer the question of the quid juris of the categories, the question of their right to be applied to empirical sensible appearances. This right is grounded in the supposition that all synthesis, even the synthesis that first makes perception as objective perception, as the perception of something possible, is subordinated to the pure concepts of the understanding. Thus if, for example, I make the empirical intuition of a house into perception through the apprehension of its manifold, my ground is the necessary unity of space and of outer sensible intuition in general, and I, as it were, draw its shape, Gestalt, in agreement with this synthetic unity of the manifold in space. This very same synthetic unity, however, if I abstract from the form of space, has its seat in the understanding, and is the category of the synthesis of the homogeneous in an intuition in general, i.e., the category of quantity, with which the synthesis of apprehension, i.e., the perception, must therefore be in thoroughgoing agreement. And in the same sense, even the pure one of sensation, its simple quality, is determined according to the understanding and hence in a certain respect is anticipatable, because the principle of continuity, the principle of intensive quantity, subjects the alteration in this quality to a definite condition and prescribes a certain form for it. In this way, it is established that the synthesis of apprehension, which is empirical, must necessarily be in agreement with the synthesis of apperception, which is intellectual and contained in the category entirely a priori. His very same formative synthesis by means of which we construct a triangle in the imagination is entirely identical with that which we exercise in the apprehension of an appearance in order to make a concept of experience of it. It is this alone that connects with this concept the representation of the possibility of such a thing. Thus, the thought of an original intellectual form underlying the perceived world is strictly carried through by Kant in every direction. However, this form for him coincides essentially with the form of mathematical concepts. In any event, both are differentiated from each other not in terms of essence and structure but according to the clarity of expression, Ausprägung. The conditions of the mathematical physical concept of the object, the concepts of number and measure, exhaust the whole theoretical content, Gehalt, and theoretical significance of perception. It must always pass through these general mathematical determinations if it is to be fixed and formed for us in any way. The question of its what and its how can be answered with real rigor only if we can convert it into a question of how much. For, everything that distinguishes one perception from another can be objectively and theoretically designated ultimately only through the giving of a position in a definite system of measurement or scale of magnitudes. Thus, the critical analysis of conscious perception and the analysis of the basic theoretical system of the exact sciences arrive at the same conclusion. We are everywhere brought back to the same originary stratum of the intellect, of a priori concepts, as the fixed foundation. As necessary and logically consistent as this result appears in the framework, Rahmen, of Kant's general framing of the question, we cannot remain within it once the framework, Rahmen, is broadened, once we have attempted to state the transcendental question in a more comprehensive sense. The philosophy of symbolic forms is not concerned exclusively or even primarily with the purely scientific, exact world comprehending, Weltbegriffen, but rather with all the tendencies of world understanding, Weltverstehen. It seeks to apprehend these tendencies of world understanding in their diversity, in their totality, and in the inner differentiation of their manifestations. And it becomes apparent that the understanding, Verstehen, of the world is no mere taking up, no repetition of a given structure, Gefüge, of reality, but instead comprises a free activity of spirit. There is no true understanding of the world, Weltverständnis, that is not in this way based on certain basic tendencies, not so much of contemplation as of spiritual forming, Formung. To apprehend the laws of this forming, Formung, we had above all to distinguish their different dimensions sharply from each other. Certain concepts, such as those of number, time, and space, constitute, as it were, originary forms of synthesis that are indispensable wherever a multiplicity is to be taken together into a unity, wherever a manifold is to be divided and organized according to certain shapes, Gestalten. As we have seen, however, this organization is not performed in the same way in all domains. Rather, its mode depends essentially on the particular structural principle that is active and dominant in each particular domain. Thus, in particular, language and myth each exhibit a particular modality that is specific to them and that in a sense lends a common tonality to all their individual formations, Gebilde. If we hold fast to this insight into the multidimensionality of the spiritual world, then the question of the relationship between the concept and intuition immediately takes on an essentially more complex shape, Gestalt. As long as we remain within the ambit of the purely epistemo-critical question examining only the presuppositions and validity of basic scientific concepts, the world of sensible intuition and sensible perception will also be determined only with regard to these same concepts and evaluated as a preliminary stage to them. It is the germ from which the theoretical formations, Gebilde, of science are expected to unfold. However, the configurations that will emerge from it later are unwittingly already incorporated into the description of this germ. The structure of what is perceived and intuited is seen from the outset subspecies of the one-goal scientific objectivization, the theoretical concept of the unity of nature. So in the apparent receptivity of intuition, we find the spontaneity of the understanding, of precisely that understanding that, by virtue of its own lawfulness, is the condition for the pure cognition of nature, for the lawfulness of scientific experience and its object. As essential as this tendency toward the systematization of experience, toward the universal system of the cognition of nature, is for sensible intuition, it is, however, not the only meaning intention, Bedeutungsintention, that is contained in sensible intuition. For, the forms of thought, into which the exact scientific comprehension envelops the world of phenomena, are confronted by forms of another imprint and another direction of sense. We found one such form of spiritual vision, Schau, active in linguistic concepts as well as in mythical concepts. Measured by the concepts of rigorous science, linguistic concepts may appear to be mere preliminary concepts, Vorbegriffe, provisional formations, and the beginnings of thinking, while mythical concepts may simply appear as pseudo-concepts. This does not, however, prevent them from possessing a specific character and significance. They are also modes of spiritual sight, Sicht. They also divide the flowing, constantly uniform succession of phenomena and let them join together into fixed shapes, Gestalten. Language lives in a world of denominations, of phonetic symbols, with which it links a certain signification. And in that it holds fast to the unity and determinacy of these denominations, the manifold of sensible lived experiences that it strives to grasp and signalize take on a relative stability and come to a kind of standstill. The name introduces the initial element of constance and duration into this manifold, and the identity of the name is the preliminary stage in the anticipation of the identity of the logical concept. The configuration takes place diarrhently in the domain of myth, the objective world that is constructed here, which is glimpsed to something enduring and constant behind the infinite multiformity, Gestalt, of the phenomena of outward and inner perception, is a world of demonic and divine forces, a pantheon of animated and active beings, Wesen. In both cases, however, we find the same relationship that confronted us in the consideration and analysis of theoretical scientific cognition. No more than scientific cognition could disclose matter and form as separable components, existing independently of each other and pieced together subsequently and from without, can we discern any such separation when we return to the originary strata of language and myth. We never find naked sensation, as materia nuda, to which some form bestowing is adjoined. Rather, all that is graspable and accessible to us is the concrete determinacy, the living multiformity, of a perceived world, which is dominated and permeated through and through by certain modes of forming, formung. The most careful and accurate analyses of that primitive thinking on which myth rests have repeatedly clarified with unmistakable sharpness the following one conclusion: a specific mode and tendency of perception corresponds to this mode of primitive thinking. The mythical formations, Gebilde, do not resemble a colorful veil that merely obscures the empirical representation of things that nevertheless remain in force, bestehen bleiben. Behind this veil is a solid, immutable core. On the contrary, what constitutes the force of these formations, Gebilde, is that in them their proper and distinctive mode of intuiting and perceiving reality is given, one subject to entirely different conditions from that mode of apprehending reality that leads to the phenomenon of nature, as a whole, that stands under thoroughgoing empirical laws. Mythical perception knows nothing of such a nature, although it is by no means lacking in internal connections, in interconnections, in which the temporally and spatially separate appears as elements, as expressions and imprints of one and the same mythical sense. Analogously, the same is valid of language, for here too, it is one-sided and inadequate if we pursue what language achieves solely in the direction of its influence on thinking instead of considering as equally essential and original its influence on the construction and configuration of the world of perception. It is not initially in the construction, Fügung, and organization of the conceptual world but in the phenomenal structure of perception itself that the force of linguistic forming, Formung, perhaps most clearly and strikingly proves itself. Humboldt defines language genetically as the eternally repeated work of spirit to make the articulated sound capable of expressing thought. On the other hand, however, he leaves no doubt that this work of thought is intimately interwoven with the work on the world of intuition and on that of representation. By the same spiritual act by which the human spins language out of itself, the human spins itself into language so that in the end, the human communicates and lives with intuitive objects in no other manner than that shown by the medium of language. Once we have become thoroughly imbued with this basic insight, this gives rise to a world of more hidden and obscure problems of form that are in no way less significant for philosophy than those problems raised. Only by surveying the totality of these problems can we gain an insight into that immanent dynamic of spirit that advances beyond all the fixed boundaries that we tend to draw between its various faculties. In this dynamic, in the continuous movement of spirit, all-seeing, Sein, to speak with Goethe, passes directly into a considering, all considering into a musing, Sinnen, all musing, Sinnen, into a connecting, so that in every attentive glance into the world, we are theorizing. In the following considerations and investigations, it is a question of taking the concept of theory in the full breadth accorded it by these lines from the preface of Goethe's Theory of Colors. Theory cannot and must not be restricted to the scientific cognition of the world, let alone to a single, logically selected culminating point in it. Rather, we must seek it wherever a specific mode of configuration, of elevation, or Hebung, to a determinate unity of sense, is at work. Symbolic cognition and its significance for the construction of the world of objects, the particular nature of its concepts and the historical conditions of its development make it absolutely clear why philosophy should have been relatively late in drawing the totality of the problems of form involved in myth and language into the ambit of its consideration, that it should have for a long time avoided and even rejected these problems from its threshold. For the concept of philosophy attains its full force and purity only where the view of the world that is expressed in linguistic and mythical concepts is abandoned, where it is in principle overcome. The logic of philosophy first constitutes itself in this act of overcoming. To achieve its own maturity, philosophy requires the confrontation, Auseinandersetzung, with the linguistic and mythical worlds and the setting itself in dialectic opposition to both. Only in this way does philosophy succeed in the determination and assertion of its concepts of essence and truth. Even where, as in Plato, philosophy still makes use of myth as a form of expression and masters this form, it must stand outside and above this form. Philosophy must distinguish sharply and unambiguously pure logos from myth. Myth remains attached to the world of becoming and hence to the world of semblances, whereas the truth of beings, seen, the T, is alone apprehended in the pure concept. Philosophical cognition must first free itself from the constraints of language and myth. It must, as it were, eject these witnesses of human poverty before it can rise to the pure ether of thought. The scientific cognition of nature comes to apprehend its distinctive task in much the same way as pure philosophy. To find itself, it also had to first execute that great spiritual divorce, Scheidung, the intellectual crisis, through which it separated itself from myth and language. This act of separation, Trennung, designates the birth of philosophy, as it forms the starting point of empirical research and the mathematical determination of nature. In the beginnings of Greek philosophy, the two problems were still one and the same. Aristotle referred to the Ionian natural philosophers as the earliest physiologists. They discovered the concept of logos through the concept of physis. And even where the logos had become independent, even where, as among the Pythagoreans, it was apprehended as a pure numerical relationship and to this extent was detached from the material of sensible perception, it retained its relation to physis. Number was the ground and source of all truth. However, this truth itself is only in that it is embodiment, that it appears in sensible things themselves as their harmony, their measure and order. Again, this conceptually essential being, Wesenheit, this Wese and truth, of number, did not abruptly spring forth but had to be slowly and gradually wrestled out of a foreign world. The Pythagorean number, the number of mathematics and natural science, was first uncovered in a steady intellectual process. It was reclaimed from the domains of mythical magical number. The scientific cognition of nature had the same struggle with linguistic concepts as with mythical concepts. It could not simply take over the divisions and separations, the connections and combinations, Zusammenfassungen, as they are present in language, but they must be replaced by diarences and unities of an entirely diarent kind and an entirely other intellectual imprint. Whereas language is content with naming, science seeks determination. Whereas language stops at the ambiguity of the name, science seeks the unambiguousness of the concept. However, in that from its initial scientific beginnings, the cognition of nature carries out this requirement, it therefore underwent an even sharper break with the worldview of common experience. This cut, which is carried out here, not only separated the world of the word but separated also the world of immediate perception from the world of natural scientific objects. To penetrate to the sphere of these objects, to apprehend nature in its subjective being and objective determinacy, thought must leave not only the domain of names but also that of sensible sensation and sensible intuition behind it. One of the most original and fruitful features of Greek thinking, though the full significance of this fact is seldom appreciated, is that it performed both tasks at once. This was possible only because, by an equation that at first sight seems extremely strange and paradoxical, sensible reality was reinterpreted as a mere linguistic reality, a being of names. Whereas the common view of the world sees the most secure and unquestionable reality, Realität, a reality beyond any possible doubt, the philosophical view recognized the change and flux, the inconsistency and caprice of a mere nomenclature. All things that mortals have established, believing in their truth, says Parmenides in his didactic poem, are just a name becoming and perishing, being and not being, change of position, and alternation of bright color. And here the semblance of logos of language is combated from the side of pure thought, from the side of the true philosophical logos, and this struggle designates the beginning and prelude of the scientific concept of nature. Democritus immediately takes up here where Parmenides left off in the being of nature, the being of physis. He exhibits the same element that Parmenides had exhibited in pure thought, in logical being. The truth of nature, too, does not lie immediately before our eyes but is discovered only if we succeed in distinguishing the world of things, Sachen, from the world of words, the permanent and necessary from the accidental and conventional. And it is not only our linguistic designations that are accidental and conventional but also the entire region of our sensible sensations. Sweet and bitter tastes, as well as color and tone, exist only according to convention and truth. However, there are only atoms in empty space. And this coordination of sense qualities with linguistic signs, this reduction of their reality to a reality of names, is no merely isolated, historically conditioned feature in the emergence of the scientific concept of nature. It is no accident that we encounter exactly the same turn of phrase where this concept is rediscovered in the philosophy and science of the Renaissance and where it is grounded in diarent methodological presuppositions. Again, Galileo now separates objective determinations from merely subjective ones, primary qualities from secondary ones, in that he degrades the latter to the level of mere names. All the sensible properties that we customarily impute to a body, all the smells, tastes, and colors, are, in relation to the object in which we think of them as in hearing, nothing but words, by which we designate not the nature of the object itself but only its effect on us, on the sentient organism. Insofar as thought is directed toward a physical being, it must endow this reality with determinate characteristics of quantity, shape, and number. It must think it is one or many, large or small, endowed with this or that spatial extension and figure, figura. On the other hand, it does not belong to this being that it be apprehended as red or white, bitter or sweet, fragrant or malodorous, because all these denominations are only signs that we use for changing states of being that, however, are external and accidental to being itself. It would seem as though this methodological beginning of the scientific cognition of nature, once achieved, must in a certain sense also signify its methodological end. The scientific cognition of nature no longer seems to be able to advance beyond this goal nor to inquire beyond it. For if it did so, it would also exceed the concept of the object, thus gained, and would appear to face a hopeless regressus ad infinitum. Behind every being that gives itself as true and objective there would now arise another being without which it would be impossible to call a halt to this progress and so secure an absolutely solid, unassailable foundation of cognition. For the physicist at least, there was no necessity, indeed he did not seem to have the right, to cede to this progress into the indeterminate. At some point, the physicist required something determinate and definitive, and this he found when he touched the solid ground, Boden, of mathematics. Once he reached this stratum, beginning from the mere signs and semblance world of sense-sensation, he felt that he had won the right to stay there and take a rest, as it were. Even the modern physicist tends to dismiss any epistemological doubt as to the definitive character of his concept of reality. He finds a clear and conclusive definition of the actual when he defines, with Planck, the actual as the measurable. This domain of the measurable is and consists in itself, it bears itself and elucidates itself. The objectivity of the mathematical, the firm foundation of quantity and number, must not be shaken again, it must not be undermined and uprooted, as it were, by reflection. This dread of such an unrooting explains why natural science spurns the path of dialectical thinking, why the direction that is natural and appropriate to it consists of going back from observed appearances to principles in order to progress from principles to the inferences that can be deduced from them mathematically, not, however, in attempting to ground and legitimize these principles more deeply. Where science gives itself over to this, its first tendency, there is for it no sharp separation line between principles and objects, objecti. As the objectively valid, the principles form, at the same time, the actual in the true sense. Science is able at first to posit its basic determinations in no other way than by placing them before itself in tangible incarnations. There prevailed here, as it were, a methodological materialism that was by no means limited to the concept of matter but that can also be demonstrated in the other basic physical concepts, particularly that of energy. The power of this basic tendency shows itself anew throughout the history of natural scientific thinking, a striving to transpose function into substance, the relative into the absolute, quantitative concepts into thing concepts. However, the theoretical development that physics has taken in the last decade shows, of course, the beginning preparations of a reversal indeed. This reversal is perhaps that motive that gives all modern physics its methodological imprint. As long as the classical system of natural science, the system of Galilean Newtonian dynamics, possessed undisputed validity, the principles on which it rested appeared to be the fundamental laws of nature themselves. In the concepts of space and time, mass and force, action and reaction, as defined by Newton, the basic framework of all physical reality seemed to have been established once and for all. The imminent progress of the scientific cognition of nature has today increasingly cut the ground, Boden, from under this view. A single, as it were, rigid system of nature is replaced by systems that are to some extent open and mobile. The profound transformations that, in particular, the concept of substance has undergone, the progress from the physics of material mass to field physics, have now shown a new way for the critical self-awareness of physical knowledge, Erkenntnis. The same thinker who through his discoveries prepared the way and made possible, in terms of the pure content, the new electrodynamic worldview was also the author of a revolution of the mindset in the field of physical theory. Heinrich Hertz is the modern researcher who, in his Principles of Mechanics, initially and most decisively effected the turn from the picture theory, a bill theory, of physical knowledge, or Kenntnis, to a purely symbolic theory. The basic concepts of natural science no longer appear as mere copies and reproductions of immediate tangible givens, rather, they are represented as constructive projects, Entwurf, of physical thinking, as projects, Entwurf, whose theoretical validity and significance, Bedeutsamkeit, is not subject to any conditions other than the fact that their necessary consequences in thought, den notwendigen Folgen, must always be consistent with that which is observable in experience. In this sense, the whole world of physical concepts may now be defined as a world of pure signs, as was done by Helmholtz in his theory of cognition. If we compare this turn with the basic epistemological presuppositions of the classical theory of nature, a distinctive contrast emerges. For while Galileo grasped sense qualities as mere signs, puri nomi, he had torn them out of the objective worldview of natural science. They bore a conventional, accidental, and contingent character that contradicts the objective necessity of nature. Cognition must overcome and cast out everything that is merely significative, in order to penetrate to the actual, to the truly real. Now, however, the cut separating subjective appearance from objective concrete, objektiv gegenständlich, reality is carried out in a new sense. For neither sensation nor the mathematical physical concept any longer raises the aspiration to be immediately congruent with the being of things in the absolute sense. Both have a purely indicative, entzeigend, character. They are merely indices, of reality, and the only difference between them is that the indications, Enzeige, inherently contain a die-errant value, a die-errant theoretical significance and general theoretical validity. The concept of the symbol has, however, virtually become a center and focus of the whole theory of physical cognition. It has been recognized and designated as such particularly in Duhem's investigations into the object and structure of physics. For Duhem, this concept forms the actual dividing line between mere empiricism and strict physical theory. Empiricism can apparently content itself with apprehending individual facts as provided by sensible observation and linking them to one another in a purely descriptive manner. However, no such description of concrete sensible phenomena so much as approaches even the simplest form of a physical concept, not to mention the form of a physical law. For laws are never mere summaries of perceptible states of airs, through which the individual appearances are only strung onto a string. Rather, every law, as compared to immediate perception, comprises a muet, sas, a transition to a new form of reflection. This can occur only when the concrete data provided by observation are replaced with symbolic representations, which on the basis of certain theoretical presuppositions that the observer accepts as true and valid are thought to correspond to them. Every physical judgment must necessarily move in this circle that is by no means the mere constellation of a manifold of individual observable facts. Rather, it expresses a relation between abstract concepts and symbolic concepts. The significance of these concepts is not accessible to immediate sensation but can be determined and ascertained only by a highly complex intellectual process of interpretation. Precisely this process, this intellectual interpretation, constitutes the essence of physical theory. Thus, there always remains a cleavage, a kind of hiatus, between the world of facts and the world of physical concepts. To speak of an identity or similarity between the contents of these two worlds has no intelligible sense. Rather, there is always a disparity between the practical fact, which can actually be observed, and the theoretical fact, i.e., the formula in which the physicist expresses his observation. For between the two stands the whole, highly complex intellectual labor, by virtue of which a narrative about concrete occurrences and events is replaced by a judgment, which as such has a purely abstract significance and cannot be formulated except by the application of certain symbolic signs. Of course, this does not mean that the modern epistemology of physics, in opposition to the classical theory, renounces every claim of reality for the physical concepts. However, it does mean that it defines this claim die-errantly from them and must mediate it in a far more complex way. The cognition of the symbolic character of these concepts does not conflict with their objective validity. Rather, it forms an element in this validity itself and in its theoretical grounding. This opens up a great number of new problems whose solution we shall not enter into for the moment. For our introductory considerations, it is sufficient for the time being to bear the question in mind and assign it its systematic position within our investigation as a whole. The immediacy of inner experience, the object of psychology. The objection now arises, however, that our consideration here was bound to miss its goal because this goal lies external to the approach that we have up to now taken. When we ask whether there is any possibility that thinking may break through the stratum of the merely symbolic and significative, to apprehend behind it the immediate, unveiled reality, this goal, if it can be reached at all, obviously cannot be attained by way of outer experience. After all the progress made by epistemological analysis in the domain of modern physics, It is scarcely open to serious doubt that the cognition of the world of things is bound up with specific theoretical presuppositions and conditions, and that consequently the process of objectivization as it is undertaken in the cognition of nature is always at the same time a process of logical mediation, a process of mediatization. It now seems, however, all the more necessary to reverse the direction of the consideration. We should seek true immediacy not in the things outside us but in ourselves. Not nature, as the ensemble of objects in space and time, but our own I, not the world of objects, objecte, but the world of our existence, of our lived experience of reality, seems able to lead us to the threshold of this immediacy. Thus, if we wish to catch sight of reality itself, free from all refracting media, we must submit to the guidance of inner experience instead of outer experience. We shall never find the truly simple and ultimate element of all reality in things, however, no doubt it must be detectable in our own consciousness. Should not the analysis of consciousness lead us to something ultimate and original, neither susceptible of nor requiring any further dissection, something that may be clearly and unambiguously recognized as the originary existence, Erbstand, of all reality, Realität? With this question, we are brought to the point where metaphysics and psychology immediately come into contact and in which they seem to fuse indissolubly into one another. In the history of philosophy, this process of fusion is most clearly exhibited in Berkeley, whose Principles of Human Knowledge begins with a critique of language that is amplified into a critique of all purely conceptual abstract thinking. Abstraction is rejected because the more we rely on it, the more it threatens to enclose us to the circle of the merely mediated. For this reason, it can never become an organ of metaphysics, because metaphysical cognition aspires to be a theory of the immediate. We do not apprehend this immediate by abandoning ourselves to an investigation of nature, by reducing its appearances to laws and stating the laws in the formulas of mathematics. Rather, it discloses itself to us only if we reject this magic of conceptual formulas, if we take the world of inner perception as it shows itself to us before all artificial, abstract transformations. Pure experience, which is the sole source and kernel of all our cognition of reality, can never be sought somewhere other than in our simple, originary perceptions, Perceptionen, untouched by theoretical reinterpretations. The being of perception is the sole certain and utterly unproblematical originary datum of all cognition. A thorough reversal, a re-evaluation of all values, has taken place here, as compared with the epistemology on which classical natural science was based. To arm the reality, Realität, of its objects, Objecte, classical epistemology had to degrade sensation to subjective appearance and ultimately set it down as a mere name. Now, however, the opposite thesis is valid. Sensation has become the wholly real and matter a mere name. For Berkeley, precisely the natural scientific concept of matter, Materie, must serve as the prime example by which to uncover the weakness and impotence of abstract concept formation. Matter, Materie, is given in no individual perception. It is itself neither visible nor palpable. Thus, if we go back to its basic signification, nothing remains of it but a general idea, which, like all general ideas, possesses no archetype, or build, in things but simply dissolves into the generality of a word. At best, the concept of matter, Materie, yields a vague and elusive nominal definition of actuality, while its real definition is to be found only in the ambit of sensible impression, in its individual being a certain way, Saussane, and in its individual diarences, Diarensen. Thus, it is the critique of language that becomes the foundation for the critique of cognition. Berkeley distinguishes a double form of language to show by them the specific diarence and the character of validity of our cognitions. For him, perception itself, the entire ensemble of sensible phenomena, is valid as a form of language. However, in this form of language, we are dealing not with the conventional language of words and signs but rather with the original language in which the metaphysical originary being, Urwesen, God, speaks to the human. Scholastic logic, and the science that followed it and became more and more subservient to it, had, however, progressively turned away from this originary stratum of all truth and reality. It had replaced and repressed the intuitive language of the senses by the discursive language of general concepts. Only if we demolish the whole edifice that it has set up can we hope to apprehend and understand being in its concrete and original constitution, in the original elements, elemente, from which it is constructed. Thus, Berkeley's theory summons inner experience to battle against outer experience, psychology against physics. This strife runs through his whole philosophy and is expressed particularly in his continuous polemic against the foundation of Newton's mathematics and Newton's theory of motion. In the physics of the 19th century, however, there now occurs, compared with this basic view, a remarkable shift in the battlefront. Berkeley's theory of cognition, which contained the sharpest declaration of war by metaphysics against mathematical physics, now itself enters into the domain of physics. The foundation of physics and the revision of its principles were sought through this theory of cognition. The logic of cognition of objects, which had developed in close connection with the classical system of physics and which found its culmination ultimately in the Kantian system of transcendental philosophy, seemed to have abdicated once and for all in favor of psychology, and psychology now was constructed along strictly sensationalist lines as a pure elements psychology. This is the turn that in the theory of cognition of the 19th century was described in Mach's The Analysis of Sensation. Mach expressly states that the proper basic methodological intention of his theory is to sublate the arbitrary separation that had hitherto been made between inner and outer experience, between psychology and physics. He called for a body of principles that would make it possible to encompass the two in an immediate unity, which would relieve us of the necessity of transposing our whole world of concepts whenever we move from one domain to the other. And he found this common ground in the basic matter, STO, from which the psychological and physical worlds are woven, much as they may seem to differ in form. As soon as we go back to this matter, STO, as soon as we carry out the analysis to its end, to the ultimate elements, elementae, all artificial partitions that we have set up between inner and outward vanish. With our return to the originary stratum of sensible impression and its pure existence, we have left behind us all that is mediate and all that is significative, and with it all the equivocations, the ambiguity, and equivocation that the term being takes on in the abstract language of concepts. With regard to the originary lived experience, Erlebnis, of color and tone, taste and smell, the question of whether they belong to an inner or an outward reality loses all justification, indeed all sense the consistency, Bestand, in which all existence, Dasein, as such is grounded cannot be thought of as belonging to or reserved for a particular kind of existence. Thus, the pure positivist view solves the riddles in which the metaphysical view entangles us. The metaphysical claim to interpret and explain the world gives way to a pure description of the world. For Mach, as a physicist, psychologist, and theorist of cognition, there remained no doubt that this description had achieved its aim once it had replaced physical or psychological objects by pure complex elements, elementae, and their more or less stable combinations. The subsequent development of both physics and psychology has, however, in no way confirmed this confidence. For physics, it suisses here to recall the resolute opposition of a thinker of Planck's stature to Mach's theory of cognition. In it, he saw not so much the grounding as the complete dissolution of the true physical concept of the object. And the turn away from the basic assumptions of Mach's theory of elements, elementae, has perhaps been carried out even more sharply and clearly in the development of psychology. For the moment, we shall not enter into this development. We shall merely raise one objection to Mach's theory, the same objection that we have been compelled to make regarding every attempt to determine the mere matter, materie, of cognition outside and independently of all Formung. The most important thing, Goethe has said, is to recognize that everything factual is already theory. If this is valid of any factum, it is valid of simple sensation. Even the initial approach of Mach's theory is valid only if we concede its underlying assumption all the content, Gehalt, and the entire inventory, Bestand, of psychological formations, Gebilde, are confined to the consistent existence, Bestand, of their simple elements, Elementae, and can be derived from it. If, however, we examine the source of this assumption and the justification that Mach gives for it, we recognize to our surprise that it has its source not in immediate psychological experience but in Mach's view of the value and sense of the scientific method. Experience nowhere presents psychological formations, Gebilde, immediately as a sum of elementary sensations but instead presents them as undissected totalities, Ganzheiten, whether these are taken in the sense of complex qualities or of psychological gestalts. Mach did not completely overlook or ignore this circumstance, not at least after problem of Gestalt qualities had made their way into modern psychology. He still maintained, however, that without going back to the elements, elementae, to the originary data of sensible lived experience, we can gain no knowledge of psychological processes. For all knowledge consists not in the simple possession of a whole but in its construction from relatively simple states of airs. It constitutes its nature, Wesen, by the twofold process of analysis and synthesis, of separation and recombination. If we look into the origins of this conviction in Mach, it becomes clear that he is speaking not so much as an empirical psychologist but rather as a physicist. Galileo's classical theory of the resolutive compositive method as the necessary two basic elements in all cognition clearly resonates with him. In the domain of psychology, however, Mach did not practice the same sharp critique of this assumption as he had demanded in the field of physics. He denied the elements, elementae, of physics any right to present themselves as the expression of immediate actuality. For him, they were solely instrumental concepts. They are products of the economy of thinking that we cannot dispense with in describing natural occurrences but that we may not regard as the given contents of nature. With all his resulting skepticism regarding the reality, Realität, of atoms, however, Mach never lost his credulity in respect to the reality, Realität, of psychological elements, Elemente. Here lies the clear limit and paradox of his epistemological approach. For we should assume that the simplicity of sensation would be treated at least along the same lines as the simplicity of the atom. Indeed, we should expect him to exert even greater caution for a concept serving to describe the immediate reality of lived experience than for one that serves the presentation of the physical world of things. In Mach, however, this relationship is diametrically reversed. He never wearied of attacking the hypostatization of the concept of the atom, and he went so far in his philosophical attacks as often to underestimate the physical value of this concept and its utmost significance for any objective science of nature. Nowhere, however, does Mach seem to have objected seriously to the hypostasis of the concept of sensation. And yet clearly, at least in the sphere of pure experience, within the ambit of the psychological event, simple sensation is never encountered as a real occurrence. We need not deny the concept of simple sensation in all theoretical value whatsoever, as many modern psychologists seem to do. However, one thing is certain: it is the expression not of a fact but of a theoretical supposition. It is in no way immediately given but is posited, and it is posited based on a specific, already constructed preconception. Modern psychology has subjected these preconceptions to an exacting critique that reduces the supposed factuality of sensible elements, Elemente, to a theoretical prejudgment. The immediate in the sense of mere matter, Materie, has here again proven to be ellipted by an inner contradiction. The totality of psychological formations, Gebilde, cannot be dissected in such a way as to exhibit, in addition to the wholeness of the form, an amorphous something, a substrate beyond this form. If it were possible to expose such a substrate, then with this act of laying bare and isolation, this substrate would lose its significance, which it can have only as an element within an organized unity of sense, and this loss of significance would at the same time include the loss of its specific psychological reality, Realität. And from still another angle, it may be seen how little the positivist theory of cognition was able to express and to exhaust the truly positive, distinctive positing character of the psychological. For Mach, there was no doubt about the straightforward factuality of simple sensation, but also no doubt that the separation of the elementary contents of consciousness could be sharply divided into distinct sensible spheres. This separation is added by him directly into the content of the natural world concept. In that the world is given to us by way of immediate sensation, it breaks itself down, sich zerlegt, for us, in this very givenness itself, into a manifold of sensible impressions. With the what of the world, its how, its breaking up, auseinandergehen, into colors and tones, tastes and smells, sensations of temperature or muscular sensations, and so forth, is also unequivocally given. In truth, however, the phenomenon of perception, when it is taken in its basic original shape, in its purity and immediacy, shows no such decomposition, Zerlegung. It gives itself as an initially undivided whole, as a total lived experience, which is organized in some way but whose organization by no means contains its resolution, Zerfang, into disparate sensible elements, Elemente, in themselves. This separation occurs only when perception is no longer considered in its simple content, Gehalt, but is posited from a certain intellectual standpoint and judged accordingly. Only because it is no longer apprehended and determined according to its what, but questioned according to its whence, is there a necessity for its separation into relatively independent sensible spheres. Thus, this separation does not belong to the simple findings of conscious perception but already comprises a moment of reflection, of causal analysis. In that perception is considered with regard to its origins, Herkunft, to the conditions of its emergence, it breaks down, zerlegt, into different provinces, according to the diversity of these conditions. With each particular organ of perception, an independent world of perceptive contents is now correlated. To the eye now corresponds the world of colors, to the ear the world of tones, to the sense of touch and temperature the world of the rough and smooth, the cold and warm, etc. The fact that this analysis does not begin with the working out, Ausbildung, of science in the stricter sense but belongs already to the pre-scientific worldview must not tempt us into underestimating or denying its distinctive theoretical character. For not only the object world of physics but the thing world of pre-scientific experience is shot through with distinct motives of reflection, particularly with the motive of the causal interpretation of phenomena. And thus, even here, By a scarcely perceptible transformation, the genetic standpoint replaces the purely phenomenal standpoint, and actual or supposed difference in the origin, Ursprung, is read directly into the structure of perception. The empirical difference, in the conditions of the emergence of perceptions is looked upon as their natural, in fact their only, principle of classification. Critical philosophy, on the other hand, which cannot simply accept the natural worldview but which must inquire into the conditions of its possibility, has every reason to question this principle and at least to doubt its exclusive and self-evident character. This doubt in no way intends to contest the validity of the principle, but only recognizes this validity as specific and relative rather than as absolute, as a validity that is not so much given in the simple content of reality as belonging to a certain interpretation of reality. Again, positivism fails to recognize here the pure energy, the activity and spontaneity of form, in that it regards a difference of forming as a difference in content, as a difference in the inventory, bestand, and findings of the empirically given. The more stringently we take the positivist's own demand for pure description, the more we must, however, insist that the spheres of description and explanation must remain sharply separated from each other. We must insist that no motive pertaining to the causal comprehension of the world, no motive whose validity and necessity can only be justified and deduced based on this causal comprehension, shall be injected into the description of what is already encountered in there, voorgevonden und voorvinden. The sharp separation between the given and the thought has been an accepted finding for empiricism ever since Hume, and is also a basic demand of empiricism. Hume showed once and for all that the idea of causality in particular is not contained in the mere sensible impression and cannot be drawn from it by any kind of mediated inference. The positivistic theory of cognition, however, often forgets that this result is valid also in the opposite direction. In the final analysis, no element that is rooted in causal thinking and draws its nourishment from the eye now corresponds the world of colors to the ear, the world of tones to the sense of touch and temperature, the world of the rough and smooth, the cold and warm, etc. The fact that this analysis does not begin with the working out, Ausbildung, of science in the stricter sense but belongs already to the pre-scientific worldview must not tempt us into underestimating or denying its distinctive theoretical character. For not only the object world of physics but the thing world of pre-scientific experience is shot through with distinct motives of reflection, particularly with the motive of the causal interpretation of phenomena. And thus, even here, by a scarcely perceptible transformation, the genetic standpoint replaces the purely phenomenal standpoint, and actual or supposed difference in the origin, Ursprung, is read directly into the structure of perception. The empirical difference, in the conditions of the emergence of perceptions is looked upon as their natural, in fact their only, principle of classification. Critical philosophy, on the other hand, which cannot simply accept the natural worldview but which must inquire into the conditions of its possibility, has every reason to question this principle and at least to doubt its exclusive and self-evident character. This doubt in no way intends to contest the validity of the principle, but only recognizes this validity as specific and relative rather than as absolute, as a validity that is not so much given in the simple content of reality as belonging to a certain interpretation of reality. Again, positivism fails to recognize here the pure energy, the activity and spontaneity of form, in that it regards a difference of forming as a difference in content, as a difference in the inventory, bestand, and findings of the empirically given. The more stringently we take the positivist's own demand for pure description, the more we must, however, insist that the spheres of description and explanation must remain sharply separated from each other. We must insist that no motive pertaining to the causal comprehension of the world, no motive whose validity and necessity can only be justified and deduced based on this causal comprehension, shall be injected into the description of what is already encountered in there, voorgevonden und voorvinden. The sharp separation between the given and the thought has been an accepted finding for empiricism ever since Hume, and is also a basic demand of empiricism. Hume showed once and for all that the idea of causality in particular is not contained in the mere sensible impression and cannot be drawn from it by any kind of mediated inference. The positivistic theory of cognition, however, often forgets that this result is valid also in the opposite direction. In the final analysis, no element that is rooted in causal thinking and draws its nourishment from. However, if we take his position seriously, we find instead that the proper form of both modes of reality is misunderstood and basically negated. This negation becomes still more evident if we follow the modern empiricist framing of the problem back to its historical roots. Hobbes declares that perception forms the basic problem proper to philosophy prior to all phenomena is the fa?s. A. To appear, prior to all appearances, is the fact that something appears, the most wonderful and original fact of all? In the interpretation of this most original phenomena, however, he at once and quite consciously goes back to physical categories. He states as a principle that psychology can be raised to philosophical cognition only if it imitates the procedures of physics in its foundation as well as in its extension. For all philosophical cognition is A. Drawn from causes. However, we understand the cause of a thing only by making it come into being before our eyes, by constructing it from its simple components. To establish this thesis, Hobbes goes back explicitly to the form of Galilean natural science. However, he no longer restricts this form to any partial sphere of knowledge but demands its application to the entire field of the knowable, to psychology as well as to physics, to jurisprudence and politics as well as to logic and mathematics. Thus, for him, all thinking becomes arithmetic addition and subtraction. A further distinction, however, is made here between pure concepts, which as such are mere arithmetical signs, and the real, to which they ultimately refer the content with which the arithmetic deals and which it seeks to apprehend and determine. The concept as such has no other function than the mere indication of the actual, and it is so completely identified with that function that it can be distinguished in no way from the word of language, that it has no real significance aside from and beyond its merely nominal significance. Behind this world of the mere sign, Zeichen, stands, however, the world of the designated, Bezeichnete, and this can be nothing other than a world of bodies. Thus, the seemingly phenomenological approach beginning from the pure factual appearing itself suddenly turned into its opposite, into the thesis of the absolute reality of matter, materie, as alone knowable and real. Hobbes' empiricist successors combated this materialism on epistemological and metaphysical grounds. However, in a methodological sense, they too failed to overcome it. For their psychology was also thoroughly naturalistic. They also believed that before a phenomenon of perception could be described as such, it had to be broken up into parts, which were comprehended as independently existing things. The question of whether such a concept of elements, elemente, such a concept of the psychological atom, was itself adequate and admissible was not raised. The analogy of physics was taken as a guide to be followed unreservedly in all psychological considerations. Almost all scientific psychology of the 17th and 18th centuries remained within this sphere, holding that if it could establish the simple elements, elemente, of consciousness and discover the rules according to which they combine themselves into determinate associative groups, the nature, Wesen, of psychological reality would be revealed. Only one thinker stood aside here, so much so that at first his voice seems to have gone almost unheard. It was Herder who first embarked on a new road in his treatise on the origin of language and in his on the cognition and sensation of the human soul. His purely philosophical foundation was based on Leibniz's concept of the unity of consciousness as the unity of apperception. However, at the same time, he enriched this concept with all the concrete findings and insights that he had established in his own approach. He does not come from the theory of nature, nor from physics or physiology, but rather from the question as to the sense content, Sinshalt, of language. And he showed his originality and genius not by seeking to harness language to the traditional psychological categories, but instead, by living in it, by concretely understanding and reinterpreting it. He in fact first discovered its adequate spiritual categories. A new stream of thinking thus establishes itself in the phenomenology of perception, and it immediately demonstrated its vitalizing and fructifying force. As the guiding principle of orientation is no longer sought in the domain of the cognition of nature but in that of the philosophy of language, the signs, Fortzeichen, of contemplation, as it were, alter. In the cognition of nature, it may seem meaningful, even appear necessary, to let the knowledge of the parts precede the knowledge of the whole, to ground the reality, Realität, of the whole in that of the parts. This road, however, is closed to the examination and spiritual fathoming, or Gründung, of language. For the specifically linguistic sense forms an indivisible unity and wholeness. It cannot be constructed piecemeal from individual components, from individual words. Rather, inversely, the individual word assumes the whole of the sentence and can be interpreted and understood only through it. If we now apply this point of view to the problem of perception, if we let the unity of the sense of language serve as our guide in order to determine according to its model, Vorbild, the particular nature of sensibility, then a diarrhea image, Bild, of sensibility will arise. We then recognize that the isolated sensation, like the isolated word, is a mere abstraction. Actual lived perception consists just as little of colors or tones, tastes or smells, as the sentence consists of words, the word of syllables, the syllable of letters. From here, Herder, as a philosopher of language, proceeds to negate and tear down the barrier that the analytical psychology of his time had erected between the individual regions of the senses. How, he asked, would the linguistic sound be able to designate and represent all these regions, if there were actually such an original estrangement, Fremdheit, between its own contents, between the world of tones and the contents of the remaining senses? On the basis of this presupposition, should not every linguistic expression appear as an incomprehensible and unjustified transition, as the strangest sort of muet? Says? A change into another genus? Herder removes this doubt by contesting its theoretical foundation, the traditional system of psychological classification. How, he asks, are sight and hearing, color and word, scent and sound, connected? And his first answer to this question is that we must seek this interconnection not so much in the direction of the object as in the opposite direction, not in terms of the thing of the outside world but in terms of the eye, the subject of perception. Objectively considered, the data of the diverse senses seem to lie completely apart from each other. However, what then are these properties in the objects? Are they merely sensible sensations in us, and as such do they not all flow into one? A thinking sensorium commune, that is merely touched from different sides, there lies the explanation. To designate this unity and wholeness of sensible consciousness, which we must think of as preceding any division into different sensory spheres, into a world of the visible, the audible, the tangible, Herder goes back to the term feeling. In feeling, we do not grasp, or griffen, all those differences, according to which we tend to divide sensation into classes, as static givennesses, but here we apprehend, erfassen, them, as it were, in stata nascendi, in the nascent state. In place of the congealed difference, there still prevails here the pure dynamic of consciousness, that original flowing and weaving that contains within it the possibility of all the configurations to come. Feeling lies at the basis of all the senses, and this already gives to the most diverse sensations such an inward, strong, inexpressible bond that the strangest appearances emerge from this combination. I am familiar with more than one example in which people, perhaps due to an impression from childhood, by nature could not but through a sudden onset immediately combine with this sound the color, with this appearance that quite different, obscure feeling, which in the light of leisurely reason's comparison has no relation with it at all, for who can compare sound and color, appearance and feeling? We are full of such combinations of the most diverse senses. If it were possible for us to halt the chain of our thoughts and look at each link for its combination, what oddities, what strange analogies among the most diverse senses does the soul nevertheless commonly assume? In the case of sensible creatures who have sensation through many different senses simultaneously, this collecting together of ideas is unavoidable, for what are all the senses but mere modes of representation of a single positive force of the soul? With much effort, we learn to separate them in use, but in a certain basis they still function together. All dissections of sensation in the case of Bones, Condillacs, and Bonnet's sensing human being are abstractions. The philosopher has to neglect one thread of sensation in pursuing the other, but in nature all these threads are a single web. These lines of Herder may seem at first to be no more than an isolated aperçu and, in relation to his basic theme, a mere parergon. They nevertheless place us at an important turning point not only in psychology but also in the whole development of intellectual history. For it is the earliest setting up of that great confrontation, Auseinandersetzung, that extends down to our own time and that has given all modern and contemporary psychology its specific methodological imprint. It begins the struggle between a psychology that takes its essential orientation from the procedures of natural science and whose methods of observation and analysis it seeks to imitate as faithfully as possible, and another form of psychological consideration that aims above all at providing a foundation for the human sciences, Geisteswissenschaften. Herder did not arrive at his conclusions by way of empirical psychology, rather, he was guided by his great intuition of spiritual life as a whole, which, with all its richness and wealth of concrete individual manifestations, he sought to derive one fundamental force, from a common root in humanity. He believed this unity to be threatened by the abstractions of the psychological analyst. Here the psychology of the storm and stress period, which pressed for a living apprehension of the whole of the psychological, seelish, event, arose in opposition to that incarisus naturae, manipulating nature, that takes in hand only its parts. What Herder sought was not the unity of the object of nature, as it was constituted by the methods of objectivizing science, but rather the unity of humanity, humanitat. He followed Hamann, whose basic intuition Goethe summed up in the statement that everything that the human undertakes to accomplish in deed and word must spring from a union of all its energies. Kräften, everything isolated is bad. Thus, the outlook on the world of objective spirit, the basic problems of the philosophy of language, aesthetics, and the philosophy of religion, has received a new decisive impulse from the psychology and phenomenology of perception. Since then, the central proposition, from which Herder started, has been increasingly confirmed and corroborated from the perspective of psychological empiricism. It has become increasingly clear that the analysis, Zerlegung, of the senses into sharply distinct spheres separate from each other in no way belongs to the original consistency, Bestand, of perception, that rather this decomposition, Zerlegung, vanishes more and more the further we return to the primitive configurations of consciousness. For a distinguishing and essential feature would appear to be precisely that nowhere here does there exist those sharp dividing lines that we customarily draw between the sensations of the diverse senses. Perception forms a relatively undifferentiated whole, from which each of the regions of the senses has not yet been separated out and accentuated in any true sharpness. Modern developmental psychology has demonstrated this fact by a wealth of examples from the psychology of animals, children, and native peoples. In all these perceptual worlds, the spheres of visual and auditory sensations, of smell and taste, show a far more intimate interpenetration, an entirely other interweaving than is the case in our theoretical perception with its clearly accentuated qualities of things. On the other hand, however, this interconnection is by no means limited to primitive consciousness but is retained far beyond it. Even in developed consciousness, the appearances of so-called synesthesia, such as the phenomena of colored tones, colored numbers, colored smells, or colored words, are by no means mere anomalies but reveal a certain attitude, a general character of conscious perception. Color and tone, Werner summarizes the facts, are conscious here in a sense like originary lived experience in which the specifically optical matter of color and the specifically acoustic matter of tone do not yet exist. This unity of tone and color is possible because the two have not yet become substantially differentiated or only slightly. Thus, it was empirical psychology itself that gradually shattered its own dream of being able to grasp and understand the actual by dissolving it into its ultimate sensible elements, elemente, the primal data of sensation. These givennesses have instead proven to be hypostases, so that the theory that seemed determined to ensure the victory of pure experience over mere construction, of sensibility over the abstract concept, actually contains in itself an unmistakable and irreducible residue of conceptual realism. Thus, once again the matter, materie, of the actual, with whose establishment we began, seems to slip, as it were, through our fingers the moment that we seek to grasp it. Is there, then, no objective necessity that governs the play of our inner and outer experience? Or instead of seeking forever new solutions to the question of this matter, materie, should we not radically reformulate the question? Intuitive and symbolic cognition in modern metaphysics. There still remains, however, one domain into which we have not yet ventured, and here, if anywhere, we may hope for a definitive clarification and appeasement of our doubt. To anyone who has lost their naive confidence in experience, who has learned to see it with critical eyes, it must seem almost self-evident that experience, insofar as it is understood as scientific experience, as the empiricism of psychology or physics, cannot dispel this doubt. For obviously, science can never jump over its own shadow. It is constituted by certain basic theoretical presuppositions. However, for this reason, it also remains bound to it and within it as if imprisoned in walls of iron. Is there not, however, outside of scientific methodology, even in strict opposition to it, another possible way of breaking the walls of this prison? Is all reality, realitate, actually accessible and comprehensible to us only through the medium of scientific concepts? Or is it not rather evident that a thinking that, like scientific thinking, moves only in derivations and in the derivations of derivations can never lay bare the actual and ultimate roots of being? This does not cast any doubt on the consistent existence of such roots. Everything that is relative must ultimately rest on an absolute and be grounded in it. If this absolute conceals itself from science and flees from it, then this shows only that science lacks the proper organ for the cognition of reality. We do not apprehend the actual by attempting to attain it step by step over the painful detours of discursive thinking. Rather, we must place ourselves immediately at its center. Such immediacy is denied to thinking. It is given only to pure looking, schauen. Pure intuition, accomplishes what logical discursive thought can neither achieve nor, in fact, aspire to achieve once it has recognized its nature. When we seek to express the essence of logical schematism in general terms, we find that it goes back to a schematism of space. All-comprehending, Begriffen, that is at work here takes place according to the analogy of spatial apprehending, Erfassen. Thinking has its object in this sphere only by placing itself at a certain distance from it and by considering it from this distance. Thus, every union with the object, however close, Here signifies eo ipso a separation from it altogether-ness, by Zaman, becomes apartness, aseinander. If instead of this, there is to be a true unity, in which being and knowledge no longer merely stand opposed but in which they truly permeate each other, then there must be a basic form of knowledge that has overcome this type of spatialization, of positing of distance, distanssetzung. Cognition can be called metaphysical in the strict sense only if it has freed itself from the constraint of spatial symbolism, which no longer apprehends being, seen, in spatial metaphors and images but stands amid being, seen, and there remains in an attitude of pure inner vision, innenschau introspection. These sentences paraphrase the basic conception of Bergson's theory. In one of his earliest works, which gives the clearest insight into the genesis of his ideas, Bergson has formulated his problem in exactly the following way: metaphysics, he declared, is the science that claims to dispense with symbols. La métaphysique est, la science qui prétend passer de symboles. Only the moment, Augenblick, in which we are able to forget everything that is merely symbolic, in which we tear ourselves away from the spell of the language of words, Wortsprache, and the language of spatial images and analogies, does true reality touch us. The separations that the symbolism of language and of abstract concept introduce into the actual may seem necessary and inevitable. However, they are not the actual in the sense of pure cognition but only for the purpose of action. The human being is able to actively act on the world only by disassembling it into pieces, by breaking it down, zerlegt, into individual spheres of action and objects of action. Where, by contrast, our relationship to the world is not absorbed in such externality of action but sought instead in the interiority of looking, schauen, where we do not want to actively change the world but understand it intuitively, we must break ourselves free from all abstract separations. In place of the discretion in which all the work of concepts moves and in which it entangles us more and more as it progresses, now life itself holds us in its unbroken unity and continuity instead of remaining in the mere separation and juxtaposition that belongs to the nature, Wesen, of spatial representation. We are immersed in the flow of becoming, in pure duration. Thus, Bergson's theory is perhaps the most radical rejection of the value and justification of symbolic forming, Formung, that has ever emerged in the history of metaphysics. This act of forming, Formung, now appears as the real veil of Maya. However, this verdict is of course based on a tacit assumption, without which it must at once become problematic. Bergson's critique of the symbol is based on the fact that he considers all symbolic forming, Formung, as not only a process of mediation but also one of reification. The thing form appears to him to be the prototype of all mediated apprehension of reality. It is, therefore, a necessary inference only when, as a matter of principle, Bergson removes the absolutes of the pure I and pure duration from this sphere, when he seeks to protect the unconditioned, unbedingt, from the violation by the category of thingness, Dinglichkeit, and save it from being fixed by it. Are the means of thinking and comprehending, which were created for the description of physical being, the tangible spatial being, and which are adequate for this description, capable of apprehending the reality of the I, which is never given to us otherwise than in the flowing movement of pure time? How can we hope to come closer to the nature, Wesen, of life by artificially interrupting its flow and stream, by dividing it into classes and genera? This nature, Wesen, defies all conceptual classifications instead of the similarity, which must always be presupposed when the distinctive is subordinated to the unity of a genus. We encounter here a thoroughgoing heterogeneity. Precisely this infinite heterogeneity separates the authentic and original process of life from all its products. Thus, the stream of life cannot be captured in the mesh of the network of empirical theoretical concepts. It constantly slips through them and flows beyond them. In this sense, every imprinted form appears for Bergson as the enemy of life. Form is essentially limitation, whereas life is essentially boundlessness. Form is isolation and stagnation, whereas the movement of life as such has only relative stopping places. However, we must now ask, does this biological view of reality exhaust the whole of its manifestations, or does it not rather depict only a partial aspect of it? Bergson's theory has one point in common with Schelling's philosophy of nature, by which it was indirectly but decisively influenced. It sets vitalism against mechanism, nature in the subject against nature in the object. In his methodological proof that it is impossible to apprehend the subject, that one cannot determine it through the categories valid for the world of things, Bergson uses the same arguments that Schelling formulated in his first book, On the I as a Principle of Philosophy. However, subjectivity itself, the world of that pure I that we ascertain in intuition, remains with Bergson restricted to an essentially smaller sphere than it is with Schelling. For this nature, which, like Bergson, he regarded as a creative development, is nothing other than the development toward spirit. The formative activity of spirit, as it demonstrates itself in its highest creations, in the creation of language and myth, religion, art, and cognition, is a continuation and intensification of the forming activity of nature. Spiritual form does not conflict with organic form but is rather the fulfillment, the maturest fruit of the organic itself. For Bergson, however, there is no longer any such superordination of the spiritual world over the natural world. For him, nature is entirely self-suicide. It stands in pure substantiality on itself alone and should be understood through itself alone. Although Bergson never wearies of stressing here the opposition between the path of metaphysical intuition, and that of natural scientific empiricism, he shows himself to be the son of a naturalistic era, with its orientations and limitations. For it is a hallmark of naturalism that all true spontaneity, all productivity and originality, is reserved for the aeon vital, the pure life impulse, while the work of spirit is assigned a purely negative significance. This work erects, as it were, only the rigid dikes and dams against which the stream of life forever breaks and which cause it in the end to dry up. Is not, however, this image, like a host of other images and metaphors that give Bergson's presentation its characteristic imprint, not itself borrowed from the world of spatial existence and spatial motion and therefore inadequate for the expression of the dynamic of spirit? In the spiritual sphere, and this forms one of the most significant moments in the determination and demarcation of that sphere, the concept of objectivity undergoes a turn and a transformation that no longer permits it to be equated in any sense with the thing concept of naive realism or even to be compared with it analogically. For what concerns the central questions here is not so much the objectivity of existence as the objectivity of significance. And, with this change, Wechsel, in orientation, the dualism on which Bergson's entire metaphysics is cast shifts into a new light. For while that originary phenomenon of the I, that lived experience of pure duration that for Bergson forms the starting point and key for all metaphysical cognition, can be separated from all forms of empirical tangible reality and in principle set over against them, this division and separation, however, is not possible in the same sense in light of the forms in which an objective content, Gehalt, of signification is given to us. Compared to the mere world of things, the pure I may in a sense withdraw into its absolute solitude and interiority in order to apprehend and arm its own original vitality and mobility. It achieves its own shape only by forgetting and persistently rejecting all schemata drawn from the world of things. The world of objective spirit, however, never and nowhere shows this character of mere limit. If the I, as a spiritual subject, enters into the medium of the objective spirit, this does not signify an act of alienation, Entäußerung, but an act of self-discovery, sich selbst finden, and self-determining, sich selbst bestimmen. The forms to which it surrenders itself here are not an inhibition to its movement, but rather, they are the vehicles of its self-movement and self-unfolding. For they alone make possible that great process of the setting asunder, Auseinandersetzung, of the I and world that is the necessary condition that the I not only is but knows itself. Bergson's metaphysics starts from the pure phenomenon of life, which can be grasped only through emancipation from all forms of knowledge. However, it would not be metaphysics, it would not be philosophical cognition, if it did not at the same time promise a knowledge of life. Yet, on closer scrutiny, his philosophy, which purports to be grounded purely in intuitive vision, Schau, nevertheless lacks that very element that could render intelligible the possibility of such a vision. Schau, a self-awareness, Selbsterfassung, of life is possible only if it does not simply remain absolutely within itself. It must give itself form precisely by this alterity of form. It gains if not its reality, Wirklichkeit, then its visibility, Sichtigkeit. To detach the world of life absolutely from the world of form and oppose the two means nothing other than to separate its reality from its visibility. However, does not this separation itself belong to the class of those artificial abstractions against which Bergson's metaphysics attacked from the beginning? Must all form as such necessarily signify veiling, Verhüllung, rather than manifestation, Ausprägung, and revelation? To determine the basic tendency of metaphysical intuition, and elucidate its nature, Wesen, Bergson often resorts to comparisons with artistic intuition. Did not Felix Ravison, his preceptor, go so far as to call art a figured metaphysic, une métaphysique figurée, and metaphysic a reflection on art? However, even in artistic activity, above all, clearly any attempt to separate the act of internal vision, Schau, from the outer configuration, Gestaltung, must necessarily fail here. The visioning, Schauen, itself is already a forming, Gestalten, just as the forming, Gestalten, remains a pure visioning, Schauen. Manifestation, Äußerung, never contains something supplementary and relatively accidental that follows a finished and given inner model, forebuilt. Rather, the inner image, built, acquires its content, Gehalt, only in that it condenses itself into a work, and in the work, steps toward the outside. The same is true of that universal creative process by virtue of which the world of spirit, as a world of mediations, emerges from the immediate unity of life. A metaphysics that emphasizes in these necessary mediations no other moment than that of separation, decline, upfall, and estrangement, and from true reality, remains in the spell of mystification that Kant has identified as one of the sophistications of human reason and designated by a famous comparison. This spell consists in supposing that the actus purus, the energy of pure movement of life, must be manifested most fully where this movement is still left entirely to itself, where it encounters no resistance in a world of forms, and in forgetting that such resistance constitutes an element and a condition of this very movement itself. The forms in which life expresses, äußern, itself and by virtue of which it obtains its subjective shape, signify for this very resistance how it designates its indispensable reverberation. If they posit limits to it, still they are those in which it becomes conscious of its force and learns to use this force. The apparent counterforce thus becomes the impulse of the movement as a whole, the direction toward the outwardness, Äußerlichkeit, not of things but of forms and symbols, marks out the path by which pure subjectivity first finds itself. Let us, however, break here and for the present refrain from entering into the circle of problems that assail us here from all sides. The aim of this introductory consideration was not intended to solve these problems, rather, it was only to identify the difficulties, to point out the distinctive dialectic inherent in the mere question of the immediate, unmittelbar, regardless of the direction from which it is raised. We have seen that neither the theory of cognition nor that of metaphysics, neither speculation nor experience, whether understood as outer or as inner experience, is able to wholly master this dialectic. The conflict can be moved further back and can be shifted from one position of the spiritual cosmos to another. However, it cannot in this way be resolved once and for all. There remains for philosophical thinking no other way forward than to content itself with a premature solution. There is nothing it can do but resolutely take this very conflict upon itself. The paradise of immediacy is closed to this thinking. It must, to quote a phrase from Kleist's article in the Marionette Theatre, journey round the world and see whether it may not be open somewhere in the back. For this, it is necessary that this journey round the world encompass the actual whole of the globus intellectualis, that the determination of what this theoretical form is such is to be taken not from one of its individual achievements but rather with an eye to the totality, Gesamtheit, of its possibilities. However much any attempt to absolutely transcend the domain of form fails, this domain should not merely be touched on here and there but traveled from end to end. If thought cannot directly grasp the infinite, it should at least explore the finite in all directions. Beginning with the simple expressive value of perception and from the representative, character of representation, Vorstellung, in particular the representation, Vorstellung, of space and time, and continuing just to the general interpretation of the sense, Sinndeutung, of language and theoretical cognition, the following investigations seek to show that a more uniform interconnection exists here. The character of this interconnection can be designated and made known only by following its construction, and through this construction, discerning that, diverse and even antithetical, as its individual phases are, it is nevertheless governed and guided by one and the same basic spiritual function. Part 1. The expressive function and the world of expression. I. Subjective and objective analysis. The simplest and surest way to demonstrate the significance that the general symbolic function possesses for the configuration of theoretical consciousness would seem to be to turn to the highest and most abstract achievements of pure theory. For in them, the interconnection stands out in full brightness and clarity. We find that all theoretical determination and all theoretical mastery, Bewältigung, of being is bound to the fact that thought, instead of turning directly to reality, must set up a system of signs and learn to make use of these signs as substitutes, Stellvertreter, for objects. Only insofar as this function of substitution, Stellvertretung, prevails does being begin to become an ordered whole, a framework, Gefüge, that can be clearly surveyed. The more it is able to successively repräsentieren, their content in this way, the more the particular being and the particular event show themselves permeated by general determinations. In that thought pursues these determinations and goes on to symbolically present each of them, thought obtains an increasingly complete model of being and its theoretical structural whole. To be sure of this structure, thought no longer needs to reach for the individual objects and to arrange them before itself in their full concretion and sensible reality. Instead of devoting itself to individual things and events, it seeks and apprehends a totality, Ganze, of relations and connections instead of individual material details. A world of laws opens up to it. In the form of signs, in the possibility to operate with them in a certain way and to connect them in accordance with fixed and constant rules, thinking unfolds its own form, the character of its theoretical self-certainty. The retreat into the world of signs forms the preparation for the decisive breakthrough, by which thought conquers its own world, the world of the idea. It was Leibniz who, in the construction of his logic, metaphysics, and mathematics, first recognized in full sharpness the relationship that prevails here and drew conclusions from this insight. For him, the problem of the logic of things, Sachin, is indissolubly connected with the problem of the logic of signs. The scientia generalis requires the characteristica generalis as its instrument and vehicle. This, characteristica generalis, does not refer directly, unmittelbar, to things themselves but to their representatives, representanten. It deals not so much with the res, thing, as with the notae rerum, notes of things. This state of affairs, however, in no way detracts from its thoroughly objective content, Gehalt. For the pre-established harmony that, according to the central thought of Leibniz's philosophy, prevails between the world of the ideal and the world of the real also connects the world of signs with the world of objective significations. The actual is subject without restrictions to the rule of the ideal, a real ni les pas de se gouverner, par l'idéal et l'abstrait. On the other hand, however, this rule of thought over the sensible world cannot manifest and assert itself without, to a certain extent, thought assuming the color of the sensible world, without itself being made sensible and corporeal. The analysis of the actual leads back to the analysis of ideas and the analysis of ideas to that of signs. Thus, in one stroke, the concept of the symbol has become the spiritual focus, the focal point of the intellectual world. In it, the guidelines of metaphysics and of the general theory of cognition run together. In it, the problems of general logic and those of the particular theoretical sciences are linked. In particular, the exact sciences are drawn wholly into its spell, since the measure of their exactness lies precisely in the fact that they admit only such statements as may be transposed into signs and, moreover, into those signs whose sense can be strictly and unequivocally defined. Step by step, the development of the exact sciences in the 19th and 20th centuries has brought this ideal of cognition closer to its fulfillment. From the basic ideas of the Leibnizian characteristic grew the ideas of modern symbolic logic, and from them has a fundamentally new configuration of mathematics in turn grown. Mathematics stands today at a point where it can nowhere dispense with the help of symbolic logic, and indeed the works on the principles of modern mathematics, particularly the works of Russell, make it seem more and more questionable whether, aside from symbolic logic, mathematical theory can still lay claim to any special position or right of its own. Just as the concept of the symbol formed for Leibniz the vinculum substantial bond, as it were, between his metaphysics and his logic, so too in modern scientific theory does it form the vinculum substantial between logic and mathematics as well as between logic and the exact cognition of nature. It proves everywhere to be the strict spiritual bond that cannot be severed without likewise destroying the essential content, Gehalt, along with the form of exact knowledge. If the concept of the symbol is to be regarded in this way as constitutive of the concept of exact cognition, however, then this would seem to imply that it must be restricted to this sphere. If the concept of the symbol indeed initially unlocks the domain of the theoretical and the exact, then it would seem that it must remain confined to this domain and unable to pass or see beyond it. For the world of the abstract concept, it may be possible and even necessary for exact cognition to imprison itself in a world of signs. However, as highly as we may esteem the rational perfection that the concept achieves through this union with signs, it cannot be overlooked that cognition achieves this perfection only at its end. Having set out to survey the whole of cognition, of the totality of its forms, are we justified in restricting our attention to this end, instead of including at the same time its beginning and its middle? All conceptual cognition is necessarily based on intuitive cognition and all intuitive cognition on perceptive cognition. Should we not also seek the achievement of the symbolic function in these preliminary stages of conceptual thinking, whose particular nature seems to consist in the fact that in place of mediated and discursive knowledge, they harbor in themselves an immediate certainty? Would it not be an offense against this immediacy, a totally unjustified intellectualization of intuition and perception, if we were to seek to extend the rule of the symbolic over them? If we immediately encounter the problem of the symbol at the threshold of pure conceptual cognition, then must we not recognize on the other hand that it emerges only at this threshold? What seems to separate the concept once and for all from perception and intuition is precisely that it can content itself with mere representative, representative, signs, while perception and intuition possess an entirely different and even opposite relationship to their object. They are supposed at least to stand in direct contact with this object they refer to the thing, Zaka, itself, not to a merely representative sign. To question or ease this boundary between the immediacy of perception or intuition and the immediacy of logical discursive thinking would be to disregard one of the most secure insights of the critique of cognition, to abandon a truly classical differentiation, growing out of a centuries-old tradition. In the well-known sentences that form the To the Transcendental Aesthetic, Kant has also fixed this difference and made it a point of departure for all further analyses. And yet if we follow the guidelines prescribed by our fundamental systematic problem, a new question arises for us at this point. From the standpoint of this problem, the cut between the different faculties on which theoretical cognition is based and from which it is constructed must be undertaken in an essentially different way from that of traditional psychology or epistemology. The analysis of language and that of myth have granted us an insight into the basic forms of symbolic apprehending and symbolic forming, Gestalten, which by no means coincide with the form of conceptual abstract thinking but instead possess and preserve an entirely different imprint. From this, it follows that the symbolic purely as such, understood in its entire breadth and universality, is by no means restricted to those systems of pure conceptual signs formulated by the exact sciences, and particularly by mathematics and the mathematical cognition of nature. The world of these conceptual signs initially confronts the formations, Gebilde, of language and those of myth as something entirely incomparable, and yet, a common determination emerges insofar as they all belong to the sphere of presentation, Darstellung. Thus, the specific difference, that exists here does not preclude the belonging, Zugehörigkeit, to a common genus and the belonging together, Zusammenhörigkeit, in it but rather presupposes and requires it. Each of the image worlds of myth, the phonetic formations, Gebilde, of language, and the signs that serve exact cognition determines a unique dimension of presentation, Darstellung, and only taken in their totality do all these dimensions constitute the whole of the spiritual visual space, Serum. We lose sight of the whole if we restrict the symbolic function in advance to the plane of conceptual, abstract knowledge. We must recognize rather that this function does not belong to an individual stage of the theoretical worldview but conditions and sustains this view in its totality. Not only the realm of the concept but the realms of intuition and perception are so conditioned, thus, in truth, intuition and perception also belong to the sphere of spontaneity and not to that of mere receptivity, and they show an ability not only to receive impressions from outside but also to form, Gestalten, them in accordance with their own distinctive laws of formation. These three original sources of cognition, on which, according to the critique of pure reason, the possibility of experience in general is based, sense, the power of the imagination, and understanding, thus prove, when considered from the standpoint of the problem of the symbol, to be interrelated and linked to one another in a new way. This connection by no means sublates the differentiation as such. The boundaries of the different domains are not aced or blurred, but notwithstanding these boundaries, a new order is now established, a fixed nexus between the different individual phases through which theoretical consciousness must pass through before it arrives at its conclusive and definitive shape, Gestalt. Before we can follow this progress and gradation in detail, however, we must answer a preliminary question of a general methodological character. When we inquire into the form and construction of theoretical consciousness, the use of this term is already encumbered with difficulties of all sorts. For the concept of consciousness seems to be the very proteus of philosophy. It appears in all of its different problem domains. However, it never exhibits the same shape but rather is comprehended in a perpetual change of significance. It is claimed by metaphysics as well as by the theory of cognition, by empirical psychology as well as by pure phenomenology. From this manifold inner bond, border disputes arise and ignite that are fought between the different regions of philosophical thinking. For our own basic systematic question, the danger of becoming embroiled in these difficulties is particularly acute, since it is by no means established from the start to which one of the conflicting domains or problem belongs. The question that the philosophy of symbolic form sets itself is connected by strong threads with other questions that are traditionally attributed to the theory of cognition or psychology, to phenomenology or metaphysics. No matter how much it may lay claim to a kind of methodological autonomy in its approach, no matter how much it must attempt to work independently and secure the ground soil, Boden, on which it establishes itself, it can never dispense with a constant view of all these domains. If the combination that repeatedly arises here is not to lead to a mixture, the sense in which it is to be sought and understood must be clear. If we first consider psychology, Here the dividing line seems easy to draw as long as we see the task of psychology solely as providing the empirical causal explanation of the phenomena of consciousness. For like the pure critique of cognition in particular, the philosophy of symbolic forms on the whole inquires not into the empirical source of consciousness but into its pure consistent existence. Instead of pursuing its temporal causes of origin, Entstehungsursachen, the philosophy of symbolic forms is oriented solely toward what lies within it, toward the apprehension and description of its structural forms. Language, myth, and theoretical cognition are all taken as basic shapes, Gestalten, of objective spirit, whose being it must be possible to disclose and understand purely as such, independently of the question of its having become THIRD-WORLDISM. We are in the sphere of the general transcendental question, in the sphere of that methodology that only takes the quid facti of the individual forms of consciousness as its starting point and goes on to inquire after their significance, their quid juris. Nevertheless, on the other hand, Kant himself repeatedly stressed that this transcendental method contains within it two different directions of inquiry. The one side refers to the objects of the pure understanding, Verstand, and is supposed to demonstrate and make comprehensible the objective validity of its concepts a priori. The other side deals with the pure understanding, Verstand, itself, concerning its possibilities and the powers of cognition on which it itself rests, thus it considers it in a subjective relation. He was able in this way to combine the subjective deduction with the objective deduction, without fear of relapsing into psychological idealism, because for him, the sense of subjectivity itself had been decisively transformed. For him, pure subjectivity has so little to do with the character of the individual, with the empirical and accidental, that it becomes the source and origin of all true general validity. The subjectivity of space and time serves to ground and secure the objectivity of mathematics, of the principles of geometry and arithmetic. And similarly, he returns to the transcendental unity of apperception only to render intelligible from it and by virtue of it the unity of nature as an ensemble of general and necessary laws. In this sense, he eliminates the antithesis between subject and object by disclosing their necessary interrelation in the construction and constitution of the object of experience. The conflict between the two gives way to a pure correlation. This conflict, however, threatens to break out anew if, instead of posing the question only to scientific cognition and leaving it there, as it were, we rather direct it toward the totality, Gesamtheit, of forms of world understanding, Weltverstehen. Here again, we take subjectivity as a totality, Ganze, of functions, out of which the phenomenon of a world and its determinate order of sense is in fact initially constructed for us. However, can this sense, whatever significance and validity we may impute to it, lay claim to the same kind of general validity that prevailed in the ambit of theoretical cognition and its principles and axioms? Or is the a priori not here in constant danger of slipping down to another plane, to the dimension of the merely subjective? Already that thinker who had undertaken the first attempt to adhere strictly to Kant's method but at the same time to extend it beyond the sphere of the theoretical scientific worldview seems to lay himself open to this very danger. The leading thought of Wilhelm von Humboldt's analysis of language is that the spiritual content, Gehalt, of language can never be fully appreciated if we consider solely the objective element in it, if we take it as a system of signs serving only the presentation of objects and their relations. He instead stresses that the difference in the apprehending mood, Aussendenstimmung, confers on the same sounds of validity enhanced in different ways, and it is as if from every expression there was a sort of overspill of something not absolutely determined thereby. Neither in concepts, nor in language itself, does anything exist there isolated. But concepts actually acquire connections only if the mind operates in inner unity, if full subjectivity is directed upon a completed objectivity. If the feeling truly awakens in the soul, that language is not just a medium of exchange for mutual understanding, Verständnis, but a true world which spirit must insert, by its own inner labor, between itself and objects, then it is on the right road towards continually finding more and depositing more in its language. Unmistakably, a different kind of subjectivity is invoked here. A subjectivity that cannot be grasped in principles and developed a priori into a system of synthetic principles, as was the case in theoretical cognition. Language is not grasped solely as an abstract thought form but must be understood as a concrete life form. It must be explained not so much by objects as by the diversity of the apprehending mood. Is this turning about, Wendung, possible in any other way than by the fact that we surrender, Überlassen, ourselves to the guidance of psychology? Does this not show us the only possible way that can lead us from the domain of abstract subjectivity to that of concrete subjectivity and thus effect the breakthrough from thought form to life form? Today, the problem situation of philosophy entails that no clear and satisfying answer can be given to this question, unless the concept of psychology itself is first examined and its method as well as its sphere of problems are clearly delimited. Natorp's essential achievement is that on the basis of Kant's general presuppositions, he undertook this delimitation, that he constructed a general psychology in accordance with the critical method. Compared with a psychology whose highest ambition has been to compete with the natural sciences and imitate their procedure of empirical observation and exact measurement, Natorp turned backward and inward. For him, consciousness is not a part of being, which can be treated and investigated by the general methods valid for all objective cognition. Rather, for him, it counts as its conditioning ground. This position implies that psychology, insofar as it aspires to be purely a theory of consciousness, does not stand as one systematic member among others in the system of critical philosophy but instead forms, as it were, the polar opposite and methodological counterpart to all of them. For all the other systematic members, logic as well as ethics and aesthetics, are nothing but inerrant moments in the one great task of objectivization. They construct a realm of objects or a realm of values, an ensemble of laws or an ensemble of norms, and for these laws or norms, they demand a determinate measure and determinate form of objective validity and obligation. Psychology, on the other hand, does not deal with a being that is already determined in this way, but inquires into what precedes and grounds every such determination as an approach. Psychology is not able, as long as it understands itself correctly, to know consciousness by describing it as some sort of analogue of objective reality. Rather, the fact of the state of consciousness, be was theat, signifies for it an irreducible remainder that as such can only show itself but that cannot be explained in accordance with the categorical forms of our cognition of things, and in particular not according to the categories of substantiality and causality. In this respect, the object of psychology, inasmuch as one can speak of such a thing, is in no way comparable to the objects of nature, to things in space and to occurrences and alterations in time, nor does it in any way contest their rank. For the object of psychology is not itself an appearing, Urschen end, it is not something situated, befindlich, and existing, designed, in space and time. Instead, it is solely the pure fact of appearing itself. That such an appearing takes place, that there are phenomena, Phänomene gibt, that refer to an I as a perceiving, intuiting, or thinking I, and that are present themselves to this I means that this originary factum forms here the sole problem. Natorp concludes. However, with this it is utterly impossible to articulate consciousness with nature in the manner of Aristotle, or like the overwhelming majority of modern psychologists, to consider it as juxtaposed to nature or even encompassing it, but to treat it with the same means of thinking, Denkmittel, and thus actually to present it as another nature. There is, rather, a second world, the ethical world, that stands over against that of theoretical cognition, nature or experience in the Kantian sense, as well as a third, the world of art, and perhaps also the world of religion as a transcendent world, Überwelt, over these. The inner world of consciousness can, however, no longer be logically subordinated in any way to these three or four or set beside them or over them to all of them, rather, to the objectivization of any kind and degree, it presents, as it were, the opposite side, the turning inward, namely the ultimate concentration of them all into the living consciousness. It is this ultimate concentration that the concept of the psychical as well as of consciousness with its wholly concrete content, Gehalt, must not merely ascertain, as if it were something already given, but must in general also establish and develop. This framing of the task of psychology places us for the first time on the ground, Grund, and ground soil, Boden, on which any fruitful confrontation, Auseinandersetzung, is possible between psychology and our own systematic problem, the problem of the philosophy of symbolic forms. Here, the question must first arise as to how we are able to penetrate into this pure inner world of consciousness as the ultimate concentration of everything spiritual as such, if its demonstration and description must, nevertheless, avoid all the concepts and all perspectives that have been created for the presentation of objective reality. Where are we to find a means by which to grasp, or greifen, the ungraspable, ungreifbar, that which itself still has not entered into any fixed form, be it that of an intuitive spatial and temporal order or that of a purely intellectual or ethical or aesthetic order, which is in no way articulated? If consciousness is nothing but pure potentiality for all objective formings, the mere receptivity and readiness for them, as it were, it is impossible to see how this potentiality itself can be treated as a factum, indeed in a certain sense as the originary factum, or factum, of everything spiritual. For every factuality implies, Aussagen, more than mere determinability. It already intrinsically includes the determination in some respect, the imprint of some form. Natorp would counter such misgivings by pointing out that in the act the state of consciousness, be was theat, as he understands it, can never be immediately given or discovered. The inner world that is spoken about here is accessible neither by direct observation nor by any other means of psychological empiricism, nor is it simply posited by constructive thinking as a hypothetical ground of explanation. For both, there are facts as well as grounds of explanation only within the direction of objectivizing contemplation itself, not outside it and before it. It is not, however, a question here of remaining within this contemplation, fixing as it were the place of consciousness. Rather, it aims at a fundamental change in orientation itself. Instead of surrendering ourselves to the movement of cognition toward its object, we should take sight of a goal that, in a manner of speaking, is situated behind every object cognition, object or Kantness. Clearly, this paradoxical demand can be achieved, if at all, only indirectly. We can never lay bare the immediate being and life of consciousness purely as such. However, it is arguably a significant task to obtain a new aspect and sense for the unsublatable process of objectivization by exploring it in a twofold direction, from the terminus a quo to the terminus ad came and back again. According to Natorp, only by such a continuous back and forth, only in this two-step method, can the object of psychology be made visible as such. It appears only as long as another pure reconstructive work confronts the constructive work of mathematics and natural science, but also that of ethics and aesthetics. True, this reconstructive work will always be lacking in independence, since it must presuppose the constructive construction is already carried out. If it does not stop here, if it inquires back behind this constructive edifice, then it cannot, on the other hand, pose this question without taking the construction itself as a point of departure, without starting from what it has achieved and secured. Thus, psychology, insofar as it is understood in Natorp's sense, seems to be nothing more than a mere work of Penelope. It unravels the intricate and elaborate woven fabric that had been tied by the die-errant forms of objectivization. In this respect, it opposes a minus direction to the plus direction of pure theory, ethics, and aesthetics. Both expressions must, however, be understood here not in an absolute but in a purely relative sense. The relationship of opposition becomes a relationship of reciprocity, Gegensätzlichkeit, which at the same time signifies a necessary correlation. In this correlation, however, the minus direction no longer signifies a diminution, a regression to the nullity of consciousness. To the peripheral broadening, there rather corresponds a deepening at the center. This, to be sure, is a referring back to the origin, yet by it nothing of what has been gained by the objectivizing tendency of knowledge is lost, but rather, what seemed lost, what was set aside as subjective in the pejorative sense, is taken up again and reinstated in its full rights, while all that is newly won is preserved and combined with the rest. So that the total content, Gehalt, of consciousness is not reduced but increased, enriched, and intensified. It is a truly universal program for a phenomenology of consciousness that has been constructed here in a strictly critical mindfulness. And the significance and value of this program is by no means diminished by the fact that it was not given to Natorp to carry it out fully and generally in the spirit in which it was projected. Down to the last years of his life and his very last works, he struggled unremittingly to carry out his plan. His general psychology remained a fragment, and he later explicitly called its first and only completed volume a mirror to the framing of the problem, a foundation of a foundation. What led him to strive beyond this beginning was above all the fact that the further he advanced, the more clearly and determinedly the multidimensionality of the spiritual world was disclosed. This multidimensionality forbids us to simply present the course of the objectivizing and subjectivizing consideration, the course of the constructive, constructive Aufbauenden, and reconstructive cognition in the image of a straight line and read into it its twofold sense, in its plus-minus direction. The die-errance, Unterschied, between the spiritual domains of sense is a specific and not a quantitative die-errance, Unterschied, and precisely this specific die-errance, is blurred as soon as we attempt to determine it as a die-errance between a mere more or less, between a surplus of sense or deficit of sense of objectivization. The totality, Gesamtheit, of the possible stages in the objectivization of spirit cannot be projected onto a single straight line without schematic picturing, Abbildung, obscuring essential features. In the last period of his thinking, as he attempted a concrete construction and expansion of the system of philosophy, Natorp clearly recognized this and admitted it without reserve. The difficulty that remains here clearly shows itself as soon as we attempt to fit the concrete whole of the symbolic forms into the general framework, Rahmen, ordered by Natorp's psychology. Unmistakably, within the overall plan of this psychology, an important and significant role must fall to the consideration and analysis of language. The determination by the word is an indispensable preparation for the determination by the pure concept. Thus, Natorp's psychology, in its initial projection, Entwurf, draft or design, at least, expressly. Recognize this significance of language. It stresses that an objectivizing force and achievement is inherent not only in the scientifically fixed concept and in the scientifically grounded judgment but in every linguistic sentence. The immediacy of consciousness, one's own and one utterly foreign, cannot be grasped, immediately, in itself, but only in its manifestation, Äußerung, which, as a manifestation, Ausprägung, is in fact always an alienation, Entäußerung, an emerging, Herausstrahlen, out of one's own into the sphere of objectivity. At any stage, it is certain that there is here rich material for an investigation that should not be neglected by the psychologist, for in their vocabulary, their syntactical relations, in each and every one of their components, the highly developed languages contain an inexhaustible treasure of primitive cognitions. Cognitions, hence objectifications, which, within the boundaries of their own purpose, are scarcely inferior in sharpness and pregnancy to those of science. If science, from its own theoretical ideal of cognition, may look down on these objectifications as incomplete and preliminary, then from the standpoint of psychology, they depict independent and highly important stages that must be investigated and fully recognized in their particularity. The actual course that Northrop's psychology takes does not, however, do justice to this fundamental recognition wherever the process of objectification is described. This description is oriented toward the ultimate and highest phase that emerges in scientific thinking and scientific cognition. The very definition of the subject-object relation is derived from this and this alone. The direction of objective coincides for Northrop with that of the necessary and generally valid, and this in turn coincides with the direction of lawful. Thus, for him, the law represents the common generic term, a Berbegriff, for every objectification in general, regardless of the form or stage to which it may belong. Thus, he not only stresses that in the cognizing of nature, nature Erkennen, that every individual must be referred to the universal of law and taken, and that the individual is taken only as an instance of the law and valued as such, but also stresses that the same mode of determination applies also to all ethical and aesthetic consideration. Ethical cognition and aesthetic cognition also seek the law, even if they seek it only in and for the individual, and precisely only insofar as they achieved it did they achieve, in any case, the objective validity that is striven for. Thus, for Northrop, not only logic but also ethics and furthermore even aesthetics and the philosophy of religion belong to the sphere of the sciences of law, and all of them, accordingly, are objectifying in the same sense, in fact in a still more radical sense, the concrete sciences of objects. While the latter strives to cognize from the phenomena of their domain the laws of these phenomena, the former inquire after the laws that determine the entire procedure of this concrete cognition of laws. They thus lead the work of reduction to laws, that is, the constructive procedure of scientific cognition, one step farther back and one step higher into the abstract. Even if we were to grant that this is valid without reservation for ethics, aesthetics, and the philosophy of religion, however, is it therefore also valid for the spiritual content, Gehalt, toward which they are directed, for ethical life, art, and religion themselves? Do they also move in the ambit of laws, or does the objectification that is peculiar to them not follow a completely other guiding principle? Do they not seek an objectivity of a gestalt instead of the objectivity of law? Can the world of praxis and poiesis, to use the systematic concepts that Northrop later coined, be simply subjected to and subsumed under the generic term, a Berbegriff, of law as the generic term, a Berbegriff, of theory? Even in the domain of theoretical objectification, the role here that is assigned to the concept of law becomes problematic as soon as the position of the lever of consideration, as Northrop's own foundation demanded, is situated not in the concepts of scientific knowledge but in the concepts of language. For these exhibit, Sagen, throughout a form of determination that is by no means identical with the determination in and through law. The universality, Allgemeinheit, of linguistic concepts does not stand on the same plane as the universality, Allgemeinheit, of scientific, and particularly of natural scientific, laws. The one is not merely a continuation of the other, rather, both move in diarrant paths and express diarrant tendencies of spiritual forming, Formung. It is a question of sharply distinguishing these tendencies and holding fast to each of them in their distinctive determinacy if the task of reconstruction is to succeed. Indeed, it will be seen that the presentation function, Darstellungsfunction, that gives language its content, Gehalt, and character is not identical with the significative function that prevails in the concepts of scientific cognition, and that the latter is not a mere development, that is, the rectilinear continuation of the former, but that both infer qualitatively diarrant kinds of sense bestowing. And this diarrance in the subject, in the specific attitude of consciousness, must correspond to this diarence in objective configurations. If we are to obtain a truly concrete view of the full objectivity of spirit on the one hand and of its full subjectivity on the other, we must seek to carry out the methodological correlation, which Netorp sets forth, in principle, in every domain of spiritual creating, skein. Then clearly the three principal tendencies of objectification that were put forward by Netorp in close connection to the trichotomy of the Kantian critiques in that form, as it were, the fixed system of coordinates for its general orientation are not adequate. The consideration is driven beyond the three dimensions of the logical, ethical, and aesthetic. It must, in particular, draw the form of language and the form of myth into its sphere if it aspires to find its way back to the primary subjective sources, Quellen, the original modes of conduct, Verhaltensweisen, and the original modes of the configuration of consciousness. It is from this perspective that we now approach our question, the question of the structure of perceptive, intuitive, and cognitive consciousness. We shall attempt to elucidate it without surrendering to the method either of natural scientific, causal explicative psychology or of pure description as such. We instead start from the problems of objective spirit, from the gestalts in which it consists and is there, to ist. However, we will not stay with them as a mere factum but instead attempt through a reconstructive analysis to find our way back to their elementary presuppositions, to the conditions of their possibility. 2. The expressive phenomenon is the basic element of perceptual consciousness. The problem of perception presents itself to theoretical philosophy under a twofold aspect: a psychological perspective and an epistemo-critical one. In the history of philosophy, both have been posited with increasing strife against each other. However, the more sharply the oppositions developed, the more evident it likewise became that we have here precisely the two focal points around which the whole problem of perception must necessarily gravitate. The question concerns either the emergence and development of perception or its subjective significance and validity. It addresses either its genesis or the accomplishment that it achieves for the whole of cognition of objects. However, the methodological quarrel over rank and competition between these two questions is decided, regardless of which one priority was accorded to. One thing seemed certain: they exhaustively define the interest of theoretical philosophy. For just as experience as a whole breaks down for us into two sharply divided domains, into an inside and an outside, so too do we seem to have fully recognized the essence of perception as soon as we succeed in assigning it to its appropriate place in these two spheres, as soon as we have, on the one hand, apprehended it as a psychological event subject to specific rules and, on the other hand, comprehended it as the foundation, as the first element, of the theoretical positing of the object. In the first respect, the task seems to be fulfilled if we can uncover the becoming of perception and the causal laws governing this becoming. As particular empirical laws, they can be found and determined only within the framework, Rahmen, of a complete explanation of nature. The picture, built, of nature, particularly that of physics, must serve here as our necessary starting point. The question is not directed toward the truth, the objective validity of this picture, built, itself, which must rather be postulated and presupposed in the initial approach to the problem. The lawfulness of nature and the general categories of the cognition of nature are taken for granted from them, and on their foundation, the specific explanation of perception is obtained. Thus, the psychology of perception will necessarily culminate in physiology and physics. Psychology becomes psychophysics, whose first task is to establish a dependency between the world of perceptions and that of objective stimuli. Whether this dependency is thought of as a causal relationship or as a functional correspondence, stimulus and sensation are in some way attuned to each other and must accordingly agree with each other in certain foundational structural relationships. From this follows the parallelism in this organization of the world of stimuli and in the worlds of perception and sensation. A certain sensation is always correlated with a certain stimulus in the sense of a general constancy hypothesis. For the recognition, any, in the strict sense, original essential feature of perception can be made on the ground, Boden, of this approach. The meaning and content of perception consist in the faithful reflection and reproduction of the relationships of the outside world. Thus, even the organization of perception connects itself to the organization of stimuli. These are the diarences of the physical causes of perception that we immediately rediscover in its own determinations. The tangible separation of the sensible organs necessarily leads to an analogous separation in the sensible phenomena. The epistemo-critical question forms, so it would seem, the diametrical opposition to this framing of the problem. It moves not from things to phenomena but from phenomena to things. Perception and its constitution must therefore not be taken as conditioned, bedingen, from outside but as conditioning, bedingend. It must be taken as a constitutive element in our cognition of the thing, ding. Precisely because perception is to be considered solely in terms of this function, it is, however, depicted from the start in a certain light, according to a certain theoretical perspective. Perception is no longer determined by the outside world as its cause, rather, it is determined by the aim that is set down for it. And this aim is none other than to make possible in its part experience, the science of nature. The significance of perception now lies in the fact that although it is indeed no longer the picture, opbild, of an existing world, it is arguably, in a certain sense, the prototype, forebild, of the natural object. It already contains this object in a kind of schematic sketch but cannot follow up its determination of the object except by applying the functions of the pure understanding to that empirical material given in perception. From this interconnection, it is also explained why perception is customarily taken from the start as a kind of objective framework, Gefüge, that is thoroughly analogous to the structure, Bau, of the framework, Gefüge, of nature, the structure, Struktur, of the tangible world. To the properties, Eigenschaften, of things correspond certain qualities of perception. Perception seems already organized in itself and divided according to certain basic shapes and classes. This means, however, that the thing property category, which is a constitutive condition of the theoretical concept of nature, is injected into the pure description, into the phenomenology of perception. It is described as a manifold into which order and interconnection should be brought only by the synthetic function of pure intuition and the synthetic unities of the pure understanding. And yet, on closer scrutiny, this entity, which ostensibly is merely determinable, itself contains highly characteristic features of theoretical determination. True, it is still by no means the actual, the complete and definitive object. It nevertheless contains an intention toward it. While it is directed in this way toward the object, it has already imperceptibly become directed according to it. Thus, however far back the pure critique of cognition may carry its description of immediate perception, this description is always subject to a universal norm that is itself derived from general task of the critique of cognition itself. The nature, Wesen, of perception is determined by its subjective validity. For this reason, however, a specific interest of knowledge is already injected into the presentation of this nature, Wesen. To understand perception now means to comprehend it as a particular member in the construction of the cognition of reality, to assign it the place that befits it within the totality, Ganz, of the functions that form the basis for the relation of all, our, cognition to its object. Perception assumes, however, an essentially diarrhent shape for us as soon as we decide not to apprehend it exclusively in this one aspect, in this prevision of the nature of the theoretical science of nature. Indeed, the attempt to detach it from all spiritual reference, Bezug, to cut it off from the totality of possible significatory intentions, Bedeutungsintentionen, and situate it in its naked in itself, Ansich, seems from the start absurd and methodologically hopeless. Even sensibility can never be thought of as simply pre-spiritual, Vorgeistig, or even as absolutely non-spiritual, Ungeistig. Rather, it is and exists, best, only insofar as it is organized according to determinate functions of sense. These functions are, however, by no means limited to the world of theoretical sense, in the restricted meaning of the word. In that we disregard the specific conditions of theoretical scientific cognition, we have not abandoned the domain of form in general. We do not thereby sink back into a mere chaos. Rather, an ideal cosmos once more awaits us and envelops us. A cosmos of this kind appeared to us with progressive clarity in the construction of language and in the construction of the mythical world. And with this, a new and essentially broader point of view, aspect, for the consideration and evaluation of perception itself is given. It now reveals certain basic features that are by no means directed from the outset toward the object of nature or toward the cognition of the outside world. Rather, these features disclose an entirely diarrhent direction of apprehension. Myth, in particular, shows us a world that is far from being without structure, Struktur, without immanent organization, Gliederung, but one that does not know the organization of reality according to things and properties. Rather, here all the configurations of being show a peculiar fluidity. They are distinguished, unterschieden, without being divorced, schieden, from one another. Each of them is, as it were, ready at any moment, Augenblick, to transform itself into another, seemingly antithetical configuration. Mythical metamorphosis is bound by no logical law of identity, nor does it find its limit in any fixed constancy of classes. For there are no logical classes, no genera in the sense that they would be separated from one another by certain unalterable characteristic traits and that must remain forever in this separation. On the contrary, all the boundary lines drawn here by our empirical concepts of genera and species keep shifting and vanishing. Not only does one and the same being, Wesen, continuously transition over into new forms, but at one and the same moment, Augenblick, of its existence, it also contains and combines within itself an abundance of diarrhea and even mutually opposed shapes, Gestalten, of being. This distinctive fluidity of the mythical world would not be comprehensible if immediate perception, purely as such and before any intellectual apprehension and interpretation, necessarily contained within it, as it were, the division and partitioning of the world into fixed classes. If this were the case, myth would transgress at every step not only the laws of logic but also the elementary facts of perception. In truth, there is nevertheless so little conflict between the content of perception and the form of myth that both completely merge into one another. They coalesce together into a thoroughly concrete unity. Where we do not reflect on myth but truly live in it, there is still no such rift, between the actual reality of perception and the world of mythical fantasy. The mythical formations, Gebilde, immediately bear here the color of full, immediate perception. On the other hand, this perception itself is as though bathed in the light of the mythical configuration. Such an interpenetration becomes understandable only if perception itself exhibits certain original, essential features in which it corresponds to and, as it were, accommodates the mode and tendency of the mythical. Developmental psychology has customarily characterized primitive perception as diced and complex. However, even this diusion, this lack of differentiation and organization, is valid only if we tacitly apply to primitive perception a definite intellectual standard, the standard of theoretical Formung. In itself, primitive perception is far from being unorganized or blurred. Its differences, are found on a totally different level from that of the objective apprehension of reality as an ensemble of things and properties. Consequently, if the philosophy of myth is to fulfill the fundamental demand first made by Schelling, if it is to understand myth not only allegorically as a kind of primitive physics or primitive history, but tautologically as a sense formation, Sinngebilde, of independent significance possessing its own imprint, then it must do justice to that form of perceptive lived experience in which myth is originally rooted and from which it forever draws new nourishment. Without such a foundation in an original mode of perceiving itself, myth would hover in the void if instead of being a universal form of the appearance of spirit, it signified rather a kind of spiritual disease. However widely distributed, it would still signify an accidental and pathological phenomenon. In truth, however, the correlate of the mythical view of the world cannot be missed. The foundation that it has in a certain tendency of perception cannot be missed, if we bear in mind that although the theoretical worldview has in many ways modified this foundation and overlaid it, so to speak, with configurations of another kind and source, it has by no means dispelled this foundation entirely. Even this worldview does not know reality altogether as an ensemble of things and as a complex of alterations that are governed and linked together by strictly causal laws. It has the world in still another and more original sense, insofar as the world is revealed to it as a pure expressive phenomenon, reines Ausdrucksphänomen. We must go back to this stratum of expression if our reconstruction is to be erected on the Grund, and ground soil, Boden, from which myth grew, and an understanding of it is indispensable to us in explaining and deriving certain features of the empirical worldview. For theoretical reality was also not originally experienced as a totality, ganz, of physical bodies, endowed with definite properties and physical qualities. There is rather a kind of experience of reality that is situated wholly outside this form of the natural scientific explanation and interpretation. It is present wherever being as it is apprehended and perception confronts, and Gegentreten faces, us not as a being of things, of mere objects, Objekte, but as the mode of existence of living subjects. How such an experience of other, fremde, subjects, an experience of the you is possible may appear to be a difficult metaphysical or epistemological question. This question does not concern, however, the pure phenomenology of perception, which is interested solely in the fact of the matter, the quid facti of perception, and must not be allowed to mark its road in advance. In any event, immersion into the pure phenomenon of perception shows us one thing: the perception of life is not absorbed, aufgehen, by the mere perception of things. The experience of the you can never be simply dissolved into the experience of the mirrored or reduced to it even by the most complex conceptual mediations. Even from a purely genetic standpoint, there seems to exist no doubt to which of the two forms of perception we should accord priority. The further back we trace perception, the more the form of the you possesses a priority over the form of the it, and the more clearly the purely expressive character prevails over the matter character, Sachcharakter, or thing character. The understanding of expression is essentially earlier than the knowledge of things. Even psychological empiricism, where it strove not to fit the facts into a preconceived constructive schema but to follow them without bias, confirmed these facts and circumstances, Sachverhalt. Even attempts to apprehend and describe animal consciousness have shown that it is an error to attempt in any way to apply or introduce immediately into the world of the animal the framework of order, Ordnungsgefüge, that is integrated into human perception. The dangers of such an introjection are obvious, and it is understandable that a certain tendency of modern psychology believes itself able to avoid them only in that it was able to push aside the entire problem that is given here. The modern psychology of behavior, the direction of behaviorism, grew out of such a negation, out of a methodological asceticism. It seemed more cautious and safer in any case to deny the animal any kind of consciousness than to describe this consciousness in a purely anthropomorphic manner, in accordance with specifically human categories. Descartes, with perfect consistency, was only following the prescriptions of his own logic when in his psychology he denied animals any conscious life and made them into mere machines. For the essential being of consciousness signifies for him the basic act of reflective self-apprehension of the I, the act in which the being of the I apprehends and constitutes itself as the being of thinking. Without this basic act of pure reason, there can be no act of sensation, perception, or representing for Descartes. Insofar as the psychic at all is, it can be thought of only in a definite rational forming, Formung, and construction, Fügung, because the clear and distinct idea is the basic presupposition and the only valid criterion for any positing of existence. It seems strange at first sight that the Cartesian thesis, which grew entirely from the ground soil, Boden, of rationalism, should have been revived in contemporary psychology by those who like to identify themselves as radical empiricists. It is, however, no accident that the ways of rational deduction should meet with those of pure experience, insofar as by pure experience we mean the procedure of inductive observation and comparison. For precisely this induction itself, as a procedure of objectivizing natural science, is bound to definite logical presuppositions, which show it to be a work of the intellect, of the thinking apprehension of reality. Its criteria of being and criteria of truth are thus qualitatively no different from those of its apparent opposition, from the method of deduction rather. Both poles, by their very antagonism, establish a thoroughly unitary principle and ideal of cognition. And in fact, from the standpoint of this ideal of cognition, the world of animal consciousness remains problematic. It remains indemonstrable because it is unprovable. A different picture, built, presents itself to us, however, if we broaden the scope of consideration and draw the essential line of demarcation differently. For although we may not inject the forms of our thing world, Ding Welt, and the intellectual categories at the base of its construction into the animal world, an entirely different interconnection emerges as soon as we remember that for the human, this intellectually conditioned world, bedingt Welt, is also far from being the only world in which the human is and lives. If we were to reserve the concept of consciousness for the designation of the reflexive acts of knowing, on the one hand, and for objective intuition, on the other, we would run the danger not only of doubting the possibility of animal consciousness but also of disregarding or disowning a vast domain and, so to speak, an entire province of human consciousness. If we seek to go back to the earliest stages, Stufen, of consciousness, the view that the world was here experienced, Erleben, as a chaos of unordered sensations, in each of which a definite objective quality such as light or dark and warm or cold was apprehended, proves to be absolutely untenable. Koka, for example, remarks, if this theory of original chaos were sound, we should expect that simple stimuli would, first arouse the interest of the child, for it is the simple that it will first be possible to separate out of the chaos and that will first enter into other combinations. This contradicts all experience. The stimuli which most influence the behavior of the child are not those which seem particularly simple to the psychologist because simple sensations correspond to them. The first differentiated sound reactions respond to the human voice, hence to highly complex stimuli and sensations. The infant is not interested in simple colors, but in human faces. And as early as the middle of the first year of life the act of the parent's facial expression on the child can be established. For the chaos theory, the phenomenon corresponding to a human face is merely a confusion of the most divergent sensations of light, dark and color, which moreover are in constant flux, changing with every movement of the person in question or the child itself, and with the lighting. And yet by the second month the child knows its mother's face. By the middle of its first year the child reacts to a friendly or an angry, Buza, face, and so differently that there is no doubt that what was given to the child phenomenally was the friendly or angry, Buza, face and not any distribution of light and dark. To explain this by experience, to assume that these phenomena arose by combination of simple optical sensations with each other and with pleasant or unpleasant consequences from the original chaos of sensation, seems impossible. We are left with the view that phenomena such as friendliness or unfriendliness are extremely primitive, even more primitive, for example, than that of a blue spot. A bridge to the phenomena of animal consciousness can be built, if at all, only from this fundamental view, from the recognition not of the immediacy but of the original character of pure expressive lived experience. For this consciousness, particularly at its higher levels, seems to enclose in itself a great wealth and astonishingly fine shadings of such lived experiences. With regard to chimpanzees, for example, Wolfgang Köhler writes what is present in the expressive movements depicts an exceedingly large manifold, through which the animals understand, verstehen, one another, even though we cannot speak of any kind of language between them and cannot say that any particular movements or sounds possess an indicative function and presentative function. We psychologists, who tend to reduce such understanding, verstehen, in the human being to analogies or reproductive completions from the human's own conscious experience, are here thrown into a theoretical perplexity which contrasts strangely with the self-evidence and certainty of the actual understanding process, Verstehensvorgänges, among the animals themselves. This dilemma, this opposition between what a certain psychological methodology demands as an element of the psychological, seelish, and the relatively first and original element, that experience seemed to give us appears to be avoidable only through a fundamental altering of our whole framing of the question. Thus, Köhler further asks, may it not be distinctive to certain configurations, that they bear in and for themselves the character of the terrible, the uncanny, not because an innate ad hoc mechanism enabled them to do so but because, in a given constitution of the psyche, certain Gestalt conditions, Gestaltbedingungen, necessarily and substantive lawfully produce the character of the terrible, while others call forth that of the charming, the awkward or the energetic and severe? It becomes evident in questions of this kind how the modern psychology of perception is driven everywhere into a new domain, which, to be sure, it sometimes seems to enter only hesitantly. The actual development and cultivation of this domain is conditioned on psychology's ability to free itself once and for all from the spell of that sensationalist theory of perception that has dominated it for centuries. Sensationalism obstructs a free view of these problems in two ways. In that it posits the sensible impression as the basic element of everything psychic, it has negated the actual life of perception in a twofold sense. In the upper sense, in respect to the simple optical sensations with each other and with pleasant or unpleasant consequences from the original chaos of sensation, seems impossible. We are left with the view that phenomena such as friendliness or unfriendliness are extremely primitive, even more primitive, for example, than that of a blue spot. A bridge to the phenomena of animal consciousness can be built, if at all, only from this fundamental view, from the recognition not of the immediacy but of the original character of pure expressive lived experience. For this consciousness, particularly at its higher levels, seems to enclose in itself a great wealth and astonishingly fine shadings of such lived experiences. With regard to chimpanzees, for example, Wolfgang Köhler writes what is present in the expressive movements depicts an exceedingly large manifold, through which the animals understand, verstehen, one another, even though we cannot speak of any kind of language between them and cannot say that any particular movements or sounds possess an indicative function and presentative function. We psychologists, who tend to reduce such understanding, verstehen, in the human being to analogies or reproductive completions from the human's own conscious experience, are here thrown into a theoretical perplexity which contrasts strangely with the self-evidence and certainty of the actual understanding process, Verstehensvorgänges, among the animals themselves. This dilemma, this opposition between what a certain psychological methodology demands as an element of the psychological, seelish, and the relatively first and original element that experience seemed to give us appears to be avoidable only through a fundamental altering of our whole framing of the question. Thus, Köhler further asks, may it not be distinctive to certain configurations, that they bear in and for themselves the character of the terrible, the uncanny, not because an innate ad hoc mechanism enabled them to do so but because, in a given constitution of the psyche, certain Gestalt conditions, Gestaltbedingungen, necessarily and substantive lawfully produce the character of the terrible, while others call forth that of the charming, the awkward or the energetic and severe? It becomes evident in questions of this kind how the modern psychology of perception is driven everywhere into a new domain, which, to be sure, it sometimes seems to enter only hesitantly. The actual development and cultivation of this domain is conditioned on psychology's ability to free itself once and for all from the spell of that sensationalist theory of perception that has dominated it for centuries. Sensationalism obstructs a free view of these problems in two ways. In that it posits the sensible impression as the basic element Of everything psychic, it has negated the actual life of perception in a twofold sense. In the upper sense, in respect to the revision of its framing of the question. Once again, however, we see ourselves impelled here to take another path than that of immediate observation and description. The course of our investigation leads us, as always, through the world of forms, through the region of objective spirit. From objective spirit, by way of an inferential and reconstructive consideration, we seek to gain access to the realm of subjectivity. And, view of the findings of our earlier investigation, there can be no doubt at what point we should apply our lever. Where it is a question of the problem and phenomenology of the pure lived experience of expression, we can entrust ourselves to the leadership and orientation neither of conceptual cognition nor simply to the leadership of language. For both of these are primarily in the service of theoretical objectivization. They construct the world of logos as a thought and spoken logos. In respect to the domain that is in question here, they thus take a centrifugal rather than a centripetal direction. Myth, however, places us in the living center of this domain. For its particular nature consists precisely in showing us a mode of world configuration that independently and autonomously confronts all the modes of mere objectification, Vergegenstandlichung. It does not recognize the cut between real and unreal, between reality and semblance, which theoretical objectivization, Objektivierung, performs and must necessarily perform. All its formations, Gebilde, move rather on a single plane of being, which is wholly adequate to it. There is neither kernel nor shell here. There is no substantial thing, no consistent and enduring something that underlies the changing and fleeting appearances, the mere accidents. Mythical consciousness does not infer the being, Wesen, from the appearance but rather possesses it. It has the being, Wesen, in the appearance. The being, Wesen, does not recede behind the appearance but rather emerges from it. It does not veil itself in the appearance but in the appearance is given to itself. The actual given phenomenon never has here a character of a mere surrogate representation, but rather the character of an authentic presence, presents, a being, seen, and actuality stand there, in phenomenon in full presence, Gegenwart, instead of representing, Vergegenwärtigen, itself only mediatedly through the phenomenon. If in magical activity water is sprinkled in rain magic, the water does not serve as a mere symbol, Sinnbild, or as an analogy of the actual rain. Rather, it is linked and united to the actual rain by the bond of an original sympathy. It is the demon of the rain itself who lives in every drop of water and who is tangibly and corporeally there, in every drop of water. In the world of myth, every appearance is thus always, and essentially, an incarnation. The being, Wesen, is not distributed here over a manifold of possible modes of presentation, Darstellung, each of which contains a mere fragment of it, but is manifested in the appearance as a whole, as an unbroken and indestructible unity. This very situation can be expressed in subjective terms by saying that the mythical world of lived experience is not so much grounded in presenting or significance-bestowing acts as in the pure expressive lived experience. What is presented here as reality is not an ensemble of things that are endowed with determinate characteristic traits and indicators by which they can be recognized and distinguished from one another. Rather, it is a manifold and wealth of original physiognomic characters. As a whole and in its individual details, the world still has a distinctive look, Gesicht, that may be apprehended at any moment as a totality and can never be dissolved into mere general configurations, configurationen, into geometrical objective lines and outlines. The given by no means consists here primarily in the merely sensory, in a complex of sense data, which are animated and made meaningful, sinnhaften, only by a subsequent act of mythical apperception. Rather, expressive sense, Ausdruckssinn, adheres to the perception in which it is apprehended and immediately experienced. Only in this basic experience do the essential features of the mythical world find their full clarification. What perhaps divides it most sharply from the world of purely theoretical consciousness is the distinctive endurance, Gleichgültigkeit, with which mythical consciousness confronts important Diarenzen, in signification and value. For myth, the content of a dream is just as weighty as the content of any waking lived experience. For myth, the image of the thing, Sache, or its name is equivalent to the object that it designates. This endurance becomes fully intelligible only if we consider that in the mythical world there is no logical presentative or significative sense, Zeichensinn, but that pure expressive sense, Ausdruckssinn, still enjoys almost unrestricted sway. For purely according to expression, a being is not apprehended according to what it signifies for empirical reality as a totality, Ganz, of causal connections, as a totality, Ganz, of causes and ex. Here the being does not obtain its content, Gehalt, and, so to speak, its weightiness from any mediated consequences that it produces. Rather, This sense resides purely in itself. Not what he actuated it but what it is in its simple existence, and what makes itself known in this existence is what is decisive here. Appearance and Echt, Wirken, and thus appearance and reality, Wirklichkeit, cannot be detached here from each other or set against each other. All the power that a content exerts on mythical consciousness is grounded and contained in the manner, the mode, of appearing as such. From the perspective of such a fundamental view, the relationship between image and thing, Sache, insofar as the two are distinguished, must actually be reversed. The image must assert a distinctive primacy and priority over the thing, Sache. For, purely in terms of expression, what is in the object is not sublated and annihilated in the image, but rather, it is set forth in it in the most enhanced and most potentized measure. The image frees this being of the expressive from all merely coincidental and accidental determinations and condenses it, as it were, into a single focal point. In the empirical view of the world, the object is determined and known by dissecting it backward into its conditions and following it forward into its EX. What it is only as a single position in a system of such EX, as a link of a causal framework, Gefüge. Where, however, an event is not thus considered as a mere moment in a thoroughgoing and universal lawful order but is experienced, Erleben, in its physiognomic individuality, so to speak, where instead of the analysis and abstraction that are the preconditions of all causal comprehending, pure vision rather prevails, the very image unlocks the true essential being, Wesenheit, and makes it knowable. All image magic rests on the presupposition that in the image the magician is not dealing with a dead imitation of the object but rather that in the images he possesses the being, Wesen, the soul, of the object. Anatole France relates in his novel Thais, in which he gives an account of primitive beliefs and primitive Christianity, how the Christian hermit Paphnutius, after converting the courtesan Thais and burning his clothing, ornaments, and house furnishings, is haunted both while awake and in his dreams by the images of the things he has destroyed. And now he comprehends that the destruction of the outward existence, of all these objects remains ineffectual as long as one has not also exorcised and banished the images in which they live on. He cries out to God. Ni permits pas que le fantôme accomplisse ce que n'a point accompli le corps. Quand je triomphe de la chair, ni souris pas que l'ombre m'iterrasse. Je connais que je suis exposé présentement à des dangers plus grands que ceux que je courus jamais. Je prouve je sais que la rêve plus de puissance que la réalité. Et comment peut-il être autrement, puisqu'il est lui-même une réalité supérieure? Il est l'âme des choses. The soul of things signifies here the pure expressive sense with which they grasp onto consciousness and draw it into their spell, and this sense is revealed with greater diversity, force, and purity in dreams and visions than it is in the world of the awake. For in the waking world, pure looking, Schauen, is replaced and displaced by empirically active action. Objects lose their original look, Gesicht, and are instead taken only as colorless and formless nuclei for certain causal and teleological relations. In still another respect, however, the figure, Gestalt, world of myth shows us a way to the understanding of the pure expressive phenomena. If we wish to describe this figure, Gestalt, world without theoretical preconception, we must dispense not only with a false concept of the thing but also with a false, or at least insufficient and inadequate, concept of the subject. Nothing seems more usual and more justified than to understand the basic act of mythical consciousness as an act of personification. We believe that we have interpreted myth, that we have disclosed its psychological mechanism, when we have explained how consciousness succeeds in transforming empirical reality, the reality of things and their attributes, into a reality, Wirklichkeit, of another kind, a reality, Realität, of animated and active subjects. In truth, however, this is to misjudge both the starting point and the end point of mythical consciousness, both its terminus a quo and its terminus ad came. For mythical consciousness distinguishes itself from theoretical cognition as much in the mode and way it constructs the personal world as in the way it constructs the world of things. Mythical consciousness has its own category, a specific view not only of objectivity but of subjectivity as well. Myth in no way signifies a mere overturning, umschlagen, of the objective view of the world into a subjective view of the world, because this would require both of these two aspects to be present, vorhanden, and determined. It is, however, precisely this determination that forms the actual problem at which myth must work in its own way and according to its basic tendencies. It forms a mode of setting asunder, Auseinandersetzung, of I and world one in which both poles, in which they separate from each other and oppose each other, first obtain their form, their fixed shape, Gestalt. It therefore becomes evident that the representation of the I, the representation of the living and active subject, does not constitute the beginning but rather a determinate outcome, a result of the mythical process of forming, formung. Myth does not start from a finished representation of the I and the soul but is the vehicle that leads to such a representation. It is a spiritual medium by virtue of which subjective reality is first discovered and apprehended in its particularity. In its most original, truly primitive configurations, myth thus knows as little of the concept of a soul substance as that of a thing substance in the metaphysical sense of the word. Being, corporeal as well as psychic, seelish, has not yet become solidified. Rather, it possesses and preserves a distinctive fluidity. Reality is not yet divided up into definite classes of things with characteristic traits established once and for all, nor have any hard and fast dividing lines been drawn between the various spheres of life. Just as there are no permanent substrates for the world of outward perception, so too are there no enduring subjects for the world of inner perception. For here too, the basic motive of myth, the motive of metamorphosis, prevails. This mythical gestalt shift also draws the I into its sphere and absorbs its unity and simplicity. Like the boundary between forms of nature, the boundary between I and you is a thoroughly fluid one. Life is still a single unbroken stream of becoming, a dynamic flow that only gradually divides in itself and sediments, absetsen, into separate waves. Consequently, although mythical consciousness imprints the form of life on everything it seizes, this type of pan-animation is not equivalent, from the start, to pan-ensoulment. At first, life shows itself to be vague and fluid, a thoroughly pre-animistic feature. It preserves a noteworthy endurance between personal and impersonal, between the form of the you and that of the merit. There is nowhere in it as a dead object, a mere thing. On the other hand, the you likewise possesses no sharply determined, strictly individual face, Gesicht, but is open to losing itself at any moment, Augenblick, in the representation of a merit, an impersonal general force. Every single feature in the intuitively lived, experienced reality has magical features and references. Every event, however ephemeral and vaporous, has its magical mythical sense. A whisper or rustling in the woods, a shadow darting over the ground, a flicker or shimmer on the water are demonic in their nature and origin. However, only very gradually does this pandemonium divide into separate and clearly distinguishable figures, gestalten, into personal spirits and gods. All intuitive actuality is surrounded by a breath of magic, enshrouded in a magical atmosphere. However, precisely this common atmosphere in which it is and lives prevents its individual particularity from coming to appearance and fully unfolding. Everything is connected with everything else by invisible threads, and this connection, this universal sympathy, preserves a vaporous, strangely impersonal character. It befits itself, it gives itself up, sich eigen, it warns without that. There must necessarily stand behind it a personal subject. Without that, behind the warning, in any clear recognizable outline, there stands a warner. Rather, the whole of reality, far more than any individual part of it, constitutes this subject. Precisely because this constant pointing, hinweisen, and indicating, anzeigen, forms the element, in which mythical consciousness is and lives, it requires no special explanation. The pure act, the function of this showing and signifying, stands as it were on itself, requiring no reduction to a personal substrate, to an agent. However difficult it may sometimes be to inspect this basic structure of the mythical world from the standpoint of our worked-out theoretical consciousness and from its separation of the inner and outward, the subjective and objective, its particular nature stands out sharply and clearly as soon as we turn to a diarrhent domain, as soon as we situate ourselves in the sphere of the pure expressive phenomena. For we at once encounter here that distinctive duality that myth shows us in its primary configurations. Where the sense of the world is still taken as a pure expressive sense, every appearance itself discloses a determinate character, which is not merely disclosed or inferred from it but which belongs to it immediately. It bears in itself the features of somber or joyful, excited or subdued, comforting or fearful. As expressive values and elements, these determinations are inherent to the appearing contents themselves. They are not merely read into them indirectly by way of the subjects that we regard as standing behind the appearance. It is a misapprehension of the pure expressive phenomena when a certain psychological theory makes them originate in a secondary act of interpretation, when it explains them as products of empathy. The basic shortcoming of this theory, its first falsehood, lies in its reversing the order of phenomenal givenness. It must first kill perception by making it into a complex of mere sensible contents of sensation in order to then reanimate this dead matter of sensation by the act of empathy. The life that is allocated to it in this way is, however, in the end, a mere semblance of life, the work of a psychological illusion. Perception does not possess the character of liveliness on its own right. Rather, it bears it only from a foreign authority to life, enstonst Sulahen. It is overlooked here that perception is in no way immediately given as a totality, Ganze, of sensations, but that certain modes of appearing belong to its pure appearance, which are located in an entirely diarrhent plane. However, no theory is able to conjure up these modes out of nothing if they were not in some absolutely original way co-given, mitgegeben, in the content, Gehalt, of perception itself. We actually arrive at the data of mere sensation, such as light or dark, warm or cold, rough or smooth, only insofar as we set aside a certain fundamental and originary stratum of perception and we demolish it, so to speak, in a certain theoretical intention, Absicht. No abstraction, regardless of how far it is carried, is able, however, to eliminate and extinguish this stratum. As such, it remains what it is and asserts itself for what it is, even if, in pursuit of certain theoretical aims, we must look beyond it and finally disregard it altogether. This disregard, Absehen, is perfectly justified from the point of view of the purely theoretical intention, Absicht, the intention of constructing an objective order of nature and apprehending its lawfulness. It cannot, however, do away with the world of the expressive phenomena as such. And similarly, we are clearly no longer speaking the language of these phenomena themselves, we are no longer understanding them from their own center, if we take them as mere epiphenomena, as additions to the original given alone content of sensation. A certain expressive character is in no way a subjective appendage that is subsequently and, as it were, accidentally added to the objective content of sensation. Rather, it belongs to the essential consistent existence of perception. This expressive character is hardly subjective, it is rather what gives to perception, as it were, its original color of reality, Realität, and makes it into a perception of reality, Wirklichkeit. For every reality that we apprehend is, in its original form, not so much a reality of a certain thing world that stands over against us and confronts us, as it is, rather, the certainty of a living ejectiveness that we experience. This access to reality is, however, given to us not in sensation, as a sensible data, but only in the originary phenomenon of expression and as expressive like understanding, Verstehen. Without the fact that an expressive sense reveals, Inbart, itself in certain lived, experiential perceptions, existence would remain silent for us. Reality could never be deduced from perception as the mere factual perception if it were not in some way already implied and manifested in a distinctive way by virtue of expressive perception. And this manifestation in no way links the appearance of life immediately to individual subjects, to determinate worlds that face each other in sharp and clear differentiation. What is primarily apprehended here is life as such far more than its separation into individual spheres and its bond with certain individual centers. It is a universal character of reality, not the existence and being a certain way, Dasein und Sein, of a distinct individual nature, Wesen, that originally appears in expressive perception. In all its diversity and vitality, it preserves the character of the impersonal. It is always and everywhere an announcement, Kundgabe, but for this very reason, it remains within the phenomenon of announcement as such without need of a determinate substrate for itself. And precisely this throws a new light on the impersonal of certain basic and originary configurations of myth. Once again, the thought form of myth proves here to be closely connected with its life form. It only reflects, and places before us an objective form, what is contained and grounded in a concrete mode of perception. The relation that exists between the method of phenomenological analysis and the method of a purely objectively directed philosophy of spirit presents itself anew in this point and in the greatest urgency. Both are so closely linked with one another and necessarily dependent on one another in that they are always intertwined not only in their positive results, but also inversely. Every false or imperfect move in one direction of consideration makes itself felt at once in the opposing side. An inadequate apprehension of the objective consistent existence that is given in the individual symbolic forms always involves the danger that the phenomena in which this consistent existence is grounded will be misapprehended, and on the other hand, every theoretical prejudice that injects itself into the pure description of phenomena endangers our evaluation of the sense content, Sinchhalts, of the forms that result from it. There is above all one category, the use of which has repeatedly complicated and obstructed an unprejudiced interpretation both of the pure expressive phenomena and of the unprejudiced apprehension of the basic structure of the mythical world. Both are believed to be justified if they are permitted to arise out of an act of personification and be rooted in it. And, indeed, this characterization may first appear appropriate and adequate provided that we consider only the negative aspect of the question. For without doubt, the pure expressive phenomena on the one hand and mythical configurations on the other do not yet show that form of objectivity, Gegenständlichkeit, the form of mere objectivity, Sachlichkeit, that is striven for and erected in the construction of the system of theoretical cognition. This factor, however, in no way means that both domains, because they do not possess a distinct thing category in the empirical theoretical significance of the word, must already be provided with a distinct personality category and must necessarily be based on it. For this working out of the opposition itself, the tension that arises between both poles, is achieved only at a certain height of spirit and may not simply be relegated to the beginnings, to the primary and primitive strata. As far as the mythical world is concerned, we have seen that this tension sets in only where the human ceases merely to accept the reality that surrounds it but actively opposes itself to it and begins actively to form it. To the extent that the different spheres of human doing diverge from one another and are apprehended in their particular sense and value, the initial indeterminacy of mythical sensation recedes, and the intuition of an organized mythical cosmos, the intuition of a world of the gods and a state of the gods begins to arise. In the same sense, it is true that the world of expression as such does not from the start include a determinate, clearly developed I-consciousness. For all lived experience, expression is initially nothing other than an enduring, Erleiden. It is far more a being gripped than a grasping, and this receptivity stands in evident contrast to the kind of spontaneity in which all self-consciousness as such is grounded. If we misapprehend this, we are forced to conclude that animal consciousness, insofar as it is filled and as it were permeated and saturated with expressive lived experiences, should for this reason be described as a person-organized and person-formed consciousness. This conclusion was drawn most sharply and radically by Vignoli in his Myth and Science. Vignoli, whose theory is constructed on a purely positivist theory of cognition, seeks to understand and interpret myth by disclosing its biological roots. Myth seems to him a necessary and spontaneous function of consciousness, a function that is variable in its matter, however enduringly consistent in its form. Its empirical universality can be accounted for only if we disclose a constant originary disposition of the soul, from which it arises and from which it perpetually draws new force. For the purposes of this requirement, Vignoli wants to subject to careful examination the simplest and elementary acts of spirit, in their physical-psychical interconnection, in order to catch out the ground principle that inevitably involves the genesis of myth with necessity, the initial source from which it is distinguished by subsequent reflexiorts in various times and varying forms. It now appears, however, that if we wish to expose this generally valid principle, this real a priori of the mythical, we cannot stop at an analysis of human sensation, perception, and representing. Our path leads us back one step further in the series of organic lived forms. Even in the animal world there prevails an urge to vitalize and to personify in some way every sensible influence that the animal undergoes from outside. For the animal every sensible sensation, in the form in which it comes to consciousness, is immediately closely connected with the representation of something living, as it corresponds to the animal's own inner life. The animal preserves from its life, even if this only enigmatically comes to consciousness, the drama of actions, sensations, and drives, of hope and fear. The lively sensation proper to the animal, which dominates its interiority, is transferred to all bodies and appearances of nature that outwardly draw its attention. Thus, every form, every object, every appearance of the outside world becomes vivified and animated by the intrinsic consciousness and personal psychical faculty of the animal itself. The bodies and appearances of nature are for the animal not real objects, as they are in themselves, but it is sure that they are grasped as virtual living and acting objects that can be personally useful or personally dangerous. This psychic, seelish, drama from which myth is born thus has its point of departure not in human consciousness but already in animal consciousness, already here an impulse, Drang, to apprehend all existence, Dasein, in general, of which the animal becomes aware in the form of personal existence. Existence prevails. The human is not the only nor the first being, Wesen, whose world stands under the rule and control of this impulse, Drang. The human merely transforms the unformed, unconscious drive toward personification into a conscious and reflective act. In support of this thesis, Vignoli adduces a large amount of empirical data that he gathered in his observations of animals over a period of years. Admittedly, if we examine the range of these observations, they show only one thing with certainty: how predominate the pure expressive character in the perceptive world of animals is, and how decidedly it outweighs any objective thing property perception. They do not, however, prove that for the animal these characteristics as such would already have to adhere to a determinate subject or even to a clearly apprehended person, and that they are generally experienceable only indirectly via this bearer, trigger. In the positing and presupposition of such a subject, a synthesis of a different kind and of a different spiritual origin is obviously ejected. One thing, however, must be admitted and stressed: this synthesis can also not simply spring from nothing, it cannot emerge from a kind of generatio equivoca, spontaneous generation. It is connected with a basic tendency of sense perception, and it remains attached and indebted even where it rises far above it. As for the thought, which according to Vignoli determines the construction of animal consciousness, the thought that every cosmic reality, realitate, is endowed with the same life and free will as the immediate manifestation of the animal's own interiority seem to it to possess. Of course, we cannot award and confer to the animal, any more than we can to the human, the appearance of the total image, Gesamtbild, of life from the beginning in this minted, geprägt, form, in the form of conscious and free will. When the human too first grasped life, it appears far more as a whole of life than as an individually formed and individually delimited life of individual subjects. Initially, it bears within itself neither the features of I-constancy nor those of thing-constancy. It does not immediately sediment, absetzen, into either an identical subject nor into a permanent object. If we seek to show the origin of this composition, of this differentiation and organization, we find ourselves led beyond the domain of expression into that of presentation, beyond the spiritual region in which myth is preeminently at home and into the region of language. Only in the medium of language do the infinite diversity and the surging multiformity, VL Gestalt, of expressive lived experiences begin to be fixed. Only in language do they obtain figure, Gestalt, and name. The proper name of the God becomes the origin of the figure of the personal gods, and through its mediation of the representation of the personal God, the representation of the human's own I, of itself, is first found and secured. This comparison between the achievement of language and that of myth seems, however, to awaken and intensify a misgiving that must have arisen earlier in our consideration. Since our aim is purportedly an understanding of the construction of the theoretical world, what, it may be asked, justifies us in lingering amid the formations, Gebilde, of mythical consciousness? Must not every theoretical view of the world that can lay claim to the name begin by dismissing these formations, Gebilde, and renouncing them once and for all without reservation? We can gain access to the realm of cognition only by freeing ourselves from the texture of dreams in which myth entangles us, only by seeing through its image world as a mere world of semblance. And once this access has been gained, once the realm of truth has been disclosed as such, what sense is there in looking back from it to the realm of semblance? Language is in this respect by no means equivalent to the question of myth. For it is obvious that language participates in a distinctive and independent way in the configuration and organization of the theoretical world. Even science cannot dispense with its collaboration. It too must always start from the preliminary stage of linguistic concepts, from which it detaches itself only gradually to attain the form of the pure concepts of thinking. In reference to myth, however, the cut constitutes itself more sharply and more inexorably. This cut leads to an unsublatable separation, to an authentic and definitive crisis that consciousness itself undergoes. The image world of myth and that of theoretical cognition cannot exist with one another and cannot be co-located in the same space of thinking. Rather, both comport themselves so as to stringently exclude each other. The beginning of one is equivalent to the end of the other. Just as in the Greek myth, a bite from the apple of Proserpina implicates the soul for good in the realm of shadows and prevents it from returning to the light of the day, so too, once the day has dawned here, once theoretical consciousness and theoretical perception are born, no return to the world of mythical shadows would seem possible. For what can such a return be but a regression, a slipping down into a primitive and overcome stage of spirit? As necessary as this conclusion may seem if we limit ourselves to purely abstract considerations regarding the form of myth and the form of science, it contains great difficulties as soon as we consider and evaluate both from the standpoint of a universal phenomenology of spirit. For the world of spirit forms a thoroughly concrete unity, so much so that the most extreme oppositions in which it moves appear as somehow mediated oppositions. In this world, there is no sudden rift, riss, or leap, sprung, no hiatus by which it separates into disparate parts. Rather, every figure through which spiritual consciousness as such passes seems to belong in some way to its permanent and enduring consistent existence. The surpassing of a certain form is itself made possible not by the vanishment, the total eradication, of this form but by its preservation within the continuity of the whole of consciousness. For what constitutes the unity and totality, Ganzheit, of spirit is precisely that there is no absolute past in it. Rather, it is still concerned in itself with the past, and it preserves the past in itself as the present, Gegenwart. As Hegel writes on this connection, the life of present spirit, Gegenwärtigen Geistes, is a cycle of stages which on the one hand still exist next to one another and only on the other hand appears as past. The moments, momenta, elements, that spirit seems to have left behind it, it has in its present depths, Gegenwärtigen Tiefe. If what this basic view asserts were correct, then we would not be able to believe that even so distinctive and paradoxical a formation, Gebilde, as mythical perception is totally lost or superfluous within the general picture, Gesamtbild, that theoretical consciousness projects, in Twiraft, of reality. It must be expected that the basic tendency that plainly dominates this perception will not be absolutely extinguished, however much it is marginalized and modified by other modes of seeing. The extinction, Untergang, of the contents of mythical consciousness in no way likewise signifies the necessary extinction, Untergang, of the spiritual function from which they stem. Nothing of the mythical formations, Gebilde, need be salvaged in the reality of experience and in the sphere of its objects, and yet it can still be shown that the potency of spirit, whose first concrete manifestation, Ausprägung, was myth, asserts itself in a certain respect, and that within the new dimension of theoretical self-consciousness, it lives on and continues to actively act in a new shape, in a kind of metamorphosis. At what point in our empirical worldview this continuing act is most readily found becomes clear as soon as we recall that we have taken not thing perception but the pure expressive perception as the actual correlate of myth. For now, the question is whether, in the progress and development of theoretical consciousness, this pure expressive perception is ever wholly displaced by the objective tendency of perception, or whether it claims an independent right side by side with the objective tendency of perception and possesses a domain of its own whose construction and determination it cannot do without. As a matter of fact, this domain can be precisely identified. It is nothing more and nothing less than the form of knowledge in which reality is not so much based on objects of nature as based on the appearance of other subjects. This knowledge, the knowledge of the other psyche, Fremdsicht, has admittedly, however natural it inserts itself into the whole of our cognitive experience and appears as an indispensable and self-evident component of it, always formed the real crux of epistemological and psychological reflection. New theories are forever being devised to explain and justify it. In every case, however, it appears that the degree of certainty to which all these explanations can lay claim is far from approaching the certainty that is already present in the simple phenomenological evidence. Instead of confirming or grounding this evidence, theory has rather almost without exception been a denial of this evidence. For, as different as their points of departure were and as various as the paths taken, these attempted explanations all agreed in one basic presupposition and in one determinate methodological aim. They all started from the assumption that all knowledge which does not refer to, and is not limited to, one's own states of consciousness must be mediated by outward perception, and furthermore, they all recognized outward perception as present, vorhanden, and valid only in the form of thing perception. To reduce the perception of the you to the general form of thing perception thus appeared as the true problem by which the theory constantly exerted itself anew. However, this very approach forms rather a T-E-D? First falsehood. For to think of the whole of the experienceable as a complex that either consists in tangible, dinglich, contents or must necessarily be pieced together out of them as components is itself an arbitrary theoretical narrowing of the pure horizon of live experience. In truth, within this horizon, expressive perception not only signifies, in contrast to thing perception, the psychologically earlier, the P?T? P? Mu? First according to us, but also designates an authentic P?T? T? F? Say? First according to nature. It has its specific form, its own essential being, which cannot be described, much less replaced, by categories valid for the determination of entirely other regions of being and sense. Far more clearly and convincingly than in traditional psychology, which has almost always been guided in its descriptions by definite conceptual presuppositions to which it was bound, this form stands out in the mirror of language. It can be immediately recognized here how all perception of objective characters originally starts from the apprehension and differentiation of certain physiognomic characters, with which, in a manner of speaking, it remains saturated. The linguistic designation of a certain movement, for example, all but conceals this element in itself instead of describing the form of the movement as such, as the form of an objective spatio-temporal event. The state of airs is named and linguistically fixed, of which the movement in question is an expression. Klages, who, of all modern psychologists, has most clearly recognized the interconnection that exists here and, in many cases, has been the first to open it up to theoretical understanding. Quickness, slowness, and if necessary even abruptness may be understood in terms of pure mathematics. By contrast, impetus, haste, inhibition, pedantry, exaggeration are just as much names for states of life as for modes of movement, and actually describe the latter by indicating their character. Anyone who wishes to characterize figures of movement and forms of space, finds themselves unexpectedly entangled in a characterization of the attributes of the soul, because forms and movements have been experienced, erleben, as appearances of the soul before they are judged by the understanding. From the standpoint of objectivity, and because the linguistic statement of factual concept only takes place through the mediation of the lived experience of impressions. Thus, language shows us how that basic psychic spiritual existence, seelische geistige Bestand, from which mythical intuition arises survives long after consciousness has surpassed the narrow limits of this intuition and has advanced to other configurations. The source does not suddenly cease to flow, it is merely conveyed into another and broader channel. For if we were to think that the original source domain of myth completely withered and dried up, that the pure expressive, lived experiences were quite simply extinguished and annihilated in their distinctiveness and particularity, then vast and massive domains of experience would lie fallow. There is no doubt that not only the knowledge of things as physical objects but also the knowledge of other subjects, fremd and subject, originally belongs to this experience. No form of reflection, of mediated inference, can create this knowledge. It is not for the issue, Zaka, of reflection to bring into being the stratum of lived experience in which it is rooted, but only for this issue to interpret it theoretically. It is a strange presumption on the part of theory, a kind of intellectual hybris, if it believes itself able to not only demonstrate the distinctive mode of certainty that is given here but also produce it. What is thus produced remains in the end a phantom, a simulacrum that would like to simulate the reality of life, in which, however, no independent vital force is inherent. Indeed, in the end almost all the well-known explanations of the knowledge of other subjects amounts to nothing more and nothing less than a sheer illusionism. What distinguishes these theories from one another is only the manner in which they describe the illusion and in which they think it emerged. Sometimes it is viewed as a kind of logical deception, other times as a kind of aesthetic deception, sometimes it is described as a sophistication of reason, other times as a sophistication of the imagination. What these explanations fail to appreciate, however, is that the sense and content, Gehalt, of the pure expressive function as such cannot be attested to by way of a single sphere of spiritual configuration, because as a truly general and, as it were, world-encompassing function, it precedes the differentiation in the various domains of sense and precedes the divergence of myth and theory, of logical reflection and aesthetic intuition. Its certainty and its truth are, in a manner of speaking, pre-mythical, pre-logical, and pre-aesthetical. It forms the common ground soil, Boden, from which all these configurations have in some way sprung and to which they remain attached. And this is, of course, why this truth seems to slip through our fingers when we attempt to fix it, that is, when we attempt to prescribe it in advance to a single domain and designate and determine it exclusively by means of the categories of this domain. If we start from the standpoint of logic and theoretical cognition, it seems possible to secure the unity of cognition only by taking all knowledge, regardless of what kind of objects it may refer to, as strictly homogeneous. The die-Errens, Verschiedenheit, in the content of the known should not and must not include a die-Errens, Verschiedenheit, in the principle of certainty or in its methodology. Thus, the demand that knowledge of the other I, fremd and ich, be subject to the same conditions on which the knowledge of nature, the world of empirical objects, is based would appear justified and reasonable. Because the object of nature is actually and truly constituted only in the thought of the lawfulness of nature, and because the object and lawfulness belong together and correlatively refer to each other in the realm of objectivizing cognition, the same must be valid for that form of experience by virtue of which the knowledge of other subjects is constructed for us. This knowledge, too, must above all be secured by a generally valid principle. And where are we to find this principle, Prinzip, if not in the principle, Grundsatz, of causality, which is the actual a priori for all cognition of reality and which appears to be the only bridge by which we can transcend the narrowly circumscribed region, Bezirk, of immanence, of one's own, eigen, phenomena of consciousness. Although, on the whole, Dilthey's view of the human sciences, Geisteswissenschaften, points in a different direction, even he was at first positivistic enough to regard this reasoning as cogent and to make it the foundation of his epistemological considerations. According to Dilthey, the belief in the reality of the outer world, the world of bodies in space as well as the reality of other, fremd, subjects, is rooted in an analogy to which he essentially gives the form of a causal inference. We never directly become aware of the reality of other subjects, but rather, we can only posit this reality immediately. Through a transference this principle almost obtains for him the dignity of an axiom. However, of course, his own concrete view of the nature, Wesen, and structure of the spiritual contradicts it at almost every step. Even when we thus disregard the construction of a concrete spiritual historical reality in order to position ourselves exclusively on the ground soil, Boden, of the pure theory of cognition, even considered from this standpoint, the theory of the conclusion by analogy contains a noteworthy paradox. For if what this theory asserted were correct, then there would exist a principle that possessed a truly universal significance for the whole of our worldview and for the whole of our apprehension of reality, and that was posited on the narrowest conceivable epistemological basis. If the certainty of the other, fremd, I were based on nothing other than a chain of empirical observations and inductive inferences, if it were grounded on the supposition that the same or similar expressive movements as we perceive in our lived body appeared also in other physical bodies, and on the supposition that the same EX must always correspond to the same causes, then it would be hard to conceive of a conclusion with so little foundation. Both as a whole and in its details, this conclusion proves on closer consideration to be thoroughly vulnerable. For one thing, it is a well-known epistemological principle that although we can infer like EX from like causes, we cannot conversely infer like causes from like EX, since one and the same EX can be produced by different causes. Apart from this objection, however, a conclusion of this kind could at best provide the basis for a provisional assumption, a mere probability. The belief in the reality of the other, fremd, I would then, as far as its purely epistemological dignity is concerned, be grounded in the same way as the belief in the existence of light ether, for example, though with the highly important and methodologically crucial difference that the latter hypothesis is constructed on incomparably sharper and more exact observations than the first. Thus, any variety of epistemological skepticism, down to the most radical working out of the thesis of solipsism, would need only to attack this conclusion by analogy to be certain of success. The certainty that the reality of life is not limited to the sphere of one's own existence and one's own phenomena of consciousness, bewis science phenomeni, would itself be a purely discursive cognition. And one, moreover, possessing a highly questionable origin as well as a highly questionable validity. No doubt considerations of this sort made it necessary to shift the center of inquiry from the domain of the intellect, from the region of the logical in general, to another field. In place of a purely discursive grounding, an intuitive grounding was sought instead of in the immediacy of reflection, one was sought in the immediacy and originality of feeling. The certainty of the other, fremd, I must, it has been stressed, be grounded not in deductions and inferences, not in a sum of mental operations, but rather in an original mode of lived experience. Theodor Lipps puts forward the form of co-lived experience or relived experience, Miterlebens oder Nachterlebens, as an example of such a lived experience. In it, and in it alone, he asserts, is the possibility of a you and its reality opened up to the I. This in turn implies, however, that this reality can never be an original but only a borrowed reality. The other, fremd, psychological individual is created out of me. The other's interiority is taken from mine. The other, fremd, individual or I is the product of a projection, a reflection, a radiation of myself, or that which I experience, erleben, in me, through the occasion of the sensible perception of a foreign, fremd, corporeal appearance, into this very sensible appearance, a distinctive kind of duplication of me. Thus, once again, the knowledge of the existence and of the constitution of the other, fremd, individual is traced back to a process of mirroring, Spiegelung, to a reflecting mediation. This process as such has not changed, only the refractive medium has changed. However, is the goal that this theory sets for itself really achieved? Has it in this way obtained a nearness of life, Lebensnah, by shifting the center of gravity from logic to aesthetics? What assures us that this other, fremd, I that we obtain from our own being and project outward is not more than a phantasm, a kind of psychological fata morgana, superior mirage? If we follow the threads of this theory, the other, fremd, I appears as a strange hybrid, composed of elements, elemente, of a diverse source and epistemological dignity. The theory is based primarily on sense-sensation, because the starting point for the act of empathy is the perception of material properties and changes, which are apprehended purely as such, as merely physical contents. It is not doubted that the world is originally given in this merely physical way. It is only stressed that this primary appearance is not suescient, that a new phenomenon, the phenomenon of life and animation, must be produced by a distinctive and basic act. Through acts of sympathy, mitgefühl feeling with, and vicarious feeling, nachgefühl feeling according to, following, through the act of instinctive sympathy, reality is redeemed from its initial mechanical rigidity and is transformed into a spiritual psychic, geistig seelish, reality. And yet, if this transformation is indebted to the empathy of her own eye in the matter of mere sensation, then the appearance of life is degraded into an aesthetic semblance. According to this basic view, the world appears animated only as long as it is veiled, as it were, in the twilight of aesthetic intuition. However, under the sharp beam of cognition, this illusion must be dispelled. It must now become evident that where we believed we grasped and obtained life itself, only an idol of life has been given. This consequence can be avoided only if we uncover the circulus viciosus in which the theory of conclusions by analogy as well as the theory of empathy move. Both assume as a real fact what is itself the product of a certain theoretical interpretation. Both accept as given the divorce, Scheidung, of the actual, its dualistic separation, Trennung, into an outside and an inside, into physical and psychic being, without inquiring into the conditions of the possibility of this separation itself. The phenomenological analysis must here reverse the order and direction of consideration. Instead of asking by what processes of logical inference or of aesthetic projection the psyche becomes psyche, it must rather follow perception back to the point where it is not a thing perception but a pure expressive perception, and where, accordingly, it is inside and outside in one. If any problem exists here at all, then it is concerned not with internalization, Vereinheitlichung, but rather with the unremitting external realization, Entäußerung, by which the original expressive characters gradually become objective characteristic traits and determinations and properties of things. This external realization, Entäußerung, increases to the degree that the world of expression transitions into another form, as it moves toward the world of presentation and finally toward the world of pure signification. As long as it persists purely within itself, it remains self-centered in itself and unchallenged. It is not necessary to infer here from the purely expressive characters a reality that is evinced in them. Rather, it is they themselves that bear the immediate color of reality. For at this phase of its development, they alone completely fill consciousness. There exists no other measure of being, of objective validity, that could dispute or impoverish this claim. Where life persists entirely within the phenomenon of expression, it contents itself with that phenomenon. It has not yet comprehended the thought of the world as a form other than as a totality, Gesamtheit, of possible expressive lived experiences, as their stage and scene, as it were. Over against this initial aspect of the world, the thing concept and causal concept of theoretical cognition create a new view and a new definition of being. If we take this definition as unique and exclusive, as the only possible definition, then we destroy all the bridges to the pure expressive world. What was previously a phenomenon now becomes a problem, and a problem for which no acuteness of cognition, no finely spun theory, would ever be fully adequate. Once the phenomenon as such has concealed itself from view because the plane of vision in which it was originally visible has given way to another horizon, then no force of mediated inference can ever bring it back to us. We cannot find the way back by heaping up or refining the instruments of theoretical thinking, we can find it only by penetrating more deeply into the general nature, Wesen, of this thinking and by learning to understand its conditionality as well as its uncontestable right and necessity. Once we have clearly apprehended and understood the direction in which this thinking continues to progress, it becomes evident that and why the world of expression cannot be sought nor found in this direction. No reinforcement or refinement of the instruments of pure theory will bring us any further unless we change our line of sight. The immediate ingenuous sense of expression must be distinguished from the sense of the theoretical cognition of the world. It must be restored in integrum, original condition, before the first step can be taken toward its explanation. Schiller's achievement was to have clearly recognized this path, to have disclosed through a sharp critique the original phenomenological weaknesses inherent in the empathy theory no less than in the analogy theory. In his own theory, he seeks to avoid both Scylla and Charybdis. His theory does not attempt to explain the certainty of the other, Fremd, I by something other, that lies before it, nor does it attempt to reduce it to this other. Rather, it takes the certainty, it takes the evidence, not as a datum that can be further reduced with which contemplation must begin. The basic lacunae of the theory of empathy as well as the theory of conclusion by analogy, according to Schiller, is that in both the phenomenological standpoint is abandoned entirely and a more realistic standpoint is supposed, and indeed covertly supposed. More than before, however, the philosopher must above all take care not to look to what is given but what, according to some presupposed realistic theory, can be given. What is possible within such a theory must not be made into the measure of the phenomenally actual. Schiller's theory of perception describes this reality such that it consists of expressive units and expressive totalities rather than of qualitatively determined and qualitatively differentiated sensations. These totalities cannot be explained merely as a sum of mere color qualities combined with unities of sense and form, or as gestalts of motion and alteration. Rather, they form a primary and undivided whole, which first acquires a different gestalt by the fact that it can be apprehended in two different directions of action. The perceptive lived experience can, in the act of so-called utter perception, acquire the function of designating the body of the individual as an object in nature, in the physical world, or it may, however, acquire the function of symbolizing an I, either one's own or that of the other, framed, by an act of inner perception. At first, this lived experience is, in and for itself, neither an intuition of a corporeal world nor an intuition of a merely psychic, seelish, reality. What is apprehended in it is rather a unitary life stream, so to speak, which is still wholly neutral toward the subsequent breaking down into the physical and psychic. Whether this original neutral originary ground, Urgrund, is later configured, gestalten, into the intuition, Anschauung, of a corporeal object or the intuition of a living subject depends essentially on the direction of configuration, Gestaltung, on the form of looking, Schauen, as a separating vision, Außenanderschau, or an interpenetrating vision, Innenanderschau. Thus, it is first through the different directions of perception, and according to one or the other as is the case, that a sequence of stimulus takes on one unitary formation as an appearance in which the body of the other individual comes to perception, for example as an appearance, which is the intuitive sequence of impressions of our environment, Umwelt. However, another unitary formation of this sequence of stimulus is given, in which we come to the perception of the I of the other, fremd, individual, i.e., as an appearance that is the intuitive sequence of the expression of the inner world. For this very reason, it is fundamentally impossible to dissect the unity of an expressive appearance, for example a smile, a menacing or kindly or rectionate look, into a sum, however great, of appearances whose parts would be identical units for a unity of appearance in which we perceive the body, i.e. a unity of impression on behalf of the physical environment. If I pursued the unity of appearance given in the orientation, Einstellung, of outward perception, which might even become a view of any small parts of the body of the individual, I will never in any possible combination of these unities find the unity of a smile or of an pleasing or menacing gesture, and so, a quality of redness which lies before my eyes as the coating of a physical cheek will never be the unity of blushing in whose redness a sympathetically felt shame seems to end. We shall go no further into the grounding that Schiller provides for his thesis. We will, rather, content ourselves with singling out the one element that is exactly in line with our own investigation and framing of the problem. It is characteristic that Schiller, in order to designate the actual phenomenological difference, Unterschied, between inner and outward perception, must start not from a difference, in the material but from a diversity, Verschiedenheit, of the symbolic function. Once again, we find here a confirmation of our basic view that what we call reality can never be determined from the standpoint of material alone, but that there enters into every mode of positing reality a certain motive of symbolic forming, Formung, that must be recognized as such and distinguished from other motives. In still another and more specific respect, however, Schiller's investigation is significant for us. For once again, it clearly becomes evident that the expressive function is a genuinely originary phenomenon, which also asserts its originality and unexchangeable particularity in the construction of theoretical consciousness and theoretical reality. If we were to think of this basic function as sublighted, the access to the world of inner experience would be barred to us, the bridge which alone can lead us into the sphere of the you would be cut. Every attempt to replace the primary function of expression by other higher functions, whether intellectual or aesthetic, leads only to inadequate surrogates, which can never achieve what is demanded of them. Such higher functions can be active only insofar as they already presuppose the primary stratum of expressive lived experience in its absolutely originary, originer, and original form. Certainly this stratum is considerably modified and transformed as soon as we advance from the mythical world to the aesthetic world and from the aesthetic world to the world of theoretical cognition. However, it is not in all this totally eliminated. In the progress of theoretical scientific cognition, the purely expressive function loses ground, Boden, the pure image of life is transposed into the form of a tangible existence and into tangible causal interconnections. It can, however, never entirely enter into this form nor perish in it. Because if it did so, not only would the mythical world of demons and gods disappear but the basic phenomenon of livingness in general would vanish with it. We thus see that the basic motive of consciousness, which we have recognized as the actual organon of the mythical world, intervenes at a decisive point in the construction of the reality of experience. That we believe that we know and apprehend this reality as twofold, outward and inner, physical and psychic, psychische, is not because we in some way insert psychic, seelish, being and events into the consistent existence of the thing world. It is, rather, the one originally given sphere of life that in itself is differentiated and that, by virtue of this differentiation, is more and more confined. By virtue of this process, the world of objects, the world of nature and natural laws, becomes correlated with the appearances of life while at the same time they can never entirely absorb these appearances into this correlation and thereby be able to dispose of them. The paths of subjective and objective analysis lead here to one and the same goal. Schiller essentially took the first road as a phenomenologist. He sought to work out the content, Gehalt, of I consciousness as well as other consciousness, Fremdbewusstseins. In so doing, he took consciousness in its fully developed form. He started from the worldview of outer and inner experience to occasionally look backward and draw more primitive configurations of consciousness into the sphere of consideration. We, however, had to take the opposite direction given our general framing of the problem. We had to begin with the characterization of the mythical world as a formation, Gebilde, of objective spirit and order, by way of a reconstruction, to arrive at the stratum of consciousness that corresponds to this formation, Gebilde. Only when the results of both methods of consideration illuminate and confirm each other can we gain the double perspective in which the purely expressive lived experience will reveal its dimension of depth. From the standpoint of a purely psychological consideration, it remains a kind of paradox when Schiller defends the thesis that other consciousness, Fremdbewusstsein, is earlier than I consciousness, that perception of the you precedes that of the I, for as soon as we abandon ourselves exclusively to introspection, the method of psychological self-observation, and confide in it alone, everything that is apprehended in it and through it seems to be placed within the sphere of one's own self. Seemingly, the I must in some way always be pre-given here before a world, be it the world of outward objects or the world of other, fremd, subjects, can open up to it. The state of airs presents itself diarrhently if we start from a consideration of the symbolic forms and in particular from the consideration of myth. For perhaps nothing is so characteristic of the mythical worldview as the fact that within it the knowledge of one's own I, of a strictly individual self insofar as such a knowledge is present, stands not at the beginning but at the end. The presupposition that the theory of cognition of psychological idealism has so often set forth as self-evident, the assumption that originally only our own states of consciousness can be given and that it is only through them, by inference, that the reality of other worlds of lived experience and the reality of a corporeal nature can be acquired, is shown to be thoroughly problematic as soon as we glance at the structure of mythical phenomena. Here, the I is in itself only insofar as it is at the same time in its counterpart and only insofar as it is related to this counterpart, to a you. Insofar as it knows itself only as a point of reference in this basic and originary relation. Other than in this mode of being directed toward, of intention toward other centers of life, the I is nowhere in possession of itself. It is no thing like substance, which can be thought of as existing in total isolation, separate from all other things in space, but acquires its content, its being for itself, only by knowing itself to be with others in one world and by distinguishing itself from others within this unity. As Schiller stresses. Thus, the situation is not such that we would have to construct out of the initially given material of her own lived experiences our image of other, fremd, lived experiences, in order then, to insert these lived experiences into the corporeal appearance of others. Rather, a stream of lived experiences initially flows that is inherent in respect to the I you and that contains, undivided and blended together, the factual one's own and the other, fremd, in undifferentiated mixture, and in this stream there gradually forms the clearly configured eddies that slowly draw new elements, elemente, of the stream into their circles and in this process are correlated with successive and very gradually differentiated individuals. Our study of the form of the mythical I consciousness has everywhere given us the most striking examples and evidence of this process. In myth, we can still look directly into the becoming of the more stable eddies that gradually detach themselves from the continuum of the life stream. We can follow how, from the whole of life, from its undifferentiated totality, which along with the human world also contains the world of animals and plants, a being of one's own, eigen, and also a form proper, eigen, to the human rises up and separates out only slowly, and how within this being the reality of the genus and the species always precedes that of the individual. From such configurations of cultural consciousness and the law of sequence that is visible in them, we learn to apprehend and understand the basic features of individual consciousness more sharply. As much as it is difficult to recognize and interpret in the consideration of the individual, soul appears here, as Plato said, as though written in large letters. It is only in the great creations of cultural consciousness that the becoming of the I can truly be discerned. For the human matures to the consciousness of its I only in its spiritual deeds. The human possesses itself only when, instead of remaining within the ever-identical series of lived experiences, it divides the series and configures it. And only in this image of the configured reality of lived experience does the human find itself as subject, as a monadic center of multiform existence. In myth, this act of turning inward, Innenwendung, and becoming aware, Inwerdung, can be followed step for step. The primary kind of mythical givenness consists in the fact that the human is divided and torn between the manifold outward impressions, each bearing a determinate magical mythical character. Each of these impressions takes up with its existence the whole of human consciousness and draws it into its spell, each imprinting its own color and mood, Stimmung. At first, the eye has nothing to oppose to this imprint. It is still unable to change it, so the eye can only accept it and in this act of acceptance become its prisoner. It becomes a plaything caught between all the expressive elements that present themselves in certain individual appearances and that assault it suddenly and without opposition. These elements follow one another without fixed order and without transition unpredictably. The various formations, Gebilde, change their mythical visage, Antlitz. Abruptly, the impression of the homelike, familiar, sheltering, and protective can transition into its opposite, that is, into the inaccessible, terrifying, monstrous, and gruesome. As Usner has shown by his distinction between the gods of the moment and the special gods, reality is demonic in this wholly indeterminate sense long before it becomes a realm of determinate demons, delimited from one another and endowed with personal properties and characteristics. This occurs when the confusion of diverse, swiftly changing impressions gradually loosens and thickens into figures, Gestalten, where each one bears a determinate essential being in itself. From the elementary mythical lived experiences that rise up out of nothing and dissolve into nothing there now emerges something resembling the unity of a character. The pure expressive phenomena as such still preserve their old strength. They enter, however, into a new and closer relation with one another. They fuse into formations, Gebilde, of a higher order. The expression is not only lived but is, as it were, characterologically evaluated. It is by determinate, relatively constant physiognomic features that the demon or god is recognized and distinguished from others. And what myth begins in this direction is completed by language and art, for the god acquires full individuality only through the name and image of the god. Thus, the intuition of itself, seine Selbst, as a determinate, clearly delimited individual being, Einzelwesen, is not the starting point from which the human progressively constructs its comprehensive view of reality. Rather, this intuition is only the end, only the mature fruit, of a creative process in which all the diverse basic energies of spirit operate and in which they intervene, eingreifen, reciprocally in each other. 3. The expressive function and the mind-body problem, Leib-Seelen problem. In the pure phenomenon of expression, in the fact that a certain appearance in its simple givenness and visibility gives itself to cognition, Erkennen, as something likewise inwardly animated, beseelt, initially and immediately shows us how consciousness can apprehend another reality while at the same time remaining purely within itself. From where this fact itself originates and how to explain it, this question can no longer be posed, because any solution would necessarily move in a circle. How can the simple phenomenon of expression be comprehended and derived from something that transcends it, since expression is itself the vehicle that initiates us to every kind of transcendence, to all consciousness of reality, Realität? A skeptical denial of this original symbolic character of perception would cut all our knowledge of reality at the root. On the other hand, any dogmatic attempt to ground this symbolic character is doomed to failure. We stand here at a point where, as Goethe said, the most indigenous and necessary of concepts, the concept of cause and effect, threatens to lead us astray and bring us to disaster, because every application of the category of causality to the pure expressive function is unable to explain it and can only obscure it because it robs the pure expressive function of its character as an authentically originary phenomenon. However, are we perhaps not running the same risk of obscuring if instead of considering this phenomenon purely for itself and letting it stand and consist in itself, we take it together with others, if we think of it as a species in a genus? Can we look at expression as a particular mode and direction of symbolism without misjudging its particularity, its irreplaceable particular nature? Does such classification not weight it down with a problem from which expression in itself is totally and happily exempt? For its distinctive privilege is precisely that it does not admit of a difference between image and thing, Sache, the sign, Zeichen, and the designated, Bezeichnete. In expression, there does not exist a separation between what an appearance's mere sensible existence is and a distinct spiritual mental content, Geistigseelischen Gehalt, that appearance immediately gives to cognition. It is its own being, Wesen, toward manifestation, and nevertheless, with this manifestation, we are and remain place after place within the interior, Ort for Ort im Innern. Here there is neither kernel nor shell, there is no first and second, no one and other. Consequently, if we define the concept of symbolism in such a way that we limit it to those cases in which precisely this differentiation between mere image and the matter itself, Sache selbst, emerges clearly and in which this differentiation as such is apprehended and worked out, we shall find ourselves beyond any doubt in a region to which this concept can have no application. We have, on the other hand, given the concept of the symbol another and broader signification from the beginning. We have attempted with the concept of the symbol to encompass the totality, Ganze, of those phenomena in which generally the sensible, Sinnlichen, presents itself as always a special case of sense fulfillment, Sinnerfüllung, in which something sensible, Sinnlichen, in the manner of its existence, Dasein, and its being a certain way, Sein, presents itself at the same time as the particularization and embodiment, as the manifestation, Ausprägung, and incarnation of a sense, Sinn. It is not necessary here that both elements already be sharply separated from one another as such, that they become known in their alterity and opposition. This form of knowledge designates not the beginning but the end of the development. The duality of these elements is, to be sure, invested in every primitive appearance of consciousness. This potency, however, is in no way unfolded in actuality from the beginning. However deeply we may penetrate into the configurations of the sensible spiritual consciousness, we never encounter this consciousness as something absolutely objectless, as something absolutely simple, before all separations and differentiations. It always appears as something living that divided itself within itself, as a, d, f, mu e, a, t, one at variance with itself. However, although this difference exists, it is, nevertheless, not yet posited as such. Rather, this positing occurs only if consciousness transitions from the immediacy of life into the form of spirit and into the form of spontaneous spiritual creation. Only in this transition can all those tensions that as such already belong to the simple consistent existence of consciousness unfold. What previously was a concrete unity despite all its inner antithetical oppositions now begins to separate from one another and to lay itself out, auslegen interpret, in analytical separation. The pure phenomenon of expression has as yet no such form of bifurcation. In it, a manner, a mode, of understanding is given that is not attached to the conditions of conceptual interpretation, the simple exposition, Darlegung interpretation, of the phenomenon is at the same time its laying out, Auslegung interpretation, the only one of which it is susceptible and needful. However, this unity and simplicity, this self-evidence, Selbstverständlichkeit, vanishes at once and gives way to a highly complex problematic as soon as the purely theoretical consideration of the world, as soon as philosophy, turns to the phenomenon of expression and draws it into its jurisdiction. For now, the diversity of elements that are harbored in expression are intensified into the diversity of origins. The phenomenological question is transformed into an ontological question. Acceptance of what expression proclaims as its sense is replaced by the question of the being that forms its ground. This being cannot be thought of as simple, it presents itself rather as a combination of two heterogeneous components. In it, the physical and the psychic, lived body and mind, seal, are connected and related to each other. How is such a connection between the two poles possible, however, if each of them originates in and belongs to another world? How can two entities that appear to be absolutely antithetical in the metaphysical nature, Wesen, of things stand together and exist together in experience? Thus, the bond that embraces mental, seelish, and corporeal, leiblich, existence in the appearance of expression breaks in the moment we pass over from the plane of the appearance to that of true being, to the plane of metaphysical cognition. There is no possible mediation between what the body is and what the mind, seal, as a metaphysical substance is. It is everywhere the striving of ontology, which is already grounded in its original framing of the question, to transpose every problem of sense into a problem of pure being. Being is the foundation in which all sense must ultimately be in some way fixed. No purely symbolic relation is truly known and certain as long as its fundamentum in re has not been successfully exhibited, that is to say, as long as what it signifies in itself is not traced back to and grounded in some real determination. And it is above all two determinations that dominate here the whole problematic of metaphysics: the thing concept and the causal concept. All other relations culminate in the category of thing and in the category of causality, which literally absorbs them. What is not directly given as a relationship of things and properties, causes and ex, or what cannot be rethought by theoretical intellectual work into such a relationship remains ultimately unintelligible, and this impossibility of understanding, Verstehen, throws suspicion on its consistent existence and threatens to dissolve it into an inessential, wesenlos, semblance, a delusion of the senses or imagination. Nowhere is this general state of affairs more clearly revealed than in the fate that, Lebenselan problem, undergoes as soon as it frees itself once and for all from the ground soil, Boden, of experience and crosses over into the sphere of metaphysical thinking. What is required of it with this crossing over is above all that it unlearn, as it were, its own language. The language of the pure expressive function is treated as meaningful and intelligible only if it can be translated into the language of the substantial metaphysical view of the world, into the language of substance concepts and causal concepts. Every effort to effect this translation, however, proves in the end inadequate. There always remains an obscure remainder that seems to defy all metaphysical intellectual work. The entire work of metaphysics since Aristotle has been unable to dispose of this remainder completely, to eliminate in principle. The irrationality of this mind-body relationship leaves alien for helplessness. Despite all the efforts of the great classical systems of modern times, despite all the attempts undertaken by the rationalism of Descartes and Malebranche, by Leibniz and Spinoza, to draw this problem into its own sphere and subject it to its domination, it still seems to persist in its own place, to preserve a strange and paradoxical stubbornness. Eigensen, the modern metaphysician, insofar as he wants to be at the same time a phenomenologist, finds himself here in a dialectical dilemma. Even he does not succeed in drawing the problem wholly into the sphere of the metaphysical cognition of being and essences and penetrating it with its light. On the other hand, however, the metaphysician conceals the fact that this impenetrability is in no way absolutely imputed to an original obscurity of the problem itself. Only the change of illumination, the change from the aspect of experience to the metaphysical aspect, creates that strange twilight and dim light in which Lieb's alien problem has stood throughout the history of metaphysics. It is the essential merit of Nikolai Hartmann's metaphysics that it grasped this problematic situation with its characteristic acuteness and rigor of thinking, and that it has unapologetically and unreservedly been acknowledged. Hartmann's metaphysics of cognition no longer undertakes, like older metaphysical systems, the attempt to dispel this twilight. It attempts solely to display it. Hartmann no longer seeks to solve the riddles of metaphysics at any price but contents himself with their clear and full apprehension. Thus, for him, apoetics becomes an essential component of metaphysics. As far as the mind-body question, Lebenselenfrage, is concerned, there would seem at first sight to be no room for such skepticism if we consider only the immediate phenomenological evidence. Hartmann starts from the assumption that the unity of the lived body and the mind, Seele, lies ready in the nature, Wesen, of the human, and therefore it is not necessary to first disclose it. This unity is and consists as long as it is not artificially torn apart. All traditional metaphysical theories that claim to give an explanation of the relationship of the lived body and mind, Seele, have, however, been guilty of precisely such an artificial separation. Neither the theory of interaction nor that of psychophysical parallelism does justice to its task. Instead of describing or at least circumscribing what is phenomenally given, they replace it with a state of airs of a wholly direct kind. Even for Hartmann, however, the unity, which presents itself from the side of the phenomena as unquestionable and secure, collapses the moment, Augenblick, that we attempt to clarify and explain it intellectually. From the standpoint of pure lived experience, from the standpoint of consciousness, we are aware, Kennen, neither of a mind, Seele, without a lived body nor of a lived body without a mind, Seele. On the other hand, this unity of awareness, Kenntnis, in no way implies a unity of cognition, Erkenntnis. No matter how much immediate knowledge, Wissen, shows us the physical and the psychic as not only associated with one another but indissolubly linked to one another, we cannot succeed in transforming this actual bond into a conceptual bond and into the sense of the concept of a necessary bond. How a process, Prozess, can begin as a bodily occurrence, Vorgang, and end as a psychic occurrence, Seelische Vorgang, is absolutely incomprehensible. We can well understand in abstracto that this can be so, however we cannot understand in concreto how it is so. There is here an absolute boundary of the cognizable at which all categorical concepts, physiological as well as psychological, fail. To assume a psychophysical causality, which would directly prevail on both sides of the problem of the divide, was naturalistic naivety. Indeed, it is even highly questionable whether the two domains, physiology and psychology, are in general adjacent, whether they actually touch at a common, so to speak, linear borderline, or whether they do not rather gape far apart, with a whole domain, a third, irrational domain between them. For since the unity cannot be denied ontologically, but is to be apprehended neither physiologically nor psychologically, then it is to be understood as a pure ontic unity, independent of all apprehension, as a unity which is at once metaphysical and metapsychical, in short as an irrational stratum underlying psychophysical being, Wesen. The uniform nature, Wesen, of the psychophysical process lies then in this ontological deep stratum. It is an ontically real, irrational process, which is in itself neither physical nor psychic but has in these two only its surface areas that are exposed to consciousness. According to Hartmann, the characteristic mode of inferring, by which the general relationship of metaphysics to the lived mind-body problem, Lebensseelen problem, is determined, comes to light with exemplary pregnancy and clarity. When it becomes apparent that the unity of the lived mind-body interconnection, Lebensseelenzusammenhang, which is undeniable as a phenomenon, can always find only an imperfect, internally inconsistent presentation in the concepts of metaphysics, then the conclusion is not that there is a lacuna in the concepts but rather that there is an irrationality in being. Metaphysical thinking is not held to task for shattering the unity of the phenomenon and dissolving it into disparate elements, elementae, rather, the unintelligibility and contradiction is relocated to the core of reality itself. In being itself, there is a yawning hiatus or rationalist that can be closed by no effort of thinking. There seems to remain only one way by which to bridge this gulf that separates the nature, Wesen, of the psychic and that of physical. If both must remain heterogeneous, as long as they remain entirely in the sphere of the empirically familiar, bekannten, and accessible existence, there nevertheless exists the possibility that what for us is absolutely dissimilar can be posited, in this respect, in an interrelation as has descended from a common ground. This common ground surely cannot be found in the domain of the experienceable but must be sought rather in a transcendent realm, and this implies, at the same time, that it can no longer be recognized in the strict sense but can only be assumed or at best hypothetically posited. Hartmann accordingly concludes. The parallelism of psychic, seelish, and physical appearances would then be the necessary consequence, Folgerung, of a common root. The uniform, ontically real processes, Prozesse, which must, ultimately be at work, begin or end neither in the physical nor the psychic, but in a real third realm of which there is no immediate consciousness. It is only different parts or links in these real processes, Prozesse, that are manifested as a physical or a psychic occurrence, Vorgang, in the appearance. From this, we see that the answer that modern metaphysics has given to the question of the interconnection of the lived body and the mind, Seele, differs in content but not in general conceptual type from that of the older systems. The originary ground, Urgrund, in which the sublation of oppositions is sought is no longer, as in occasionalism, as in the Spinozist philosophy of identity, or in Leibniz's system of pre-established harmony, defined as a divine originary Grund, Urgrund. However, the function it fulfills, namely, the connecting of the empirically incompatible into a unity and of acting a coincidentia oppositorum in the sphere of absolute being, has remained unchanged. It does not solve the problem, however, but merely postpones it. For the question of the mode of the interconnection between the lived body and the mind, Seele, is raised for us by the appearance, which shows us that the two are never separate but can be cognized only in their interrelation. This question is not answered if, instead of explaining the unity of the phenomenon, we rather refer back to the unity of an unknowable, transcendent originary ground, Urgrund. What is experienced, Erleben, in every simple phenomenon of expression is an indissoluble correlation, a thoroughly concrete synthesis of the bodily, Leiblich, and the psychological, Seelish. However, we cannot explain this concrete lived experience and cannot understand it by going back to that caput mortuum, dead head, of abstraction, as Hegel called it, to the thing in itself as the ultimate common root of all empirically different and separated entities. The task has been set by experience itself, the problem has grown in the womb of experience. Thus, it should be expected and demanded that the problem be solved by means of experience. The leap into the metaphysical can no longer help here because the lived mind-body question, Lebensseelenfrage, more than any question, already belongs to the natural worldview and arises with necessity within its boundaries, within its theoretical horizon. To recognize them here in their original and genuine framing, it is of course a question of taking this horizon in its full breadth and in the manifold of its possible aspects. This breadth is arbitrarily narrowed, and the manifold curtailed if we take the category of causality as the only category, or as the truly constitutive category, for all empirical existence and events. From the standpoint of theoretical natural science, this approach surely appears justified, since for natural science, nature ultimately signifies nothing other than the existence of things, insofar as it is determined according to universal laws. And yet this order and determination according to laws, through which the object of natural cognition is first constituted, is by no means the only form of empirical determinability. Not every empirical nexus, mediately or immediately, dissolves into a causal nexus. Rather, there are certain basic forms, Gestalten, of connection, which can be understood only if we resist the temptation of such a dissolving, if we leave them as they are and consider them as formations, Gebilde, sui generis. And the interconnection between the lived body and the mind, Seele, constitutes itself as precisely a prototype of such a connection. As for metaphysics, it has been forced to recognize more and more clearly in the course of its history that this interconnection cannot just be fitted into the schema of causal thinking, indeed that the application of this very schema to the point of departure and to the ground gives rise to all sorts of aporias and antinomies. From this state of affairs, however, the inference is drawn that empirical causality must at this point be replaced by a causality of a diarrhent form and dignity, by a transcendent causality. The relationship is comprehended not fundamentally as a non-causal one but rather as a transcausal one, based on a causality of a higher order. Hartmann stresses the type of determination, which prevails in the ontological domain, in the all-embracing sphere of being, and which links formations of being, Seinsgebilde, which are connected through the character of being, Seincharakter, as such regardless of how heterogeneous they are in other respects, can obviously only be of a far more general order than the causal nexus. Its relation to the causal nexus, as the nexus of objectified, objectiven, nature, must be that of the transsubjective to the objectified, objectiven. It may not be sought on this side of causality, but only beyond it. It can be neither causal nor cis-causal, but only transcausal, a transobjective type of determination, insofar as it belongs to the same sphere of being as the subject and the transsubjective entity that stands behind it. Instead of the empirical determination that prevails in the world of spatio-temporal events, another intelligible determination is assumed, which admittedly can be posited only in a manner and under the condition that at the same time its unsublatable irrationality, its fundamental uncognizability, is conceded. Should not, however, the deeper ground of this irrationality be sought, rather, in the false measure that is applied here from the beginning to the phenomenon that we wish to elucidate? The history of metaphysics shows us clearly that every attempt to describe the lived mind-body relationship, Lebenselenverhältnis, by transforming it into a relationship of the conditioning and the conditioned, ground and consequence, has culminated in inextricable difficulties. This relationship constantly evades thinking, regardless of whether thinking seeks to catch it in the meshes of an empirical causality or of a purely intelligible determination. For every kind of determination makes the mind empirical nexus, mediately or immediately, dissolves into a causal nexus. Rather, there are certain basic forms, Gestalten, of connection, which can be understood only if we resist the temptation of such a dissolving. If we leave them as they are and consider them as formations, Gebilde, sui generis. And the interconnection between the lived body and the mind, Seele, constitutes itself as precisely a prototype of such a connection. As for metaphysics, it has been forced to recognize more and more clearly in the course of its history that this interconnection cannot just be fitted into the schema of causal thinking, indeed that the application of this very schema to the point of departure and to the ground gives rise to all sorts of aporias and antinomies. From this state of affairs, however, the inference is drawn that empirical causality must at this point be replaced by a causality of a diarrhent form and dignity, by a transcendent causality. The relationship is comprehended not fundamentally as a non-causal one but rather as a transcausal one, based on a causality of a higher order. Hartmann stresses the type of determination, which prevails in the ontological domain, in the all-embracing sphere of being, and which links formations of being, Seinsgebilde, which are connected through the character of being, Seincharakter, as such regardless of how heterogeneous they are in other respects, can obviously only be of a far more general order than the causal nexus. Its relation to the causal nexus, as the nexus of objectified, objectiven, nature, must be that of the transsubjective to the objectified, objectiven. It may not be sought on this side of causality, but only beyond it. It can be neither causal nor cis-causal, but only transcausal, a transobjective type of determination, insofar as it belongs to the same sphere of being as the subject and the transsubjective entity that stands behind it. Instead of the empirical determination that prevails in the world of spatio-temporal events, another intelligible determination is assumed, which admittedly can be posited only in a manner and under the condition that at the same time its unsublatable irrationality, its fundamental uncognizability, is conceded. Should not, however, the deeper ground of this irrationality be sought, rather, in the false measure that is applied here from the beginning to the phenomenon that we wish to elucidate? The history of metaphysics shows us clearly that every attempt to describe the lived mind-body relationship, Lebenselenverhältnis, by transforming it into a relationship of the conditioning and the conditioned, ground and consequence, has culminated in inextricable difficulties. This relationship constantly evades thinking, regardless of whether thinking seeks to catch it in the meshes of an empirical causality or of a purely intelligible determination. For every kind of determination makes the mind prevails here a connection that needs not be joined together from separate elements, elemente, but which primarily is a meaningful whole that interprets, interpretiert, itself, that breaks apart into a duality of elements, momenta, in order to lay itself out, auslegen, in them. A genuine access to the lived mind-body problem, Liebseelen problem, is found only once we recognize in general that all thing connections and all causal connections are ultimately based on sense connections of this kind. Sense connections do not form a special class within the thing connections and causal connections, they are rather the constitutive presupposition, the conditio sine qua non, on which the latter base themselves. In the course of our investigation it will become increasingly clear that it is the symbolic functions of presentation and signification that creates access to that objective reality in which we are justified in speaking of thing relations and causal relations. And thus, it is the spiritual triad of the pure expressive, representative, and significative functions that first makes possible the intuition of an organized reality. Precisely for this reason, however, any explanation that seeks to bring the content, Gehalt, of these functions closer to us by comparisons drawn from the thing world is a sweet p?t latter before. The relationship of the appearance to the psychic content, seelisch Gehalt, that is expressed in it, the relationship of the word to the sense that is presented through it, and finally the relationship in some arbitrary abstract sign stands to the significative content, Gehalt, to which it points, have no analogy in the manner in which things stand side by side to each other in space, in which events follow one another in time, or in which real alterations are produced by one another. Its specific sense can be obtained only from itself, but not be elucidated through analogies taken from the world that is made possible only by this sense. What aggravated the cognition of this state of affairs is the fact that all these acts of expressing, presenting, and signifying are themselves not immediately present, gegenwärtig, rather, they can become visible in no other way than in the whole of their achievement, Leistung. They are only insofar as they are active and manifest themselves in their action. They do not originally look back at themselves, but instead look toward the work that they accomplish, toward the being whose spiritual form they have to construct. And this likewise implies that initially no other description of their proper reality and icacy can be given than the one that is drawn from their work, as such, their reactings, Gewerkten, and that in a way speaks its language. This relationship does not initially appear only in the speculative interpretation in the strict sense that the phenomenon undergoes in the sphere of metaphysics. Particularly where the relationship of the lived body and the mind, Seele, is concerned, the naive and unbroken unity between the two, which presents itself in every simple expressive lived experience, has become questionable long before the commitment of any actual metaphysics. The mythical worldview has already executed the rupture in myth. The dualism separating the duality of elements into a substantial separation of two essential beings has already been introduced. In its beginnings, to be sure, myth does not seem to clearly distinguish between the two spiritual attitudes. It seems to stand halfway between the apprehension that results from the standpoint of the purely expressive phenomenon and that which follows from the standpoint of the theoretical, metaphysical interpretation. Admittedly, the separation of the mind, Seele, and lived body is initiated here, but it is far from possessing the radical sharpness that it will later disclose. Barely separated, body and mind, Seele, seem prepared at any time to flow back into one another. The world is pervaded by a magical force that may be thought equally well as corporeal or spiritual, and that is totally indifferent toward this separation. It inheres in things as well as in persons, in the material as well as in the immaterial, the inanimate as well as the animated. It is, so to speak, quite simply the mystery of icacy, Wirken, that is apprehended and mythically objectified, without there being within this mystery a boundary between the particular modes of psychic, seelish, and corporeal icacy, Wirken. This demarcation takes place not only if consciousness has and experiences, a relate, the world as a totality, Ganze, of expressive characters, but also if it transitions to comprehend reality by providing it with fixed substrates. For this substantialization, at the level of concrete thinking on which we still stand, is possible only if it transitions immediately into the form of a spatial determination and a spatial intuition. The kind of community that exists between the lived body and the mind, Seele, seems now as a mere togetherness, and this togetherness includes in itself at the same time a fundamental apartness, auseinander. The duality has gone from a duality of elements to a duality of domains. Reality has definitively broken down into an inner world and an outer world. The corporeal no longer appears as the plain expression, as the immediate manifestation, Ausprägung, of the mental, Seelish. The body does not reveal the mind, Seele, but rather is a shell that conceals it. Only when it breaks through this shell in death does the mind, Seele, come into its own nature, Wesen, as well as its own value and sense. This mythical religious originary conception, however, still maintains the bond between the lived body and the mind, Seele, insofar as the two, although separated in their nature, Wesen, and origin, remain nevertheless intimately linked with one another by their fate. The unity of mythical fate takes the place here of an ontic unity of being, ontisken Wesenseinheit. By primordial decree of fate, the mind, seal, is confined to the cycle of corporeal becoming, fastened to the wheel of births. The strictness and consistence of this mythical bonding does not negate the separation that has been erected between the spheres of corporeal being and psychic, seelish, being. It prevents, however, the mythical from drawing all the logical consequences implicit in this separation. Metaphysical thinking first takes the final and decisive step. It makes the togetherness of the lived body and the mind, seal, a merely empirical and therefore accidental element. This accidental connection cannot sublate the necessary opposition that arises from the nature, Wesen, of both. No vinculum substantial bond, is strong enough to forge these originally heterogeneous natures into a true unity. In the course of its history, metaphysics has been increasingly impelled to take this road. With Aristotle, the soul still appears as the entelechy of the lived body and thus its most proper reality. With modern metaphysics, however, the lived body, Liebe, is stripped of everything that belongs to the sphere of pure expression, making it a mere body, Körper, and it further determines the matter of this body as a purely geometrical matter. For Descartes, the only necessary characteristic that remains of the concept of body is extension in length, breadth, and depth. On the other hand, all psychic, seelish, being, the whole being of consciousness, is exhausted in the act of cogitatio. Between the spatial world constructed by geometry and mechanics and that fundamentally aspatial being that we apprehend in the act of pure thinking there is, however, no possible logical or empirical mediation. The only medium in which the two can find each other and in which their opposition is sublated is the transcendence of the divine originary ground. However, this sublation, which they undergo in the absolute, does not, of course, appease the empirical phenomenal oppositions but as such only brings them forth more sharply. Ultimately, we can avoid these oppositions only by working our way back to their actual source, by putting ourselves back at the center of their symbolic relation, in which the psychic, seelish, appears related to the bodily and the bodily related to the psychic, seelish, in the pure phenomenon of expression. The particular nature of this relation, however, can emerge clearly only if we go beyond it, if we take the expressive function not as an isolated element but as a member within a comprehensive spiritual whole and seek to determine its position and to understand its particular achievement within this whole. Part 2. The problem of representation, and the construction of the intuitive world. The concept and the problem of representation. If we wish to progress from that primary form of the consciousness of reality that is contained in the pure expressive lived experience to richer and higher forms of the view of the world, then we can only search for a roadmap and a general guiding principle for this progress in the objective configurations of spiritual culture. If the outcomes, which lie beyond what is included in the simple expressive experience, are to become visible here, then it must be our task to go back from them to the functions in which these outcomes are grounded. We have found that the sense and basic tendency of the pure expressive function could be apprehended most clearly and surely if we took the world of myth as our point of departure. It is still entirely dominated by this sense, which, as it were, permeates and animates it. And yet as the mythical world unfolds more richly, a new motive asserts itself. Already, that reality is for myth a self-contained cosmos, that it sees reality not as a mere sum of individual features and characters but as a totality, Ganze of figures, Gestalten, points toward this motive. In the earliest forms of mythical consciousness to which we can make our way back, the look, Gesicht, of the world, it would seem, is still understood in terms of an unceasing change. This mobility and fleetingness, this abrupt and unmediated enveloping of all figures, Gestalten, into one another, would seem to belong to the very nature, Wesen, of the mythical aspect of the world itself. The world nowhere here stands fast to the contemplative regard that is directed at it but rather in every moment, Augenblick, appears in a die-errant, strangely ephemeral and vaporous light. Even if other fixed formations gradually rose out of its surge and flow, even if in themselves the individual appearances as such did not have a fluid and indeterminate demonic character but were apprehended and lived, Erleben, as the manifestation, Ausprägung, of demonic or divine beings, Wesen, these very beings, Wesen, would still possess no true constancy and universality. The individual appearance is deified in full immediacy. Without that a still more delimited generic concept was at play. The one thing that you see before you, that thing itself and nothing more is the God. Myth is, however, driven further and further beyond this first intuition of the mere gods of the moment, Augenblicksgatter, as it associates itself with a new, basic force of spirit and it internally permeates itself with that power. It is the force of language that first lends stability and duration to the formations, Gebilde, of myth. Usner has striven in his book on the names of the gods to follow this process in detail and to clarify and interpret it with the help of the history of language. Though many of his specific interpretations may be uncertain or questionable, he has clearly and sharply apprehended a basic general tendency in the phenomenology of mythical consciousness. Language first provides the possibility of finding again and of recognizing by virtue of which totally different and spatially and temporally separated appearances can be understood as utterances, Äußerungen, of one and the same subject, as revelations of a determinate and self-identical divine being, Wesen. Even at this basic stage, language thus accomplishes in principle what it will achieve in its highest logical development, Durchbildung. It becomes the vehicle for recognition, in the concept, without which even myth would not be able to bring it to duration and to the internal stability of gestalts. In this common achievement, Leistung, of language and myth, however, we already stand at the threshold of a new spiritual world. Myth already reveals the striving and the force, not simply to glide along in the stream of feeling and active agitation but to restrain this movement and focus it into a determinate spiritual focal point, into the unity of an image built. Because its images rise immediately from its flowing movement of interiority, however, they are always in danger of being swept back into it. An element of rest and inner consistency is achieved only when the image grows, as it were, beyond itself, when, in a transition that is at first almost imperceptible, it becomes a presentation, Darstellung. For the presentation of a god comprises in itself two different spiritual elements, elemente, and sublates them into each other. It grasps the god in his wholly immediate living presence, Gegenwart. The presentation is not intended to be taken as a mere picture, Abbild, rather, it is the god itself who is embodied and active in it. On the other hand, however, this momentary act does not exhaust the whole of its being. The presentation, Darstellung, is, as presence, Gegenwart, at the same time representation, Vergegenwärtigung. What stands before us as here and now, what is given as this particular and determinate, presence, announces itself, on the other hand, as the emanation and manifestation, Ausprägung, of a force that is never wholly unfolded in such particularity. Through the concrete individual details of the image we now perceive this total force, Gesamtkraft. Though it may hide itself in 1,000 forms, it remains its identical self in them all. It possesses a fixed nature and essential being that in all these forms is immediately seized, that is, represented, representiert, in them. Although this kind of representation, can, however, be fully understood and appreciated only from the standpoint of language, not every mode of linguistic utterance, Ausprägung, is bound up with it in the same way. There seems to be, rather, a basic stratum of linguistic utterances, Aussprachen, in which the tendency toward presentation is, if at all, present, vorhanden, only in its embryonic beginnings. In it, language still moves almost exclusively in pure expressive elements and expressive characteristics. At first, the linguistic sound seems to be entirely confined to the phase of mere phonetization. It designates no individual factor of objective reality. It is, rather, a mere outpouring of inner states of a speaking and the immediate discharge of its dynamic tension. All that is customarily designated as animal language seems to be confined permanently to this phase. As diverse as the animal cries and shrieks may be, the cries of fear or pleasure, mating calls, and calls of warning, they do not go beyond the sphere of mere sound sensation. They are not significant in the sense of being correlated as signs with determinate things and occurrences in the outer world. According to the observations of Wolfgang Köhler, even the language of the most highly developed anthropoid apes, rich as it is in immediate expressions for the most diverse subjective states and desires, remains confined to this sphere. It never becomes the depiction, Zeichnung, or designation, but Zeichnung, of the objective, Gegenständlich. Likewise with children, the function of designation stands only at the end of linguistic development. Here too, the words of objective language, which they have learned, for a long time still do not have the specific, objectivizing sense, Sinn, connected with them by developed language. Rather, everything meaningful, sinnhaft, is rooted in the stratum of emotion, Echt, and sensible stimulation and is referred back to it over and over again. Thus, the first adjectives, Eigenschaftswort, used by the child do not so much designate the properties, Eigenschaften, and characteristic traits of things but rather bring an inner state to expression. Similarly, as late as the second year of life, the affirmation and negation, The yes and no are used not as a statement, Aussage, in the logical sense as an ascertaining positing, Constatieren and Setzung, but rather as an expression of an emotional position taking, Stellungnahme, of a desire, or of defense. Only gradually, in the course of the development of language, does the pure presentative function assert itself, growing stronger and finally acquiring domination over the whole of language. Even now, however, it must unmistakably share this domination with other spiritual motives and fundamental tendencies. As far as language may progress in the direction of presentation and pure logical signification, it can never tear away from its interconnection with the primary expressive lived experience. Determinate expressive characteristics remain interwoven with its supreme intellectual achievements. Everything that we habitually designate as onomatopoeia belongs to this sphere. In the genuine onomatopoeic formations of language we are dealing far less with the direct imitation of objectively given phenomena than with a phonetic and linguistic formation that still remains wholly in the spell of the purely physiognomic view of the world. The sound attempts here, as it were, to capture the immediate look, Gesicht, of things and with it their true nature, Wesen. Even where living language has long since learned to use the word as a pure vehicle of thought, it never wholly relinquishes this interweaving. It is above all poetic language that persistently strives back toward this ground of physiognomic expression, in which it seeks to plunge into an originary source, Urquell, and eternal fountain of youth. Even where language is solely concerned with working out a determinate logical sense, which it simply seeks to set forth as such in its objectivity and universality, it cannot dispense, however, with the manifold possibilities that are available in melodic rhythmic means of expression. These prove themselves to be genuine vehicles and constituents of sense bestowing itself and not superfluous embellishments. Thus, the elements that we usually subsume under the concept of linguistic melody play a part in co-determining the logical structure and logical understanding of the sentence. Configured from a unitary sense, the linguistic melody contributes decisively to the precise determination of significations. Thus, it is the sensible expression, the representation, of the whole sense as a unity. Clinical observation in the pathology of language shows that in cases of so-called amusia, in which the musical parts of language are no longer correctly apprehended, the apprehension of grammatical and syntactical meaning, Bedeutung, in this respect, is modified and is usually impaired in some way. Certain modal tendencies of linguistic sense, Sinn, that are indispensable to its understanding and interpretation, such as the interrogative or imperative character of certain sentences, are in many cases expressed almost exclusively by musical elements, Elementi. It is once again confirmed that the spiritual element of signification is closely bound up here with the sensible element of expression, as both, only in their reciprocal determination and penetration, constitute the actual life of language. This life can never be merely sensible any more than it can be purely spiritual. It can be apprehended only as the lived body and the mind, seal, at once, as an embodiment of logos. Although the sensible character of expression and the logical element of signification cannot be separated in the factual reality of language, the purely functional difference between them remains unmistakable. Any attempt to dissolve expression into signification or to derive one from the other genetically remains vain. Similarly, as seen by developmental psychology, the function of presentation does not grow out of formations belonging to the sphere of mere expression but always constitutes them toward a specifically new and decisive turning point. The world of animal sensation still seems to be situated wholly on the other side of this great dividing line. Just as the animal lacks presentation in the word, it lacks the true indicative, hinweis end, gesture. The grasping into the distance, which is a part of all interpretive movement, remains closed in it. Nature actively acts here wholly as an outward stimulus that must be sensibly present, gegenwärtig, so that it can arouse the sensation corresponding to it. It does not enter into the relationship of the mere image, which is projected by the imagination and which in a sense anticipates the existence of the object. Ludwig Klages stresses this in his book Expressive Movement and the Force of Configuration, that because the human responds no less to images than to physical impressions, its expressive movement is often connected with the content of the presentation of spatial intuition. Admiration, because oriented toward elevation, is aimed upward. Envy, because oriented toward abasement, is aimed downward. Such feelings and expressive factors are alien to the animal, just as on the other hand the animal is without intuition of space, and consequently, for example, totally disregards all painted or sculptured images of Abbild or picture. No animal has the least apprehension for the objective content of pictures, Abbilder. For the animal, a human drawn or painted in perspective is never anything more than a piece of colored paper or canvas. And even for the human, long after having learned to live in images, long after having completely enveloped itself in its self-created image worlds of language, myth, and art, it obviously must pass through a long development before it acquires the specific image consciousness. In the beginning, the human nowhere distinguishes between the pure image plane from the causal plane over and over again. The human imputes to the sign not its presenting function but a determinate causal function. Not its character of signification but a character of effect. And here again, the series of ontogenetic development has faithfully retained the features of the phylogenetic. The ontogenetic development shows that wherever the function of presentation stands out as such, where instead of merging into its presence, Gegenwart, into its simple presence, presents, it succeeds in taking a sensibly intuitive content as a presentation, as a representative, Repräsentanten, of another. Here, as it were, an entirely new height of consciousness is achieved. The moment any individual sensible impression is used symbolically and understood as a symbol is always the dawn of a new day of the world. The account that the teacher of the deaf, mute and blind Helen Keller has given of this first breakthrough of linguistic understanding of her pupil is one of the most important psychological records of this state of affairs, whose actual significance goes far beyond the sphere of individual psychological problems. For here, there appears with particular clarity and intensity that the pure function of presentation is hardly attached to any particular sensible material, be it optical or acoustical. This function can nevertheless assert itself successfully and without impairment, even where the matter at its disposal is restricted in the extreme, reduced to the purely tactile domain. When the child realizes in this way the presentative function of names, this state of airs of calling, heißen, then the child's whole inner attitude, Stellung, toward reality changes. A fundamentally new relationship between subject and object arises for it. Only now do the objects that hitherto seize directly on the emotion, echt, and the will begin, as it were, to recede into the distance, into a distance where they can be looked at, where they can be made present, Vertige and Wortigen, in their spatial outlines and according to their independent qualitative determinations. For this force of intuition, Herder chose the term reflection. We have seen that for him the concept of reflection had a different signification from that given it by the philosophy of language of the 18th century, in particular that of the philosophy of language of the French encyclopedists. For him, it no longer designates the mere power, craft, of the human intellect to shift sensible intuitive contents about at will, to break them down into their elementary components and create new formations, Gebilde, from them by free combination. Reflection, in Herder's sense, is no mere thinking about given intuitive contents. Rather, reflection co-determined and constituted the shape, Gestalt, of these very contents. The human demonstrates reflection when, emerging from the wholly vaporous stream of images flitting past its senses, it can concentrate upon one element of wakefulness, dwell voluntarily on one image, observe it calmly and lucidly and isolate characteristic traits that prove that this and no other is the object. How do we, however, arrive at this positing of characteristic traits, which must necessarily precede any comparison of characteristic traits and everything that we are accustomed to call abstraction in the purely logical sense of the word? It is not enough here to single out from the given, still undifferentiated whole of an appearance certain elements, elementae, toward each of which consciousness turns into a particular act of attentiveness. Rather, what is decisive in this is that from this whole an element is not only detached by abstraction but at the same time taken as a representative, Vertreter, as a representative, representant, of the whole. For only with it does the content contain the imprint of a new general form without losing its individual detail, its material particularity. Only then does it function as a characteristic trait in the true sense it has become a sign that enables us to recognize it again when it reappears. This act of recognition is necessarily bound up with the function of representation, and presupposes it. Only where we succeed, as it were, in condensing a total appearance into one of its elements, in concentrating it symbolically, in having it in the individual element and concisely imprinted, pregnant, in it, only then do we raise it out of the stream of temporal becoming. Only now does its existence, which had initially only ever belonged to a single point in time and seemed captive in it, acquire a kind of duration. Only now is it possible to find again in the simple, as it were, punctual here and now of the present of lived experience, Erlebnisgegenwart, another, a not here and a not now. Everything that we call the identity of concepts and significations, or what we call the constancy of things and properties, is rooted in this basic act of finding again. Thus, it is a common function that makes possible, on the one hand, language and, on the other hand, the specific organization of the intuitive world. The question of whether the articulation of the intuitive world must be comprehended as preceding or following the emergence of articulated language, the question of whether the first is the cause or the effect of the second, in this form, is falsely formulated. What can be pointed out is no such earlier or later but only the inner interconnection that exists between the two basic forms and tendencies of spiritual organization. Neither of them, in a purely temporal sense, arises from the other. However, they resemble two stems that spring forth from the same spiritual root. We cannot lay bare this root as such, and we cannot disclose it as a datum of consciousness immediately accessible to observation. We can find it only indirectly, by devoting ourselves without preconception to the consideration of the two offshoots, both of which stand before us in a clear bright light, and then seek to follow them back to their common origin. Here again, the indissoluble unity of the psychophysical interconnection is disclosed. In each one of its acts, the basic power of reflection is active at once inward and outward. It appears, on the one hand, in the organization, Gliederung, of the sound, in the articulation, and rhythmization of the linguistic movement, and, on the other hand, in the sharper differentiation and relief of the world of representation, Vorstellungswelt. The one process constantly works on the other, and it is from this living, dynamic interrelation that a new equilibrium of consciousness gradually arises and a stable worldview is produced. The consideration of language has shown us the general direction in which this positing of characteristic traits moves. From the passing vaporous stream of images, language first emphasized certain individual features, certain stable peculiarities and properties. Such properties may be viewed, vis-à-vis their pure content, by their entirely sensible nature. However, their positing as properties nevertheless signifies a pure act of abstraction or, better, of determination. Such a determination is alien to pure expressive lived experience. It lives in the moment, Augenblick, and is absorbed in the moment. There is here, however, contrary to its fundamental character, contrary to the Heraclitean flux of becoming in which it stands and in which it alone seems to exist, a demand that consciousness nevertheless steps twice, in fact as often as it wants, into the same stream. Beyond the distance of objective time and the time of lived experience, it must seize upon a permanent and stable content and posit it as identical with itself. Identifications of this kind, even if they limit themselves to the positing and establishment of purely sensible qualities, contain the German beginning of every form of concept formation. For the equality, Gleichheit, or similarity that we apprehend in two different and temporally separate impressions is itself no mere impression that is added to the others, nor does it simply embed itself in the same plane to which they belong. If something that is given here and now is taken as a this and recognized, erkennen, as a this, if, for example, it is recognized as a certain shade of red or as a tone of a certain pitch, we already have to do with a genuinely reflective element. The qualifying concept formation that takes shape in language does not, however, stop here. It does not content itself with positing different things as one on the ground of some similarity or equality that stands out in them. Rather, it also composes together the individual positings that have been acquired in this way into comprehensive totalities, into distinct groups and series. Thus, for example, not only can the most multifarious color phenomena with all the changes of tonality, brightness, etc., that they display in themselves, be taken as instances of red and green, but also the red and the green themselves appear in turn as special instances, as representatives of color in general. With this, we arrive at the ground soil, Boden, of those concepts that Lotze subsumed under the term first universal. Lotze sharply stressed that the generic concepts of color or tone were not formed by suppressing and acing the individual and specific differences, Differenzen, of color and tone appearances, by gathering together the totality, Gesamtheit, of these appearances in a general representative image, Vorstellungsbild, into a general idea. Rather, what is decisive is that in the sequence of these particulars, certain incisions are made by which this series now undergoes a characteristic division and organization. In its constant and uniform flow, certain outstanding points gradually emerge, around which the other members group themselves that form certain configurations that are held fast as clearly accentuated key factors and as such are supplied, as it were, with a particular accent. Our analysis of linguistic concept formation has shown how language plays a decisive role in this type of accentuation and articulation. The first universal is secured only by the fact that it finds its footing and its fixed condensation in language. It is, as it were, a new potency and a new dimension of mindfulness to which consciousness arises under the guidance of language. The manifoldly dispersed is not only gathered together but composed into independent and distinctive formations, Gebilde, of a higher order. These formations, Gebilde, form the actual centers of crystallization, to which all that is newly arising clings. We have thus far sought to follow this process in language. We have sought to show in its formations the analysis of reality, its separation into substances and qualities, into things and properties, into spatial determinations and temporal relationships. We have to pose the same question once again, but from a different point of view. The inner bond between the form of language and the form in which we apprehend intuitive reality will be disclosed in full clarity only if we find that the construction of the two leads through essentially the same stages. As soon as it is shown that the classification, Einteilung, of the world, the divisio naturae, into objects and states, genera and species, is by no means given from the beginning, a question arises: to what extent is the rich and varied fabric of the intuitive world itself wrought and governed by definite spiritual energies? This question cannot be answered without, in a certain sense, unraveling the fabric and following its various threads separately. However, this methodologically necessary particularization must never lose sight of our task as a whole. Analysis can and must be taken here as no more than the preliminary stage in preparation for a future synthesis. The more closely we follow the special paths taken by the general basic function of representation, and recognition, the more clearly their nature, Wesen, and specific unity will be revealed to us, and it will be increasingly evident that it is ultimately one and the same fundamental performance by virtue of which spirit rises to the creation of language as well as the creation of the intuitive worldview, to the discursive comprehending of reality as well as to its subjective intuition. 2. Thing and property. The question of the relationship between language and thinking is as old as philosophy. Indeed, probably older. It is among the earliest problems that force themselves on the human spirit. The problems of language seem to have seized and aroused the human spirit earlier than the problems of nature. Like a truly originary wonder, language kindled the philosophical emotion of wonderment. When the human first turned toward language, language confronted the human not as something that has become, geworden, but as something existing, bestehend, not as its own work but as a foreign power to which the human felt subjected and before which it had to submit. The worldview of magic is thoroughly filled and permeated with this belief in the omnipotence of the word and the name. Philosophical reflection dissolves this magical spell. However, in its beginnings, it is also wholly dominated by that archaic logic for which the forms of thinking and those of language form an indissoluble unity. And although philosophical logic gradually sought to loosen this connection, although it sought more and more to reflect on the independent and autonomous laws of pure thinking, the philosophy of language stubbornly adhered to them for a much longer time. The thesis of the identity of speech and thinking recurs here in ever new forms and comes to be supported by ever new justifying grounds. Language has created reason before language the human was without reason. This is the thesis succinctly formulated by so late a thinker as Lazarus Geiger. With this, language seems assured of the highest rank in the realm of spirit and absolutely universal value seems to be accorded to its achievement. If, however, we examine more closely this supposed identity of language and reason, we find of course that it remains imperfect in two different directions. On the one hand, it gives language too much and, on the other, it gives it too little. Not only does this view overlook that there are forms in which conceptual thought frees itself from the guidance and guardianship of language and constructs an independent realm of theoretical signification, but those forms also fail to see that the spiritual function that language has to fulfill cannot be narrowed to the sphere of essentially logical problems, the sphere of concepts, judgment, and inferences. The power of the linguistic form is not exhausted in what it accomplishes as a vehicle and medium for logical discursive thinking. It already permeates the intuitive apprehension and configuration of the world. It is no less involved in the construction of perception and intuition than it is in the construction of the realm of concepts. This construction is bound to the fact that the general turn that we have designated as the transition to presentation, Darstellung, takes place within and permeates the whole of consciousness. The world of intuition is already essentially determined by the fact that its individual elements, elementae, do not possess a merely presentative, character but rather possess a representative, character. They do not simply stand there, dastehen, but rather stand for one another. They can reciprocally point to one another and in a certain sense represent, vertreten, one another. Even where it is strongly emphasized that the sound is no mere outward cloak for thought but the indication and cause of a determinate configuration of thought, it is not always made clear that in principle the same inference must also be drawn for the sphere of intuition and even more so for that of perception. Lazarus formulates this relationship, for example, as follows: beyond language and before it, there is to be sure an intuitive cognition of individual things, or rather appearances. However, there can be a comprehending and knowing only by means of language. Is it, however, actually possible to separate intuitive recognizing, erkennen, in this way from comprehending and knowing, and can it be assumed that it is a purely material substrate? Is there an immediate intuition of things, or is the knowledge of things, the organization of reality according to things and properties, not itself the result of a mediation that we do not ordinarily see through, because we are always preforming it and because we are always absorbed in its execution? A glance at certain findings in developmental psychology will show us that the organization of the world according to things and properties is by no means self-evident and that it is not necessarily inherent in every form of the lived experience of reality. Thus, for example, the perceiving and representing of the animal does not seem to be defined by its yielding stable things with determinate properties that may change in the thing itself but also equally possess an enduring constitution. From the complex whole of the lived experience of perception, no individual characteristic traits are as yet extracted in which a content is recognized and by which the animal is able to designate it as this, as the same, derselbe, content regardless of how often and under what direct conditions it appears. This self-sameness, dieselbigkeit, is not at all an element that is contained in the immediate lived experience, since there is, on the plane of sensible lived experience itself, no recurrence of the same. Every sense impression, taken purely as such, possesses a proper, never-recurring tonality or coloration. Where the purely expressive character of this tonality or coloration predominates, the world is not yet homogeneous and constant in our sense. Particularly since Hans Vogelt's painstaking observations, there seems to be no doubt that for the animal there are in general no fixed content of things but instead that its perception of reality is constructed of still unorganized complex qualities. The things, Thorndike emphasizes, are not, for the animal, the hard and fast, well-defined objects of human life rather, they lie as though embedded and fused in certain concrete general positions, log A, and these must be wholly identical in order to move the animal to an identical behavior. It is thus clear also from this angle that the thing is by no means grounded in the sensible character of perception, in the mere impression, but is of a reflective character, in the sense of Herder's concept of reflection. Likewise, in the development of the child, it is unmistakable that the intuition of the thing world does not exist from the beginning but must in a sense be wrested from the world of language. The first names that the child masters and uses with understanding seem to designate no fixed and durable objects, objecte, but instead only more or less fluid and vague general impressions. Any alteration in these total impressions, however slight from our standpoint, sues to prevent the use of the same name. The mother need only have on another hat or dress, a thing need only occupy a different position in the room to produce an impression of strangeness on the child and no longer release the word which otherwise occurs regularly. Only to the extent that the word is freed from this initial narrowness, only when it is apprehended in its universal significance and applicability, does the new horizon of the thing arise in the child's consciousness. Here again, the moment, Augenblick, when symbolic consciousness is awakened as such designates the real moment, of the breakthrough. All observers agree in describing the almost insatiable hunger for names that originates in the child at this point, as the child never tires of asking for the linguistic designation of every new impression. Some observers even stress that this desire of the child for naming seems to intensify into a kind of mania. This mania of naming becomes intelligible as soon as we realize that it is in no way an empty mental game of spirit but that what is at work here is an original urge toward objective intuition. The hunger for names is ultimately a hunger for gestalts. It arises from a drive toward essential apprehension. Thus, characteristically, at first the child does not ask what a thing is called, heißen, rather, the child asks what the thing is. For the child, the being of the object and its name fuse entirely into one in the name, and through it, the child has the object. Even before the child appropriates the name for the conscious purpose of communication, it becomes decisive and significant for the construction of its own world of representation. Vorstellungswelt. The cognition of the identical signification of the name and the cognition of the identity of things and the identity of properties develop and unfold with one another. Each is only a different moment of the turn that consciousness undergoes in coming under the domination of the pure presentative function. Only now that the sense of the name is acquired does being stand fast under our gaze, so that in quiescent consideration it can dwell on it. And only in this standing firm is the object acquired and secured. The mythical magical view knows as yet nothing of such truly enduring objectivity. It also lacks the thing in the characteristic and specific significance that it assumes in the sphere of theoretical intuition and theoretical cognition. Everything actual is still transformable here into one another, all properties are transferable from one object, to the other. Only as the pure symbolic consciousness works itself out, sich ausbilden, with emergent formation, Herausbildung, of language does the category of the thing progressively acquire significance and stability, so much so that it ultimately progressively permeates the whole of intuition, and ever more clearly and sharply, and in a certain sense, ever more inflexibly and unilaterally, imprints its stamp onto it. However, precisely because of the almost unlimited domination that this category exerts in the realm of theoretical being and cognition, it seems difficult if not impossible to disclose its origin within this realm itself. If everything that is theoretically recognized gives itself to us only as an imprinted form proper to it, how could we hope to be able, as it were, to theoretically understand and deduce the act of imprinting as such? We can never succeed, so to speak, in immediately befalling the function that prevails here. It gives itself to us only in its product of its own and always vanishes with this product. And yet there appears a way to make it at least indirectly visible, insofar as not all of the framework, Gefüge, of the theoretical world, not all its structures, Strukturen, exhibit one and the same mode and consistency of construction, Fügung. In the formations, Gebilde, of consciousness the phenomena are always laden, so to speak, with a certain purely presentative character. However, the dynamic relationship of tension that prevails here is not everywhere the same. And this very inequality, this variability, shows us how the two elements, which are known only in their reciprocal relation, can be distinguished from one another in this reciprocal relation. In this differentiation, we surely must resist the temptation of seeking to make the Differenzen, of signification, Bedeutung, and significance, Bedeutsamkeit, intelligible by tracing them back to ontically real Differenzen, to explain them through realistic assumptions concerning the constitution and structure of the thing world or the constitution of the world of simple sensations. We have shown the circle in which all such explanations move in our appraisal of the attempts to stamp the pure expressive phenomenon as a mediated phenomenon that is grounded in certain acts of judgment, reasoning, and inference. The same form of justification, Begründung, always returns anew in the attempts to give an explanation of the pure presentative function. There always prevails here an endeavor to replace the pointing to, Hinweis, that every genuine presentative phenomenon includes in itself by another, purely mediated form of rendering, Erweisen, or demonstrating, Beweisen. The act of intention, of objective meaning, meinen, in general, is somehow transformed into a discursive act, into a consequence of a logical approach of thought. However, the presentative phenomenon cannot be broken down into a web of analogies, insofar as we take it in its fundamental shape, Gestalt, and original determinacy, any more than the simple expressive lived experience can be. The fact that the representation, Vorstellung, represented, repräsentiert, something objective to us, that in and through it this objectivity gives itself to be recognized, is sharply distinguished in its pure findings from the fact that one content is dependent on another, that it is grounded through it either by an empirical or a transcendent causality. The final form by which this mode of causality is recognized, the form of the inductive inference or deductive derivation, necessarily passes by the phenomenon and problem of presentation. For this in no way belongs to the sphere of abstract thinking. Rather, here we are situated in the very midst of the intuitive apprehension of reality. The mode of this apprehending is of course entirely different from that of the pure expressive, lived experience. In place of the mode of view perception, such as prevailed in the expressive lived experience, a new mode, that of id perception, begins to stand out. In the one case as in the other, we do not, however, deduce the you or the it but immediately have it in a specific and original manner of sight, Sicht. It is futile to ask whence this sight, Sicht, stems from, we can arm only what it in itself is. For our task is not to subsume it under some already existing and validly accepted theory, rather, it is a question of comprehending how it is through this sight, Sicht, itself that pure theory is such, that the positing and apprehending of objective determinations and states of errors, first becomes possible. Wherever genuine representation, is given, what we have is not the naked material of sensation, which is, through certain acts that are carried out on it, subsequently made into the presentation of something objective, and interpreted as such. It is, rather, always a formed total intuition that stands before us as an objectively significant whole, filled with objective sense. It remains for us only to recognize this basic symbolic relationship, like that of pure expression, as a genuine originary phenomenon, which can be shown to be a constitutive element in all knowledge of an object. Without the fact that the appearances of consciousness do not hover before the mind as merely momentary images, but that what is given here points to a not here and what is given now points backward or forward to a not now. Without this, the phenomenon of an intuitive world could not be understood or even described. It is only in and through this function of showing, Weisen, and by virtue of it that there is for us a knowing of objective reality and a specific organization, a partition according to thing and attribute. Conversely, this function of showing itself cannot be rendered comprehensible based on objective determinations and presuppositions. To clarify the details of this state of affairs, we take a determinate sphere of sensible intuitive phenomena as our starting point. Sensationalist psychology generally takes the world of colors as a manifold of sensations that are organized according to certain diarences, which are graduated according to brightness and color tone. However, in his seminal investigations into optics, Lichtsen, Hering has for good reasons already protested against this designation. Whoever calls colors sensations, he points out, gives the impression that is initially a question of subjective determinations. If this designation of subjectivity can be physically grounded, however, it is in no way phenomenologically grounded. For from the standpoint of pure lived experience, color is not at all given to us as a state or modification of our own rather, what is disclosed to us in it is always some objective determinations, relationships pertaining to objective reality. In this sense, therefore, color, as long as we do not pass from a phenomenological consideration to a physiological or physical explanation, is to be designated far more as a property than as a sensation. In it, neither a state of the eye nor any constitution of light is directly and genuinely perceived, but through it, we look at objective structures. In seeing, sehen, it is not a question of a looking, schauen, at rays as such, but seeing through the mediated looking, schauen, of the outer things of these rays the eye is expected to inform us, not concerning the intensity or quality of the light that comes from these outside things, but concerning the things themselves. Even from the standpoint of physiological optics, it thus proves necessary to draw a sharp division between the mode of seeing, sehen, which consists of a mere receptivity to impressions of light and their differences, diarenzen, and the mode of vision, schau, in which our intuitive world is constructed. In particular, the fact of the so-called color constancy of the visual things makes it evident that mere similarity of certain stimuli, for example the quantity of light entering the eye, is in no way suicient to unequivocally determine the content, Gehalt, of intuition. According to the particular conditions to which the perception is subject, the same light stimulus can be used in very different ways for the construction of reality, and apparently the same light sensation can have a very different objective significance. A sharper phenomenological analysis, such as that carried out in exemplary fashion by Schaap in his contributions to the phenomenology of perception, shows first of all that in the appearance which we call color, certain orders can be differentiated and that the appearance itself possesses a very different significance for us according to its aliation with one of these orders. In the one order, color is taken as a light formation, Lichtgebilde, that is apprehended as such and elucidated in its determinacy, without which it performs the function of making the objective visible and representing it. In the other order, on the contrary, the regard, Blick, is directed purely toward objective determinations, and here color serves only as a perspective, Durchblick, for the objective that appears in it and is not considered in its own mode of appearance. Schaap describes this relationship in the following way. There is a difference between the naive person and the artist's ways of seeing things, even if we disregard all aesthetic considerations. The naive person sees things only in the color these things apparently preserve in all changes of light, which one may also call their actual, inherent color. They do not see the reflections, the lights, the colored shadows, except where they force themselves on the attention. True, the naive person sees the shadow that their figure makes on the ground. Boden, when the sun is shining, they also see the reflection cast on the wall by a moving hand mirror, the glittering of a helmet in the sunlight, the flickering of light on the walls when a fire is burning in the fireplace. However, when the sky is overcast, it does not occur to the naive person that a cherry or an eye always has this spot of light regardless of the illumination. Thus, although the object cannot be perceived without such light images, it is certain on the other hand that the light images themselves need not be perceived if the object is to be represented. We can consider them, as they group themselves in the object, as they lie on it in shadows, as they infuse it with light, as they cast a radiant sunshine over it. In this case, to be sure, the things seem to be somewhat neglected. It seems to me that we can be so much taken up with the light images that the object almost vanishes. The perception of things does not seem to be compatible with the perception of light images. Rather, the perception of a thing requires that the light images recede modestly into the background, where they are indispensable. When they are situated in the appropriate place, there is a perception of the thing. Where they stand out so vividly that one cannot overlook them, perception is disturbed. They should guide the look to the thing. The look must not become caught in them. Furthermore, when we shift between the two orders of color distinguished here, when a color that we had hitherto taken as a mere light as a color lighting, is seen in the form as an inherent color, the color of the thing or vice versa, the total perception takes on another character and sense. There is a wholly determinate dependency between the order in which color enters into relation with our consciousness and the object that is depicted by this order of color. The immediate consequence of a change in the color order is a change in the object represented. What is designated here as the order of color is precisely that very determinate sight, Sicht, that results in every case from the particular presentative function that color fulfills in each individual case. Color as such, Schaap also stresses, is what presents things to us. The color that is there, however, is not enough in order to present things. Rather with it, the color orders itself, organizes itself into forms. It is by means of this ordering of color that space and figure are prefigured for us. In reference to color, space then is something presented. Color itself is not presented, it is directly given, but it presents forms in space. The Gestalt, for its part, presents the thing with its properties. It does not yet belong to the thing, nor is it an immediate form of the thing, but it is something presented, which in turn presents. From this, it follows that color is not itself a content that is found as such in an objective space and variously organized in this space. Rather, taken in the manifold of its potential modes of appearance, it forms the initial substrate out of which the representation of objective reality, the representation of things in space, is acquired and constructed. What the naive view present, what it believes it can, so to speak, grasp with the hands as a thing, owes this very corporeal presence, Gegenwart, itself to the forms and orders of representation. Admittedly, however, we should not let this insight obscure the originality of these forms and mislead us into assigning them to a stratum of mere immediacy, from which they are fundamentally removed by their significance and achievement. The theory of cognition of both rationalism and empiricism have committed the same error in this respect. However much they differ in their answers to the question as to the ground of the relation of our representations to the object, they agree, far more than their proponents seem to realize, in their grasping of the problem itself and their methodological approach to it. Both theories seek a way by which mere representation, through determinate mediating acts that are applied to it, can be transformed into the form of objective, concrete intuition. They seek to explain the metamorphosis by which the appearance develops from a mere datum of consciousness into a content of reality, Realität, of the outer world. Empiricism reduces this metamorphosis to associations and reproductions, rationalism reduces it to logical operations, judgments, and inferences. What is overlooked in equal degree, however, is that all the psychological or logical processes invoked here come in a manner of speaking too late. They all refer to a connection of elements, elementae, that are viewed in some way as already existing, as posited before the connection. The question, nevertheless, not only concerns the possibility and ground of connection but also addresses the possibility of positing connectability. No associative combination of mere impressions and no logical interweaving of them, however close, is able to explain that original mode of positing inherent in the fact that an appearance points to an objective being, that it is given as an element in an objective intuition. Rationalism believes this mode of positing can be rendered comprehensible, begreiflich, only by stamping it as an achievement of the concept, Begriff, an act of pure intelligence. This basic tendency is already pronounced in the first classical form, Gestalt, in which rationalism emerged in the history of modern philosophy. What Descartes wants to show in the first lines of his Meditations is precisely that the thought of the identity of the thing and the constancy of the thing are as such in no way contained in the mere sensible data of perception, in the qualities of color and tone, touch, smell, and taste, but rather are brought to them only secondarily, through logical reflection. Only by applying the innate idea of substance to the manifold and in themselves totally disparate sensible phenomena do we acquire the intuition of an identical and constant object, to which these phenomena refer and whose determinations and properties they present. The piece of wax that I have before me in sense perception and that shows itself to me as white and round, hard and fragrant, may change in every single respect it may, in melting, sure a change in all its accidents, it nevertheless remains for me the same wax, because it does not have this self-sameness, Dieselbigkeit, from the senses but derives it from the pure understandings of perception, ne point un vision, ni una taucherned, ni un imagination, et ni la jamais, mais seulement une inspection de l'esprit. Its perception is neither a vision, nor a touching, nor an imagining, and has never been these, it is but an inspection of the mind. Thus, with one stroke, the act of perception, by virtue of the objective relation that inheres in it, is transformed into a pure act of thinking. It is the regard of spirit, the inspectio mentis, that first makes mere impressions into modes of the appearance of the object. The ability of the sensible appearance to make the objective visible, psychic, and to represent it is reduced to a faculty of the understanding, to the force of its unconscious inferences, and here, of course, Descartes forsakes his original ground, Bodin, and prepares the way for a transition from the phenomenology of perception to the metaphysics of perception. Having combated the realism of the absolute object by starting out from the cogito, he succumbs in the end to the realism of innate ideas. Just as the clear and distinct idea of God must bring him back to that scholastic ontology that he had overcome in his basic form and method, so too must his pure analysis of theoretical consciousness bring him back to metaphysical assumptions regarding his origins and genealogy. If one wants to avoid this step, which amounts to an outright muet sans transgression to another genus, there remains only one way. Instead of seeking to derive and explain the phenomena from their transcendent grounds, one must apprehend them solely in their reciprocal reference and let them elucidate each other reciprocally by virtue of this reference. Such an elucidation is made possible because the character of presentation, which belongs as such to the nature, Wesen, of consciousness in general, does not emerge with equal distinctness, pregnance, and clarity in all the formations, Gebilde, of consciousness. And this enables us to break it down into diverse phases and to observe the transition from one to the other. This mode of consideration clearly brings out the dissimilarity and the dynamic tension of the relationship between the content of an appearance as such and its presenting function, to which we have already referred in general terms. Every sensible content, however elementary, is already filled with such a tension and, as it were, laden with it. It is never simply there, as an isolated and detached content. Rather, in this very existence, Dasein, it points beyond itself, forming a concrete unity of presence, presence, and representation. As consciousness progresses to richer and higher configurations, this unity also gains a sharper and more determinate imprint. Its elements are set more and more clearly from one another, while at the same time the inner referentiality and joining together of the elements is not relaxed or weakened by this isolation but rather emerges in every great measure in it. By comparing the various sensible spheres in respect to this progress, we can establish a kind of hierarchical structure in them. A certain sequence takes place in them that leads from the relatively indeterminate to higher and higher degrees of determinacy, of intuitive distinction. The primitive senses let only the beginnings of such a determinacy be recognized. They move essentially in an ambit of certain, often intensive expressive values that cannot be qualitatively delimited from one another with any true sharpness. The individual data of the sense of smell, for example, seems to be distinguished for us primarily by such an expressive character, by the character of the attractive or repellent, the pungent or mild, the pleasant or unpleasant, the soothing or exciting. These active diarences still do not lead, however, to a truly objective diarence of individual qualities. A gradation and ordering, such as those that confront us in other sensible manifolds, above all, as with tone and color, proves to be impracticable here. A clear spatial determination is still lacking. The smells do not adhere to determinate places. Rather, in respect to localization, they are characterized by a thoroughgoing vagueness, a rubber-like plasticity. This vagueness can be clearly seen in how difficult it has been for language to establish, as it were, a firm foothold in this domain and to permeate it with its force. Where language seeks to designate determinate qualities of smell, it is usually compelled to proceed indirectly, through substances, Dingwort, that it has coined on the basis of other sensible intuitive data. A classification, such as that of color, into general names, red, blue, yellow, and green, etc. is not possible here. Either are words for smell convey it adjectively, rose-like, camphory, or they merely involve a comparison with the actual bearer of smell, raspberry-like, jasmine-like. Nowhere is an abstraction of smell possible from jasmine, lily of the valley, camphor, and milk. We can easily abstract out the common color, namely white, but no one can analogously abstract out a common smell by regarding the common factor and disregarding the distinguishing factors. We stand here, then, outside the sphere of that first universal that is the starting point for all language formation and all true concept formation. We take an essential step toward raising impressions to representations as soon as we pass from the domain of smell sensations to that of tactile sensations. The sense of touch has sometimes even been designated as the true sense of reality, as the sense whose phenomena have the most load-bearing character of reality, realitate, and, hence, possesses an epistemological primacy over all other senses. However suitable this tendency toward Zugtsu objectivization is, it stops, as it were, halfway. For it makes no sharp and clear cut between merely circumstantial and purely objective determinations but gives us the latter clothed in the former. Here we can apprehend objects, objecte, in no other way than through the medium of perception of our own lived body and cannot detach them from this foundation. The phenomena of touch thus remain in a sense bipolar, in that here a subjective component, relating to the lived body, inevitably combines with another component, oriented toward things and tangible properties. There are tactile phenomena which, particularly where the inner attitude is suitable, seem to be exclusively an indication of the objective, but a change in this attitude can make the factor of sensation in them, that is to say, a circumstance of our body, stand out as an intuitively given and not as a merely disclosed property. Though in an actual sense either the subjective or the objective aspect of tactile perception may be almost unnoticeable, its bipolarity remains, intuitively realizable. The tendency, tendence, toward presentation is thus unmistakable here. However, it does not yet achieve actual fulfillment. The objective content stops, so to speak, at the boundary of our lived body instead of becoming a true counterpart, Gegenüber, instead of retreating to an ideal distance. Such distancing is achieved only in the highest, objective senses, in hearing and vision. And even here a kind of gradation of the presentative phenomenon can be demonstrated, since not all phenomena within these two domains disclose this function with equal determinacy and emphasis. As to colors, the seminal investigations of hearing, which were pursued by Katz, distinguish a threefold mode of appearance. We may take them as simple optical states as light images of a determinate brightness and tonality, which we apprehend purely as such. Or else we may take them as objective colors, as colors that do not, as it were, hover in the void but rather adhere to definite tangible bearers and come to our consciousness as the properties of these bearers. In the first case, we have before us the appearance of a colored area, which is given to us as a simple, flat quale, without it being linked to an objective substrate. In the latter case, color appears to us as a surface color, an inherent constitution of a certain object. From both modes of appearance, a third is differentiated spatial colors, or color space, that is, colors which seem to fill a determinate three-dimensional space. We do not need to pursue here the various individual problems that arise from this consideration of the world of colors according to this threefold perspective. What is decisive for us and of general significance is that with the change in the perspective under which the phenomenon of color is taken, under which aspect it is beheld, the phenomenon as a whole, as an intuitive datum, undergoes at once a characteristic shift. If by a change of inner attitude we take an appearance that we had hitherto taken as a surface color, Oberflächenfarbe, and as such related to a certain objective bearer and transfer it into an appearance of mere plain colored area, Flächenfarbe, then with this the total colored image has changed for us, it stands before us in a different intuitive determinacy. Helmholtz pointed out that the colors of a landscape stand out much more brilliantly and distinctly if one slants one's head or holds the landscape upside down. He interprets this phenomenon as follows. In the usual mode of observation, we seek only to judge the object, correctly as such. We know that at a certain distance, the green area, Flächen, appears in a somewhat modified color tone. We accustom ourselves to disregard this change and learn to identify the altered green of distant meadows and trees with the corresponding color of nearby objects, object. In the case of very distant objects, such as mountains, little of the object's color can be recognized, for it is largely covered over by the color of the illuminated air. This indefinite blue-green color, on which border the light blue field of the sky or the reddish-yellow sunset above and bright green of the meadows and woods below, is very much subject to alterations by contrast. For us it is the indefinite and changing color of the distance. We know the change it undergoes at different times of day and in varying illuminations, but we do not define its true character, since we have no definite object, to transfer it to what we know as precisely its shifting character. However, as soon as we place ourselves in unusual circumstances, for example looking under our arm or between our legs, the landscape appears as a flat picture. And thereby the colors also lose their relation to near or distant objects, and confront us purely in their distinctive differences. Up to now, psychology has had at its disposal two different ways of explaining this distinctive change in the total sense impression brought about by an alteration of the inner attitude. It could, with Helmholtz, regard the appearance as the outcome, Ergebnis, of an intellectual activity, of a process of judgment and inference, though of course this process had to be taken as a fabric of unconscious inferences and so transferred from the ground of pure phenomenology to that of metaphysics. In this displacement, even the empiricist Helmholtz showed that he was still heir to the rationalist theory of perception formulated by Descartes. If the psychology of perception, on the other hand, sought to remain with the pure phenomenon, if it insisted, as Hering persistently did in his arguments against Helmholtz, that what was involved in the appearances spoken about here is an essentially diarrhent manner of seeing, sehen, and not merely our knowing of a diarrhence in outward circumstances, then, nevertheless, to make this diarrhence of seeing intelligible, the psychology of perception must trace perception back almost exclusively to the reproductive element that accompanies and modifies the act of vision. A logical function is now replaced by the function of the memory and reproductive imagination. As Herring stresses, what we see in a given moment is not conditioned only by the type and intensity of the radiations entering our eye and the state of the retina as a whole. Rather, these are only, so to speak, the primary genetic factors of the colors caused by the radiations. With them are associated the reproductions of former experiences, induced by all sorts of subsidiary circumstances, and these secondary and as it were accidental factors also play a part in determining seeing at any particular time. The color in which we have most often seen a thing is imprinted ineffaceably on our memory and becomes a fixed property of the remembered image. Everything that is already known to us from experience or that we regard as known to us in respect to color, we see through the glass of remembered colors and hence often diarrhently than we should otherwise see them. In view of the usually fleeting nature of seeing, the remembered color of a visible thing can even take the place of an entirely diarrhent color which we should have seen if all occasion to reproduce a remembered color had been excluded, on the assumption, to be sure, that we do not give special attention to the color. We possess a great aptitude for distinguishing the so-called actual color of a thing from its accidental colors. We thus distinguish those finely graduated shadows on the surface, Oberfläche, of a body, which help us to perceive its form, its relief, its distance as something accidental from the color of the surface, Fläche, that bears the shadow, and we suppose that outside of the darkness of the shadow and through it we see the actual color of the surface. The reflected colors that appear on smooth surfaces are in a sense separated in perception from the actual color of the surface. The appearances that Helmholtz interpreted as logical intellectual phenomena, as products of judgments and inferences, are thus defined by Herring as essentially mnemic phenomena for him. Memory is in general an essential property of all organized matter. In the long run, however, psychological empiricism was not able to remain content with this explanation either. Katz expressly emphasized that remembered colors did not sue us to interpret his experiments that took up and extended those of Herring, that even where the colored papers that were to be judged were neither individually defined as such nor known to the observers from former experience, the characteristic appearances of light perspective, i.e. the distinguishing of the actual color of an object from a quality of illumination accidentally attaching to it, still occurred. From this, he concludes that the remembered colors, to which he had at first attributed a central position in the seeing of color, would have to be relegated to a subordinate role. Empirical psychology stands here at the threshold of our general philosophical problem. For again it turns out that in the construction, in the ordering and organization of the world of color as well as in the role that this world of color plays in the representation of spatial and objective relationships, we have to do not so much with an achievement of the discursive understanding, or of the merely reproductive imagination, as with that productive imagination that Kant identified as a necessary ingredient of perception itself. An ingredient of perception in the strict sense can never be a factor that is simply added to the given sensation, whether to reinterpret it by judgment or to complement it with reproductive elements, elementae, of memory. We have here no such subsequent supplement but instead an act of original forming that applies to the intuition as a whole and first makes it possible as a whole. If we designated this act, on the basis of our earlier considerations, as an act of symbolic ideation, it should thus be understood that this mode of ideation is no secondary and as it were accidental factor that co-determines, mitbestimmt, prevailing seeing, sehen, but that, taken spiritually, it first constitutes seeing, sehen. For there is no seeing, sehen, and nothing can be visible, sichtbar, for us, that does not stand in some mode of spiritual sight, Sicht, of ideation in general. A seeing, sehen, and a seen, gesehen, outside of this sight, Sicht, a bare sensation in general preceding all configuration, is an empty abstraction. The given must always be taken in a determinate regard, Hinsicht, and apprehended subspecie of this regard, because it is this regard that first lends it its sense. This sense is here to be understood neither as a secondary conceptual nor as an associative addition, rather, it is the simple sense of the original intuition itself. In the moment, Augenblick, that we pass over from one form of sight, Sicht, into another, it is not only an individual element of intuition, but intuition itself in its totality, Totalitat, its unbroken unity, that undergoes a characteristic metamorphosis. And Goethe's words, which follow, are valid not only for the scientifically determined or the artistically formed but also for simple empirical intuition, namely all the looking-ats, Anschauenden, are always undertaken productively and, as much as knowers may crucify and bless the imagination, they must, nevertheless, even before they understand it, invoke the productive imagination to help. For Goethe, this relation to the productive imagination led to that difference between seeing and seeing, on which he insists over and over again, concluding that all sensible seeing is always already a seeing, Sehen, with the eyes of spirit. When the physiologist or physiological opticist seeks to cut the sensible from the spiritual factor, when he tends to regard the former as primary and the latter as secondary and accidental, this tendency may be relatively justified from the standpoint of the sight, Sicht, in which he himself stands and which prescribes his direction of considerations, namely from the standpoint of the causal analysis, the genetic explanation of the process of perception. However, such a relative justification must not be absolutized. The purely phenomenological consideration, if it ever speaks of any earlier or later, is inclined, rather, to reverse the relationship it stresses that ideation, that the mode of sight, Sicht, is the true p F? Say? First according to nature, because it is only in it and through it that the significance of the scene emerges and because it is determined only according to it. If we now consider once more from this standpoint the world of color and the diverse modes of appearance that color serves us, we find thoroughgoing confirmation of our general conclusion. As much as we may push the reduction of colors, the more and more we may strip color of its present dating character, of its representative value for the spatial and objective, we never succeed in tracing them back to a point where they become mere sensations without any intuitive organization. The so-called colored area, Flack and Farben, presents itself as the mode of originary appearance of color, and both biologically and psychologically, the principle may be put forward that the center of the retina presents to consciousness the colored area as the first reaction to light, or that it must pass through this state that serves this mode of reaction before it reaches the perception of surface colors. Even where there is a fully developed consciousness of color, space, and objects, all spatial, objective colors, under artificially selected experimental conditions, can be transposed into mere colored areas, Flack and Farben, that is, a complete reduction of color impressions can be brought about. Thus, color no longer makes space any more than it makes a determinate thing. Rather, it makes itself visible, as it were it appears as a member within a manifold of graduated lived experiences of light. These lived experiences of light still show a distinct Formung, as they sharply detach from one another and in this detachment order themselves. Not only do they possess different degrees of coherence, so that one color seems separated from another by a greater or lesser distance that results in a definite principle of the series, but also in this series, certain points are distinguished around which the individual elements, elementae, organize. Even taken as a mere light impression, an individual color shade is not simply present, but at the same time representative, the given here and now. For example, a momentary and individual red, not only gives itself as its own, Zeugen, but is known to us also as a red, as an exemplar of a species through which it is represented. It is so embedded in a total series of shades of red that it appears to belong to and be ordered within the series, and by virtue of this correlation, it can bring the totality of the series to presentation. Without this relation, not even the impression would be determined as precisely this one, as this, fully specified particular, in the Aristotelian sense. We arrive at a new dimension of presentation when an individual color impression not only representieren, the color species to which it belongs but also functions as a means of presentation for something quite heterogeneous, for the determinations of things and spatial determinations. The colored quality as such now becomes a mere accident that points to Hinweisen, its bearer, to its enduring substrate. As soon as consciousness follows this pointing out, Weisung, this mode of ideation, color itself as a pure intuitive lived experience may be said to appear in another light. The new form of sight, Sicht, makes something else visible, Sichtig, in it. As long as we stop with color as the colored area, we can speak of neither an alternation of color by illumination nor of the fact that one and the same color can be given in different degrees of manifestation, Ausprägung. For both these statements presuppose an active identification that is still totally lacking in our apprehension of the colored area as such, as a simple, flat quale. Every color phenomenon is valid here only for a single moment, Augenblick, and fills, on the other hand, this temporal moment, Zeitmoment, this its present, Gegenwart. It is referred only to itself and is centered in itself, so that any change in its constitution simultaneously and necessarily comprises a change of what it is, a change of its being, Wesen. It is, however, just this distinctive self-sufficiency, This autarky of color, that falls away as soon as we cease to take it merely in itself but use it as a means of presentation, as a sign. It now becomes itself as ambiguous as every sign, so its nature is and must be ambiguous. Just as a certain word of language can always only be interpreted in the whole of the sentence and from the whole of the sense that finds its linguistic utterance, Ausprägung, in the sentence, so can the individual appearance of color mean, bezogen, different things according to the context in which we take it. And the diverse relevance of significance and pregnance of significance remains entirely within the sphere of the intuitive lived experience. In a purely intuitive sense, a color strikes us differently. It looks differently as soon as, taken representatively, representative, it is moved out of its place, as soon as it is seen not as a surface color but as a colored area, or vice versa. If two colors, A and B, are compared as colored areas, A may clearly appear as the brighter and B as the darker. This relationship can suddenly inverse itself as soon as we transition to another order of consideration, as soon as we take A and B as colors of things or spatial colors. Herring's and Katz's investigations are full of striking examples of this characteristic sudden change of color phenomena through the transition from one order of color into another. One of the examples reads as follows. Stand at the window and take in one hand a piece of white paper, in the other a piece of gray paper, and hold them at first horizontally at a slight distance from one another. If you incline the gray paper toward the window and the white paper away from it, the retinal image of the gray paper will soon have a greater light intensity than that of the white paper. But although you notice the changes in brightness, you will still, despite its greater light intensity, see the paper that is actual gray, as gray, and the actual white one, despite its weaker light intensity, as white. If we observe the paper with only one eye through some sort of fixed tube, it will be easy to see their colors on one and the same plane, provided the two images are immediately adjacent and neither is shaded, and only a segment of each paper is visible. We will now see the gray paper as lighter and the white one as darker, in accordance with the difference in their light intensities. If we incline a gray or white paper alternately toward the window or away from it, we take the visible increase in whiteness, brightness, or blackness, darkness, of the surface as a mere accident to its actual color. The white as well as the gray paper retains the color which it actually has, even if it accidentally looks lighter or darker. We do not see here the actual color of the surface change, as is the case when for some reason a spot arises on the surface. Rather, the color belonging to the surface seems to persist, although we actually observe its change. In many cases an accidental increase in the whiteness or blackness of a surface is seen as something totally separate from its actual color. Thus, for example, when a shadow passes across a surface or when a moved mirror casts a moving spot of light on the surface. As we see, the mutation in the phenomenon here goes back to the change in the point of reference. If the thing that bears a certain color is taken as this point of reference, the recognition and representation may be said to follow, as it were, the thread of the thing. A constant color is ascribed as a permanent property to the constant object, and all the appearances of color have only the one sense and the one task, namely, to present this property for us, to serve as a sign for it. Accordingly, we look away, absehen, from the change in lighting ex to take a look at, hinsehen, simply the permanent color of the object. However, as soon as this intent, Absicht, and regard, Hinsicht, are changed, the whole look, Gesamtgesicht, of the color phenomenon changes with them. It appears as something different if it is seen, gesehen, subspecie as the substantiality of the thing, or when it is seen as an act based on a passing combination of circumstances. Another of Herring's examples follows. I am walking along a path beneath a covering of dense foliage. For a brief space direct sunlight falls through a gap in the leaves at the first moment, Augenblick. I believe I see a spot colored white by spilled lime. However, when I look more closely, I see no whiter, but only light on the gray-brown earth. The direction of ideation thus forces the purely optical phenomenon into specific pathways. In one case, the optical appearance is used as a presentation of a thing-property interconnection and, in the other case, as a presentation of a causal interconnection. In the one case, it symbolizes for us a substantial being, the being of the spot, and, in another case, a light reflection as a momentary act. In both cases, however, it would be misleading if we described the phenomenon such that the category of substantiality or causality was only subsequently added to an intrinsically identical existing sensation and that it pressed this sensation into a ready-made formal schema. This is because precisely what is decisive is overlooked here: the identity of the point of reference, which shows recognition and representation. The way, is there, ist, not simply in the sense of pre-given, but it results initially from the direction of consideration and from the ideal goal that is looked toward. If intention is directed toward the unity of the object, in the sense of objective experience, then the color of the illumination appears as an accident that we disregard in order not to lose sight of the continuity of this object. If, on the contrary, though in general this occurs only in a particular scientific attitude, we are investigating phenomena of light and color as such, if we do not look through them, as representatives, Repräsentanten, toward the objects, but immerse ourselves in their proper framework, Gefüge, the identity moves from the domain of the thing to that of the appearance. This latter, even in all its fleeting nature and changeability, in its momentary being a certain way and not otherwise, is what we now wish to hold on to and recognize. The presenting is drawn closer into the series to be presented, das ist Enden. We have not departed, however, from the correlation of the presenting and the presented in general, for, if this were the case, then we would have abandoned the domain of concrete intuition. Only the poles of the basic relationship, only the points of reference, have been displaced, verschoben, while the relationship itself continues on in its general function. At the same time, it becomes evident here how the sensible phenomena can achieve a representative character, can become the bearer of the presentative functions only by progressively organizing themselves. On the other hand, each sharper organization that an intuitive whole undergoes conversely gives rise to richer and broader possibilities for presentation. Only within a structured manifold can an element stand for the whole, and, on the other hand, for consciousness, wherever a configured whole is present, Vorliegen, only the representation, Vergegenwärtigung, of its elements can stand for the whole, in order to apprehend in and through it the whole, in order to have the whole by virtue of this mediation. There corresponds, then, to each change in a reference point, each recentering in an intuitive given structure, in general an envelope of that which is depicted, dargestellt, in and through it. In mere plain color, such a change in perspective is possible only to a limited degree as long as it is taken as such. As long as it is taken as a mere flat quale, it still has within it no significative functional diarence, no foreground and background so to speak. This diarence, however, appears at once as soon as the color becomes surface color, as soon as it is taken as a property, as the enduring constitution of a thing. In the sensible lived experience, which in the mere here and now is given as a single undivided complex, certain basic factors now stand out clearly and are sharply delimited from one another. The unitary intuition breaks down into a constant and variable factor, the consideration, and from the ideal goal that is looked toward. If intention is directed toward the unity of the object, in the sense of objective experience, then the color of the illumination appears as an accident that we disregard in order not to lose sight of the continuity of this object. If, on the contrary, though in general this occurs only in a particular scientific attitude, we are investigating phenomena of light and color as such, if we do not look through them, as representatives, Repräsentanten, toward the objects, but immerse ourselves in their proper framework, Gefüge, the identity moves from the domain of the thing to that of the appearance. This latter, even in all its fleeting nature and changeability, in its momentary being a certain way and not otherwise, is what we now wish to hold on to and recognize. The presenting is drawn closer into the series to be presented, das ist Enden. We have not departed, however, from the correlation of the presenting and the presented in general, for, if this were the case, then we would have abandoned the domain of concrete intuition. Only the poles of the basic relationship, only the points of reference, have been displaced, verschoben, while the relationship itself continues on in its general function. At the same time, it becomes evident here how the sensible phenomena can achieve a representative character, can become the bearer of the presentative functions only by progressively organizing themselves. On the other hand, each sharper organization that an intuitive whole undergoes conversely gives rise to richer and broader possibilities for presentation. Only within a structured manifold can an element stand for the whole, and, on the other hand, for consciousness, wherever a configured whole is present, Vorliegen, only the representation, Vergegenwärtigung, of its elements can stand for the whole, in order to apprehend in and through it the whole, in order to have the whole by virtue of this mediation. There corresponds, then, to each change in a reference point, each recentering in an intuitive given structure, in general an envelope of that which is depicted, dargestellt, in and through it. In mere plain color, such a change in perspective is possible only to a limited degree as long as it is taken as such. As long as it is taken as a mere flat quale, it still has within it no significative functional diarence, no foreground and background so to speak. This diarence, however, appears at once as soon as the color becomes surface color, as soon as it is taken as a property, as the enduring constitution of a thing. In the sensible lived experience, which in the mere here and now is given as a single undivided complex, certain basic factors now stand out clearly and are sharply delimited from one another. The unitary intuition breaks down into a constant and variable factor. The lighting is not normal reproduces the color impression that would occur in normal illumination. Thus the surface colors themselves are taken as the elements, elementi. This view is, however, false, for I can never experience the surface colors for themselves without a determinate illumination. A determinate illumination is not associated with a determinate surface color. Rather, the elements that enter into relation with one another are themselves products of surface color and illumination. Furthermore, the elements here combined have an interrelation. They are color-lived experiences that can always pass over into one another by a continuous process of change. And finally, these colors, lived experiences, are never given simultaneously, nor in order to connect with another do they have to follow one another with a certain rapidity, as is the case with syllables, for example, if they are to enter into association with one another. By way of fixating these diarences, Katz substitutes the term chain association for the usual concept of association. What distinguishes the chain association from associations in the common sense of the word? That the associated elements, elementae, themselves are products of two quantities, illumination and the illumined, whose nature is products of a variable, illumination, and a constant quantity, the illumined, must first be drawn from the lived experience of a chain of elements. This concept of chain association, however, does not broaden the framework of the classical theory of association but instead destroys it. For here we are dealing with an entirely diarent form of relation than that which is present in any association of similarity or association of contiguity. It consists of one of those relationships of symbolic co-givenness, Mitgegebenheit, by virtue of which a particular phenomenon, given here and now, presents and brings to presentation not only itself but also a total complex, here the phenomenon of the same object in diarent illumination. Thus, what holds the members of the series together is not their similarity or the frequency with which they were given in empirical succession or coexistence, but the common function of pointing to that they fulfill the fact that with all their sensible heterogeneity they relate to a common reference point, namely, the X of the identical object. This relation is not explained by association, rather, it is what makes possible the association, the connection of the manifold and diverse. The consciousness of the one object in which the color changes take place, says Katz, supplies the bond that makes possible the connection of the color experiences yielded by this object in diarent lights. However, precisely the specific form of this consciousness, as we have seen, can never be adequately designated, let alone explained, by the togetherness, by the association of representation, cf. Cassirer, The Philosophy of Symbolic Forms, Vol. Katz's investigations instructively show how the pure color phenomena enter into a totally diarent interconnection with one another and gain an entirely new correlation as soon as we pass from the order of colored areas to that of surface colors, that is, as soon as we relate them, and fasten them, to the objective unity of the object. Although before this they were relatively isolated and each phenomenon in a sense represented only itself, now, thanks to this common reference, they form an unbroken series, a closed chain in which every link represents the whole and stands for the whole. The individual sensible appearances are not externally connected with one another by mere empirical similarity or by relationships of empirical succession and coexistence, but instead gathered together and made into one by the common medium of the unitary object that each of them symbolically represents, represented. This gathering together, which first gives them their spiritual bond, is an act of signification because and insofar as the manifold and particular color appearance all mean and present the same object, they themselves enter into the unity of an intuition. 3. Space. The construction of intuitive reality begins, as has been shown, when the continuous flow of the same series of sensible phenomena begins to divide. Amid the continuous stream of appearances, certain basic unities are now held fast, which now form the fixed center of orientation. The individual phenomenon takes on its characteristic sense only by being referred to these centers. And all further progress of objective cognition, all clarification and determination that the general view of intuitive existence undergoes is connected to the broadening of this process to include ever wider spheres. With the decomposition of phenomenal reality into presentative, and representative, elements, into the presenting, dartelend, and the presented, dargestellt, a new motif is acquired that takes effect with increasing force and henceforth determines the entire movement of theoretical consciousness. The original impulse that inserts itself here implants itself, as it were, in the form of waves, and it does not, to be sure, bring to a halt the flowing mobility in which the whole of the phenomena is initially given to us, but gradually causes definite individual vortices to separate out of it with increasing distinctness. The organization of the world of appearance under the aspect of thing and property, which we have alone considered up to now, of course forms only a single element in the whole of this process. It is made possible only by its alliance with other motives and being active along with them. The positing of fixed thing-entities, to which, as it were, the changing appearances are fastened, takes place such that these unities are determined at the same time as spatial unities. The consistent existence of the thing is bound to the stability of such spatial unities. That a thing is precisely this one and persists as this one arises for us, above all, from the fact that we designate its position, Stelle, in the whole of intuitive space. At every moment, Augenblick, we award a determinate place, Ort, to it, then we take together the ensemble of these places, Orte, into an intuitive totality, Gesamtheit, that presents the movement of the object as a continuous, lawfully determined alteration. And just as the thing thus appears linked to a fixed point in space, and its location in actual space, relative to the location of all other objects, seems determined, so we also ascribe spatial magnitude and shape, Gestalt, to it as objective determinations. From this results the union of the thing motive and space motive that has found its most pregnant scientific expression, Ausprägung, in the concept of the atom. This concept, however, is only the continuation of an approach that, before it operates in the construction, Konstruktion, of the theoretical physical worldview, was already active in the construction, Aufbau, of the empirical perception of the world. Perception, too, succeeds in positing things and in differentiating them from their variable states and constitutions only in that it places them into an objective space and, so to speak, locates them in it. Each single, actual, wirklich, thing bears witness to its reality, Wirklichkeit, above all by the fact that it occupies a part of space from which it excludes everything else. The individuality of the thing rests ultimately on the fact that it is in this sense a spatial individual. It possesses a sphere of its own, in which it is and in which it asserts itself against all other being. Our consideration is, therefore, led back directly from the thing property problem to the problem of space. The very statement and formulation of the former includes certain basic determinations of the latter. Admittedly, however, we stand here before an almost inextricable complex of questions. There is no domain of philosophy or theoretical cognition in general into which the problem of space does not in some way enter and with which it is not interwoven in one way or another. Metaphysics and the critique of cognition, physics, and psychology are all equally interested in its positioning and its solution. We cannot think of following here the problem into all its intellectual ramifications. Rather, from its rich and intricate fabric, we shall single out only the one thread by which it proves to be linked to our own central basic systematic question. Our question asks, what is the relation of the problem of space to the general problem of symbolism? Is the space, in which things are presented to us, a simple intuitive givenness, or is it rather the fruit and result of a process of symbolic forming, Formung? With this framing of the problem, we find ourselves on new ground, Boden, far from the beaten paths of psychological and epistemological consideration. For now, though it may seem strange and paradoxical at first sight, the focal point of the problem shifts from the philosophy of nature to the philosophy of culture. The question as to what space signifies for the constitution of the thing world is focused and deepened into another question: what does it imply and accomplish for the construction and conquest of a specifically spiritual reality? We cannot fully understand its origin, its value, or its distinctive dignity until we have determined its place, Stelle, within a general phenomenology of spirit. What interconnection, we must now ask, exists between the objectivizing achievement of the pure spatial intuition and those other spiritual energies that decisively cooperate in the progress of objectivization? What part, in particular, does language play in acquiring and securing the world of spatial intuition? Traditional psychology and the theory of cognition give no adequate answer to all these questions. Indeed, they do not seem to have formulated the question itself with any real sharpness and precision. By neglecting to do so, however, they have closed an important approach to the problem of space. They have, as it were, dropped the thread that connects and integrates this problem not only with the universal problematic of being but also with the problematic of sense, Sinn. And yet, on the other hand, precisely the most familiar theories of space show precisely the point at which their proponents, though for the most part unconsciously and as it were involuntarily, were compelled to consider the question along precisely this line. From the moment when the problem of space in general was first seen and treated with truly systematic sharpness, one basic concept began to occupy a central position in its consideration. It forms the common thread through the whole history of the theories of space. Whether these theories were oriented along the lines of rationalism or sensationalism, empiricism or nativism, They are all led back in their construction and in their grounding to the concept of the sign. We find this feature in the spatial theory of Kepler and Descartes, who in the 17th century laid the first foundation for a mathematically exact treatment of the problem. We find it, far more sharply expressed, in Berkeley's new theory of vision, which became the starting point of physiological optics. It can, however, be followed equally through the modern theories on the origin of the representation of space down to Helmholtz and Hering, to Lotze and Wundt. This interconnection deserves a brief historical survey, because such a survey will lead us almost automatically to the systematic question that is latent in all theorizing about space. Descartes' analysis of the concept of space is closely linked with his analysis of the concept of substance. There exists here a methodological unity and correlation that accurately reflects the ontological metaphysical interconnection of problems. For according to the basic presuppositions of Cartesian metaphysics, the thing, the empirical object, can be clearly and distinctly defined only through its purely spatial determinations. Extension in length, breadth, and depth is the only objective predicate by which we can determine the object of experience. Whatever else we customarily regard as a property of the physical real, if we wish to gain a strict comprehension of it, must be traced back to relationships of pure extension and dissolved in them without remainder. However, another reason for the indissoluble interconnection, which is demonstrated here between the concept of the thing and the mathematical concept of space, is the fact that both are traced back to one and the same basic logical function and together rooted in it. For, as Descartes shows, the identity of the thing as well as the continuity and homogeneity of geometrical extension are in no way data that are immediately given in sense, sensation or perception. The look, Gesicht, gives us nothing but images, hearing gives us nothing but sounds or tones. Thus, it is clear that something that we think of as being beyond these images or tones, as designated by them, is given to us not by sensible representations coming from outside, but rather by innate ideas, having their seat and origin in our own power of thinking. Thus, on closer scrutiny, all those determinations, which we customarily attribute to the space of intuition, are nothing other than purely logical characters. It is by such characters, by characteristic traits such as constancy, infinity, and uniformity, that we define the space of pure geometry. However, the intuition of the space of things, of physical space, arises in the same way. What is more, the understanding grasps together the individual data provided by the senses, compares them with each other, and in a sense attunes them to one another. In this act of attunement and this reciprocal correlation, Zuordnung, space comes into being as a constructive schema of thought, as a creation of that universal mathematics that is for Descartes the general basic science of order, Ordnung, and measure. Even where we believe to perceive space immediately, we stand already in the midst of the ambit and under the spell of this universal mathematics. For what we call the magnitude, the distance, the reciprocal position, log A, of things, is nothing that can be seen or touched. It can only be estimated and calculated. Every act of spatial perception comprises an act of measurement and thus of mathematical inference. Thus, ratio, in that twofold sense according to which it signifies reason and calculation, immediately presses forward here to explain the domain of intuition, Anschauung, and, with this, the domain of perception, and accordingly subject it to its basic law. All looking at, Anschauen, is bound to a theoretical thinking, and this theoretical thinking is bound to a logical judgment and inference, such that it is a basic act of pure thinking that first renders reality accessible to us in the form of an independent thing world as an intuitive spatial world. In its construction and its epistemological presuppositions, Berkeley's new theory of vision seems to be the exact reverse of this Cartesian doctrine. However, it nevertheless shares with it one specific starting point. For Berkeley, the sensationalist, who held that all original reality was contained in simple sensible impression, also recognized that sense perception as such did not sue us to explain the specific consciousness of spatiality and the spatial organization and arrangement in which the objects of experience are given to us. Individual sensible data are, also for him, not obtained, in that it immediately bears in itself spatial determinations, which are produced rather by a complex process of interpretation that the mind, carries out on this data. Our image of space does not come into being through the joining of a qualitatively new perception to the perceptions mediated by our senses, particularly those of sight and touch. What is required to awaken this image in us and to take hold of it is rather a determinate relation that establishes itself between the givenness of individual senses in such a way that we are able to transition from one to another according to fixed rules that are able to reciprocally correlate themselves to each other. However, whereas Descartes, to explain this correlation, has recourse to an originary function of the intellect and its innate ideas, Berkeley takes rather the opposite path. For Berkeley, The pure space of the geometer Descartes as well as the absolute space of the physicist Newton are not so much ideas as idols. They do not stand up to the psychological critique directed at the discovery of the simple state of errors of consciousness. Observation and unbiased phenomenological analysis both know nothing of this abstract space within which the mathematician and the mathematical physicist operate. They are aware of no absolutely homogeneous, unlimited extension, free from all sensible qualities. There is, however, for them equally no proper class of sensations through which we have learned about the magnitude, position, log A, and distances of objects. Rather, another basic power of the mind, seal, enters here that can be reduced neither to simple perception nor to the logical discursive activity of the understanding, which can be designated neither as merely sensible nor as yet rational. In it, we have an authentic activity, a synthesis of spirit, one that is, however, grounded not so much in the rules of abstract logic and formal mathematics as in the rules of the imagination. What distinguishes these rules from those of mathematics and logic is above all the fact that they can never produce generally valid and necessary combinations but only empirical and accidental ones. It is not any objective, any inner factual necessity, but habit and custom that connect the individual sensible spheres and finally make them grow together into such a concrete whole that they can mutually represent one another. According to Berkeley, the development of spatial intuition is bound to this representability. Vertrat Barkite. It presupposes that the sense impressions, over and above their initial merely presentative content, presentative and Gehalt, gradually take on a representative, function. According to him, however, this representation, is effected through nothing more than a reproduction. To render possible the construction of our spatial experience, the no less significant power of suggestion must be joined with the power of perception. As this power strengthens, as the individual sense impressions acquire the ability, Fähigkeit, to indicate, and others totally different from it and in a certain sense to corporeally make them present, Vergegenwärtigen, to consciousness, the chain closes for us, by which the elements, elemente, of reality fit themselves into a whole, into a world of space and of things in space. Descartes' rationalist theory of space and Berkeley's empiricist theory form, however, only the initial prelude to a wealth of speculative, psychological, and epistemo-critical theories that successively appeared in the thinking of the 19th century. As much as all these theories differ from each other in their pure content, however, they may be said to have undergone essentially little change in their intellectual type since Descartes and Berkeley. Considerations still move within the general methodological alternative that had already been sharply and precisely set out here. All subsequent theories of space seem in a sense to be bound to this alternative. They must go the way either of reflection or of association. Of course, there is not always an unequivocal, definitive decision between the two. We often encounter theories that attempt, as it were, to hover between these two opposing poles. Thus, for instance, as a mathematician and physicist, Helmholtz is governed by Cartesian intellectualism, whereas as a physiologist and empiricist philosopher, he approaches Berkeley. His theory of unconscious inferences shows a clear historical and systematic continuity with Descartes' dioptrics. On the other hand, the character of these inferences is changed by the fact that their true analog and model is sought no longer in the syllogisms of logic and mathematics but in the forms of inductive inference. Here too, the associative connection and reproductive completion of sense impressions ultimately suffices to explain their taking up and insertion into a spatial ordering. If we look into the reasons for this methodological duality in Helmholtz's theory of space, we find that it rests on an analogous cleavage in Helmholtz's general theory of signs. His whole theory of cognition is anchored in the concept of the sign. The world of phenomena is for him nothing other than an ensemble of signs, which are in no way similar to their causes, to real things, but which are lawfully correlated with them in such a way that they are able to express all differences and relations of things. Although Helmholtz seems to recognize the primacy of the symbolic concept, he does not, however, adhere to it with truly systematic rigor. For, instead of integrating and subordinating the problem of causality to the general problem of signification, he takes rather the opposite course. The function of the sign is to be comprehended and explained as a special form of causal relation. The category of causality, which according to Helmholtz is the condition for the comprehensibleness of nature, thus forces its way into the pure description of phenomena and diverts it from its proper course. For us, however, this raises the question of what mode this description must take if the problem and phenomenon of representation, are left in their place if we seek to elucidate and understand them on their own terms. The analysis of the thing-property relation has already shown us that this relation could not be apprehended in its core and could not be appreciated in its crucial significance as long as we sought to explain it by discursive judgments or mere reproductive processes. Nearly all the theories of signs that have appeared in the development of the theory of space, from Berkeley down to Lotz's theory of local signs, are, however, dominated by this dilemma. To be able to explain the form of space based on its own premises, philosophical empiricism was forced to more sharply frame its own basic concept, the concept of sensation. It had to separate what simple sensation in itself is, in its own immediacy, from other elements that are added to it only in the course of experience and which in many ways modify its initial consistent existence. Only on the grounds of such transformations and transfigurations can the intuition and representation of space be developed from the data of mere sensation. Admittedly, no art of psychic chemistry, despite the increasing refinements that have been brought to it, has been able to solve this task in a satisfactory way, has really succeeded in fathoming the mystery of spatialization. Hering's nativism disposes of all these derivations by stressing that something spatial can never arise out of a togetherness or succession of aspatial elements, elementae, that, rather, extension and spatiality must in a sense be recognized as irreducible characters of all our sense perceptions. Modern psychology has thus progressively given up the hope of surprising, as it were, consciousness at the point where it exits crucial transition from intrinsically aspatial sensation to spatial perception. What is undertaken here and what is now inquired into no longer refers to the development of spatiality as such but to the differentiation of certain phases, certain accentuations and organizations within spatiality itself. We cannot show how something that was previously as such aspatial achieves the quality of spatiality. We can and must, however, inquire into what way and by virtue of what mediations mere spatiality passes over into space, how pragmatic space transitions into systematic space. For it is a long way from the primary mode of spatial lived experience to formed space as the condition of the intuition of objects and further from this intuitive objective space to the mathematical space of measure and order. At the present stage in our investigation, we entirely disregard this last phase of space, the structure of mathematically defined and constructed space. We take space solely as the form of empirical intuition and of the empirical object world. Even so, it becomes at once apparent by this restriction, however, that this form is shot through with symbolic elements, elementae, and fulfilled with them. What we call space is not an inherent object that is immediately presented to us, that gives itself through certain signs to be recognized. It is, rather, a particular mode, a particular schematism of presentation itself. And in this schematism, consciousness acquires the possibility of a new orientation, it acquires a specific tendency, Richtung, of a spiritual regard, through which all the shapes, Gestalten, of objective and objectivized reality are now transformed. This transformation does not signify real transition from mere quality to quantity, from pure intensivity to extensivity, from intrinsically aspatial sensation to a somehow spatial perception. It does not relate to the genesis, whether metaphysical or psychological, of spatial consciousness. Rather, only a change in the signification presents itself in it, Sichtdarstellung, which spatial consciousness itself undergoes and by virtue of which the whole of the sense contained and implicit in it is brought forward. Again, to render this metamorphosis visible, we begin not with psychological observations and considerations, but rather, in line with our general methodological presuppositions, we seek to attack the problem from its purely objective side, from the standpoint of objective spirit. There is no achievement or creation of spirit that is not, in some way, related to the world of space and that does not, as it were, seek to make itself at home in it. For the turning toward this world signifies the first and necessary step toward objectification, Vergegenstandlichung. Toward the apprehension and determination of being in general. Space forms, as it were, the general medium in which spiritual productivity can first establish, feststellen, itself, in which it can bring it to its first formations, Gebilde, and shapes, Gestalten. We have already seen how language and myth immerse themselves in this medium, how they imagine, sich einbilden, in this medium. The two do not proceed uniformly in the process but differ in the basic direction that they forge. In the totality as well as the whole sense of its spatial orientation, myth remains bound to the primary and primitive modes of mythical world feeling. The spatial intuition that myth achieves does not conceal or annihilate this world feeling but is rather the decisive means for its pure manifestation, Ausprägung. Myth arrives at spatial determinations and differentiations only by lending a distinctive mythical accent to each area, Gegend, in space, to the there and over there, the rising and setting of the sun, the above and below. Space is now divided into determinate regions and directions. Each of these has, however, not only a purely intuitive sense but also an expressive character of its own. There is no space here as a homogeneous whole, within which the individual determinations are equivalent to one another and interchangeable with one another. The near and far, the high and low, the right and left all have their unmistakable particular nature, their particular mode of magical significance. Not only is the basic opposition of the holy and the unholy interwoven with all these spatial oppositions, but it also literally constitutes them and, as it were, drives them forth, hervortreiben. What makes a precinct, Bezirk, spatially particular and particulared, besonderen und besonderten, is not some abstract geometrical determination but instead the unique mythical atmosphere in which it stands, the magical aura that shrouds it. Accordingly, the directions in mythical space are not conceptual or intuitive relations, relationen, they are independent essential beings, Wesenheiten, endowed with demonic forces. One must immerse oneself in the pictorial, bildlich, presentations of the tendency of the gods and demons, as they are found, for example, in ancient Mexican culture, to wholly feel this expressive sense, this physiognomic character that all spatial determinations possess for mythical consciousness. All systematization of space, which is by no means lacking in mythical thinking, also does not go beyond this sphere. The augur who marks a templum, a sacred precinct, and in it differentiates various zones thus creates the basic condition and precondition, the first beginning and impulse of all contemplation as such. The augur divides the universe according to a definite point of view, he sets up a spiritual system of reference, toward which all being and events are oriented. This orientation should render possible and safeguard an overview, Überschau, of the whole of the world and in and with it a preview, Vorausschau, of the to come. Of course, this view, Schau, does not move within a free, ideal, linear framework, Gefüge, as in the domain of pure theory. The individual spatial areas are rather inhabited by real, fateful powers, powers of blessing or of doom. The magical ring that embraces the entire existence of nature and the entire existence of the human is not burst asunder but only reinforce. The distances conquered by mythical intuition do not break its power but serve only to confirm it anew. In comparison with this basic attitude of myth, language seems from the beginning to forge a new and basically different path. For what characterizes the first spatial terms that we find in language is their embracing of a definite deictic function. We have seen that a basic form of all speech goes back to the form of showing that language can come into being and thrive only where consciousness has developed, ausbilden, this form. The indicative, Hinweis and gesture is already a milestone in this development, a decisive stage on the way to objective intuition and objective configuration. What is embedded in this gesture, however, comes to a clear and complete unfolding only when language takes up this tendency and guides it into its own channels. In its deictic particles, language creates the first means of expression for near and far and for certain fundamental differences of direction. These, too, are seen at first subspecie entirely in terms of the speaking subject and from their particular standpoint, the difference in direction from the speaker to the person addressed and conversely from the person addressed to the speaker seems to form one of the earliest differences, differenzen, ever to have been noticed and fixed in language. With this difference, differenze, with this differentiation of the I from the you as well as from objective being, which it stands over against, there occurs at the same time, however, a breakthrough to a new phase in the consideration of the world. A tie, band, now stretches between the I and the world that at once ties them together and separates them from each other, keeping them apart. The intuition of space that is worked out and laid down in language is the clearest indication of this distinctive twofold relation. In it, the distance is posited, but even in this positing, it is, in a sense, also overcome. In the intuition of space, which is acquired with the help of language, the moments of apartness and togetherness, of thoroughgoing discreteness and thoroughgoing connection, to a certain degree counterbalance one another. They stand toward one another in a kind of ideal equilibrium. Even in its highest and most universal manifestations, however, myth is able to apprehend spatial differences only by injecting a difference of another type and origins into them. Every difference in spatial perspective involuntarily changes from myth into a difference of expressive features, of physiognomic characters. Thus, its spatial perspective, in spite of its tendencies toward objective configuration, remains bathed in the color of feeling and subjective sensation. Language is also still thoroughly rooted in this sphere. At the same time, however, a new turn clearly and sharply takes place in it, the turn from expressive space to presentative space. Individual places, orte, no longer appear distinguished from one another only by certain qualitative and perceptible characters. Rather, there is now disclosed in them determinate relations, relationen, of the between, the spatial order. Even those primitive spatial terms in which, for instance, the diarences in the coloration of vowels are used as the means to express diarent degrees of distance indicate this basic tendency that is forged by language. They distinguish the here from the over there and presenting from absenting at the same time. However, they connect the two in that they initiate a measured relation between both, even if it is still elementary and inaccurate. Thus, the progress from merely pragmatic space to objective space, from the space of action, Handlungsraum, to the space of intuition, while not completed, is at least determined and anticipated in its general principle. The mere action space, Aktionsraum, which we must impute also to the animal world, still comprises no free overview of spatial determinations and relationships. Nevertheless, no synopsis allows for the bringing together of the locally, örtlich, separate into the unity of a simultaneous regard, Blick. Instead of such a to see the unity, as Plato calls it, a relationship of correspondence and the reciprocal attainment, Gegenseitigen Objektivität, of certain movements prevails. Such a correspondence is possible, without needing to be accompanied and guided by the representation of spatial relations, by a synoptic overview of them. The execution of certain movements may be fixed by long practice, they may always be performed in the same way by means of certain mechanisms, without which this execution must lead in any way to a representative consciousness, to a presentation, Darstellung, and representation, Vergegenwärtigung, of the individual stages in their separateness and succession. There is no doubt that this transition to the pure representation, of spatial relationships is also a relatively late step in the development of human mental life. Reports on natural peoples reveal to what extent their spatial orientation, no matter how much keener and more precise than that of cultured human beings, Kulturmenschen, moves nevertheless entirely in the channels of a concrete spatial feeling. Although every point in their surroundings, every bend in a river, for example, may be exactly known to them, without that they would be able to draw a map of the course of the river, to hold it fast in a spatial schema. The transition from mere action to the schema, to the symbol, to presentation, signifies in every case a genuine crisis of spatial consciousness. Moreover, it does not remain limited to the ambit of this consciousness but instead goes hand in hand with a general spiritual turn and transformation, with an authentic revolution in the mode of thinking. To make the general character of this transformation clear, let us glance back at the result of our analysis of the thing-property relation. We already found there that we can arrive at the constancy of the thing only through the mediation of space, that objective space forms the medium of empirical objectivity in general. Both the production of the intuition of space and the intuition of the thing are made possible only when the stream of successive lived experiences is, as it were, halted, when the mere succession is transformed into a given at once, Zumal. This transformation occurs when a diarent signification, a diarent valence is attributed to the elements of the flowing event. Insofar as each appearance is thought of as belonging solely to the sphere of events, it is given, strictly speaking, only in an individual point of time, because the moment, Augenblick, creates it and snatches it away. Certain halting places and relative points of rest can be acquired in the sun ceasing becoming only because the individual contents, though variable and ephemeral in their existence, point beyond themselves to something permanent, too. Something of which all these changing images are only diverse modes of appearance. Once the variable is taken in this way as the presentation for something persistent, it takes on an entirely new look, Gesicht. For the regard, Blick, no longer rests on it but passes through it and beyond it. Like in the linguistic sign, where it is not the tone or sound or its sensible modifications that we apprehend but instead the sense in it that we remark, the individual appearance loses its independence and self-sufficiency, its individual concretion, as soon as it functions as a sign for a thing, for something objectively intended and objectively formed. The fact of color transformation has already called our attention to this state of affairs. A color that we see in some unusual lighting is adjusted and adapted to the normal lighting. It is, as it were, transformed back into its normal color tone and taken as a merely accidental deviation from it. This differentiation of constants and variables, the necessary and the accidental, and universal and individual, contains the embryo and core of all objectivization. The phenomenon has been described as follows. In every perception of abnormal lighting there is a more or less pronounced phenomenal split of the color sensations into illumination and the illumined. The material of sensation produced by the optical stimulation is split by the inner eye in such a way that the components of the color process corresponding to the objective colors are used for the construction of the objective images, while that component which is distributed more or less intensely over the whole somatic field of vision, and which corresponds to the color of the illumination, appears as abnormal illumination. As Katz stresses, such a taking into account of the lighting is found where the eye is presented with unusual, variegated illuminations that accordingly could not have been previously experienced. From this it follows that as soon as the optical appearance of color is posited from the standpoint of the thing, as soon as the colored is taken as a means for the presentation of things, the optical lived experience is organized in a characteristic way and by virtue of this organization is transformed. And this decomposition of an inherently uniform appearance into components of different signification is also indispensable for the construction of spatial intuition. Here again, there is a splitting by virtue of which the permanent in the given perception is separated from the variable, the typical from the transitory. Space's object space is posited and achieved only when a representative value is attributed to certain perceptions, when they are selected and distinguished as fixed reference points of orientation. Certain basic configurations are set up as norms by which we measure others. Since William James, the psychological theory of spatial intuition has taken this state of affairs into account by stressing the motive of selection as an essential condition for the working out, Ausbildung, of the representation of space. On the ground, Bowden, of the nativist theories of space, James begins from the assumption that we have native and fixed optical space sensations, but experience leads us to select certain ones from among them to be the proper bearers of reality, Realität. The rest become mere signs and suggestors of these. In all our perceptions, such a selection takes place in all of them. We take hold of certain configurations that, we say, present the actual form of the object, while we regard others as only peripheral or more or less accidental appearances of this object. The deferrals and distortions of perspective that the image of an object undergoes under certain conditions of seeing are in this way corrected. Thus, the seeing of an image always includes a wholly determinate evaluation of it. We do not look at it as it immediately gives itself to us, but place it in the context of the spatial total of experience and thus give it its characteristic sense. It is assuredly no accident, but symptomatically and systemically significant, that in elucidating this basic relationship, James, in spite of himself, falls back to a comparison with language. The signs of each probable real thing being multiple and the thing itself one and fixed, we gain the same mental relief by abandoning the former for the latter that we do when we abandon mental images, with all their fluctuating characters, for the definite and unchangeable names which they suggest. The selection of the several normal appearances from out of the jungle of our optical experiences, to serve as the real sights of which we shall think, is psychologically a parallel phenomenon to the habit of thinking in words and has a like use. Both are substitutions of terms few and fixed for terms manifold and vague. By means of this process, the individual spatial values acquire a distinctive transparence for us. Just as we look through the accidental illumination color in which we see an object to its permanent color, so too does, with all their particularity and change, the manifold of optical images that arise, for example, in the movement of an object, look through to its enduring shape, Gestalt. They are not mere impressions but function as presentations. They go from being actions to being symbols. Thus, from this perspective, we see again that the symbolic function reaches back into a far deeper stratum of consciousness than is usually supposed or granted. Not only does it give its imprint to the worldview of theoretical cognition, the worldview of science, but it has already imprinted its seal on the primary shapes, Gestalten, of perception. The interconnection here as well as the difference that prevails can be made clear by comparing the structure of perceptive space with the structure of abstract geometrical space. Clearly, the two structures cannot be posited as identical with one another. Perceptive space as such can neither be predicated of the uniformity nor of the constancy or infinity in the sense in which mathematics defines and uses these predicates. Despite this difference, however, the two disclose a common element, insofar as a determinate mode and tendency of constant formation takes shape and operates in them. Felix Klein has stated that the form of every geometry depends on which spatial determinations and relations it selects to posit as invariable. The usual metric geometry begins by considering all these properties and relationships of a spatial formation, Gebilde, as essentially belonging to it, as unaffected by certain alterations, by a displacement of the formation, Gebilde, in absolute space, by proportionate growth or diminution of its determining parts, and finally, by certain reversals in the arrangement of its parts. A shape, Gestalt, may pass through any number of such transformations, but for the purposes of metrical geometry, it remains one and the same. It still represents an identical geometrical concept. In establishing such concepts, however, we are not restricted once and for all to any fixed choice of transformations. Thus, for example, metrical geometry transitions into projective geometry if we include the totality of possible project transformations in those operations, which compared to a spatial shape, Gestalt, should remain unchanged despite the movement, the similarity of transformation and the mirroring. Thus, according to Klein, every particular geometry is a theory of invariance that is valid in reference to determinate groups of transformations. Precisely in this respect, however, we find that the conception of the various geometries and the formation of the concept of space underlying each one of them merely extends a process that is already embedded and forecast in the configuration of empirical space, the space of our sense experience. For this space also comes into being only when a multiplicity of appearances, of individual optical images, are grasped together into groups, and these groups are taken as presentations of one and the same object. From this moment on, the changing individual appearances form a periphery only, and every part of this periphery sends out points, as it were, which guide our observation in a certain direction, which lead it back over and over again to the same thing, unity as a center. And here too, though not to the same extent and magnitude as in the construction of purely geometrical, symbolic space, it is possible to situate these centers diaherently. The point of reference itself can be displaced, the mode of relation can change. And whenever such a change takes place, the appearance takes on not only another abstract signification but also another concrete intuitive sense and content, Gehalt. A striking example of this transformation in the intuitive sense of spatial shapes, Gestalten, is provided by the well-known phenomena that is usually subsumed under the term optical inversion. One and the same optical complex can be transformed now into this spatial object, then into that spatial object, which can be seen as this or as another object. It has been justly stated that in such inversions, it is not a question either about being subjected to deceptive judgments or about the mere representations that we make for ourselves, but about the authentic perceptual lived experiences. In all this, it is once again confirmed how a change in sight, Sicht, at once alters the scene, Gesehen, according to perception, how every displacement in a viewpoint transfigured the beheld, or Blicken, purely in its consistent phenomenal existence. The further consciousness progresses in its forming, Formung, and organization, and the more its individual contents become significant, that is, the more they acquire the force to point to other contents, the more grows the freedom with which it can change one shape, Gestalt, into another through a change of sight, Sicht. We have already seen that this act of concentration, as an act of the formation and creation of centers, goes back to a basic productive spiritual function, and that accordingly it can never be fully explained by merely reproductive processes. Berkeley falls into a logical circle in his theory of the concept as well as in his theory of the origin of the representation of space, in that in both cases he invokes the function of representation, but then seeks to reduce this function to mere habit and custom. In the Critique of Pure Reason, Kant uncovers this circle and at the same time attacks the problem at its root, by inquiring into the conditions of the possibility of association. Of that empirical rule of association, on what, I ask, does this, as a law of nature, rest, and how is this association even possible? The ground of the possibility of the association of the manifold, insofar as it lies in the object, is called the einity of the manifold. There must therefore be an objective ground, i.e. one that can be understood a priori to all empirical laws of the imagination, on which rests the possibility, indeed even the necessity of a law extending through all appearances, a law, namely, for regarding them throughout as data of sense that are associable in themselves and subject to universal laws of a thoroughgoing connection in reproduction. I call this objective ground of all association of appearances their einity. It is therefore certainly strange, yet from what has been said thus far obvious, that it is only by means of this transcendental function of the imagination that even the einity of appearances, and with it the association, and through the latter finally reproduction in accordance with laws, and consequently experience itself, become possible, for without them no concepts of objects at all would converge into an experience. The transcendental function of the imagination that Kant appeals to here is not, however, apprehended in its actual core, even where we attempt to trace it back to apperceptive processes rather than to the merely reproductive processes. Of course, this seems to constitute a decisive step that goes beyond any sensationalist foundations, because apperception not only signifies the apprehension and subsequent grasping together of given impressions but also exhibits a pure spontaneity, a creative act of spirit. Meanwhile, psychological theories tend to obscure this independence by the fact that, and this is the case particularly in Wundt, they tend to elucidate apperception by way of the phenomenon of attention, and the fact that they tend to let apperception be absorbed completely in the phenomenon of attention. In particular, Jänsch has made use of this phenomenon to explain spatial perception. He repeatedly falls back on the showing behavior of attention as the real decisive motive. Everything that we designate as a localization in space, appears to be determined and conducted by such showing behavior. As a general principle of this localization, Jänsch formulates the theorem that in the case of the absence of other localization motives, visual impressions are located in the distance of the locus of attention. Even if we accept, however, all the individual results of Jänsch's experiments, there arises here, nevertheless, a general methodological question as to whether the principle of attention has been sufficiently clarified and determined theoretically enough to serve as a sound foundation for a theory of space. As with the theory of space, attempts have also been made to base a general theory of concepts on this principle. Here too, the achievement of abstraction, in which the concept should have its source, was seen as essentially an achievement of attention. In that our regard passes over a series of sensible representations, these will not be uniformly considered in the totality of their properties, rather, we extract from them in each case a certain element on which we mainly dwell. In this way the parts that are not noticed, beobachtete, are finally repressed and only those others that stand at the center of attention are retained, and with this, the concept, Begriff, as an ensemble, in Begriff, of the noticed, Beachtet, arises. If we examine this theory of the concept more closely, we soon find, however, that it also implicates us in a circle, that in it the sought is confused with the given, what is to be grounded with the ground. For attention can become a concept-creating act only by forging a determinate direction from the beginning and by retaining this direction throughout its entire movement, by apprehending the manifold of perceptions from a unitary point of view, Gesichtspunkt, and so comparing them. This unity of sight, Sicht, however, does not first create the concept, rather, it already implies the concept. It is precisely what constitutes its logical content, Gehalt, and its logical function. For the formation of concepts, it is not enough that attention is in general paid, such attention can also accompany any other act of mere sensing, representing, or fantasizing, but rather, the decisive factor lies in that which, worauf, is remarked in the goal that thought has in view when it discursively runs through a series of particular contents and to which it refers these contents as a whole. However, the same basic act that was indispensable for the acquisition of conceptual forms is also indispensable for the acquisition of characteristically determined spatial forms. The various geometrical spaces make this particularly evident depending on how the regard is directed toward one or another goal, depending on how it posits one or another element as invariant, one or another mode of space is formed, the concept of metric or projective space etc. is constituted. Our empirical intuition of space, however, also goes back, as we have seen, to a constant skilled act of selection of this sort, and this selection always requires a certain principle of selection, a determining viewpoint. Here too, certain fixed points are posited, cardinal points around which appearances revolve. Because the rotation point as well as the sense of rotation of this movement can change, an individual perception may assume a diarrhent signification and a diarrhent value for the total structure of spatial reality. Beyond all these diarrhences, however, the unity of the basic theoretical function that governs the totality, Gans, of these relations asserts itself. While perception does not remain a mere apprehension of singularities, given here and now, in that it acquires the character of a presentation, perception gathers the colorful abundance of phenomena together into a context of experience. The division between the two basic elements of presentation, between the presenting and the presented, between representing, representant, and the represented, representat, bears in itself a germ from whose development and complete unfolding the world of space emerges as a world of pure intuition. 4. The intuition of time. Highly developed theoretical thinking tends to consider time as an all-embracing form for all events, as a universal order in which all the content of reality is and in which an unequivocal place is assigned to it. Time does not stand beside things as a physical being or as a physical force. It has no independent character of existence or reactive action. All the connections of things, all the relations prevailing between them, however, are ultimately traced back to determinations of temporal events, to the differentiation of the earlier and later, the now and the not now. Only when thought succeeds in grasping together the manifold of events, Ereignis, into a system within which the individual events are determined in respect to their before and after, do phenomena join together into the total gestalt of an intuitive reality. The particular nature of temporal schematism first makes possible the form of objective experience itself. Thus, time, as Kant says, forms the correlative of the determination of an object in general. The transcendental schemata, which, according to Kant, guarantee the interconnection between understanding and sensibility, are nothing other than a priori determinations of time according to rules. Through them, the temporal series, the temporal content, the temporal order, and the temporal ensemble are determined into the consideration of all possible objects. There exists, however, a sharp and fundamental difference between schema and image. The image is a product of the empirical faculty of the productive imagination, the schema of sensible concepts, such as figures in space, is a product and, as it were, a monogram of the pure a priori imagination, through which and in accordance with which images first become possible. In that Kant posits the problem of time in this way, he adds, to be sure, that this schematism of our understanding with regard to appearances and their mere form is a hidden art in the depths of the human soul, whose true operations we can divine from nature and lay unveiled before our eyes only with difficulty. Indeed, whether we approach this problem from the side of metaphysics or from the side of psychology or the critique of cognition, we seem at once to encounter here an unsurpassable boundary of comprehension. Augustine's dictum still seems to retain its full validity: time, which to the immediate consciousness is the most certain and most familiar of facts, shrouds itself in darkness as soon as we seek to pass beyond this immediate givenness and draw it into the sphere of reflective contemplation. Any attempt at a definition of time or even of an objective characteristic of time threatens to embroil us immediately in inextricable antinomies. To be sure, a common ground of these antinomies and aporias seems to reside in neither metaphysics nor the critique of cognition, observing the strict boundary that Kant demonstrates and emphasizes in his differentiation between the image and the schema. Instead of relating sensible images to the monogram of the pure imagination, they have repeatedly succumbed to the temptation of illustrating and explaining the imagination by purely sensible determinations. What makes this temptation even stronger and more dangerous is that it never ceases to be renewed and fostered by a basic positive power, craft, of spirit, the power of language. In designating temporal determinations and temporal relationships, language is at first wholly dependent on the mediation of space, and from its interwovenness with the spatial world likewise results also a bond with the world of things, which are thought as present, vorhanden, in space. The form of time is thus expressed here only insofar as it can in some way be based on spatial and objective determinations. The compulsion of this dependence is so strong that it makes itself felt beyond the sphere of language, in the concept formation of exact science. Exact science also seems to possess no other possibility than to give an objective description of time, in that it presents and elucidated its being, Wesen, in spatial images. It, too, takes the image of the endless straight line as an external figurative representation of time. Does any such figurative character, however, apprehend the actual gestalt of time? Or does it not rather inject a specifically different, essentially alien element into it? All linguistic determination is necessarily at the same time a linguistic fixation. However, does not the mere attempt at any such fixation deny time its true and proper sense, which is precisely the sense of pure becoming? Myth seems to penetrate here more deeply than language into the originary form of time, for it seems able to abide, Faravilan, in the originary form of time, and because it grasps the world not as a rigid being but as a constant event, not as a finished gestalt but as an ever-renewed metamorphosis. And from this basic view, it rises to a wholly universal intuition of time. For in myth, the intuitions of the becoming, Verdenden, and the become, Dwerden, are separate from the intuition of becoming, Werden. All individuals and particulars are subject to the forceful power of becoming as a universal and irrefragable power of fate. The existence and life of an individual being, Einzelwesen, is measured out to it by this power. The gods themselves are not masters over time and fate but subjected to their originary law, the law of mu, a portion. Thus, time is here lived, Erleben, as fate, long before it was comprehended as a cosmic order of events in the purely theoretical sense. It is no mere ideal network for the ordering of the earlier and later, it is, rather, itself the spinner of the net. With all the universality that is already imparted to it, it thus proves itself full of vitality, Lebendigkeit, and concretion in it, as an original reality. All being, earthly as well as celestial, human as well as divine, remains decided, beschlossen, and bound. A new relationship, however, announces itself as soon as the question of origins is no longer posed from the perspective of myth but from that of philosophy, from that of theoretical reflection. The mythical concept of beginning is now transformed into the concept of principle. This is initially apprehended in such a way that a concrete temporal intuition enters into the purely conceptual determination of the principle. What emerges for philosophical thought as the enduring ground of being is at the same time the first and earliest shape, Gestalt, of being that we must find if we follow the chain of becoming back to its beginning. This interweaving, Verflechtung, of motives, however, loosens as soon as the question of thinking is no longer directed exclusively toward the ground of things but also toward the ground of its own being and its own justification. Where philosophy first raises this question, where instead of inquiring after the ground of reality, it inquires after the sense and ground of truth, the bond between being and time seems to be severed in one stroke. The true being that is now discovered is a timeless being. What we call time is henceforth no more than a mere name, a yarn spun by language and human opinion. Being itself knows of no earlier or later, and it never was, nor will be, because it is now, a whole altogether, one, continuous. With this concept of timeless being as the correlate of timeless truth, the tearing away of logos from myth takes place, the mature assertion, Mondigkeitserklaring, of pure thinking compared with the mythical powers of fate. And philosophy always returns in a new turn, Karen, in the course of its history to its origin. Spinoza, like Parmenides, sets up the idea of a timeless cognition, a cognition sub specie aeterni, from the viewpoint of eternity. Time also becomes for him a formation, Gebilde, of the imaginatio, the empirical imagination, which falsely attributes its own form to substantial, absolute being. However, metaphysics is not, of course, able to master the riddle of time and expel it from its midst. It is not able, in the pregnant words of Parmenides, to eject coming into being, Entstehen, and passing out of being, Vergehen, from itself. For while being, as absolute being, seems freed from the burden of contradiction, a still graver contradiction now weighs on the world of phenomena. From now on, the phenomenal world is subject to the dialectic of becoming. The history of philosophy shows how this dialectic, which Eleatic thinking discovered in the abstract concepts of multiplicity and motion, gradually penetrates empirical cognition, physics, and their fundamental foundation. Newton carries out this foundation when he positions the postulate of an absolute time, which flows along itself without regard to any outward object, as the keystone of his system. The more contemplation immersed itself in the nature, Wesen, of this absolute time, the more sharply and clearly it became evident, however, that, to use the Kantian expression, an existing non-thing, Unding, had been posited in it. In making flux the basic element of time, we posit its being and nature, Wesen, in its passing out of being, Vergehen. Time is not supposed to take part in this passing out of being, Vergehen, because the change applies not to time itself but only to the content of the events, to the appearances that follow one another in it. With this, however, we seem to have once again posited a being, Sind, a substantial whole, that is assembled together from non-existent, nicht seiend, parts. For the past is no more and the future is not yet. Thus, the only consistent existence that remains of time seems to be the present, Gegenwart, as a medium between the no longer and the not yet. If we give to this medium a finite extension, if we regard it as a length of time, then the same problem immediately arises in it. The medium becomes a multiplicity of which only a single moment exists and is at a time, while all others precede the being or have left it behind them. If on the other hand we understand the now in a strictly punctual sense, it ceases by virtue of this isolation to be a member in a temporal series. Against such a now, Zeno's paradox applies: the flying arrow is at rest because at any point in its course, it occupies a single position, log A, and so is not in a state of becoming, a state of transition, Übergang. If any, the problem of temporal measurement, which would appear to be a purely empirical problem that is raised by experience itself and fully soluble only by means of experience, repeatedly entangles philosophy in a confusion of dialectical considerations and arguments. In the correspondence between Leibniz and Clarke, as Newton's defender and representative, Clarke deduces the absolute and real character of time from its measurability. How can something, which is not, possess the property of objective magnitude and number? Leibniz, however, at once reverses this argument into its opposite. He seeks to show that a quantitative determination of time is conceivable without contradiction only if we think of it not as a substance but rather as a purely ideal relation, as an order of the possible. Thus, all progress in the cognition of time, whether it is acquired from the standpoint of the considerations of metaphysics or of physics, only seems to more clearly and inexorably reveal its intrinsically antinomic character by whatever means we seek to grasp it. The being of time threatens to slip forever through our fingers. This dialectic, which repeatedly arises as soon as thinking attempts to master the concept of time by subordinating it to a general concept of being, has been most pregnantly and clearly expressed in that classical chapter of St. Augustine's Confessions, in which, for the first time in the history of Western philosophical thinking, the problematic of time was posed and surveyed in its full scope. If, as Augustine concludes, the present, Gegenwart, only becomes a determination of time, a temporal present, in that it transitions into the past, then how can we designate a being that exists only by annihilating itself? Or how can we attribute magnitude to time and measure this magnitude, since such a measurement can come about only by linking the past and the present, Gegenwärtig, with each other and taking them together in one regard of spirit, while, on the other hand, both moments are in their pure mode of being antithetically opposed to each other. Here only one way out remains: a mediation must be found that does not sublate this opposition but that nevertheless relativizes it, one that makes it appear not as an absolute contradiction but as a merely conditioned opposition. And according to Augustine, this mediation is effected in every genuine act of time consciousness, Zeitbewusstsein. We find the Ariadne's thread that can lead us out of the labyrinth of time only when we express the problem in a fundamentally diarrhent form, only when we transfer it from the ground soil, Boden, of realistic dogmatic ontology to the ground soil, Boden, of a pure analysis of the phenomena of consciousness. Now the separation of time into present, past, and future is no longer a substantial separation by which three individual heterogeneous modes of being are to be determined each in their in itself, ansic, and separated from one another. Rather, now it applies solely to our knowledge of appearing reality. Strictly taken, we cannot speak of the three times as beings. Rather, it would be more proper to say that as the present, Gegenwart, time contains in itself three diarrhent relations and by virtue of them three diarrhent aspects and determinations. There is a present of the past, a present of the present, Gegenwärtig, and a present of the future. The present of the past is called memory, the present of the present, Gegenwärtig, is called intuition, that of the future is called awaiting. Thus, we may not think of time as an absolute thing, divided into three absolute parts. Rather, the unitary consciousness of the now encompasses three diarrhent basic directions and is first constituted in this reality. The conscious present is not chained, as it were, to an individual moment, and firmly bound to it. Rather, it necessarily passes beyond it, both forward and backward. Comprehending time does not mean, therefore, to put it together from three separate but nevertheless linked essential beings. Rather, it means to understand how three clearly separate intentions, the intention toward the now, the intention toward the earlier, and the intention toward later, are grasped together into the unity of a sense. True, the possibility of such a synthesis can no longer be derived or proven by something else. Rather, we stand here before a phenomenon, which, as a genuine originary phenomenon, as such can be accredited and explained only out of itself. Quid est ergo tempus? Si nemo ex me quarat, scio, si quaranti explicare velim, nescio, what then is time? Provided that no one asks me, I know. If I want to explain it to an inquirer, I do not know. Consider the example of a bodily voice. It begins to sound, it sounds and goes on sounding, then it ceases and now there is silence. The sound has passed, the sound no longer is. It was future before it began to sound, and so could not be measured, for as yet it did not exist, and now it cannot be measured because now it exists no longer. Only while sounding could it be measured, for then it was, and so was measurable. But even then, it was not standing still, it was moving, and moving out of existence. God, creator of all things, Deus creator omnium, the line consists of 8 syllables, in which short and long syllables alternate. Each long syllable has double the time of each short syllable. I pronounce them, and I say that it is so, and so it is, as is quite obvious to the ear. As my ear distinguishes, I measure a long syllable by a short and I perceive that it contains it twice. But since I hear a syllable only when the one before it has ceased, each of the long syllables has twice the time of the short. As I recite the words, I also observe that this is so, for it is evident to sense perception. To the degree that the sense perception is unambiguous, I measure the long syllable by the short one, and perceive it to be twice the length. But when one syllable sounds after another, the short first, the long after it, how shall I keep my hold on the short, and how use it to apply a measure to the long, so as to verify that the long is twice as much? The long does not begin to sound unless the short has ceased to sound. I can hardly measure the long during the presence of its sound, as measuring becomes possible only after it has ended. When it is finished, it has gone into the past. What then is it which I measure? Where is the short syllable with which I am making my measurement? Where is the long which I am measuring? Both have sounded, they have flown away, they belong to the past. They now do not exist. And I owe my measurement and declare as confidently as a practiced sense perception will allow, that the short is single, the long double, I mean in the time they occupy. I can do this only because they are past and gone. Therefore, it is not the syllables which I am measuring, but something in my memory which stays fixed there. So it is in you, my mind, that I measure periods of time. In you, I measure periods of time. The impression which passing events make upon you abides when they are gone. That present consciousness is what I am measuring, not the stream of past events which have caused it. When I measure periods of time, that is what I am actually measuring. Or how does the past, which now has no being, grow, unless there are three processes in the mind which in this is the active agent. For the mind expects and attends and remembers, so that what it expects passes through what has its attention to what it remembers. Who therefore can deny that the future does not yet exist? Yet already in the mind there is an expectation of the future. Who can deny that the past does not now exist? Yet there is still in the mind a memory of the past. None can deny that present time lacks any extension because it passes in a flash. Yet attention is continuous, and it is through this that what will be present progresses towards being absent. The sharp cut is made between the time of things and the time of pure lived experience, between the time that we think of as the riverbed of the objective events and the time consciousness that by its very nature, Wesen, can be given to us in no other way than as present time, Präsent said. Once it has been clearly apprehended, the problematic disclosed here never ceases. It now passes through the history of metaphysics as well as that of the theory of cognition, and it has recently undergone a resurgence in the attempts at a foundation for the modern psychology of thinking. We also see ourselves, however, referred back here to the center of our systematic question. For the demand here is clear and precise, and the phenomenon of the representation of time must not be confused with the problems of the being of time, as ontologically real, as metaphysical time. We cannot begin with the latter in order, from here, to penetrate into lived experience time, into the time of the I, exeat. Rather, we can take only the opposite path. The question is, how can we be guided from the pure phenomenon of the now, which grasps, begreift, in itself the future and the past as constitutive moments, to that mode of time in which these three stages are separated from one another, in which they are posited as objectively apart, auseinander, and successive, nacheinander? The direction of consideration can be only from the ideal to the real, from the intention to its object. No road ultimately leads back from the metaphysical category of substantiality to the pure intuition of time. The only logical conclusion here is precisely to reject this intuition, to explain it with Parmenides as non-being, nicht seiend, or with Spinoza as the formation, Gebilde, of the imagination. However, because the pure phenomena cannot simply be done away or simply annihilated by the dictums of metaphysical thinking, the only possibility of solving the problem consists in fundamentally transforming and reversing the problem. What must be recognized is the transition from the original temporal structure of the I to that temporal order in which empirical things and events, Ereignis, stand for us, in which the object of experience is given to us. And here it initially appears that what this object implies and intends not only is related, besogen, in a mediated way to the temporal order but also can be posited only through this order. In modern philosophy, this framing of the question was not first introduced by Kant but rather by Leibniz. Leibniz already shows, and this forms a central point in his polemic against Newton's theory of time, that monadological time forms the T, F, say, first according to nature, and that we can reach mathematical physical time through it alone. According to the system of monadology, the presence, of the I, which in itself grasps, begreift, past and future, is the starting point, the terminus a quo, whose being and sense can be explained by no influxus physicus, by no causality from the outside. It forms the medium for all other objective being and for all objective knowledge. For according to Leibniz, who reverses the realistic concept of substance, the monad is only by virtue of its representing, vorstellen, however, it can represent in no other way than by envisaging and expressing the past and the to come, künftig, in the now. This expression of the many in the one, multorum in uno expressio, belongs to the essence of every appearance of consciousness, but it is perhaps more clearly comprehensible and demonstrable in the character of temporal phenomena than anywhere else. In every other domain, it might seem as if representation, as mere mediated act, were merely added to an otherwise immediately given consciousness of matter, as if it did not originally belong to the matter of consciousness but were only superimposed on it afterwards. In space, it is true, every content necessarily refers to the others, so that every here is connected with an over there, dort, by causal determinations, by dynamic ex. The pure sense of the here, however, seems at first sight capable of existing for itself, für sich, seems possible to comprehend and define it independently of the over there, dort. For time, however, such a separation is not even possible in abstraction. Every moment immediately comprises in itself the triad of temporal relations and temporal intentions. The present, Gegenwart, the now, obtains its character as present only through the act of representation, Vergegenwärtigung, through the pointing to the past and to the to come, künftig, comprised in it. Accordingly, representation, Representation is not merely added here to presentation, Präsentation, but constitutes the very content, Gehalt, and core of presence, presents, itself. The cut that attempts to separate here content and presentation, the existing and the symbolic from each other would, if successful, strike and destroy the vital nerve of temporality itself. And with this specific form of time consciousness, the form of the I consciousness would also be annihilated. For the two reciprocally condition each other. The I finds and knows itself only in the threefold form of time consciousness, while, on the other hand, the three phases of time merge together into a unity only in and by virtue of the I. The way that temporal determinations, which seem to conflict and perpetually repel each other when abstractly and conceptually posited, nevertheless joined together, can be rendered intelligible only by way of the I and not by way of things. For on the one hand, as Kant put it, the standing and lasting I constitutes the correlate of all our representations, so far as it is merely possible to become conscious of them. On the other hand, however, the I can assure itself of its identity and permanence only through its own unbroken flow. It is constancy and change, permanence and transition, in one. While I feel myself as if standing in this now, I not only find myself following from the past in a continuous transition, but I also never find myself sharply cut out in the forward direction, stopping at one moment and then after a pause beginning again. Also, in the forward direction I am ever flowing. While in this now, I feel myself passing from the now that has just become past, I am at the same time certain that this now in which I stand vanishes forthwith and flows into another now. My now I lived experience has in itself these two aspects. It feels itself to be coming from a before and moving into an after. Every now is for me a vanishing just now having been present, and at the same time a transition into another now, that is, into a just no not yet having been present. Of course, this form of lived I experience, Ichabnesses, cannot be shown otherwise than in pure description. However, it cannot be explained in the sense that it could be traced back to something else, to something deeper. Regardless of what direction this explanation takes, regardless of whether it follows metaphysical or psychological tendencies, the attempted derivation always becomes a sublation. The deduction immediately reverts into the negation. In assigning time to the domain of the imagination, Spinoza must also assign the I to the same sphere. True, for Spinoza, consciousness, cogitatio, also appears as an attribute of the infinite substance and thus seems to be determined as something eternal and necessary. He leaves no doubt, however, that this consciousness has no more than the name in common with the human I consciousness. If we attribute the predicate of self-consciousness to substance, if we speak of divine understanding and divine will, then we are, according to this view, letting ourselves be governed by a mere linguistic metaphor in substance. Der Sache nach, no more common ground exists here than exists between the dog as the sign of the zodiac and the dog as a barking animal. The originality and independent particular nature of both I consciousness and time consciousness are attacked from an opposite side by the criticism of psychological empiricism and sensationalism. Once again, we are under the spell of a fundamental substantial apprehension here, however, not the simplicity of being but the simplicity of sensation, to which every configuration of consciousness should be reduced and into which it should be dissolved. This elementary consistent existence as such contains within its pure in itself, Ansich, neither the form of the I nor the form of time. Both appear rather as secondary products, as the accidental determinations that require a genetic derivation from the simple. The I thus becomes a bundle of representations, while time becomes a mere multiplicity of sensible impressions. Whoever seeks time among the fundamental facts of consciousness, among the simple perceptions, will find nothing corresponding to it. There is no single representation of time or duration, just as there is no such single representation of a tone or a color. 5 tones played on a flute, Hume insists, produce the impression of time in us. This is, however, not a new impression that is introduced as similar and equivalent into the purely acoustical impressions no more than the mind, Geist, for example, under the inducement and stimulus of mere auditory sensations, creates a new idea, an idea of reflection, which it draws from itself. For although it may dissect all its representations 1,000 times, it will never gain the original perception of time from them. What it in truth becomes aware of in the hearing of the tones is, then, in addition to the tones themselves, nothing other than a modal character that adheres to them, the particular manner in which they appear. We may later reflect that this mode of appearance is in itself not confined purely as such to the material content of the tones, but that it can manifest itself in any other sensible matter. In this case, however, time becomes separable from every particularity of a matter of sensation, but not from sensible matter in general. For Hume, accordingly, The representation of time is not an independent content, rather, it arises from a certain form of noticing or considering sensible impressions and objects. Yet this derivation, which Mach essentially takes over unchanged from Hume, clearly moves in the same circle as does every attempt to reduce specific modes and directions of intention to mere acts of attentiveness, off Merksem Kiet. To notice time, we pay attention to the sequence, and take note of it alone and not of the particular contents that appear in this sequence. It is, however, clear that precisely this direction of attention already comprises the whole of time. With its general structure and characteristic sense of order, psychological empiricism succumbs here to the same fallacy that realistic ontology had succumbed in its sphere. It also seeks to derive phenomenal time from a type of objective determination and relationship, the only difference being that its objects, objecte, are no longer absolute substances but sense impressions that are posited but that are no less absolute. Neither things in themselves nor sensations in themselves, however, explain the fundamental relation that confronts us in time consciousness. The succession of representations is by no means synonymous with the representation of succession, nor is there any way of seeing how the latter might simply result from the former. For as long as the flow of representations is taken purely as an actual alteration, as an objectively real event, it contains no consciousness of alteration as such, of that way in which time is posited as a sequence and yet as unremitting present, Gegenwart, as representation, Vergegenwärtigung, in the eye and given to the eye. This stumbling block has frustrated all other attempts to comprehend the symbolic inclusion of the past in the now, as well as the anticipation of the future from the now by deriving both from causal laws of objective being and objective events. Once again, an attempt is made here to render intelligible a pure interconnection of knowing, a form of consciousness, by replacing it with an interconnection of being. As closely as the two may be linked, however, it still remains generically different from what it is supposed to explain. Even though the past may in some sense continue to exist in the present, Gegenwärtig, no bridge can be built from this supposed consistent existence to the phenomenon of representation. For representation differs from mere retention not in degree but in kind. To explain the specifically conscious recollection, to explain the knowledge of the past as past, it is not enough that the past is in some way substantially available, voorhanden, in the present, Gegenwärtig, or that the two are linked with one another by unbreakable threads. For precisely when the past is in the present, Gegenwärtig, when it is thought as non-existent in the present, Gegenwart, it remains obscure how consciousness can nevertheless view it as non-present, nicht Gegenwärtig, how the being of the past can recede into a temporal distance. Any real coincidence that may be asserted here does not include this distance but rather threatens to exclude it and make it impossible. How can the present, Gegenwärtig, point of time that, according to Parmenides, in regard to being, is altogether present, voorhanden, only in the now and that, remaining as the same in the same, rests by itself and remains fixed nevertheless divide and differentiate itself in itself? How can it, as present, Gegenwart, separate and distinguish the past and future from itself? Plato referred in his struggle against Protagoras' sensationalist theory of cognition to the specific form of the recollective certainty, Erinnerungsgewissheit, memory, which by itself, für sich, alone is suicide to refute the identification, Gleichsetzung, of knowing and sense perception. This objection by no means loses its force when the phenomenon of memory, Gedächtnis, is made into the starting point and pivotal point of a psychology of cognizing and attempts to understand it within the framework, Rahmen, of a purely naturalistic consideration. Such a physiological theory of mneme has been systematically developed particularly by Richard Semon, and more recently, Bertrand Russell has taken it up as a basis for his analysis and explanation of consciousness. According to Semon, what we call memory does not belong merely to the sphere of consciousness, rather, we must see in it a basic attribute of all organic matter and organic life. What distinguishes the living from the dead is precisely that all living things have a history, that is to say, how they react to certain present, Gegenwärtig, ex depends not only on the constitution of the momentary stimulus but also on earlier stimuli that have acted the organism. The impression produced on an organic formation, Gebilde, is in a sense retained even after its cause has ceased to exist. For every stimulus leaves behind it a certain physiological trace, an engram, and each of these engrams plays a part in co-determining the manner in which the organism will respond in the future to the same or similar stimuli. Thus, what we call conscious perception never depends solely on the present, Gegenwärtig, state of the lived body, and particularly of the brain and nervous system, but on the totality of the EX that have been exerted on them. Russell relies on these determinations to show that they and they alone can yield a sharp and exact demarcation between matter, Materie, and mind, Geist. Mind and matter, Materie, are not in their nature, Wesen, or matter, Stoe, but rather in the form of causation, Verursacherung, that prevails in them. In the one case, we acquire an adequate description of the event and its lawfulness by going back to merely physical causes, that is, to causes whose effect does not in general endure more than a single moment. In the other case, however, we find ourselves pointed beyond this consideration. If we are to fully comprehend an event that is given here and now, we must, as it were, go back to temporally remote forces. However, on the other hand, according to Russell, this difference between physical and mnemic causation suffices to explain the phenomenological difference, between perception and recollection. Indeed, this difference signifies nothing other than precisely this twofold form of causality. It is never possible, in this view, to divorce perceptions and representations, sensations and ideas, according to purely inner criteria, such as their greater or lesser intensity or any other psychic character inhering in them. What separates the one from the other, what designates and constitutes the sphere of images as such, is rather the circumstance that in it different laws of connection prevail. The difference between images and sensations can only be made by taking account of their causation. Sensations come through sense organs, while images do not. An image has a mnemic cause, which does not prevent it from also having a physical cause. And I think it will be found that the causation of an image always proceeds according to mnemic laws, i.e., that it is governed by habit and past experience. And I think that if we could obtain an exact definition of the difference between physical and mnemic causation, we could distinguish images from sensations as having mnemic causes, though they may also have physical causes. Sensations, on the other hand, will only have physical causes. Even this very consistent theory, however, forgets that phenomenological differences, Unterschiede, of signification cannot be elucidated or leveled down just because one depicts, abildet, them on the plane of existence and causal events. It overlooks that a difference of causation as such is given only for a foreign observer who in a manner of speaking considers consciousness from the outside. This observer, who already operates with an objective time, into which he tries to insert events and in which he attempts to order them, may in so doing distinguish two modes of causal connection, the one that is subject to purely physical laws and the other that is subject to both physiological and psychological laws. Every such differentiation within the natural causes of events, however, obviously presupposes already the thought of a natural order in general and with it the thought of an objective order of time. Only a consciousness that knows how in general to distinguish between present, Gegenwart, past, and future and to recognize the past in the present, Gegenwärtig, can link the present, Gegenwart, to the past and can too behold in the present the continuing effect of the past. This separation remains in every instance the radical act, the originary phenomenon, or phenomenon, that cannot be explained by any causal derivation because it must be presupposed in every causal. We are to fully comprehend an event that is given here and now, we must, as it were, go back to temporally remote forces. However, on the other hand, according to Russell, this difference between physical and mnemic causation suffices to explain the phenomenological difference, between perception and recollection. Indeed, this difference signifies nothing other than precisely this twofold form of causality. It is never possible, in this view, to divorce perceptions and representations, sensations and ideas, according to purely inner criteria, such as their greater or lesser intensity or any other psychic character inhering in them. What separates the one from the other, what designates and constitutes the sphere of images as such, is rather the circumstance that in it different laws of connection prevail. The difference between images and sensations can only be made by taking account of their causation. Sensations come through sense organs, while images do not. An image has a mnemic cause, which does not prevent it from also having a physical cause. And I think it will be found that the causation of an image always proceeds according to mnemic laws, i.e., that it is governed by habit and past experience. And I think that if we could obtain an exact definition of the difference between physical and mnemic causation, we could distinguish images from sensations as having mnemic causes, though they may also have physical causes. Sensations, on the other hand, will only have physical causes. Even this very consistent theory, however, forgets that phenomenological differences, Unterschiede, of signification cannot be elucidated or leveled down just because one depicts, abildet, them on the plane of existence and causal events. It overlooks that a difference Ernst, of causation as such is given only for a foreign observer who in a manner of speaking considers consciousness from the outside. This observer, who already operates with an objective time, into which he tries to insert events and in which he attempts to order them, may in so doing distinguish two modes of causal connection, the one that is subject to purely physical laws and the other that is subject to both physiological and psychological laws. Every such differentiation within the natural causes of events, however, obviously presupposes already the thought of a natural order in general and with it the thought of an objective order of time. Only a consciousness that knows how in general to distinguish between present, Gegenwart, past, and future and to recognize the past in the present, Gegenwärtig, can link the present, Gegenwart, to the past and can too behold in the present the continuing act of the past. This separation remains in every instance the radical act, the originary phenomenon, or phenomenon, that cannot be explained by any causal derivation because it must be presupposed in every causal. However, because according to the basic principles of his system, he must conceive of sensation as the precondition of memory, memory becomes for him at the same time an ingredient of sensation itself. Even this consistent materialist writes, "I know there have been philosophers, and those learned men, who have maintained that all bodies are endued with sense. Nor do I see how they can be refuted if the nature of sense be placed in reaction only. And, though by the reaction of bodies inanimate a phantasm might be made, it would nevertheless cease, as soon as ever the object was removed. For unless those bodies had organs, as living creatures have, fit for the retaining of such motion as is made in them, their sense would be such, as that they should never remember the same. And therefore, this hath nothing to do with that sense which is the subject of my discourse. For by sense, we commonly understand the judgment we make of objects by their phantasms, namely, by comparing and distinguishing those phantasms which we could never do, if that motion in the organ, by which the phantasm is made, did not remain there for some time, and make the same phantasm return. Wherefore sense, as I here understand it, and which is commonly so called, hath necessarily some memory adhering to it, by which former and later phantasms may be compared together, and distinguished from one. According to Hobbes, this state of affairs becomes particularly evident in the consideration and analysis of tactile phenomena, since tactile qualities are perceived not by sense alone but also by the memory. For although some things are touched in a point, they cannot be felt without the flowing of a point, that is to say, without time. However, time to feel requires memory. In fact, as the most recent investigations in the domain of tactile sense have with particular clarity shown, motion, and hence time, are among the formative factors of tactile phenomena themselves. The study of these phenomena is therefore eminently suited to confuting the tendency of temporal atomism that for a long time held almost undisputed sway in the psychology of perception. It shows that precisely the fundamental qualities of the tactile sense, qualities such as hard and soft, rough and smooth, arise only through motion, so that if we limit tactile sensations to a single moment, Augenblick, within this moment they can no longer be discerned as data at all. It is not a temporally detached stimulus filling only a certain moment, nor the corresponding sense sensation or a sum of such momentary sensible lived experiences, Augenblickserlebnisse, that leads to tactile qualities. Rather, if we consider them from the standpoint of their objective causes, they are processes of stimuli that do not respond with individual sensations but constitute a total impression that no longer possess any essential temporal components. Thus, we have here exactly the reverse of the relationship described by Hume. The representation of the flow of time does not arise from a succession of sensible lived experiences. Rather, a distinctive sensible lived experience results from the apprehension and organization of a specific temporal process. Strange as it may seem at first sight, the idea of time is not abstracted from the sequence of impressions. Rather, the running through of a series, which can be apprehended only in succession, leads ultimately to a product that is cast all succession and seems to stand before us as unitary and simultaneous. Thus, it is shown from a new angle that the function of memory, Gedächtnis, is in no way limited to the mere reproduction of past impressions but performs a genuinely creative task in the construction of the perceived world. That recollection, Erinnerung, not only repeats perceptions that were previously given but constitutes new phenomena and new data. This creative feature of pure time consciousness comes to light even more clearly and characteristically if we consider the third basic direction in which it moves. If we consider the look forward, Vorblick preview, into the future rather than the look back, Rückblick retrospective, into the past. For this looking forward into the future also belongs to the nature, Wesen, of time consciousness, which completes itself only in the inner penetration of the present, Gegenwärtig, intuition, recollection, and expectation. St. Augustine already stressed that expectation necessarily belongs to the character of time consciousness as much as recollection, and wherever monadological rather than objective physical time is under consideration, it is everywhere the phenomenon of expectation that occupies a central position. The expression of the manifold in the one, which characterizes the monad, according to Leibniz, holds just as fundamentally for the future as for the past. The I, which sees itself as standing in time, views itself not as a sum of static states but as a being, Wesen, that stretches itself, or streckt sich selbst, forward into time, striving out from the present, Gegenwärtig, toward the to come, Künftig. Without this form of striving, what we tend to think of as the representation, as the actual representation, Vergegenwärtigung, of a content, can never be given to us. Thus, the genuine I is similarly never a mere bundle of perceptions. It is, rather, the living source and ground from which ever new contents are produced fons et fundicitiarum, praescriptale genacitarum. Its content, Gehalt, escapes us if we attempt to think of it as purely static, if we determine it through the concept of mere being rather than through that of force. Leibniz described this state of affairs by using a bold neologism perceptio, to perceive, to which he accorded equal rank with the present, Gegenwärtig, representation, perceptio, perception. The two are inseparably linked with one another, because consciousness is only by the fact that it does not remain within itself but constantly reaches out beyond itself, beyond the given present, Gegenwart, to the not given. Modern psychology has also extended and deepened its analysis of memory in this direction. It also stresses that one of the most essential achievements of memory is to be found in expectation, in the direction toward the future. Considered genetically, expectation actually seems to be earlier than recollection, because the distinctive directedness toward the to come, Künftig, seems to be found in the earliest manifestations of the life, Lebensausübungen, of the child. Only as it reinstated the Leibnizian concept of the tendency and came to recognize its fundamental significance did the psychology of the 19th century free itself from the rigid mode of representation that posited together individual impressions as something already present, Gegenwärtig, and consistently existing, like the stones of a mosaic. William James above all clearly recognized and remarked here that under such presuppositions of this mode of representation one could not possibly gain a true insight into the dynamic becoming, into the stream of consciousness. Characteristically, the consideration of language led James to this conclusion. Thus, he stresses, the truth is that large tracts of human speech are nothing but signs of direction in thought, of which direction we nevertheless have an acutely discriminative sense, though no definite sensorial image plays any part in it whatsoever. Sensorial images are stable psychic facts. We can hold them still and look at them as long as we like. These bare images of logical movement, on the contrary, are psychic transitions, always on the wing, so to speak, and not to be glimpsed except in flight. If we try to hold fast the feeling of direction, the full presence comes, and the feeling of direction is lost. One may admit that a good third of our psychic life consists in these rapid premonitory perspective views of schemes of thought not yet articulate. How can these rapid previews, these premonitory perspective views of schemes of thought, be explained if all psychological being and life is ultimately held to be contained and grounded in simple sensations, if we cling to the dogma that all our representations and ideas are nothing other than copies, Kopien, of previous impressions? The certainty of recollection might in a certain sense be fitted into this schema. An attempt might be made to reduce the consciousness of the past to a kind of factual continued existence, to an act extending from the past into the immediate present, Gegenwart. Compared with the consciousness of the to come, Künftig, however, every such reduction fails. A thing or process may take effect, wirken, on us even after it has vanished. However, can there be any such influence, Einwirkung, by things before they are? And if the answer to this question is no, then what actual stimulus, what objective cause, may we adduce for the expectation of the coming, kommend, for the characteristic intention toward the future, Zukunft? From the standpoint of any naturalistic and objectivistic theory of consciousness, it only remains here to reverse the state of affairs. What appears to us, in an immediate and purely phenomenological sense, as expectation must dissolve the concern, Sache, into mere recollection and let it be explained through laws of association and reproduction. With this, to be sure, the direction of consciousness toward the future is not so much understood as denied and annihilated. Our looking forward, Vorblick, to the future becomes a mere self-deception, a phantasmagoria in contrast to the actual consciousness as a combination of the existing, Dasein, and having been, Gewesen. Even if, however, We were able to apprehend and appropriately describe from this point of view the form of objective time as is thought and grounded by the mathematical science of nature. With this apprehension, historical, historisch, time, the time of culture and history, Geschichte, would still be set aside and divested of its true sense. For the sense of history constitutes itself for us not solely from a looking back, Rückblick, into the past but no less from a looking forward, Vorblick, into the future. It depends as much on the striving as on the act, as much on the tendency toward the to come, Künftig, as on the contemplation and representation, Vergegenwärtigung, of the past. Only a willing and acting being, Wesen, who reaches out into the future and determines the future by virtue of its will, can have a history. Only such a being, Wesen, can know of history because and insofar as it continuously produces it. Thus, true historical time is never a mere time of events, rather, its specific consciousness radiates as much from the center of willing and performing as from contemplation. The contemplative element is inseparably interwoven here with the active element. Looking, Schauen, draws nourishment from the active action, Wirken, as the active action draws nourishment from looking, Schauen. For the historical willing itself is not possible without an act of the productive imagination. On the other hand, the imagination can be truly creative only where it is determined and inspired by a living impulse of the will. Thus, historical consciousness rests on an inner penetration and a reciprocity of force of the deed and force of the image, on the clarity and certainty with which the eye is able to set before itself an image of a future being and direct all individual activities toward this image. Here again, the mode of symbolic representation, is manifested in its full force and depth. Here, in a manner of speaking, it is the symbol that hastens ahead of reality, showing it the way and initially clearing its path. It does not merely look back on this reality as being seen and become geworden. It is itself an element and motif of its becoming itself. It is this form of symbolic looking, Schauen, that the truly specific diareins, by which the spiritual, historical will is distinguished from the mere will to live, from pure vital driving forces. Although it seems to press impetuously forward, in truth the drive is always determined and directed from behind. These forces that direct it from behind, and thus not from before it, arise from sense impression and immediate sensible need. The will breaks loose from the spot. It reaches forward into the to come, Künftig, and outward into sheer possibility while placing both before itself in a purely symbolic act. Every phase of action now occurs in constant regard to an ideal projection, Entwurf, which anticipates the action as a whole and which assures its unity, coherence, and continuity. The greater the force of this forward-looking, Vorschau, and free-looking over, Überschau, the richer the dynamic, the purer the spiritual form that the action itself acquires. Its significance now lies not solely in its output but in the process of the active action and configuring, Gestalten, itself, which as such at the same time contains within itself the condition for a new basic direction of understanding, Verstehen, of the world. It is once again confirmed here that historical reality is there for us and obtains its characteristic shape, Gestalt, only through a determinate and distinctive mode of sight, Sicht. The determinations that our analysis of spatial consciousness have yielded now find their counterpart in the Formung, of time. As we were impelled to differentiate mere action space from symbolic space, an analogous difference thus also exists in the temporal sphere. Every activity that occurs in time is in some way organized in time. It discloses a definite sequence, an order in succession, without which it could not exist as an intrinsically uniform coherent whole. It is, however, a long way from the ordered sequence of events as such to the pure intuition of time itself and its individual relationships. Even animal life moves in a sequence of activities that are highly complex and subtly organized in respect to time. The animal organism can assert itself within its environment, Umwelt, only by responding in the correct way to the stimuli which strike it from outside, and this response comprises a definite sequence, a temporal combination of the individual moments of action. Everything that we customarily apprehend under the name of animal instinct, ultimately seems to go back to the fact that certain situations in which the animal is placed repeatedly release the same chains of activity, each one of which discloses a completely determinate sense of direction, Richtungssinn. The unity of the direction of sense, Sinnrichtung, however, that emerges in the performance of the activity is not given for the animal. It is not in any way repräsentiert, in its consciousness. So that the individual stages and phases may be interwoven in one another, it is in no way required that they be encompassed and comprehended subjectively by an eye. Rather, the animal that moves in such a sequence of activities is, as it were, a captive within it. It is not able to break out voluntarily from that chain of events, unable to interrupt the sequence by representing, vergegenwärtigt, its moments individually. And here too, there is no possibility or requirement for such a form of representation, Vergegenwärtigung, of an anticipatory preparing of the way, Vorwendjam, of the future, an anticipation of the future in an image or ideal projection, Entwurf. Only in the human does a new form of doing arise, which is rooted in a new form of temporal vision, Schau. The human distinguishes, chooses, and directs, and this directing always comprises at the same time a self-directing, a self-extending into the future. What was previously a rigid chain of reactions now forms itself into a flowing and mobile yet centrically self-enclosed and self-contained sequence in which every link is determined by reference to the whole. In this force of looking before and looking back exists the true determination and basic function of human reason. It is, in one and the same act, discursive and intuitive. It must differentiate the individual stages of time from one another and draw each out into a clear organization in order then to posit them back together in a new synopsis. It is this temporal differentiation and integration that first gives to activity its spiritual imprint, that demands free movement and at the same time requires that this movement be unswervingly directed toward the unity of a goal. From this, we see that and why it is not permissible to dissect the unitary consciousness of time by singling out one or another of the basic determinations that it comprises and attaching a particular and exclusive value to it in its isolation. Once a single phase of time has been distinguished from others in this way and made into a norm for all others, we no longer have before us a spiritual total image of time but only a particular perspective, however significant it may be. We have seen how such perspectivist differences of temporal sight, Sicht, are already shown in the configuration of the mythical worldview. According to how the accent of thought and feeling is laid on the past, the present, or the future, divergent mythic religious intuitions and interpretations of the world events arise. The same difference is preserved, however, in the sphere of purely conceptual, metaphysical interpretation. There are forms of metaphysics that belong to a definite type of temporal intuition within which they seem to be, in a sense, confined. While Parmenides and Spinoza embody the pure present type of metaphysical thinking, Fichte's metaphysics is wholly determined by a looking into the future. Such one-sided orientations, however, always seem in some way to do violence to the pure phenomenon of time, to dismember it and in this dismembering destroy it. No thinker has argued more strenuously against such abstract dismemberment and destruction than Bergson, and it may be said that the whole construction and development of his thought from the Essai sur les données immédiates de la conscience, essay on the immediately given to consciousness, to the l'évolution créatrice, creative evolution, become intelligible only if we bear this point in mind. It is the lasting achievement of the Bergsonian metaphysic that it reversed the subordinate relationship that ancient ontology assumed between the spheres of being and time. The image of time should not be formed and modeled according to a dogmatically fixed concept of being, rather, the content of reality and that of metaphysical truth should be determined according to the pure intuition of time. Did Bergson's own theory, however, wholly fulfill this demand as sharply as it stated it? Does it remain wholly and exclusively within the intuition of the originary givenness of time, the intuition of pure duration, or do not certain premises, certain pre-givenness and prejudices once again mix themselves into the description of this originary givenness? To acquire clarity on this point, we must go back to Bergson's theory of memory. Matter and memory form the two cornerstones and binary poles of Bergson's metaphysics. Whereas the old metaphysics drew a sharp dividing line between the extended substance and the thinking substance, between the lived body and mind, Bergson's system makes a fundamental division between the realm of memory and that of matter. It is pointless to trace, in some way, one element back to the other, because it is a contradiction to comprehend memory as a function of organic matter. According to Bergson, attempts of this kind can be undertaken only as long as no clear and secure difference is made between the two basic forms of what is customarily called memory. There is a purely motor memory that consists merely in a sequence of exercised movements and is thus solely a form of habit. Truly spiritual memory, however, is strictly and fundamentally separate from this type of motor memory, from mechanism and automatism. For with spiritual memory, we no longer find ourselves in the realm of necessity, but rather in that of freedom. We are no longer in the ambit of things and under their compulsion but rather at the center of the I, of pure self-consciousness. The true self is not the self that reaches outward in action and actively acts outward, rather, it is the I that is capable of looking back into time in pure recollection and of retrieving itself in its depth. This profound look into time is disclosed to us only once the active action is replaced by pure looking, schauen, when our present becomes permeated with the past and the two are lived as an immediate unity. This mode and direction of looking, schauen, is, however, continuously obstructed and diverted by the other perspective, Blickrichtung, that is directed toward activity and its future goal, which itself is reached and gained only through our action. Our former life is now no longer preserved in the form of pure images of recollection. Rather, every perception has validity only insofar as it contains within it the germ of an incipient activity. With it, however, an experience of a diarrhent nature takes form. A series of functionally ready mechanisms, urging more and more numerous and diverse reactions to outward stimuli, presenting ready responses to a steadily increasing number of possible questions that may come to it from the outside world, are now deposited and, as it were, stored up in the body. The sum of these mechanisms, constantly reinforced by practice, may be called a kind of memory. This memory, however, no longer represents our past but only performs it. It does not retain images of it but only extends previously useful icases into the present moment. According to Bergson, however, only memory as distinct recollection, the image memory turned back toward, in, the past, possesses a truly spiritual significance. The motor memory has no speculative, cognitive value, only a pragmatic value. It serves to preserve life, but it must pay for this achievement by renouncing all apprehending of the actual ground of life, by losing access to the knowledge of life. Once we enter the realm of activity and utility, we must leave pure looking, Schauen, behind us. We no longer stand in the intuition of pure duration. Rather, another image, the image of space and of bodies in space, is injected into it. Things in space are set next to one another and treated as rigid, mutually exclusive unities. Our activity acquires a determinate center only in such unities. It can be engaged only in them. And every step toward this reality, Wirklichkeit, toward this ensemble of possible icases, Wirksamkeiten, removes us farther and farther from true reality, Realität, from immersion in the original form and life of the I. If we wish to regain this life, then we must free ourselves by a kind of violent resolution, Entschluss, from the superior power of perception, because this power presses and drives us forward while we wish to go back into the past. Thus, sensation and recollection can never take the same road. The one entangles us more and more solidly in the constraint of the merely ejected, gewirkt, and the other frees us from it. The one places us in a world of objects, and the other enables us to discern the nature, Wesen, of the self, before all objectivization and independent of the fetters of spatial objective schematism. A system such as Bergson's, which is the expression and elaboration of a unitary, self-contained basic intuition, may claim that it should not be viewed and judged from outside but should be measured by its own standards. Accordingly, we ask of it only this one question: has it remained faithful to its own task and norms and described and apprehended the phenomenon of time as a whole, as it presents itself in pure intuition? And here, however, a doubt and systematic misgiving arises. For in the intuition of time, the three stages of the past, present, and future are given to us as an immediate unity, as a unity in which no stage is evaluated diarrhently from the others. No phase is detached from the others, none is the genuine, true, and original stage, because they are all equally given in the simple sense, Sinn, of time and equally, necessarily enclosed in it. In St. Augustine's dictum, there are not three times but only the one present, which is, however, a present of the past, a present of the present, Gegenwärtig, and a present of the to come, Künftig, Praesens de Praeteritis, Praesens de Praesentibus, Praesens de Futuris. And similarly, the I, in its self-intuition, Selbstanschauung, is neither split into three entirely diarrhent directions of time consciousness nor confined within a single one of these, to which it is exclusively or preeminently entrusted, Enheimgegeben. If we take time not as a substantial but rather as a functional unity, as a function of representation, Vergegenwärtigung, that encloses within itself a threefold direction of sense, Richtungssinn, then none of its moments may be detached from the whole association without bringing about its disintegration as a whole. However, precisely such a detachment gives Bergson's metaphysics its imprint. Fundamentally, he recognizes only the past as originally temporal, whereas the consciousness of the future already stands outside the framework, Rahmen, of pure temporal intuition. Where we do not look to, Erschen, the past but act, where we wish to take up the future, Zukünftig, and configure it, the picture of pure duration is blurred and beclouded, and instead of its own formation, Gebilde, we see a formation, Gebilde, of a diarrhent type and origins. What now stands before us is no longer genuine, original temporality, Zeitlichkeit, but the abstract schema of homogeneous space. To call up the past in the form of an image, we must be able to withdraw ourselves from the action of the moment, we must have the power to value the useless, we must have the will to dream. The human alone is capable of such an effort. But even the past to which we return is fugitive, ever on the point of escaping us, as though our backward-turning memory were thwarted by the other, more natural, memory, of which the forward movement bears us on to action and to life. Despite all the emphasis on the momentum of life, on the élan vital, a distinctive romantic quietist feature enters here into Bergson's theory. The looking back into the past is philosophically transfigured. It alone leads us into the ultimate ground of the I and into the depths of speculative cognition. Any such idealization is denied the direction toward the future. It has only a pragmatic value and no theoretical value. Is the future, however, always given to us only as the aim of an immediate and, in the most restricted sense, practically active action, or must not a purely spiritual looking forward, Vorblick, an ideal element and motive, underlie the active action itself if it is to raise up to true force and freedom? Plato did not discover the content, Gehalt, and sense of the idea solely in knowledge and in pure cognition. He found it in every configurative doing, in ethical activity no less than in work forming, workbildend, and in the demiurge's activity. Thus, the creator of the work, workbildener, who by virtue of his art produces a certain implement, does not act on the basis of mere habit and the routine of skilled craftsmanship. Handwerklich. Rather, an originary form of spiritual vision, Schauen, determines the artisan's active action and shows him the way. The carpenter who fashions a loom does not imitate an already available, Vorhanden, thing that stands before him as a sensible model. Rather, he looks, blicken, toward the form and purpose, the eidos of the loom itself. Even the divine demiurge, according to Plato, proceeds no diurnally. Its creation is determined and guided by the form of its vision, Schauen, by its looking to, Hinblick. The idea of the good is the archetype, or build, and model image, Musterbild. This ideality of doing is misjudged and denied by Bergson. For him, all doing is ultimately grounded in sensible need and breaks down into definite motor mechanisms and automatisms. Thus, the pure intuition that leads us back to the past comes into the sharpest opposition with any kind of intention that points to the future and anxiously awaits it. The purely phenomenal analysis of time consciousness offers, however, no support for such an evaluation. It shows us no stark diarrhence of validity between conscious recollection and conscious expectation. Rather, it shows that a common and characteristic basic power, craft, of spirit operates in both. The power of spirit to situate, Hinstellen, the to come, Künftig, before itself in the image is not inferior to its power to transform the past into an image and renew it in the image. In both, the same originary function of representation, Vergegenwärtigung, of representation, is expressed and actuated. The knowledge that spirit acquires of itself can be gained and secured only in this twofold way. Such knowledge arises only if spirit preserves its history and anticipates its future in its pure presence, Gegenwart. Bergson also understands development as creative development. However, his concept of creativeness, which is essentially derived from the intuition of nature, not from that of spirit, is oriented toward biological time and not historical time. Historical time does not permit the sharp cut between the function of recollection and that of activity that is determinative and decisive for Bergson's entire metaphysics. The two are perpetually intertwined here. The operation is determined and guided by historical consciousness, by looking back into the past. On the other hand, truly historical recollection first grows from forces that reach forward into the future and help to give it form. Only to the degree that spirit itself becomes, to the degree that it unfolds toward the future, can it catch sight of itself in the image of the past. The form of this mirroring, this reflection is inseparable from that of its striving and its will. Thus, for the eye, its own history changes and undergoes a progressive intensification and sublimation, as it reaches out more freely and more boldly and comprehensively into the future and unfolds itself in that direction. Accordingly, from the standpoint of historical life and historical consciousness, the direction toward the past and the direction toward the future are not considered and treated as elements, elementae, of a real opposition but only as elements, momenta, in an ideal correlation. When, nevertheless, the former view prevails with Bergson, it seems almost as though he had succumbed to the illusion that he had so clearly exposed. For a spatial intuition and scheme also seem to have slipped unnoticed by him into his analysis of time and the diarrhent stages of time. In space, if we wish to enact any movement at all, we must decide on a single direction for it. We must move forward or backward, right or left, up or down. With regard to temporal directions, it only appears, however, that there is a rigid separation, auseinander. There exists here, on the contrary, a multiplicity whose elements, elementae, while differing from one another, always reciprocally permeate each another here. To speak with Bergson's own characteristic words, there prevails une multiplicité fusion ou de pénétration mutuelle, a multiplicity of fusion or mutual penetration. Only in their immediate concrescence do the two beams of vision, the one leading back from present to past and the other leading out into the future, yield the one concrete total intuition of time. Of course, this concrescence must never be thought of, according to the analogy of spatial relationships, as a simple coincidence or concrescence. Rather, it always concerns a mutual opposition of motifs and a constant confrontation, Auseinandersetzung, between them. This conflict, Kampf, however, cannot and is not permitted to end with the victory of the one and the defeat of the other. For the two are destined to work perpetually against each other, and only through this opposition, to weave the living cloak of time and historical consciousness. In this sense, the historian, as Friedrich Schlegel said, is a prophet turned backward. The true intuition of time cannot be acquired in a mere retrospective recollection, rather, it is simultaneously a cognition and an act for the process in which life itself takes on form, life in the spiritual and not in the mere biological sense, and that process in which life comes to comprehend and know itself. These two must eventually form a unity, and hence this comprehending, begriffen, is not the merely external embracing, umgriffen, of a finished and available form into which life has been squeezed, but is the mode and way life gives itself its form, so that in this act of giving, this act of configuration, it may understand itself. I see the having been, gewesen, and having become, geworden, as orientated towards me as the center of the process, because this center designates at the same time the only place at which I can apply the lever to complete what has been begun, to correct what has been done amiss, to realize what is required. And it is no outward coexistence of two forms and directions of configuration that this center, like all vital centers, unites in itself. It is no series of acts of contemplation and acts of effective action that are connected solely by the formal principle of free configuration. Rather, the two are connected in their content down to the last and smallest particle. Every line of becoming that I see running toward me from the past signifies for me not only a motif of organization and an interpretation for the present, Gegenwart, which besieges me and claims me as a realm of history still becoming, but also a summons, Aufruf, to a decision, Entscheidung, with which I, the active one, determine, in my part, the future of this reality. Thus, in what we with half-truth call the image of the past, there also lives a will that is turned toward that which is to come, comment, and a knowledge, Wissen, of that past is embedded in the guiding image to which this will devotes itself. Starting from essentially different fundamental presuppositions, Heidegger has established the same result, the intuition of the future motive that is inherent in historical time. This ground is one of the most fruitful and important features of his analysis in Being and Time. In summing up this analysis, he writes, "Only a being that is essentially futural in its being, so that it can let itself be thrown back upon its factical there, free for its death and shattering itself on it, that is, only a being that, as futural, is equiprimordially having being, Geus, and can hand down to itself its inherited possibilities, take over its own thrownness, and be in the moment, Augenblicklich, for its time. Only authentic temporality that is at the same time finite makes something like fate, that is, authentic historicity, possible. Being and Time." These lines are perhaps the sharpest expression of the systematic opposition between Bergson's and Heidegger's respective metaphysics of time. Henri Bergson, Si sur la donnée immédiate de la conscience, these pour le doctorat, présenté à la Faculté des Lettres de Paris, Chap, Paris. V. Symbolic pregnance. The previous considerations have shown us how, as the construction of the world of perception is accomplished, the individual contents that owe themselves to consciousness are permeated with ever richer and more diverse sense functions. The further this process progresses, the broader the sphere that consciousness is able to encompass and to survey in a single element, moment, becomes. Each of its elements, elementae, are now saturated, as it were, with such functions. Each element, stands in a manifold of sense associations, which in turn are systematically interconnected, and by virtue of this interconnection constitute that whole that we designate as the world of our experience. Whatever complex we may single out from this totality of experience, whether we consider the togetherness of phenomena in space or their succession in time, whether we consider the thing property order or the order of causes and ex, these orders always exhibit a certain construction, Fügung, and a basic common formal character. They are of such a nature that from each of their elements a transition is possible to the whole, because the constitution, Verfassung, of this whole is presentable and presented in each element of the whole. By virtue of the interweaving of these presentative functions, consciousness acquires the capacity to spell out appearances, in order to be able to read them as experiences. Each particular phenomenon is now no more than a letter that is not apprehended for its own sake, A letter that is not, for instance, considered according to its own sensible components or according to the totality of its sensible aspect. Rather, the regard passes through and beyond it in order to represent, vergage and wordage, the signification of the word to which the letter belongs and the sense of the sentence in which this word stands. The content is not simply in consciousness in order to fill it by its mere existence, Dasein, rather, it speaks to consciousness and means, besorgen, something for it. Its whole existence, has in a sense transformed itself into pure form. Henceforth, it serves only the task of mediating a certain signification and to unite together with others into frameworks of signification, Bedeutungsgefügen, into sense complexes. Even sensationalist psychology, despite its basic tendency to disengage the elements, elemente, of consciousness from their sense associations and to uncover them in their pure in itself, has been unable to wholly overlook the difference between what the individual sensible perception as such is and how it functions in the systematic construction of the unity and whole of consciousness. It blurs this difference, however, in that it attempts to reduce the function itself to some sort of existence. How, the sensationalists ask, can the individual impression mediate a signification if this signification itself is not located in it? And can this being located in mean, besorgen, something other than that it is contained as a component in the whole of the impression? The regard, blick, sharpened by psychological analysis, must be able to discover and to isolate this component. Thus, sensationalism does not think to deny and disavow the element of signification of the individual perception, rather, it remains faithful to its basic tendency. It composes this element from individual sensible matters of fact and attempts to explain it by virtue of this composition. They strive to make the spiritual form intelligible by transforming it back into sensible matter, by showing how the mere togetherness, the coalescent empirical concrescence of sensible impressions, suffices to produce this form or at least an image of it. Seen in this way, it is true, this image remains a simulacrum. The image itself has no shape, Gestalt, and truth and reality are imputed only to the substantial elements, elemente, from which it is fitted together like a mosaic. This insight acquired by the psychological critic, however, need not hamper or restrict the use that we make of this image in factual psychic life. Even though the image may be recognized and as such, so to speak, epistemically exposed as a simulacrum, Schönbild, it is enough that it still has, precisely as semblance, shine, reality, that is to say, that it arises according to the determinate and necessary laws of the imagination. A compulsive and uniform mechanism of consciousness produces it from the sensible lived experiences and their associative connection. Thus, admittedly, the image is not granted a logically inherent right, Eigenrecht, or a specific sense content, Gehalt, different from mere sensation. Indeed, however, it is awarded a practical, biologically significant achievement. Its character consists in this achievement. What we have designated as the symbolic value of perception in the preliminary considerations has, according to the view of sensationalism, nothing other than a purely economic value. Consciousness cannot devote itself in every moment with equal intensity to all the individual sensible impressions that fill it. It is not able to represent, vergage and wordage, them all with equal sharpness in the same concretion and individualization. It thus creates schemata and total images into which enter a fullness of individual contents, and in which they flow indiscriminately into one. These schemata, however, do not aim to be, nor can they be, any more than mere abbreviations, compendious thickening of the impressions. Where it depends on the sharpness and exactness of seeing, sehen, these abbreviations must be thrust aside, the symbolic values must be replaced by real, wirklich, values, that is to say, by actual, aktuell, values of sensation. Accordingly, all symbolic thinking and perceiving amount to a mere negative act, an act that arises from the need and requirement for emission. A consciousness possessing suicide scope and force to live in the individual details themselves and to apprehend them all immediately would not require these symbolic formations of unity. It would be completely presentative, instead of remaining representative, in the whole or in individual parts. As long as this basic view prevailed, the first presupposition for any true phenomenology of perception was lacking. By restricting themselves in principle to the given of sense data, sensationalism and positivism had to a certain extent rendered themselves not only symbol blind but with this also blind to perception itself. They had now eliminated precisely the characteristic element and motive by which perception is set apart from mere sensation and surpasses it. From two different sides, a transformation and fundamental methodological correction of this approach was achieved, and the ground, Boden, thus prepared for a deeper epistemo-critical and phenomenological understanding of perception. The critique of pure reason took the lead by recognizing the concept of transcendental apperception as a condition of possibility of perception itself. What is first given, Kant explains, is appearance, which, when it is connected with consciousness, is called perception. This is because without the relationship to an at least possible consciousness, appearance could never become for us an object of cognition. But since every appearance contains a manifold, thus different perceptions by themselves are encountered dispersed and separate in the mind, a combination of them, which they cannot have in sense itself, is therefore necessary. This corrects the basic mistake of sensationalism, which, according to Kant, lies in the erroneous assumption that the senses do not merely afford us impressions but also put them together, and produce images of objects, for which without doubt something more than the receptivity of impressions is required, namely a function of the synthesis of them. Thus, images and impressions no longer epistemicritically and phenomenologically belong in the same class, nor can the former be derived from the latter. This is because every genuine image contains within it a spontaneity of connection, a rule according to which the configuration occurs. The critique of pure reason subsumes the totality, Gesamtheit, of these possible rules, on which the construction and organization of the world of perception is based, under the concept of the understanding. The understanding is the simple transcendental expression for the basic phenomenon that all perception as conscious perception must always and necessarily be formed perception. Neither can perception be thought of as belonging to an I, nor could it objectively refer to a something, a perceived object, if both modes of relation were not subject to general and necessary laws. These laws first lend perception its subjective as well as its subjective significance, which free it from its individuality and give it a place in the whole of consciousness and objective experience. Thus, the pure concepts of the understanding, which express nothing other than precisely this correlation of individuals with the whole and the various tendencies of this correlation, are not subsequently added to perception but rather form the constituents of perception itself. Perception exists only insofar as it takes determinate forms. The analysis by virtue of which sensationalist psychology arrives at the determination of the elements, elementae, of consciousness actually presupposes the structure of consciousness as such. That is, it presupposes a synthesis where the understanding has not previously combined anything, neither can it dissolve anything, for only through it can something have been given to the power of representation as combined. The analytical unity of apperception, the decomposition of the whole of perception into individual elements, elementae, is possible only if we presuppose some sort of synthetic unity. That they stand in those characteristic sense associations, expressible through the individual categories, is what makes the perception into a determined perception, into the expression of an I as well as into the appearance of an object, an object, Gegenstand, of experience. Admittedly, however, there still remains a difficulty and ambiguity here that the critique of pure reason was not able to fully elucidate and eliminate. For the essentially new idea, Gedanke, that it coined did not at first find its adequate expression, insofar as Kant, precisely where he most decisively attacked the methodological presuppositions of previous psychology, nevertheless continued to speak the language of this psychology. The new transcendental insight that he was striving to establish and secure is expressed in the concepts of 18th-century faculty psychology. And thus, it would seem as if receptivity and spontaneity as well as sensibility and understanding were comprehended as basic mental powers, seelische Grundkraft, each of which exists as a psychological reality and which then brings forth, in their real interaction, in their causal intertwining, experience as a product. Obviously, with this, the sense of the transcendental itself would be sublated had Kant not determined this sense by saying that the transcendental question was concerned not so much with objects but rather with our mode of cognition of objects in general, insofar as this is to be possible a priori? And had he not repeatedly stressed that for him it was concerned not with an explanation of the emergence of experience but with the analysis, Zerlegung, of its pure consistent existence? All these explanations, however, have not been able to prevent Kant's analytic of the understanding from being interpreted as a new type of psychological forms bestowing factory, Formgebungsmanufaktur, of thought. If the assertions of this interpretation were justified, Kant's framing of the question would of course have no advantage over sensationalism, except that it shifts the relationship of powers within consciousness and adds one more to the number of psychic, seelische, powers. As much as one may esteem this change and increase, the Kantian deduction nevertheless would still seem to occupy the same methodological plane as the attempted sensationalist explanations. This is because, in this case, it would depict only a new attempt to solve pure problems of signification by transposing them into problems of reality, by tracing them back to real events and the causal powers determining these events. a new attempt to justify the objective validity of the pure concepts of the understanding, which originally were Kant's sole concern and which he sought to apprehend in the conditions of their possibility, by deriving them from an existing transcendental subject as their author of their validity. However, with this, of course, an ontic problem would be substituted for the critical phenomenological problem, a substantial consideration for a purely functional one. The understanding would appear to become a magician and necromancer animating dead sensation, awakening it to the life of consciousness. However, is this mysterious process, this magic of the understanding, needed once we have recognized that this purportedly dead sensation is itself no reality, realitate, but a mere product of the art of psychological thinking? Can we continue to inquire into how something becomes signification from a mere existence that is foreign to signification, how a sense arises out of the mere raw matter, rosto, of sensation as something fundamentally foreign to sense once we have seen that this very being foreign to sense, Sinnfremdheit, is itself a mere fiction? If it is true, as Kant emphatically declares, that appearance, without the relation to an at least possible consciousness, could never become an object of cognition for us, and would therefore be nothing for us, and since it has no objective reality in itself and exists only in cognition it would be nothing at all, then on what ground, Bodin, can critical philosophy inquire into how this nothing becomes something, into how it is taken up into the forms of consciousness and, as it were, recast as it exists only in these forms and not before them? We are led to a similar consideration and an analogous methodological question by another school of thought, which not only deers from Kantian thinking in its historical point of departure but also seems to be diametrically opposed to it. In its definition and analysis of perception, modern phenomenology begins not so much from Kant as from Brentano and his definition of consciousness. Brentano's psychology from an empirical standpoint locates the distinctive element of consciousness, of everything psychic in general, in the character of intentionally. A content is a psychic content insofar as it grasps in itself a distinctive direction of determination, a determination of meaning. Mine in every psychic phenomenon is characterized by what the medieval scholastics called the intentional, or mental, inexistence of an object and what we, though in not entirely unambiguous terms, would call the relation to a content, the direction toward an object, which is not to be understood as reality, realitate, or immanent objectivity. This intentional inexistence is distinctive of psychic phenomena. And thus, we may define psychic phenomena as phenomena which intentionally contain an object in themselves. Here again, it is seen and most keenly stressed that the psychic does not first consist in itself, as an isolated datum, only subsequently to enter into relations, but rather, the relation belongs to the very determinateness of its being, Wesen. It is only because by its very being, Sein, it goes beyond itself, towards something else. On the other hand, there remains here a lack of clarity in the expression of this state of affairs, since in designating this basic relational direction, Brentano also speaks of a diarence of existence. He distinguishes between the real existence, of the thing and intentional or mental inexistence. The semblance, Anschein, is reawakened in that the function of meaning, Meinen, is explained and clarified as such through a substantial existence, Dasein, as though the representation were directed toward the object only because it lies in it in some form, because it enters into it and is contained in it. Precisely with this, however, the particular nature of the intentional relation that should have been emphasized seems to have once again been blurred. Full clarity was achieved here only by Husserl's continuation and development of Brentano's basic idea in his logical investigations and the idea pertaining to a pure phenomenology. For when Husserl speaks of signification conferring in sense-bestowing acts, by virtue of which an object presents itself to consciousness, he makes it clear that this relation of the presenting to the presented is to be clarified by no analogies taken from the world of things, Sachfeld. He no longer speaks of the mythology of activities, Tätigkeiten, that sees and acts the activities, Betätigen, of a real psychic subject, and likewise, the relation of the act to its object, Objekt, is explicitly grasped in such a way that one can no longer be said to be in or dwell in the other. Now a sharp diarence is made between what is contained as a real part in an act and what it ideally represents, Vorstellung macht, what it aims at in the sense of intention. Where this differentiation is not made or not strictly carried out, we will always, as Husserl emphasizes, enter into an infinite regress if the representation can relate to the object only by containing a fragment of it, so to speak, an eidolon of it as a real component. This re-inclusion and encapsulation must be repeated indefinitely. The picture, Abbild, as a real part of a psychological real perception, would again be something real, namely, something real that would function as an image, built, for another. This could only be done, however, by virtue of a picturing consciousness, Abbildungsbewusstsein, in which something first appears, with which we would have a first intentionally, and this would function again in consciousness as an image object, Bildobjekt, representing another image object, for which a second intentionally founded in the first intentionally would be necessary. It is, however, no less evident that each individual one of these modes of consciousness already requires the differentiation between the immanent and actual object, object, thus comprising the same problem which should have been resolved by the construction. We always arrive, however, at antinomies of this sort when we forget that the basic relationship of representation, or intention is the condition of possibility of every cognition of objects, and that in its description, therefore, nothing may be taken up that initially belongs to that which this relationship makes possible, that initially belongs to the thing world, as a real part of it or as a real occurrence in it. The lines are now sharply drawn against sensationalism. Husserl bluntly calls its having hitherto closed itself out to the specific particularity of signification-conferring acts, its having believed that what these acts accomplish must consist always and necessarily in arousing certain fantasy images, which are constantly correlated to expression, evidence of the backward state of descriptive analysis. To render the relationship here recognizable and terminologically graspable, Husserl divided the stream of phenomenological being into a material, stolic, stratum and a noetic stratum. To the latter belong all purely functional problems, that is to say, all the genuine problems of consciousness and sense. For to have sense, or have something in sense, is the basic character of all consciousness, which for this reason is in general not just lived experience but a meaningful noetic lived experience. Consciousness is precisely a consciousness of something by its nature, Wesen. It bears in itself sense, it is, so to speak, the quintessence of soul, spirit, reason. Consciousness is not a title for psychical complexes, for contents fused together, for bundles or streams of sensations which, without sense in themselves, also cannot lend any sense to whatever mixture. Consciousness is, therefore, toto coelho, completely, different from what sensualism alone will see, from what in fact is irrational matter without sense, but which is, of course, accessible to rationalization. We thus see ourselves led back to our central problem from two different movements and directions of thought, from the concept of synthesis and from the concept of intention. From the standpoint of this problem, however, there still remains a doubt and a misgiving. If we equate the spheres of consciousness and sense, as Husserl does, with such radical sharpness, can we still, within consciousness in general, retain the opposition between matter and form as an absolute opposition? Do we still have here two strata, one of which can be designated as a merely material, stolic, stratum? Or rather, in speaking of the animating acts that animate the matter of sensation, that first fill it with determinate sense, do we not still retain a vestige of that dualism that sees a cleavage between the physical and the psychic, which instead of regarding the living body and mind, as correlative to one another, sees them as substantially different? The necessity of this correlation has already become apparent in our consideration of the pure expressive phenomena, Ausdrucksphänomene, and with every step that we have taken in the direction toward the problems of presentation, it has been confirmed anew. Thus, it becomes fundamentally untenable to settle existence and consciousness, matter and form from one another as different strata. Husserl breaks the whole of lived experience down into two halves, into the primary contents that still contain no sense in themselves, and into the lived experiences, such as into the elements of lived experience that are grounded in some specific intentionally. Beyond the sensual lived experiences, beyond the data of sensation, such as the data of color, of touch, of tone, etc., there is found, as it were, an animating, sense-bestowing stratum, a stratum by which precisely the concrete intentional lived experience arises out of the sensual, which has in itself nothing pertaining to intentionally. However, does this coming about, Zust and Eckermann, belong to what can be demonstrated purely phenomenologically? Since phenomenology as such necessarily remains within the sphere of sense and intentionally, can it even attempt to designate that which is foreign to sense? The remarkable duality and unity of the sensual Heil, and the intentional form, may in fact repeatedly suggest itself here. Does it, however, justify our speaking of a formless matter and a matterless form? This separation may in a certain sense belong to an indispensable instrument of our analysis of consciousness. Are we justified, however, in transferring this analytical separation, this distinctio rationis, into the phenomena, into the pure givenness of consciousness itself? Can we here speak of an identical and consistent material-like existence that enters into different forms, as we know only the concrete totality of the phenomena of consciousness, as, to speak in Aristotelian terms, we know only the compound, of matter and form? From the standpoint of a phenomenological consideration, there is no more a matter in itself than a form in itself. There are only total lived experiences that can be compared from the perspective of matter and form, as well as can be determined and organized according to this perspective. We can, for example, say that it is the same melody to which we hearken, now in immediate perception and now in mere recollection. This does not mean, however, that the two lived experiences, the lived experience of perception and that of recollection, agree in any substantial component, only that they are associated with each other and functionally related to one another. It is not a question here of the recurrence of the same sensible consistent existence, beast and, in diarrhent forms. Rather, what happens is that certain lived experience totalities, which are numerically and qualitatively diarrhent, are nevertheless directed toward the same thing and present the same object. And with this, that relativization that, as we have seen throughout, flows out of the concept of presentation is likewise given. For no content of consciousness is in itself merely present, or in itself merely representative, rather, every actual lived experience grasps in itself both elements in an indissoluble unity. Every presenting, gegenwärtig, functions in the sense of a representation, vergegenwärtigung, just as every representation, vergegenwärtigung, demands a connection to some conscious presenting, gegenwärtig. It is, however, this reciprocal relation and not the form, the noetic element alone, that constitutes the foundation of all animation and spiritualization, Begeisterung. What nevertheless gives rise over and over again to an abstract separation between the hyletic and noetic elements, and what seems to justify this separation, is that the two, though never separable from one another in an absolute sense, are, to a great extent, independent variables in respect to each other. The matter must of course always stand in some form. It is, however, confined to no mode of sense bestowing, but can transition and, as it were, suddenly change over from one into the other. This state of affairs emerges more clearly when we consider examples where this transition alters the modality of sense. If we consider a lived experience in the optical sphere, this is never composed of mere sensible data, of the optical qualities of brightness and color. Its pure visibility, Sichtbarkeit, is never to be thought outside and independently of a certain form of sight, Sicht. As a sensible, sinnlich, lived experience, it is always the bearer of a sense, Sinn, and stands as it were in the service of that sense. Precisely in this way, however, it is able to perform diarrhent functions and by virtue of them to represent, Vorstellungsmacht, diarrhent worlds of sense, Sinnwelten. We can consider an optical formation, Gebilde, such as a simple drawn line, Linie and Zug, according to its purely expressive sense. As we immerse ourselves in the graphic, Zeichnerisch, configuration and construct it for ourselves, a distinct physiognomic character simultaneously speaks, Ansprechen, to us in it. A distinctive mood, Stimmung, is expressed in the purely spatial determination. The up and down of the line in space embraces an inner mobility, a dynamic rise and fall, an emotional, seelish, being and life. And here we do not merely read our own inner states subjectively and arbitrarily into the spatial form. Rather, the form gives itself to us as an animated, beseelt, totality, as an independent manifestation of life, Lebensausserung. Its constant and quiet gliding along, or its abrupt breaking, or its curving and uniformity, or its erratic nature and its hardness or softness, all come out in the line as a determination of its own being, its objective nature. However, all this immediately withdraws and appears as if destroyed and extinguished, as soon as we take the drawn line, Linie and Zug, in another sense, as soon as we understand, Verstehen, it is a mathematical formation, Gebilde, as a geometrical figure, Figur. It now becomes a mere schema, a means for the presentation of a general geometrical lawfulness. Whatever does not serve the presentation of this lawfulness, what is given merely as an individual element in the line, now at once becomes utterly insignificant. It has dwindled, one might say, from the spiritual field of vision, Blickfeld. Not only the colors and brightness values but also the absolute magnitudes that appear in the drawing, Zeichnung, are included in this annihilation. They are absolutely irrelevant for the drawn line as a geometrical formation, Gebilde. Its geometrical significance depends not on these magnitudes as such but only on their relations, Beziehungen, on their relations, Relationen, and proportions. Where we previously encountered the rise and fall of a wavy line and in it the harmony of an inner mood, we now catch sight of a graphic presentation of a trigonometric function. We have before us a curve whose total content, Gehalt, for us is ultimately exhausted in its analytical formula. The spatial shape, Gestalt, is nothing more than a paradigm for this formula. It is only the cover in which an in itself unintuitive mathematical thought is clothed. This thought does not present only itself, rather, in it, a more comprehensive lawfulness, namely the lawfulness of space as such, presents itself. On the basis of this lawfulness, each individual geometrical formation, Gebilde, is connected with the allness, Allheit, of other possible spatial shapes, Gestalten. It belongs to a certain system, to an ensemble of truths and principles, of grounds and consequences, and this system designates the universal form of sense, through which alone each particular geometrical shape, Gestalt, is possible, through which it is first constituted and becomes intelligible. And once again, we stand in an entirely different sphere of vision, Gesichtskreis, when we take the drawn line, Linie and Zug, as a mythical emblem, Wahrzeichen, or as an aesthetic ornament. The mythical emblem as such embraces in itself the fundamental mythical opposition, the opposition between the sacred and the profane. It is erected to separate these two domains from each other, to warn and frighten, to bar the unconsecrated from approaching or touching the sacred. Here it does not act merely as a sign, a mark by which the sacred is recognized. It possesses also a factually inherent, magically compelling and repelling power. Of such a compulsion, the aesthetic world knows nothing. Viewed as an ornament, the drawing, Zeichnung, nevertheless seems distant both from the sphere of signifying in the logical conceptual sense as well as from the magical mythical interpreting and warning. It possesses in itself its sense, which discloses itself only to pure artistic contemplation, to aesthetic vision, Schau, as such. Once again, the lived experience of spatial form completes itself here only in that it belongs to a total horizon and opens this up for us, in that it stands in a certain atmosphere in which it not simply is but in which, as it were, it lives and breathes. We find the same relationship compressed within a more restricted space if instead of confronting the different modalities of sense bestowing against each other, we confine ourselves to a single one of them. Once again, we can follow here the same characteristic process of differentiation, by which a content can assume different nuances of significance and can transition from one to another. We have seen, for example, how the content of color only seemingly presents an absolutely uniform optical quality. Depending on whether the color is grasped as a simple and independent determination or whether it is thought to adhere as the object color of an object, it obtains itself a different valence. Seen in the one aspect, the world of colors, as Goethe said, presents to us nothing other than the actions, of the eye, and undergoing, the act, of light, while in the other it appears alienated to the thing world, referred to it and as it were arrested by it. On the one hand, colors are for us, as it were, free-floating light formations, Lichtgebilde, and light structures, Lichtgefüge. On the other, they make visible not themselves but something else through themselves. And in this case too, we cannot, for instance, exhibit an indifferent and equally valid substrate of color in general, which later enters into various forms and is thereby modified in diverse ways. Rather, it turns out that the color phenomena, in their purely phenomenal constitution, already depend on the order in which they stand, that their pure mode of appearance is determined by precisely this order. It is with a view to expressing this reciprocal determination that we introduce the term, Symbolic pregnans. By, we mean how a lived perceptive experience, as a sensible lived experience, contains in itself at the same time a certain non-intuitive sense and brings it to immediate concrete presentation. It is not a question here of naked perceptive givennesses, onto which some sort of apperceptive act is later grafted, through which they are interpreted, judged, transformed. Rather, the perception, by virtue of its own immanent organization, acquires a kind of spiritual articulation, which, as structured in itself, also belongs to a determinate construction of sense, Seinfügung. In its full actuality, in its totality and vividness, Lebendigkeit, it is at the same time a life in sense, Sinn. It is not only subsequently taken up into this sphere but is, one might say, born into it. The term pregnance is meant to designate this ideal interwovenness, this relatedness of the single perceptive phenomenon, given here and now, to a characteristic totality of sense, Sinngans. If, for example, we turn in one of the basic, principal directions of our time consciousness, if we turn toward the future and advance, as it were, into it, then this advance does not signify that a new impression, a phantasma of the futural, is joined to the sum of present, gegenwärtig, perceptions, as given to us in the now. Rather, the future presents itself as a wholly distinctive mode of sight, Sicht. It is anticipated from the present. The now is a future-filled and future-saturated now, Praegnans futuri, as Leibniz called it. We have everywhere seen that this kind of pregnance is distinguished by unmistakable characteristics from any purely quantitative accumulation of perceptive images or their associative connection and combination, and that it cannot be explained by being reduced to purely discursive acts of judgment and inference. The symbolic process is like a unitary stream of life and thought that flows through consciousness, and that by this flowing movement produces the diversity and interconnection and both the richness and the continuity and constancy of consciousness. This process thus shows from a new angle that the analysis of consciousness can never be traced back to absolute elements, elemente. It is precisely because relation, the pure relation, Beziehung, that governs the construction of consciousness and that stands out in it as a genuine a priori, emerges as a first by nature, wesensmäßig erstes. Only in the back and forth between the presenting and presented, and from this back and forth can a knowledge of the I and a knowledge of ideal and real objects arise. We apprehend here the true pulse of consciousness, whose mystery consists precisely in that every beat strikes 1,000 connections. There is no conscious perception, the mere datum of which would be a simple given, and in this given is reflective rather. Every perception contains in itself a determinate directional character by means of which it points beyond its here and now. As a mere differential of perception, it nevertheless grasps within itself the integral of experience. This integration, this apprehension of the whole of experience starting from a single element, is made possible and feasible only by certain laws that regulate the transition from one to the other. The individual value of the momentary perception must, in order to preserve the mathematical simile, be apprehended as one that stands in a universal functional equation and can be determined from it. This determination itself is no mere accumulation and additive combination of individual values, but it is attainable solely through the order that they undergo within certain fundamental and principal categorical forms. The individual, the existing, is determined in respect to its subjective significance, in that it is integrated into the spatio-temporal order, the causal order, and the thing-property order. Through such an ordering, it acquires a specific directional sense, a vector, as it were, pointing to a determinate goal. Just as, mathematically speaking, directed and non-directed magnitudes cannot simply be added together, we cannot speak, phenomenologically and epistemo-critically, of combining matters, and forms, appearance and categorical orders. Surely, however, we not only can but also must determine every particular in respect to such orders if experience is to come into being as a theoretical framework, Gefüge. The participation in this framework, Gefüge, initially gives the appearance its subjective reality and objective determinacy. The symbolic pregnance that it acquires detracts in no way from its concrete abundance. It forms, however, at the same time the guarantee that this abundance will not simply dissipate itself but also round itself into a stable, self-contained form. Phi. On the pathology of symbolic consciousness. The problem of the symbolic in the history of the theory of aphasia, as long as there has been a logic and a philosophy of language, philosophical consideration has been continually preoccupied with the relationship between thinking and speech. From the first conscious beginnings of philosophical reflection, this problem has been the center of inquiry. The Greek language is a living witness to this state of affairs, since it brings together the two basic questions, the question of thinking as well as that of speech, into one expression. The unity of concept and word, of the thought and the spoken logos, forms in a certain sense the starting point, the terminus quo of all Greek speculation. On the other hand, the sharp isolation and the methodological difference between them belong to a basic task whose clear apprehension made logic as a science possible. Only little by little, however, was this difference recognized and brought to a clear systematic expression in the history of logic. Time and again, the original view forged the path in this history. Time and again, attempts were made to elucidate the complex relationship between thinking and speaking that transformed it back into a simple relation of identity. Medieval nominalism found no other way to solve the riddle of the logical concept than this reversion. All that the concept is and all that it signifies is not derived in and through itself. It bears, rather, its universality and significance exclusively by the grace of language. In the centuries-long struggle of medieval logicians over the nature, Wesen, of universals, the modernists, the nominalists and terminists of the school of William of Ockham ultimately emerged victorious. And in modern philosophy, this victory seems to be decisive. Hobbes announced the principle veritas non in re, sed in dicto consistit, truth resides not in things but in signs, and even Leibniz, in his very first work, De Principio Individui, the principle of individuation, took the side of the nominalist logicians, and his entire construction of the logical theory of forms is based on the principle that the cognition of things, Sachin, is dependent on the proper use of signs, so that the foundation of a general characteristic becomes the precondition for the acquirement of a theory of general science, a scientia generalis. Only much later than this problem of the interrelation and the reciprocal bond between speech and thinking did another closely related problem force itself on philosophical self-determination, namely, the question of the significance of language for the construction of the world of perception. This is thoroughly understandable. It has, after all, always been held as the valid characteristic difference between thinking and perception that all thinking moves in the sphere of mere immediacy, whereas perception possesses an immediate certainty and reality. If we were to surrender this certainty and reality to the domination of words, signs, and symbols, we would be in danger of losing the solid ground soil, Boden, beneath our feet. Somewhere, so it seems, the signification of symbols must rest on something that is absolutely given and self-significant. From the beginning, every significance of mere signs seems to be fraught with the curse of ambiguity. All presentation in symbols contains the danger of equivocation. Only a going back to the fundaments of knowledge, which are given to us in perception, can save us from this ambiguity. This alone will enable us to gain a foothold on a well-grounded earth. The sense and goal of the struggle against conceptual realism thus seem to be to free up a path to true and original reality, realitate, to clearly and triumphantly assert the realism of perception. Hobbes, who let all truth be decided in the word and who ultimately allowed the two to merge with each other, excluded one domain from this radical nominalist conclusion. All thinking and speaking, which by their nature are arbitrary and merely conventional, encounter their boundary ultimately in immediate sensible appearances, which must simply be accepted and recognized as such. If we were to take away the whole edifice erected by speech and thinking over this originary stratum, it would, nevertheless, remain intact in its unassailable certainty. Modern sensationalist psychology is constructed on this dogma of the autarky and autonomy, of the self-suiciency and self-intelligibility, of cognitive perception. Only here and there is an explicit attack on it ventured in the circle of psychology, and only gradually and relatively late could it be driven from that dominant position through a methodological transformation of psychology in the last decades. Nevertheless, much earlier, a breach had been made in this dogma from an entirely different angle. It was not empirical psychology but the critical philosophy of language that made the first decisive attack. Perhaps nothing is more remarkable about Wilhelm von Humboldt's expansion and deepening of the philosophy of language than the fact that from the start Humboldt directed his inquiry not solely toward the world of concepts but also toward the world of perception and that of intuition. And here again, Humboldt found no confirmation of the view that language merely provides a phonetic designation of already perceived objects. According to Humboldt, the full and profound content, Gehalt, of language can never be exhausted by way of such a view. Not only does the human being think and comprehend the world through the medium of language, but also the way the human intuitively sees the world and lives in this intuition is conditioned by this medium, the human apprehension of an objective reality. It is how the human sets this reality before itself as a whole and forms, divides, and organizes it into something individual. Thus, everything is already a work, that cannot be carried out and completed without the cooperation, Mitwirkung, without the living energy, of language. In these basic and guiding principles of Humboldt's philosophy of language, a significant task for psychology was posited. It was, however, a long time before psychology recognized this task in its full import. Admittedly, already the school of Herbart, already Lazarus and Steinthal, held that without a more profound insight into the nature, Wesen of linguistic processes, a true foundation for psychology could not be acquired. In one and the same work, Steinthal attempted to provide in both to psychology and to a general science of language. And this bond seemed to become even closer when Wundt began the construction of his ethnopsychology with a comprehensive theory of language. On the other hand, however, it was precisely from this theory that it became clear that although language was recognized as one of the most important objects, objecte, of psychological consideration, it was given no decisive influence over the method of this consideration. According to Wundt, the analysis of language did not essentially modify the basic schema of psychology on which he based above all the explanation of particular psychic, seelish, appearances. Rather, it only extended it to one new object. Although this analysis of language would become an important chapter in psychology, it would in the end simply take its place beside those already available. The analysis of language is added to the objects of psychology without bringing about a fundamental transformation in the internal systematic constitution of psychology, in its view of the basic structure of the psychical itself. For when Wundt began his consideration into language, the foundation of psychology had already been well established for him. The concepts of sensation and perception, representation and intuition, association and apperception had already undergone their fixed determination in his Principles of Physiological Psychology. Far from attempting to reshape and recoin these concepts, Wundt's ethnopsychology merely sought to confirm and reinforce them on the strength of the new material derived from language, myth, religion, art, etc. It required a long and arduous labor before modern psychology succeeded in freeing the consideration of language from its confinement to a determinate schematism fixed from the outset and came to see it not only as a new domain of application but as a truly methodical core of psychology. However, while psychology, within its narrower ambit, had progressed only slowly and hesitantly along the new path that was opened up here, the problem that was given here found from another side a powerful impulse and a decisive support. The question of the interconnection between the configuration of language and the structure of the world of perception was asked only relatively late in the actual psychology of language. However, from the beginning, it inevitably forced itself on. The study of speech pathology. Admittedly, speech pathology had first to describe and analyze the disorders that were involved in certain pathological alterations of speech in the domain of pure mental processes. The further one progressed on this path, however, the clearer it appeared that the framework, Rahmen, was too narrow. The purely clinical picture, built, of individual linguistic disorders could not themselves be drawn with real sharpness as long as they were seen as mere intellectual disorders. Not just the intelligence but the total behavior and the entire mental, seelish, state, Verfassung, of patients proved to be modified and impeded by the alteration in their language consciousness and in their capacity of linguistic performance. It seems that the true internexus between the linguistic world, on the one hand, and the world of perception and that of intuition, on the other, can be clearly apprehended only when, because of particular conditions, the bond between the two begins to slacken. Only in this slacking does the consistent existence that is eked by it emerge in its real sense and in its positive significance. In it, we see how much the world of perception, which one tends at first sight to take as a datum of the senses, owes to the spiritual medium of language and how every impediment or complication of the spiritual process of mediation that takes place in language also ekes and alters the immediate constitution and character of perception itself. In this respect, the observation and exact description of pathological cases has proven immediately valuable for phenomenological analysis. The analysis of thoughts meets here, as it were, the analysis of nature. The elements that in normal consciousness are given only in close association, only in a kind of concrescence, begin in the patient to separate from one another, so to speak, and their diarrhent significations begin to be set from one another. And with this it becomes fully apparent to what extent not only our thinking of the world but even the intuitive shape, Gestalt, in which reality is available, Vorhanden, for us are subject to the law and to the rule of symbolic forming. The old scholastic principle forma dat esse re, form gives being to the thing, acquires here a new validity. Perhaps the truth content of this principle and its relative justification become fully evident only when we decide to restore it from the domain of ontological metaphysics, in which it was originally coined, back into the sphere of the phenomenal, as soon as we understand form, taken not in a substantial sense but in a purely functional sense. The pathology of speech thus touches on a problem here whose significance goes far beyond its own borders and in fact exceeds the borders of any individual science as such. In the course of its development, the pathology of speech has become increasingly aware of this interconnection. In the recent systematic summary of the theory of aphasia in the work of Henry Head, the concept of the symbol is explicitly emphasized and moved to the center of inquiry. The disorders of consciousness in aphasic patients are designated by Head as disorders of symbolic formulation and expression. With this, he created a general conceptual problem, by virtue of which Head attempts to order the individual symptoms and around which he attempts to group them. As a result of this, however, there arises the necessity for the general philosophy of language to take into consideration the observations made by speech pathology and the questions they raise. For it is always a methodologically and systematically significant phenomenon when the truth of the Heraclitean saying that the way up is the same as the way down is confirmed in the domain of science. According to Jackson, whose seminal investigations carried over 3 decades to form the starting point for Head's studies, the problem of speech pathology introduced a general framework, Rahmen, that was linked to certain basic questions in the phenomenology of sense perception. He discovered a close connection between speech disorders and certain disorders of optical and tactile recognition, which he described under the common title imperception. With this, the significance that language possesses not only for logical thinking but also for the configuration of the world of perception, for pure perceptive apprehending, was recognized in principle. Today such outstanding authorities in the domain as Goldstein and Gelb take the position that the true aphasic disorders never merely eke the speech act as an isolated act but rather that to every alteration in the linguistic world of the patient there always corresponds a certain characteristic change in their behavior as a whole, in their world of perception as well as in their practical, active attitude toward reality. From an entirely new angle, we thus find confirmation of the words with which Humboldt situated his philosophy of language. If we wish to obtain a clear overview of the complex of problems that here lies before us, we must not shun the labor of dividing it into its various threads and following each one separately. We begin here with a review of the historical development that the symbolic concept gradually underwent within the theory of aphasia and by which it arrived at the central position that it currently occupies. As early as Finkelnberg introduced the term asymbolia in a summary report on aphasic disorders and attempted to provide these disorders with a common denominator. He took the concept of the symbol, however, in a restricted sense, as he combined it essentially with the signification of an artificial and thus conventional sign. Finkelnberg held that the capacity to form and understand such artificial signs was a distinctive psychic capacity, an ability sui generis, and for this view, he invoked the authority of Kant, who treats the facultas signatrix, the faculty of sign use, in a special section of his Anthropology and distinguishes it from sensible cognition as well as from pure intellectual cognition. As Kant explains the gestalts of things, intuitions, so far as they serve only as means of representation through concepts, are symbols, and cognition through them is called symbolic or figurative. In this sense, in addition to the mimetic signs of gestures, Kant speaks of written signs, musical signs, notes, digits as well as the signs of caste or service, coats off arms and liveries, and signs of honor or disgrace, decorations and brandings, all as classes and subtypes of symbols. Finkelnberg saw the core of aphasic disorders in an inability to apprehend the significance of such symbols and make use of them, and he referred to experiences in which aphasiac patients were unable to recognize musical notes or coins or to make the sign of the cross. With the progress in the study of aphasia, however, the term of asymbolia quickly grew beyond this narrow significance. Asymbolia was understood no longer as the missing or inadequate understanding of artificial signs but as the inability to recognize visible and tangible objects and make appropriate use of them, even where the sensible function was unimpaired. With this, a difference was made between sensible and motor asymbolia. In the former, the inability to correctly recognize things stands in the foreground from which the inability to make proper use of them is subsequently derived, whereas the latter manifests itself essentially in certain disorders of the representation of movements that make it difficult or impossible to plan and properly carry out certain simple or complex movements. Wernicke uses the concept of asymbolia in his book on the aphasic symptom complex, L, to designate the symptoms that Freud later termed optical or tactile, agnosia, and Meinert spoke in his Klinische Vorlesungen über Psychiatrik of motor asymbolia, of the upper extremities in order to designate those appearances that Liebman later grouped together under the concept of apraxia. There was, however, another parallel development that had already been initiated by Jackson. To apprehend the aphasic disorders and to find a feature common to all of them, Jackson began not from the use of the word but from the use of the sentence. Although it is almost certain that he had no detailed knowledge of Humboldt, he proceeded on the basis of Humboldt's basic philosophical insight into language that in reality speech cannot be composed from words that precede it, but vice versa words arise from the whole of speech. The analysis of the sentence and its function thus became for him the key to the study of aphasia. If in the clinical observation of people with aphasia, we begin from the establishment of their vocabulary, if we seek to determine what words they lack and what words they have the use of, this method, Jackson stresses, will lead to highly fluctuating and unreliable results. For clinical experience shows that performances in this domain vary exceedingly. A patient who has the use of a certain word today may be unable to use it tomorrow, or he may be able to use it without difficulty in one specific context and not at all in another. To penetrate the nature, and particular nature, Eigenart, of aphasic disorders, it is thus essential to determine the mode of these contexts more closely, to consider not so much the use of the word as such as the specific sense in which words are used, the function that they fulfill in the whole of speech. And Jackson begins here from an initial basic separation in that he lumps together into one group the pure emotional linguistic utterances, Äußerungen, on the one hand, and the stating, Aussagend, the presenting utterances, Äußerungen, on the other hand. In aphasic disorders, the former tend to be eked at far more rarely than the latter do, or are not damaged to the same degree. The observation of these disorders thus makes it clear that there are two different and relatively independent inability to recognize visible and tangible objects and make appropriate use of them, even where the sensible function was unimpaired. With this, a difference was made between sensible and motor asymbolia in the former. The inability to correctly recognize things stands in the foreground, from which the inability to make proper use of them is subsequently derived, whereas the latter manifests itself essentially in certain disorders of the representation of movements that make it difficult or impossible to plan and properly carry out certain simple or complex movements. Wernicke uses the concept of asymbolia in his book on the aphasic symptom complex, L, to designate the symptoms that Freud later termed optical or tactile agnosia, and Meinert spoke in his Klinische Vorlesungen über Psychiatrik of a motor asymbolia, of the upper extremities, in order to designate those appearances that Liepmann later grouped together under the concept of apraxia. There was, however, another parallel development that had already been initiated by Jackson. To apprehend the aphasic disorders and to find a feature common to all of them, Jackson began not from the use of the word but from the use of the sentence. Although it is almost certain that he had no detailed knowledge of Humboldt, he proceeded on the basis of Humboldt's basic philosophical insight into language that in reality speech cannot be composed from words that precede it, but vice versa, words arise from the whole of speech. The analysis of the sentence and its function thus became for him the key to the study of aphasia. If in the clinical observation of people with aphasia, we begin from the establishment of their vocabulary, if we seek to determine what words they lack and what words they have the use of, this method, Jackson stresses, will lead to highly fluctuating and unreliable results. For clinical experience shows that performances in this domain vary exceedingly. A patient who has the use of a certain word today may be unable to use it tomorrow, or he may be able to use it without difficulty in one specific context and not at all in another. To penetrate the nature, and particular nature, Eigenart, of aphasic disorders, it is thus essential to determine the mode of these contexts more closely, to consider not so much the use of the word as such as the specific sense in which words are used, the function that they fulfill in the whole of speech. And Jackson begins here from an initial basic separation in that he lumps together into one group the pure emotional linguistic utterances, Äußerungen, on the one hand, and the stating, Aussagend, the presenting utterances, Äußerungen, on the other hand. In aphasic disorders, the former tend to be eked far more rarely than the latter do, or are not damaged to the same degree. The observation of these disorders thus makes it clear that there are two different and relatively independent, designated by Head as the capacity of symbolic expression and symbolic formulation. He takes, however, a significant step beyond Jackson in that he does not limit this function of symbolism to language alone. To be sure, language is and remains the clearest exponent of this function, but it does not exhaust the entire range of its activities. Rather, according to Head, symbolic behavior is found in such human performances and activities that are not immediately linguistic performances. A more precise analysis of action shows that the whole sphere of doing is shot through with the same contrast that is observed in the domain of language. There is a form of action that consists in direct motor activity, which is, as it were, mechanically released by a given outward stimulus, and there are others that are possible only if a determinate representation of the goal is formed, only if the goal toward which the action aims is intellectually anticipated. And in this latter type of doing, a role is always played by a tendency of thinking that is closely related to linguistic thinking, and that we can likewise group with this latter under the general title of symbolic thinking. According to Head, most of our voluntary movements and activities embrace such a symbolic element, which must be clearly recognized and defined if we wish to understand their particular nature. In doing, as in speech, there is a mediated and an immediate, a superior and an inferior stratum. And again, it is the aphasic disorders that clearly show us the boundary between the two. A person with aphasia will be able to perform certain actions, Handlungen, if they are occasioned and necessitated by a certain concrete situation. He will not, however, be able to perform the same actions of his own free will, without such concrete stimuli. For this, Jackson had cited numerous examples. He had shown, for example, that certain patients were not able to show their tongue when asked to do so, though they readily perform the corresponding movement in order to moisten their lips. Head greatly multiplied these observations according to a systematic plan of observation. In a series of carefully prepared tests, he had the patients progress from easy, direct performances to those that were more difficult, indirect, and in every single case exactly noted their behavior. From his observations, he concluded that a common deficiency, an incapacity of the patient for symbolic behavior and symbolic formulation, lay at the root of the disorders of speech as well as the disorders of action. Head thus sums up his fundamental view as follows. By symbolic formulation and expression, I understand a mode of behavior, in which some verbal or other symbol plays a part between the initiation and execution of the act. This comprises many procedures, not usually included under the heading of the use of language, and the functions to be placed within their category must be determined empirically. No definition can be framed to cover all forms of action which may be disturbed at one time or another according to the nature and severity of the case. But any act of mental expression, which demands symbolic formulation, tends to be defective, and the higher its propositional value the greater difficulty will it present. Any modification of the task, which lessens the necessity for symbolic representation, will render its performance easier. At a very early date, the theory of aphasia thus took a definite direction, leading toward the general problem of the symbol. Admittedly, however, it did not always succeed in adhering to this basic direction in every phase of its development and in sharply and unequivocally recognizing them from the beginning. What repeatedly prevented it from doing so was the form of psychology that was for a long time accepted almost without restriction and reservations by both medical theorists and clinical observers. Aside from Jackson, almost all the leading researchers in the domain of aphasia can be said to have begun from the idea of the mental, geistig, that came to them from the sensationalist psychology of elements. They believed that they had understood and explained a complex mental, geistig, act if they succeeded in breaking it down into its simple components, and they held it to be evident and dogmatically certain that these components themselves could consist in nothing other than simple sensible impressions or a sum of such impressions. This basic view, however, inevitably removed them in theory from the actual principle and problem of the symbolic, as close as they came to it in their observations. For there is no road leading from sensationalism to the center of the symbol problem. Its basic view is characteristically symbol-blind. Thus, as long as the students of aphasia follow the roadmap and guiding strings of sensationalist psychology, their only means of apprehending and determining the significance of the function of speech lay in an attempt to break it down into an aggregate of sensible images. Speech was explained as a deductive combination, Zusammenfassung, of such images, a combination of optical, acoustic, and kinesthetic sensations. And this psychological view had its counterpart in physiology. It was held that every specific domain of sense impression must have as its physical substrate its own center, a certain isolated region in the brain. In his work on the aphasic symptom complex, and in his Manual of Brain Disorders, Wernicke identified a special center for sound images localized in the first temporal convolution. Another was localized in the third frontal convolution for motor images that he believed to be crucial for the articulation of speech sounds. And finally, a concept center was another that he believed mediated between and connected the first two. These schemata were later considerably expanded and differentiated. Every new advancement in clinical experience and observation brought a new, ever more complex diagram. The psychological concept of impression, as it was defined for example by Berkeley and Hume, was, as it were, elaborated here anatomically and physiologically. Every cell or group of cells in the brain was held to be endowed with a special capacity acquired by experience, to receive and preserve certain impressions, and then to compare these stored-up visual, auditory, and tactile images with new sensible contents. The old metaphor of the tabula rasa reappears. Henschen, for example, in explaining how we learn to speak or read, declares that certain graphic characters, certain engrams are stamped on our brain cells, very much as the form of the seal is imprinted upon wax. If we consider this whole development only in its methodological aspect, it presents a strange and at the same time highly instructive anomaly. For all the researchers who have taken this path were without doubt convinced empiricists. They believed that as they advanced, they followed exclusively the facts themselves and that all their inferences were prescribed entirely by direct observation. Once again, however, the gulf between empiricism and the empirical clearly manifested itself here. For what these researchers produced was by no means a pure description of phenomena. Rather, the phenomena were subjected in advance to certain theoretical presuppositions and prejudices and interpreted accordingly. Head raised the reproach against the school of the diagram makers, as he calls them, for having built on a purely speculative ground, instead of giving an unbiased description of the facts guided by certain general and a priori considerations. Compared with this tendency, he points back to Jackson, who had first broken with this method and who had demanded and put into practice a strictly phenomenological mode of considering the symptoms of aphasia. A consideration of this kind can never favor a theory that sees the ability of speech as grounded in the possession of certain verbal and phonetic images, while the ability of writing and reading is grounded in the possession of certain literal images, and it attributes agraphia and alexia to the loss of such images. Such a theory never does justice to the variability and instability of clinical phenomena. It attempts to reduce to purely static elements, elementae, an occurrence that can be grasped and described only dynamically. If, as clinical experience teaches, a patient in a particular situation can have the use of a certain word that he lacks in another situation, this Ernst Diarrhens, in behavior cannot be explained if we begin from the destruction of the verbal image in question. Once destroyed, this image could not under certain conditions be recovered. It was observations of this kind that little by little drove medical research itself away from brain mythology, as these attempts to establish definite anatomical centers for various psychic abilities have been called. In Germany, Goldstein in particular, in his works on the theory of aphasia, stressed from the beginning that the phenomenological framing of the question must be at the forefront of the interpretation of aphasic and agnostic disorders, that it is only after careful individual observation has established the specific form of the lived experiences of a patient that the question as to what material occurrences in the central nervous system correspond to a particular pathological change could be raised and answered. An attempt at localization, he declared, can be based only on a psychological and phenomenological analysis, which as such must be carried out uninfluenced by any localizing theories. Pierre Marie also started from a sharp methodological critique of the image theory when in 1906 he called for a revision of the aphasia question, thus opening up a new path of research. Let us therefore begin by saying how the fixation of those famous verbal images takes place. Is every word separately inscribed in this center for auditory images? But what an immense development of this center would then be needed, particularly in one who speaks many languages. Or is it rather the individual syllables of which the words consist that are fixed in this center? Then we should have a simpler performance and one for which a smaller number of images would be requisite, but then an intellectually or it would immediately be required to piece together these scattered syllables and reform them into words. Why then should we suppose that there is a special phonetic image center for words, when nothing whatsoever provides evidence for its existence? Philosophically speaking, the essential progress of Marie's basic view was that it signified the abandonment of any attempt to explain the spiritual function of speech by constructing it from purely material or hyletic elements. Speech was apprehended as a unitary whole, which according to Marie can have its origin nowhere other than in the unitary totality, ganz, of the intelligence. Accordingly, every disorder in speech points back to a disorder of intelligence as its actual foundation. From the clinical standpoint, Marie distinguished between two different basic forms of disorder. On the one hand, there was, according to him, Wernicke's sensible aphasia, the essential symptom of which is the sublation or grave impairment of the patient's understanding of speech. This symptom, however, never stands alone but always goes hand in hand with a general intellectual defect. In contrast to this form of disorder stands, according to Marie, another that is characterized by the fact that the understanding of speech is retained, the capacity for written expression is not undiminished but the use of the word is seriously impaired. According to him, we do not have here a disorder of intelligence but rather a purely articulatory disorder on a central foundation, an anarthria, which must be carefully distinguished from true aphasia, Wernicke's aphasia. What had complicated this separation up to now was there being a complex syndrome in which the symptoms of true, Wernicke's, aphasia and of anarthria are mixed. A mixture, a syndrome, of this sort is the disorder that was commonly diagnosed as Broca's aphasia or subcortical motor aphasia. Broca's aphasia was Wernicke's aphasia plus a fundamentally different disorder, an anarthria. Marie's theory encountered, however, a twofold objection and difficulty. On the one hand, it turned out that a pure anarthria in Marie's sense was not demonstrable as a clinical fact. Even where the patient's understanding of speech seemed to be fully preserved, there proved to be no such thing as an isolated motor aphasia. Rather, the articulatory defects in the expression of speech were always accompanied by certain alterations in the patient's overall intellectual, geistig, behavior. Marie had stressed that the motor disorders of the anarthriac has nothing to do with true aphasia. The anarthriac understands, reads, writes. His thinking is not impaired, and it is possible for him to express his thoughts in every other way than by the word since his inner speech is not icted. This theory did not, however, hold up under sharp observation. It turned out, rather, that even with those patients who could be described as pure anarthriac according to Marie's criteria revealed certain deficiencies in the apprehension of speech as soon as the tasks were made more difficult. Although their understanding of speech and their capacity for written expression, Äußerung, seemed intact at first glance, in both of these respects, they lived on another level than an individual without anarthria. On the one hand, their written expression, Ausdruck, was restricted and included only a relatively small selection of words. The abstract expressions of speech had been replaced by more concrete expressions, closer to the purely sensible sphere. On the other hand, the diminution in intelligence that Marie regarded as the actual ground of genuine aphasia required a closer determination. Marie was anxious to provide such a determination, that is say, to clarify and complement the mere generic concept of intelligence by the addition of a specific difference. Difference, He repeatedly stressed that the intellectual, geistig, disorder that he took aphasia to be must not be confused with dementia. He expressly conceded, in his controversy with Gagner von der Steen, that if the actions of everyday life are taken into account, people with aphasia can scarcely be distinguished from healthy individuals. Intellectual degeneration appears only in another domain and then only under sharp, methodical examination. The demented and the paralytics are no aphasiacs, even though in dementia and in paralysis there is a considerable diminution of the intellectual abilities. On the other hand, aphasiacs are not mentally ill in spite of the intellectual deficiencies they present. For in people with aphasia, not the intelligence as a whole but only a certain side, a certain partial aspect of it, is impaired. If we ask for a closer characterization of this partial aspect, however, Marie and his disciple Montier merely speak of a deficiency in the special linguistic intelligence, un déficit intellectuel spécialisé pour le langage. L'aphasie n'est pas une demande elle peut présenter comme celle-ci un déficit intellectuel général, mais elle présente en plus, et c'est ce qui la distinguer toujours des démences banales, un déficit particulier du langage. Aphasia is not a dementia. It may present itself as a general intellectual deficit, but it also presents itself, and it is this that distinguishes it from the trivial dementia, a particular deficit of language. However, this explanation of course amounts to a mere tautology. What, it now became necessary to ask, is this linguistic thinking that is said to be disturbed or diminished in people with aphasia, and by what characteristics is it distinguished from other forms and tendencies of thinking in general? Is there perhaps a stratum of the everyday, of practical thinking, that does not yet require the symbolic thinking that governs language and that proves to be relatively independent of it? And how are the two strata to be delimited from each other? Such students of speech pathology as Jackson, Head, Goldstein, and Gelb pose these questions more and more insistently. In a sense, their solution did not attempt to begin from general speculative considerations on the relationship between speech and thinking. They had, rather, to seek their answer in the opposite way, by developing more and more precise means of clinical observation and phenomenological analysis of individual cases. It was, however, precisely this empirical path that ultimately led them to a problem that possessed a wholly universal significance, to certain basic questions whose solutions could no longer be expected from the further accumulation of more facts of observation but that called for a renewal and a kind of reversal of the psychological way of thinking. The alteration of the world of perception and symptoms of aphasia to properly appreciate the significance of pathological experiences for the deeper cognition of the symbolic function, we must not limit ourselves to the narrow sphere of pure speech disorders. Clinical observation has long pointed to a close relationship between aphasic disorders in the restricted sense and disorders of a different kind that are usually designated as agnostic or apractic. We need not enter into a sharper demarcation of these domains here. Such a demarcation can only be a matter for specialized research. Despite all the divergencies that still exist in the basic theoretical outlook and interpretation, the one thing that seems, however, to have been generally recognized in this research today is that the symptom complexes commonly designated by the terms aphasia, agnosia, and apraxia are closely related. Heilbronner stresses in a comprehensive survey that he has undertaken of aphasic, apractic, and agnolic disorders that it is not possible to make a basic distinction between them. The aphasic symptoms do not form a particular group over against those of apraxia and agnosia but rather depict only a specific case of the syndrome. Thus, the singling out of aphasia as an independent pathological grouping may be explained and justified more by practical requirements than by any purely theoretical considerations. Even in the case of the patient of Goldstein and Gelb, who initially seemed to be afflicted with a purely optical gestalt blindness, while the understanding of speech and spontaneous speaking at first sight appeared to be wholly intact, a more penetrating analysis revealed highly characteristic deviations from the speech of the healthy individual. Thus, this patient could neither understand nor make use of metaphoric expressions. It would therefore seem justified that a reflection such as ours that is thoroughly determined by purely theoretical considerations, should not start with any sharp line between the individual pathological groups but rather seek to bring out a basic common factor. Of course, as we progress, this factor will require and be susceptible of a more precise determination and differentiation. However, perhaps the general findings that can be gained from an analysis of the symbolic function in general will help to prepare the ground, Bowden, for a differentiation of this sort, by enabling us to survey more clearly the diversity and gradation of the individual symbolic performances that may be assumed to be the conditions of speaking, perceptual cognizing, and acting. The construction of the world of perception is grounded in the conditions that inherently organize the whole of the sensible phenomena, that is to say, that create certain centers, to which this whole refers and according to which it is, as it were, oriented and directed. The formation of such centers may be pursued in three different principal directions. It is just as necessary to constitute the ordering of phenomena according to the point of view of thing and property as it is to constitute their ordering in spatial togetherness and temporal succession. The execution and production of this ordering are always concerned with interrupting the constantly same fluid series of appearances in some way and emphasizing certain outstanding points. What was previously a homogeneous flow of events now coalesces, as it were, in the tendency of these outstanding points amid of the stream form individual vortices, whose parts seem to be linked in a common movement. Through the creation of such dynamic rather than static totalities, through this formation of functional rather than substantial unities, the interrelatedness of phenomena is consecutively produced. For now, there is no longer any absolutely singular rather, every element, that is engaged with others in such a common movement bears in itself the law and form of the whole of that common movement and is able to represent it for consciousness. And now wherever we may plunge into the stream of consciousness, we find ourselves in certain living centers of the stream, at which all the individual movements aim. Every particular perception is a directed perception aside from its mere content, it possesses a vector that it makes significant in a certain respect, in a certain sense. The experiences of speech pathology may serve to confirm this general structural law of the world of perception and to prove it from the negative side. For the basic spiritual potencies on which the structure of the world of perception is based stand out more clearly where their performance is in some way altered or impeded than where they take place immediately without internal inhibitions or frictions. To carry on with our metaphor, we may think of the pathological cases as a kind of disintegration of those vortices, of those dynamic unities of movement in which normal perception takes place. This disintegration can never signify a total destruction, for with a total destruction, the life of sensible consciousness would be extinguished. But this life is conceivably enclosed within narrower boundaries, and, compared to the world of perception of healthy individuals, it conceivably moves in smaller and more restricted circles than in the case of normal perception. In this case, a movement that begins from the periphery of the vortex would no longer propagate itself to its center but in a manner of speaking remain within the original zone of stimulation or be transmitted only to its immediate surroundings. It would no longer arrive at the formation of truly comprehensive sense unities within the world of perception, however, within the more restricted regions that are now assigned to it. The perceptual consciousness could arguably still operate with a certain level of security. For the vibration of this consciousness itself would not be obstructed, but the amplitude of this vibration would only be diminished. The individual sensible impression would still be provided with a vector of sense. These vectors, however, would no longer possess a common direction toward determined unitary centers but would diverge to a far higher degree than is the case in normal perception. In particular, a pathological disorder of the function of speech can be adequately explained only by an approach of this sort and not by any such notion as the disappearance of certain phonetic images. Humboldt emphasized that human beings do not understand one another by relying on definite phonetic signs that produce the same sensible impression or identical or similar representational images in all the members of a linguistic community. Rather, the same key of the instrument is struck in every single subject when the phonetic sign is heard, whereupon corresponding but not identical concepts arise. If the link in the chain, the key of the instrument, is touched in this fashion, the whole vibrates and what issues from the soul as a concept is attuned to everything that surrounds the individual link, even to the remotest distance. In the pathological disorders of the process described here by Humboldt, the older school of speech pathologists assumed that particular keys of the spiritual instrument that we call language must be annihilated. On the other hand, the modern outlook contents itself with establishing that they no longer respond, ansprechen, in the same sense, that they can no longer release the movement of the whole as they did before. To apprehend the context of the problem more sharply and describe it with greater precision, however, we must pass beyond the sphere of general considerations and turn to the pathological phenomena in their particularity. Goldstein and Gelb have described and analyzed in detail the case of a patient who suffered from a general amnesia of color names. He could neither spontaneously nor correctly employ the general names of colors, names such as blue and yellow, red and green, nor could he relate them to a fixed sense when they were presented to him by others. If, for example, he was asked to pick a red or yellow or green sample from a series of colored strips of wool or paper, he was utterly bailed before this task. The task had lost all sense for him. By contrast, there was no doubt that the patient saw the individual shades of color correctly and that he distinguished them from each other in the normal way. Every test of his color sense that he underwent showed that his ability for distinguishing colors was perfectly intact, that he was in no way colorblind. Only when he attempted to classify different colors, to sort them in some way, was his characteristic disorder manifested. For it appeared that the patient had at his command no fixed principle with which he could accomplish this classification. Whereas a healthy individual considers all colors, which in any way belong to the base tone of a certain pattern, as belonging to one another, the patient only takes together such colors that possess a close sensible similarity, that were in exact agreement in respect to color tone, brightness, or some similar factor. And here again, he might suddenly slip from one form of classification into another, first grouping colors that resembled the model before him in tonality and then choosing the colors that resembled it in brightness. Nevertheless, the patient performed remarkably well when the general color names were not required in the context of a task but when he was asked to select from a group of samples a shade corresponding to the color of a definite object. Then he always chose with great certainty and precision. He always chose the color of a ripe strawberry, a mailbox, a billiard table, chalk, violets, forget-me-nots, etc., provided that it was to be found among patterns that were present. The patient always responded perfectly to this form of test. He never seemed to point to a color that did not correspond to that of the named object. And this capacity made it possible for him under certain conditions to act differently from usual in respect to the general designation of colors. If, for example, he was given the task of choosing a blue, he was, at first, in line with his basic disorder, unable to connect a specific sense with it. Sometimes, however, he solved the task by translating it, so to speak, into another problem that he could understand. Because he knew the verse "blue blossoms a little flower that are called forget-me-not," he was able to provide himself, by reciting the verse, with a means of passing from the domain of general color names to that of concrete thing names, and so similarly with other rhymes which he knew purely by rote. He was thus able to point out a forget-me-not blue, provided it was among the present patterns, but he never selected any other shade of blue, however close to it, because no other shade exactly corresponded to the remembered color of the forget-me-not that determined his choice. Not infrequently, the patient succeeded by the same detour in using a word such as red or green to correctly employ a color that had been shown to him. Nevertheless, this only succeeded for those colors for which he had available some ready-made sayings of language to help, such idioms as white as snow, green grass, blue sky, blood red, etc. These common figures of speech were used like fixed linguistic formulas. A presented color shade awoke in the patient the representation of blood, and then, by an automatic linguistic act, he pronounced the word red. This still remained, however, an empty word for him to which there in no way corresponds the same intuition that a healthy individual would have connected with the term red. We must now ask, in what respect and by what specific characteristic trait did the world of intuition of the patient differ from that of a healthy individual? Gelb and Goldstein arrived at the conclusion that the real difference is that this patient is no longer provided with the principle of systematic organization through which the healthy individual has a command over the world of color. The process by which the patient indicates the classification of colors seems in this respect more primitive and more irrational than that of healthy individuals, since his choice is determined solely by the degree of sensible similarity and inattentive disregard of all other points of view. To look upon colors as related to one another in any way, he must have a determinate, concrete live experience of coherence. They must be given to him in their immediate appearance as alike or identical. Every strip of yarn aroused a characteristic lived experience of color in the patient, according to its subjective constitution, was determined once through the colorfulness or another time through the brightness or delicacy, etc. If two colors, for example, the pattern and a strip from the pile, had objectively the same tone color but different degrees of brightness, then they did not necessarily seem related to the patient because brightness or warmth was the prevalent factor. He could agree only on the basis of a concrete experience of coherence, which was really the case only with identical colors. To look at colors as belonging to one another, the healthy individual does not require such an identity of impressions. Rather, for him, color impressions, as different and remote from each other as they may be, nevertheless belong to one and the same color category. In a multiplicity of nuances of red, he beholds the identical species red and sees each particular nuance only as an example, only as an individual instance of this species. It is this consideration of the individuals as representatives, representant, of a specific color species that is denied the patient. In summing up, Gelb and Goldstein characterize the contrast as follows. In sorting the colors, the normal individual is impelled in a certain direction by the instructions given him. In accordance with the instructions, he only considers the basic color of the pattern, independently of its intensity, i.e. purity. The concrete color is not taken in its purely singular being a certain way, but more as a representative, for trader, of the concept red, yellow, blue, etc. The color is detached from the intuitively given association and accepted only as representing, representant, a determinate category of color, as representing redness, yellowness, blueness, etc. We designate this conceptual attitude as a categorical attitude. The patient is more or less lacking any principle of classification because for him this categorical attitude is impossible or impeded. The examination of these cases of illness is of particular significance for us because it confirms from a new angle one of the most general conclusions of our investigation. In the course of this investigation, we have repeatedly seen that in the analysis and characterization of the pure lived experience of perception, a sharp difference must already be made between the immediate and the mediated, the presentative and the representative, content, Gehalt, of these lived experiences, between that which is directly given by them and the presenting function that they fulfill. In the cases described here, what distinguishes the color phenomena of the patient from those of the healthy individual seems indeed not to be any purely contentual state that we can point to in them. The actual difference is, rather, based on the fact that they no longer function in the same way as means of presentation. They have ceased to be vector magnitudes and have become mere states of values. They lack the being directed towards certain outstanding points in the color series, through which normal color perception first acquires its characteristic form. Every optical lived experience remains here, as it were, in itself or can at most be related to lived experiences in its immediate vicinity. The presentative function, Darstellungsfunction, remains confined within the narrowest limits. Only what is directly similar is reciprocally able to represent, vertreten, and stand for the other. We can indeed, with Galb and Goldstein, designate this whole attitude as more concrete, closer to life, but it pays for this closeness to life with the loss of its freedom to survey. For perception acquires this freedom only by progressively filling itself with symbolic content, Gehalt, in that it interposes certain forms of spiritual vision and spontaneously transitions from one to another. This is possible only when the regard does not fasten on any single sense impression but merely uses the individual, so to speak, as a kind of signpost, Wegweiser, that shows, Weissen, it the way, Weg, to the general, to certain theoretical centers of significance. By a highly characteristic and fortunate turn of phrase, the German language brings together this twofold process in the one word Absehen. In that we take a color of a certain brightness and tonality, not only as this individual lived experience of color that is given here and now, we determine it as a special case of the species red or green and direct ourselves toward this species by means of it. Our consciousness is focused not so much on the color itself as on the species for which the color serves as a representative, representant. However, insofar as we have aimed, abgesehen, in this way, at the species red and green, we must learn to disregard the abundance of individual circumstances that are discovered in the sensible presentation, sinnlich gegenwärtig, of impression. The patient can perform neither of these operations as fully as a healthy individual. He lacks the fixed centers in regard to which he can survey the color world as a unity, and at the same time, he lacks the possibility of extracting one element from the concrete whole of the lived experience of color while he disregards, absehen, other elements that are immediately fused with it. To be sure, he can also change the direction of attention in classifying, Zuordnung, colors. The patient can, at one point, begin from an agreement in basic tone and at another from an agreement in brightness. He himself, however, is not free in the shift of direction. The patient slips into this or the other direction of attention without being able to spontaneously adhere to one and exclude the other. Even if we attempt to extraneously force the patient in a certain direction of attention, he may not be able to apprehend its characteristic sense, that is, be able to look steadily toward the point of fixation that has been shown him, and thus, he keeps losing sight of it. He therefore lives and breathes within the momentary impression, but he also remains confined and entangled within it. A basic capacity of normal perceptual consciousness is that it not only fills and permeates with determinate vectors of signification, but can in general vary them freely. We can, for example, consider an optical formation, Gebilde, that is presented to us from this or that point of view. We can apprehend and determine it with regard to one element or with regard to another. And whenever the form of determination changes, something different stands out as essential thanks to our new sight, Sicht. Something different always becomes visible, sichtbar. It seems pertinent here to ask once again whether the new degree of freedom that perception acquires in its purely representative performance is due to language or whether instead it renders language possible. Which here is the prior and which the posterior, which the original and which the derived factor. Goldstein and Gelb also posed these questions and decided that this was not a relationship of one-sided dependency but rather a pure interrelationship. Although it seemed to them unquestionable that language constitutes one of the most effective means for turning away, From the primitive closer-to-life attitude toward the categorical attitude, they still refuse to regard language as the actual ground of this attitude. They thus stressed, "The facts of pathology only teach us that name amnesia and the absence of the categorical attitude accompany one another, not however which of them is primary and which is secondary. The categorical attitude and the having of language in its significatory relevance are expressions of one and the same basic attitude. Neither of them can be the cause or the effect. It seems to us that the disorders which gives rise to all the symptoms we find in our patients consists in an impairment of this fundamental attitude and a corresponding lapse into a more primitive closer-to-life attitude. And indeed, when we seek to demonstrate and understand the thoroughgoing interconnection between the structure of language and that of perception, it is not a question here of causal determinations, Feststellungen, of relationships of cause and effect. What essentially takes place is not a temporal relationship of earlier and later but an objective relationship of grounding, Fundierung. In this sense, we sought to differentiate three distinct strata in the analysis of language, which we term the phases of the sensible, intuitive, and purely conceptual expression. This demarcation was not meant as a history of language, as though we supposed that in the historical development of language, we could establish a succession of distinctive stages of language, one embodying the purely sensible type, the others the purely intuitive or conceptual type. That would be an absurdity, if only because the total phenomenon of language is first constituted by the whole of its constructive spiritual elements, so that this whole must be regarded as present, gegenwärtig, in the most primitive languages and the most highly developed languages. It therefore can be not a question of really isolating the different elements from one another but rather a question of considering the changing dynamic relationship into which they entered with each other. We must now ask ourselves to what extent this point of view, which we have used in the spiritual orientation in the world of language, is also possible and fertile in the world of perception. Are we justified in speaking of an ideal stratification, such as may be demonstrated in the structure of language? In its purely static state, in the solidification, in the whole of perception that is initially given to us that is always already differentiated according to distinct linguistic concepts and categories, it is difficult to recognize any such stratification. It stands out, however, far more clearly and plainly where the linguistic schematism is loosened and wherewith this perception confronts us not in a static state but rather in a kind of unstable equilibrium. And speech pathology has a methodological value for us because it presents cases of such unstable equilibrium. Speech pathology became aware at an early date that the decomposition, Abbau, of the functions that are observed here do not occur arbitrarily but seem to follow a definite plan. Jackson already pointed out that the alterations eke the domain of higher language far more than they do the domain of lower language, that they relate not so much to the emotional side of the life of language as to its purely intellectual aspect. One of the most reliable observations of speech pathology is that the patient is nevertheless able to properly use certain words and sentences that he no longer understands how to employ in a purely objective presentative intent, as soon as they have another sense in the whole of speech, as soon as they are to serve as the expression of eeks and emotions. At the same time, a certain displacement, Verschiebung, occurs in the sphere of pure presentation itself in that abstract expressions are replaced by concrete expressions, that general expressions give way to particular and individual ones and thereby the whole of speech, compared to the language of the healthy individual, takes on a predominantly sensible coloration. Rather than such linguistic concepts that infer a purely intellectual relation and determination, others are used that in one way or another bear the imprint of the evident, Sinnfällig, picturesque expressions prevail, while all purely semantic signification, Bedeutungsmassage, is to a greater or lesser degree suppressed. In the domain of the world of perception this becomes particularly apparent in the change in the designations of color. Like Goldstein and Gelb's patient with amnesia and aphasia, many of Head's patients had lost all use of general color names, the names for red and yellow, blue and green, although their sense of color was quite intact. These general designations were replaced by the names for certain object colors the patients indicated the color of a model set before them by saying that it looked like grass, like blood, etc. Frequently even these object designations gave way to others referring to the use of the color one of Head's patients, for example, substituted for the word black, which he could not find, the word dead, because black is the color of mourning for the dead. We can recognize here the emergence of a certain tendency of perceptual consciousness that runs parallel to a basic tendency in linguistic consciousness. This is because language also did not arrive immediately at the fixation of general designations of color but began with concrete objective designations. The languages of natural peoples seem for the most part to possess no other means for the expression of different color qualities than to name the objects in which they are to be found. We can do justice to appearances of this sort only if we constantly bear in mind that the process by which the individual elements of perception obtain a purely representative character, by which they are filled with a determinate presentative sense, is inconclusive, that we can never fix its beginning or end but can only pick out individual total stages from it and order them in accordance with a certain ideal gradation. If we attempt to do this, there arises on both sides, the side of the intuitive organization as well as that of linguistic organization, a picture that corresponds in every principal feature. The consideration of linguistic concept formation repeatedly shows us that language begins with concrete sensible designations and then gradually opens a path to purely relational and abstract semantic, Bedeutungsmassage, expression. Hence, all linguistically primitive concept formation is distinguished from the higher stages chiefly by its manifold, exceptionally rich particularity of linguistic concepts that do not, as yet, crystallize around fixed points of unity. One and the same species of natural beings, Wesen, or one and the same occurrence, such as sitting or walking, eating or drinking, striking or breaking, is designated by a particular word, according to the special accompanying and modifying circumstances that may modify it respectively. In attempting to characterize this process, we wrote: if we represent the totality of the world of intuition as a uniform plane out of which certain individual gestalts are singled out and differentiated from their surroundings by the act of naming, this process of determination at first seeks only a discrete, narrowly delimited portion of this plane. For each word has only its own relatively delimited radius of action, beyond which its force does not extend. There is no possibility of grasping together a plurality and diversity of different spheres of signification into a new linguistic whole designated by a unitary form. The power of configuration and isolation, Absonderung, that is inherent in each individual word begins, but prematurely arrives at its end, and then a new ambit of intuition must be opened up by a new and independent approach. The summation of all these different individual impulses, each of which operates alone and independently, can form collective, but not truly generic unities. The totality of linguistic expressions forms here, insofar as it is achieved, only an aggregate but not an in itself organized system. The power of organization has exhausted itself in the individual naming and is not adequate to the formation of comprehensive unities. This state of affairs acquires for us a new unexpected confirmation from the considerations of the facts of speech pathology. The color world of a patient who suffers from a general color name amnesia differs from that of the normal individual precisely by the fact that it lacks the comprehensive unities that exist for the latter. In comparison to the normal color world, there prevails throughout it a character of diversity and shifting variegation. As Goldstein and Gelb stress, a normal individual can also gain such an impression of variegated color if he simply moves over the pile of color samples with a model and takes the most passive possible attitude. Then we do not have the lived experience of a very specific focusing on a specific color tone for example, but feel ourselves delivered over to the coherent lived experiences that force themselves upon us. With one stroke, the whole phenomenological course of events changes when we transition to sort in accordance with the instructions. The pile itself, which previously struck us as a multicolored hodgepodge, now undergoes a particular differentiation. The colors belonging to the category of the model's base tone stand out against the others. Those that do not belong to it become irrelevant in the relationship. They are simply not observed. We see here that there are differences of significance, of relevance, by which the world of perception as well as the world of language first gains its systematic organization. Whether the new form of perception precedes this process and the linguistic form merely follows it, or whether, conversely, the process precedes it, whether it is language that creates this form, need not trouble us. For us, it is a question of recognizing that here an actual separation is not possible, that the language of the senses, Sinne, and the pure phonetic language develop in and through one another. There is no doubt that if the formations, Gebilde, of the world of perception or that of intuition are to be linguistically designated, they must first be grasped together in a determinate sight, Sicht. On the other hand, this kind of sight, Sicht, acquires its stability and permanence only by being fixed in the linguistic sound. The unities thus created would at all times be exposed to destruction and disintegration if the bond of language did not hold them together. What sensibility purely in itself had begun is brought to completion by the sense, Shin, of language. What was intended in sensibility is attained in the sense of language. These considerations controvert for the first time one of the chief arguments that have been raised by the skeptics of ancient as well as modern times against language and its specific cognitive value. It has repeatedly been asserted that true reality, the reality of immediate live experience, must remain closed to it, because it is not adequate to the abundance and individuality of this reality. How could a limited number or general signs grasp and portray this abundance? What is overlooked in this argument is that the tendency toward the universal that language is charged with does not belong to language alone, rather, it is already grounded and contained in the form of perception itself. If perception did not embrace an originally symbolic element in itself, it would owe no support and no starting point for the symbolism of language. The P?T?E?D? First falsehood of the skeptical critique of language consists precisely in making the universal begin only in the concept and word of language, whereas perception is taken as something utterly singular, individual, and punctual. In this way, there remains of course an unbridgeable gap between the world of language, which is a world of significations, and the world of perception, which is regarded as an aggregate of simple sensations. The question takes on a different shape, however, once we realize that the cut that is made here between the world of perception and that of language should in truth be drawn between the world of sensation and that of perception. Every conscious, in itself organized, perception presupposes the great spiritual crisis that begins, according to the skeptics, with language. Perception is no longer purely passive but active, no longer receptive but selective. It is not isolated or isolating but oriented toward a universal. Perception thus signifies, intends, and means something, and language merely takes up this first significative function to carry it in all directions, toward realization and completion. The word of language makes explicit what, implicit in the presentative values, in the representative, content, Gehalt, is located, Gelligan, in perception itself. The absolutely individual, the merely singular perception that sensationalism and with it the skeptical critique of language believe to be able to advance as a supreme norm, as an ideal of cognition, is essentially nothing more than a pathological phenomenon, a phenomenon that occurs when perception begins to lose its anchor in language and when its most important access to the realm of the spiritual is thereby closed. Toward a pathology of thing perception, the concept of optical or tactile agnosia comprises the pathology of a series of disorders whose common characteristic trait is a grave impairment of the perceptual recognition of objects. In cases of this sort, the ability for sensible differentiation seems to have remained intact or in any event not to have been essentially impaired. When tested for his ability to apprehend optical and tactile qualities and distinguish between them, the patient does not seem to differ greatly from the healthy individual. He distinguishes rough and smooth, hard and soft, bright and dark, colored and colorless, without being able to use all this data in the same way as the healthy individual for the recognition of objects, objecting. If a patient who suffers from tactile agnosia is given an object familiar to him in daily life, he can indicate that it feels cold and smooth and heavy, but not that it is a coin, that it feels soft, warm, and light, but not that it is a piece of absorbent cotton, and so on. In this case, it is particularly striking that the disorders are usually limited to a specific ambit of perceptual recognition, outside of which the process of recognition operates in precisely the same manner as in the healthy individual. Tactile agnosia, for example, usually ekes only one hand an object that the patient can designate only as hard, cold, and smooth when he holds it in his left hand is recognized and named as a watch as soon as it is put in his right hand. We may in general say that in disorders of this type, the data of certain sensible spheres are still supplied to the patient, though perhaps in a modified way, but that they no longer carry an index of objectivity as they do for a healthy individual. This character of the disorders is especially clear in the optical domain, in cases of psychic, blindness. For the sufferer of psychic, blindness still sees, he apprehends differences of brightness and color with normal sharpness and, at least in the lighter cases, also interprets simple differences of magnitude and geometrical forms correctly. Yet where he is dependent on optical data alone, he gains no cognition of objects, objecte, and of what those objects subjectively are and signify. There is here a constant danger of utter confusion. A patient on whom Lissauer reports at length once mistook an umbrella for a leafy plant and on another occasion for a pencil and thought a bright-colored apple was the portrait of a lady. Often this patient seemed to recognize an object, but it soon developed that he had guessed its significance only by some individual characteristic trait, some diagnostic sign, and possessed no general optical image of it as an organized whole. In some cases, for example, an image was correctly identified as the presentation of a certain animal, but the patient was not able to say which end was the head and which the tail. We immediately apprehend here a common element that links these pathological cases with those considered above, regardless of how much, on the other hand, their individual features and general clinical views may differ. For here again, we have characteristic disorders in the domain of the lived experience of signification. Thus, pathology leads us to a question that extends far beyond its own ambit, which can be clarified and decided only by a more universal form of cognition. The analysis of the consciousness of objects forms one of the central and fundamental tasks of modern philosophy. No less a thinker than Kant regarded it as the most important concern of all theoretical philosophy. In his famous letter of 1772 to Marcus Hertz that contains in German the whole problem of the critique of reason, he formulates the question of how the representation is related to the object as the key to the whole mystery of metaphysics that has hitherto been concealed from itself. Kant's predecessors had, however, also been aware of this problem. In fact, they all regarded it as a truly radical problem and unremittingly brought new means to bear on its solution. As much as these individual attempts at a solution deviated from one another, they nevertheless retained an inner coherence in them. A certain basic methodological coherence was gradually, sharply and clearly singled out. Two fundamentally coherent solutions were possible, two typical answers to which all these attempts harked back. On the one hand, a clarification of the question is expected and demanded from reason. On the other hand, it is expected and demanded from experience. On the one side, it is a rationalistic theory and, on the other, an empiricist theory that is expected to close the gap separating mere representation from the object to which it points. In the first case, a purely logical function is held to strike a bridge between the two elements. In the second case, the desired connection is assigned to the faculty of the imagination. What should provide the representation its subjective value, its subjective significance, is either a pure thought process that attaches to it or an associative process that links it with others of its kind. In one case, it is an inference, most particularly an inference from the effect to the cause, that is expected to lead across to the realm of objectivity and in a sense to conquer it. In the other case, it is the object itself that seems ultimately to be nothing other than an aggregate of sensible individual details that are linked together according to certain rules. However, the basic lacuna of both theories, which persisted throughout the history of epistemology as well as psychology, consists in the fact that in order to acquire an explanation of the consciousness of objects, they had to transpose and arbitrarily modify the pure content, Gehalt, of this consciousness in some way. In the end, neither theory captures the pure phenomenon itself. Rather, they tried to force it to comply with their own presuppositions. That an object presents itself in a specific perceptual lived experience, that in this perceptual lived experience, as a given here and now, a thing that is neither given nor present, gegenwärtig, makes itself visible, is not brought closer to our understanding by any number of sense impressions amalgamated with each other or by the methods of discursive thinking, of theoretical inference and conclusions and going beyond what is immediately given. Far from providing an explanation, both attempted solutions merely neglect the matter of fact. Neither the bond of mere association nor the seemingly tighter and stricter bond of the syllogism proves strong enough to constitute the absolutely unique form of connection that is found in the relation of the representation to its object. Instead, there lies here another basic and originary relationship, which, as a purely symbolic relationship, belongs to a wholly other plane from all those relations that take place between empirical real objects, objecte, between actual things. Instead of reducing this symbolic relationship to tangible determinations, we must rather recognize in it the condition of the possibility for the positing of such determinations. The representation is not related to the object as the ejected and the ejecting, or as the picture, opbild, to its archetype, or build. Rather, its relation to the object is analogous to that of the means of presentation to the presented content, Gehalt, of the sign to the sense expressed in it. If we designate as that relation whereby something sensible, Symbolic, includes in itself a sense, Sinn, and presents this sense for consciousness, the fact of this pregnance can be reduced neither to merely reproductive processes nor to mediated intellectual processes. It must ultimately be recognized as an independent and autonomous determination, without which neither an object, Objekt, nor a subject, neither a unity of the object, Gegenstand, nor a unity of the self, would be given to us. Once again, however, in pathological cases, this close-knit unity is loosened or threatens to disintegrate entirely. The contents of certain sensible domains seem somehow to lose the power to function as the pure means of presentation. Their existence and being a certain way no longer bear any representative character or objective pregnance. To make this clear, let us again consider a few characteristic examples. Lissauer's case of psychic, seal, blindness has already been mentioned. Lissauer, in accordance with the prevailing psychological view of his day, the work appeared in, interpreted the case as a pathological disorder of the capacity for association. The patient had command of the individual sense impressions corresponding to definite physical stimuli, but an inhibition of association prevented them from combining these impressions with others in the correct way. Lissauer further distinguished two different forms of psychic, seal, blindness, which he designated as apperceptive and associative. In the apperceptive form, in philosophical usage, we should call it perceptive, since perception is ected in the associative form. Perception is intact, the quality of the optical impressions is unchanged, and the association between the optical content of perception and the other components of the corresponding concept is broken. In this case, the patients thus perceive without understanding the perceived. They possess the individual optical qualities without being able to effect the transition from them to other spheres of qualities, by which the transition first makes it possible to order any given perception into a determinate thing combination. Theoretically speaking, we thus have here an attempt to explain the act of understanding that breaks it down into a mere sum of impressions, a regulated sequence of sensible images. And this view was further developed by the physiological notion of a lesion of the optical mnemonic field or a lesion of the associative fibers connecting this field of recollection with the optical center of perception. In a monograph titled Überseelen Blindheit, on psychic blindness, which appeared in 1914, von Sternberg distinguished between two basic forms of the disorder, which in their combinations, he believed, covered the known clinical cases. The one was a disorder in the central elaboration of crude optical impressions, as a result of which the finer configurative forms can no longer be produced, or at most inadequately. In the other, there is a general impairment of the faculty of representation in the sense that the ekphorization of old stimuli complexes was eliminated or impeded, so that the more or less incomplete optic formal element, no longer set up a companion vibration in these old complexes. This explanation once again subjects the clinical observations to a very definite interpretation that operates essentially within the framework, Raman, of certain fundamental physiological views on the occurrences in the brain and the channels of communication between the various centers. Over against eorts of this sort, the work of Goldstein and Gelb, which first appeared in 1918, signified above all a new methodological approach, quite aside from the fact that it was based on hitherto unobserved clinical phenomena. For the two authors started from the assumption that before one can venture a physiological explanation of a certain syndrome, a phenomenological analysis must be carried out in every detail. One must inquire into what is actually found in the pathological alteration of the lived experience of the patient, and this question must be answered first, independently of all hypotheses regarding the seat of the ailment or its causes. This requirement, which had already been raised in principle by Jackson, was now carried through in connection with a case whose pure factual findings presented considerable difficulties for analysis. It concerned a patient whose optical recognition had been gravely impaired, so that by purely optical means, he was unable to apprehend even the simplest forms. He was neither able to understand the signification of the simple geometrical outlines and planes of figures nor able to explain gestalts that were formed from discontinuous elements, elementae, such as, for example, a square indicated by its four corners. Goldstein and Gelb summarize the results of their investigation as follows. What the patient optically lacks is a specific characteristic structure. His impressions are not firmly configured like those of a normal person. They lack, for example, the characteristic stamp of the square, triangle, straight line, curve, etc. He has patches in which he can only apprehend optically such approximate qualities as height and breadth and their relationship that are together and similar. Accordingly, the patient's optical recognition of objects was gravely impaired. However, here is the particularly striking and curious thing about this case. The patient undertook certain performances that, at first sight, were scarcely to be expected in a disorder of this sort. Not only did he find his way in his surroundings remarkably well, but also his behavior in practical life hardly deviated substantively from that of a normal person. Before he had been shot in the head, which was the cause of his ailment, he had been a capable miner. After his wound had healed and his general condition had improved, he was trained in a new occupation that he soon mastered without difficulty. Not only was he able to describe the content of colored images that were presented to him, but when corporeal objects were shown to him, he was also able with only minor difficulty to name them as a rule. He recognized familiar, everyday objects at once. What was even more striking, he could draw these objects with considerable precision, and he could also read, though somewhat more slowly than is normal. The explanation for this anomaly was first found only when detailed observation, into the individual details of which we cannot enter here, showed that the patient did not undertake these performances on the basis of optical phenomena but in an entirely diarrhent way. The recognizing of flat pictures, builder, and of tangible objects, the reading of written and printed letters was possible only if the patient was able to accompany what was optically presented with certain movements. Everything he read he had, as it were, to co-write in that in a peculiar way he followed the letters. And he proceeded in such a way that he followed in the individual letters that were given to him, as colored patches, their outline through corresponding movements of the head, and on the basis of the different kinesthetic impressions that he acquired in this way, he differentiated the letters and finally the word images as a whole. However, if he were prevented from making such movements, if, for example, his head were held still or his method of kinesthetic reading were rendered impossible by other means, the patient was no longer able to recognize a letter or a simple geometrical figure such as a circle or rectangle. Nevertheless, his sensations of light and color were as such intact or so little modified that their impairment could be regarded as irrelevant to optical recognition. The patient has colored and colorless patches distributed in a certain way through his field of vision. He also, it may be presumed, sees whether a certain patch is higher or lower, to the right or left of another, whether it is thin or thick, large or small, short or long, nearer or farther than another, but no more altogether. The different patches arouse a chaotic impression but not, as in the normal individual, the impression of a specific, characterized, identified whole. The patient's optical lived experiences thus formed only individual fragments of sense, which could no longer be combined into a sense whole, into a unitary pregnance of signification. In normal perception, every particular aspect is always related to a comprehensive interconnection, an ordered and organized totality of aspects, and draws its interpretation and significance from this relation. The cases of optical and tactile agnosia show us, however, a kind of breakdown in this continuity. Whereas normally all individual perceptions stand in a kind of ideal unity of sense, through which they are held together, very much as the significative lived experience of a sentence embraces the particular interpretations of its individual words and contains them as elements in itself. In these cases of agnosia, they, as it were, break asunder. More and more, the continuum of signification dissolves into a mere discretum. It is not as if the individual sensible appearance as such were disrupted but rather the syntactical framework, Gefuge, of these appearances, as if there prevailed a kind of agrammatism of perception analogous to what we can observe in so-called agrammatical speech disorders. Thus considered, Goldstein and Gelb's case of psychic, seal, blindness, no matter how much its general clinical picture differs from the case of color name amnesia also described by them, falls into the same theoretical line and can be embraced in a common perspective. In the case of color name amnesia, the individual lived experiences of color existed for themselves but were no longer oriented toward certain favored points in the color series and were no longer able to represent these points. In the agnostic appearances, it is also a question of such disorders in the representative character in the presentation function of perception. The perception remains surface-like, so to speak. It is no longer determined and directed toward the depth dimension of the object. And the fact that it is more than a question of a mere inhibition of association is unmistakably shown through an unbiased consideration and appreciation of the clinical facts. Gelb and Goldstein emphatically emphasize that these facts cannot without violence be squeezed into the schema of an associative psychological explanation, and actually run counter to any such explanation. Nor is it helpful to further suppose that we are dealing here with a disorder of discursive thinking, of judgments and inferences. If Gelb and Goldstein's patient suffering from psychic, seal, blindness showed certain disorders of intelligence, they lay in an entirely different domain. He was deficient not only in optical space but also in numerical space. He was unable to order numbers according to their pure positional value, their greater and smaller, and consequently did not understand how to count with them meaningfully. On the other hand, most of his processes of purely formal judgment and inference operated correctly. In my own frequent conversations with him, I was always surprised at the clarity and sharpness of his thinking, the aptness and formal soundness of his inferences. And it was precisely this highly developed activity of discursive deduction that enabled him in many cases to compensate almost entirely for his gravely impaired capacity for optical representation and recollection, so that for practical purposes, it scarcely made itself felt. For though he could not immediately recognize any object on the strength of its optical appearance, he used what sparse and indefinite optical data remained to him as markers from which he indirectly derived the significance of things. Of course, these markers did not have the force of the immediate representation, Vergegenwahrnehmung, that is inherent in any true, symbolically pregnant perception. They served, as it were, only as signals but not as symbols. From the relatively few spatial configurations that he was able to apprehend, from determinations such as wide below and narrow on top, or evenly broad and narrow, he could gain certain clues on which he based an assumption as to the kind of object or pictorial depiction, Darstellung, that was present before him. Closer investigation always showed, however, that in all these cases, it was not a question of a genuine perceptual recognition but only of a guess as to the object before him. It could have been no more than guesswork of this sort when Lissauer's patient once recognized a portrait of Bismarck but was then unable to say where the eyes, ears, and cap were. And in the case of Gelb and Goldstein's patient with psychic, seal, blindness, the meticulous records that were kept with regard to his manner of recognizing objects, objecte, clearly show the specific difference between true perceptual pregnance and any merely discursive knowledge of objects based on indicators. Pregnant perception has the object in the sense that the object is corporeally present, gegenwärtig, to it in one of its modes of appearance. Knowledge includes a determinate indicator toward the object. There, it is a question of the unity of the look by virtue of which the manifold aspects appear as different perspectives of an object, object, that is intuitively meant, gemeint, as the same in them here. Perception must grope its way slowly and cautiously from one appearance to another in order to ultimately establish the significance of the perceived. This is also expressed characteristically in the modality of perceptive judgment, because pregnant perception always leads to an assertive positing, whereas discursive perception usually stops at a problematic one. The former contains in itself an intuition of the whole, whereas the latter leads, under the most favorable circumstances, to a correct combination of distinctive traits. The former is symbolically significant, whereas the latter is only symptomatically indicative. If one wants to describe this difference, then the difference, between reading letters and merely spelling them out offers itself as an illustration. Goldstein and Gelb wrote of their patient. He could correctly indicate the form of cardboard figures, Figuren, such as a rectangle, disc, oval, and rhombus, by feeling them. He arrived at the correct conclusions by recognizing the individual details, angles, straight lines, edges, bends, etc., in the manner described above and from them, as it were, spelling the whole without having a simultaneous image, built, of the object. We find in this feature, in this fragmentary nature of lived experience, a common characteristic trait that connects agnostic disorders with certain aphasic disorders. Some people with aphasia actually seem to have a feeling of this fragmentation in the apprehension of spoken words or the reading a book. They complain about not understanding individual details, about these details not coming together quickly enough or correctly. "With me it's all in bits," said one of Head's patients. "I have to jump, like a man who jumps from one thing to the next. I can see them, but I can't express them." It could scarcely be stated more clearly that every impairment of the presentative character, of perception, and of the significatory character of the word seeks the continuity of lived experience in some way, that the patient's world threatens to go to pieces. We cannot help being reminded of Plato, who replies to Protagoras' sensationalist theory of perception, which breaks down perception into punctual individual details, by saying that it would be a sad state of affairs if diverse perceptions stood side by side in us like wooden horses instead of all being composed into one idea, into one form. For Plato it is this unity of the idea as a unity of sight, Sicht, that first constitutes the unity of the soul. The optical agnostic disorders are disorders not so much of seeing, sense, as disorders of this kind of sight, Sicht. Thus, with them all, as the best experts and the sharpest observers in this domain have repeatedly stressed, there are not only individual features of the worldview, Weltbild, that are distorted or obscured, but rather the worldview as a whole that has itself been altered. It takes on another total form, because its structure and the spiritual principle of its construction have been modified. Space, time, and number, the disorders that are grouped together under the heading of optical agnosia, as clinical observations have shown, seem almost always to involve serious pathological alterations in the sense of space and in spatial perception. The ability to localize sensible stimuli is usually very much reduced. The patient's representation of his own body and of the relative position of its individual limbs becomes extremely defective. One patient with psychic, seal, blindness, named SCHN, could not, with his eyes shut, orient himself in regard to the position of his head or any other part of his body. If one of his limbs were placed in a certain position, if, for example, his right arm were raised sideways into a horizontal position, then he could not immediately make any statement regarding the position of the arm, although by an arduous detour, by executing certain pendulum-like movements of his whole body, he could ultimately come to certain conclusions about the position of the limb. Once again, the general conclusion had to be drawn from individual performances by a sort of spelling out process. Nor did the patient have any immediate feeling in regard to the general position of his body in space. For example, he could not state with certainty whether he was standing or was stretched out on a sofa horizontally or was at an angle of degrees. As for the passive movements of his limbs, that is, movements he acted by others, he could say nothing about their direction or extent except by the indirect method we have mentioned. and as long as the patient had his eyes shut, all voluntary movements were very difficult for him. When asked to move a specific limb of his body, he was at first completely at a loss. He succeeded reasonably well, however, in performing certain movements of daily life, which he executed more or less automatically. Thus, for example, he could take a match from a box and light a candle with it reasonably quickly. From all this, it becomes evident that the patient could still, chiefly by means of certain kinesthetic sensations, more or less find his way in space, that he was able to conduct himself correctly in certain situations, but that his representation of the whole of space was gravely impaired. Gelb and Goldstein believed that when his eyes were shut, the patient possessed no spatial representations at all. Once again, the pathology of perception confirms one of the most important conclusions of the pure phenomenology of space. For the difference between mere performance space and purely presentation space has repeatedly compelled the attention of the phenomenologist. In the one, space signifies a mere field of action; in the other, it signifies an ideal structure of lines. And the mode of orientation is specifically different in the two cases. In the one, it results from certain practiced motor mechanisms, and in the other, from a free survey that embraces the totality of possible directions in space and posits these directions together in a determinate relationship. Above and below and right and left are not designated solely by certain corporeal feelings, and through them provided with a qualitative index, a certain sensible token; rather they present a form of spatial relation that is connected with other relations in a systematic total plan. Within this total system, the starting point and zero point of the determination can be freely chosen and shifted at will. The individual basic and principal directions can have no absolute value, only a relative value. They are not fixed once and for all but can vary according to the standpoint of observation. For this reason, this space is no longer a rigid vessel that encloses things and events, erignissa, like a hard, substantial shell, but rather it is an ideal ensemble of possibilities, as Leibniz calls it. Orientation in this space presupposes an ability of consciousness to represent, THIRD-WORLDISM, these possibilities freely and to reckon with them in advance, in an intuitive and intellectual anticipation. When Goldstein, in an article Über die Abhängigkeit der Bewegungen von optischen Vorgängen, on the dependency of movements on optical processes, stresses the predominantly optical nature of this space, then this is no doubt true insofar as optical data form the most important material for its construction, so that where they are seriously curtailed, as in cases of optical agnosia, this construction can no longer be as successful as in the normal individual. In this respect, however, this clue needs a supplement, because the characteristic form of symbolic space, which signifies rather only a single element in its configuration, cannot be derived from optical impressions. Although it forms a necessary condition, it is not a suicient condition in the bringing about of this configuration. Clinical experience seems to confirm this conclusion, since it shows that highly characteristic alterations in the patient's spatial intuition may be observed even in those cases where the optical ability of the perception of the patient is not essentially altered. Nevertheless, some people with aphasia who are able to optically orientate themselves quite well by purely optical means without the help of movements, and who can distinguish the position of the objects given around them on the basis of their sense of sight, are bailed when asked to perform an operation requiring a kind of transposition into schematic space. They are unable to hold fast and present in a drawing what they have seen and what they have recognized in what they have seen. They cannot make a simple sketch of their room or indicate on the sketch the place in the room where objects are to be found. When they attempt to do so, they do not take the local, örtlich, relationships alone into account but add and even emphasize any detail that is irrelevant or disturbing to the pure order of space. The individual things, the table, the chairs, the windows, are concretely drawn, but the patient seeks to pictorially reproduce all their individual details instead of merely marking their location in space. This incapacity for schematism and marking seems to form one of the basic symptoms observed in aphasic as well as agnostic and apractic disorders. We shall have more to say about this in another context. We are considering this deficiency here only insofar as it throws light on the decisive difference between the space of intuition in contrast to the space of mere action and behavior. The space of intuition is not based on only the presence, Gegenwart, of certain sensible and particularly optical data, but it posits a basic function of representation, Vergegenwahrnehmung. Its individual places, its here and over there, must be clearly differentiated, but precisely in this differentiation, they must be united in a total view, a synopsis, which first sets down the whole of space before us. At the same time, this process of differentiation includes within itself a process of integration. In many cases, a person with aphasia is often unable to effect this integration, even where his orientation in space, provided it is pieced together point for point and, one might say, step for step, is not essentially impaired. Head reports that many of his patients could follow a route that was familiar to them, for example, the way home from the hospital, but that they could not name the individual streets they had to pass through, or give any coherent presentation of the route as a whole. Indeed, this reminds us of that more primitive form of spatial intuition, not yet saturated with symbolic elements, elemente, which we found for example among natural peoples who know every bend in a river but cannot draw a map of its course. And, at the same time, the aphasic disorders give us a new insight into the underlying cause of these difficulties. Many patients who are not able to draw a sketch of their room can orient themselves relatively well on such a sketch if the basic schema is already laid down. If, for example, the doctor prepares a sketch in which the position of the table where the patient usually sits is indicated by a point, then the patient often has no trouble indicating with his finger the position of the stove, the window, or the door on this sketch. The truly diaccult performance thus consists in the beginning of and the approach to the process and the spontaneous choice of a plane as well as the center of the coordinates. For precisely this choice unmistakably involves a constructive act and so to speak constructive exploit in itself. One of Head's patients expressly stated that he could not undertake this performance because he could not correctly establish the starting point, but once it was given to him, everything was much easier. The true character of the difficulty presented here is made clear if we consider how difficult it was for science or for theoretical cognition to perform this same operation with clarity and determinacy. Science and theoretical physics also began with the positing of thing space and only gradually progressed to systematic space. They also had to conquer the concept of a system of coordinates and center of coordinates by persistent intellectual labor. Obviously it is one thing to apprehend the togetherness and apartness of objects, Objekte, of sensually perceptible objects, Gegenstände, and another to conceive of an ideal ensemble of surfaces, lines, and points that embody the schematic presentation of pure positional relations. Thus, those patients who were able to execute certain movements quite correctly were often confused if they were required to provide a description of these movements, that is to say, to provide a statement of their differences in general, linguistically fixed concepts. In certain people with aphasia, the correct linguistic use of above and below, right and left is very much impaired. The patient is often able to show through gestures that he has a feeling for the difference expressed in these general spatial terms. He is, however, unable to illustrate their sense, when, for example, requested to make a certain movement first with his right and then with the left hand. In general, pathological disorders of the spatial sense in people with aphasia point clearly to the boundary between concrete space, which is adequate for the correct performance of certain actions relating to a single concrete purpose, and abstract, purely schematic space. In grave cases of aphasia, it is true, especially in the clinical form that Head designated as semantic aphasia, there also seems to be a disorder of concrete orientation. The patients are no longer able to find their own way themselves. They mistake their room in the hospital or the position of their bed. In contrast to these cases, however, there are others in which one cannot speak of an actual spatial disorientation, in which the patient's behavior clearly shows that they can find their way in space, whereas closer investigation reveals that they have lost the use of certain spatial concepts and the proper apprehension of certain fundamental spatial differences that are familiar to healthy individuals. One of these patients, whom I had occasion to see in the Neurological Institute at Frankfurt, had lost all understanding for direction and the size of angles. If an object was set on his table before him, he was unable to lay another object parallel to it. Only if the two objects, Objekte, immediately touched was he able to solve the problem. He could stick the objects together, so to speak, but he could not recognize and retain directions in space. He had also lost the characteristic sense for the size of angles when asked which of two angles was larger or smaller. He was baffled at first but then usually said that the angle with the longer sides was the larger. Similar disorders were observed in a person with aphasia on whom Van Wykorn reported at length. Once again, the essential deficiency in the patient's spatial sense seems to have been that he could not conceive a fixed axis in space and use it as a starting point for spatial differentiations. When, for example, the doctor sat across from him and placed a ruler between himself and the patient, it was not possible for the patient to place a coin down on the doctor's side or his own side of the ruler. He was unable to apprehend the opposition between the two sides. Also, when the ruler was placed in a certain position, the patient was unable to lay down a second ruler in the same direction. Instead of placing his ruler at some distance from the other and parallel to it, he moved the two together and finally placed one on top of the other. This, despite all efforts to explain the aim of the problem to him. Van Wykorn sums up the symptoms by saying that all the purely perceptive functions were unimpaired, since by means of his senses of sight and touch the patient was able to recognize the forms and outlines of things and handle them correctly. The feeling of direction as such had not suffered, since when the patient was blindfolded and his name was called, he always moved in the direction of the call, but he had lost all aptitude for spatial projection. The patient who can execute movements in their simplest form, as reactive movements in response to certain outward stimuli, is not able to evoke the principle of motion in the higher intellectual forms, that is, in projective acts. He cannot draw the main lines of orientation, to the right, to the left, upward, downward, nor place one stick parallel to another. This disorder also aches his body. He has lost the schema, the imaginative representation, of his body, and though he can localize his sense perceptions, he cannot project them. As we see, the pathology suggests a differentiation that empirical psychology long misunderstood and denied, but that we have been repeatedly pointed to in establishing our general theoretical foundation in Kantian terms. Pathologists have found it necessary to distinguish between the image as a product of the empirical faculty of the productive imagination and the schema of sensible concepts as a monogram of the pure imagination a priori. Even Kant, however, did not limit this faculty of schematism to spatial intuition, but related it above all to the concept of number and that of time. And in fact, pathological cases once again show particularly forcefully that a close interconnection exists here. Van Wyckham's patient showed the same characteristic disorders in the form of his intuition of time and in his understanding of certain numerical tasks as he did in his apprehension of spatial relationships. Thus, for example, he could recite in so-called sequence speech the days of the week and the months of the year. However, when given the name of a day or a month, he could not correctly designate the day or month preceding or following it. He was also unable to count a concrete quantity of things, although he correctly mastered the sequential order of the numerals. Instead of progressing from one member to another, he frequently went back to one that had already been counted, and when in his counting he had arrived at a certain number, let us say 3, he had no idea that in this word he possessed a designation for the magnitude of quantity, for its cardinal number. If 2 rows of sticks, one of 4, the other of 5, were placed before him and he was asked which of the 2 contained more sticks, the patient pointed to each stick in the second row and counted correctly to 5, but then became confused, pointed again to the last stick, counted, and said 6. Often, he would go back to another, already counted member of the first row or slip over into the second row, still counting in a loud voice. Every attempt to teach him the sense of the task remained as fruitless as the efforts to make him lay down one stick parallel to another. And even where a person with aphasia seems more or less capable of mere counting, the most elementary arithmetical operations create insuperable difficulties. The written arithmetic and the oral arithmetic were eked by this. Head reports that most of his patients could verbally count numbers properly up to 10 and often beyond, but that many of them were no longer able to solve the simplest arithmetical tasks. When, for example, 2 numbers of 3 digits were written one under the other and the patient was asked to add them, he did not take the numbers in their total value but added the digits individually. Thus, if his task was to add the numbers 864 and 256, the patient would successively perform the operations 4 plus 6, 6 plus 5, 8 plus 2 and merely set the results side by side, and even in this, he often made mistakes. These mistakes accumulated particularly when the sum of 2 numbers situated under each other amounted to more than 10, so that the patient could not properly carry out the calculation simply by writing down the net result but had to keep in mind a certain number of units before adding them in the next column. And often in written addition and subtraction, the patients went from left to right instead of right to left, or in subtraction, they would subtract the upper from the lower number. For a better understanding of the basic feature by which all these details of clinical observations are connected with each other, we must theoretically return to the general conditions of the process of counting and calculation and seek to differentiate the individual phases of this process according to their involvement and their degree of basic difficulty. The counting of a concrete quantity requires, on the one hand, an act of discretion and, on the other hand, an act of correlation. The individual elements, elementae, of the quantity must be sharply distinguished, and in this distinguishing, the members of the natural number series would be clearly correlated pseudo-ordinate. This form of discretion in itself already includes an act of reflection, which is first completed in language and by means of it in which is necessarily eked in every serious impairment in the function of speech. If according to the Pythagoreans, the nature, Wesen, of number consists in the fact that it introduces the of 5, were placed before him and he was asked which of the 2 contained more sticks, the patient pointed to each stick in the second row and counted correctly to 5 but then became confused, pointed again to the last stick, counted, and said 6. Often, he would go back to another, already counted member of the first row or slip over into the second row, still counting in a loud voice. Every attempt to teach him the sense of the task remained as fruitless as the efforts to make him lay down one stick parallel to another. And even where a person with aphasia seems more or less capable of mere counting, the most elementary arithmetical operations create insuperable difficulties. The written arithmetic and the oral arithmetic were aided by this. Head reports that most of his patients could verbally count numbers properly up to 10 and often beyond, but that many of them were no longer able to solve the simplest arithmetical tasks. When, for example, two numbers of 3 digits were written one under the other and the patient was asked to add them, he did not take the numbers in their total value but added the digits individually. Thus, if his task was to add the numbers 864 and 256, the patient would successively perform the operations 4 plus 6, 6 plus 5, 8 plus 2 and merely set the results side by side, and even in this, he often made mistakes. These mistakes accumulated particularly when the sum of two numbers situated under each other amounted to more than 10, so that the patient could not properly carry out the calculation simply by writing down the net result but had to keep in mind a certain number of units before adding them in the next column. And often in written addition and subtraction, the patients went from left to right instead of right to left, or in subtraction, they would subtract the upper from the lower number. For a better understanding of the basic feature by which all these details of clinical observations are connected with each other, we must theoretically return to the general conditions of the process of counting and calculation and seek to differentiate the individual phases of this process according to their involvement and their degree of basic difficulty. The counting of a concrete quantity requires, on the one hand, an act of discretion and, on the other hand, an act of correlation. The individual elements, elementae, of the quantity must be sharply distinguished, and in this distinguishing, the members of the natural number series would be clearly correlated pseudo-ordinate. This form of discretion in itself already includes an act of reflection, which is first completed in language and by means of it, and which is necessarily acted in every serious impairment in the function of speech. If according to the Pythagoreans, the nature, Wesen, of number consists in the fact that it introduces the position in the original series, is at the same time nevertheless taken in a new sense that is valid as the starting point of a new series where it assumes the role of 0. Every number in the original series can in this way be made into the starting point of a new series. Now, the beginning is no longer an absolute beginning but a relative one. It is not given but must be posited case by case according to the conditions of the task. The difficulty is thus perfectly analogous to the difficulty we encountered in the case of space. It consists in the free positing and free sublation of a center of coordinates as well as in the transition between systems that are related to different centers of this sort. The basic relevant unities must not only be established but precisely in this establishment must be kept mobile, so that it is possible to alternate between them. In our previous example, the number 7 must retain its significance as 7 and assume at the same time the significance of 0. It must be able to function as 0. As we see, all this requires a complex interpenetration of genuinely symbolic performances, and accordingly, we need not be surprised at a person with aphasia's failures in this domain. For even where he has at his command the numerical series as a rigid series, he is, in spite of this, never able to use it differently than in this rigid sense. To grasp the significance of a certain number, to correctly infer its position within the total system, he must start from one end, as it were, grope his way to it step by step. When asked which of two numbers, for example 13 or 25, is larger, many people with aphasia, insofar as they can,